Chapter 211 Exit. The snow melted, and the road dried. Merchants set up stalls and shelves to dry goods. Sui Yu was one of them. But she dried goods in the yard. When it snowed before the new year, the precious silk and satin were covered with camel skin. 20 pieces of coarse cloth were not fully covered. 2 or 3 pieces were soaked by the snow. After returning, they were put into the warehouse. Although they were spread out and dried, they were damp. When the sun came out in the spring, Sui Yu led people to tear the cloth apart and put it on the shelf to dry. The kid swayed among the hanging cloth. He pulled the cloth to wrap himself. And from time to time, he shouted like a thief covering his ears, "Mother, guess where I am?" At this time, Sui Yu would put down all the things on her hands without hesitation. And she would catch the child wrapped like a silkworm pupa. The kid laughed a few times and changed another piece of cloth to continue hiding. "Mom, come and catch me. The shelf is about to fall. Come here quickly. I made new clothes for you." Sui Yu bit off the raw silk. The kid ran over. Sui Yu took a summer shirt made of silk cloth and measured it on him. The sleeves were 1 inch longer than his arms. He would roll it up when he wore it this summer. And it would probably be the right length for next summer. So smooth. The kid rubbed the summer shirt on his face. Sui Yu touched his face and took out a piece of silk cloth from the basket to lock the edge. She didn't know how to embroider, so she could only make a plain bellyband for him. The kid lay on her legs to look. "This is for you. When it's hot, you can wear it to sleep at night," Sui Yu said. The kid nodded repeatedly. He slid down and sat on his mother's feet. Sui Yu stood on tiptoe and poked his butt with her toes. And he giggled with joy. "Go play with Dunhuang. Go out for a run," Sui Yu said. The kid shook his head. He propped his chin with both hands, and his eyes followed the movement of the needle and thread. Sui Yu simply ignored him and buried her head in her needlework. Silk fabrics are easy to draw threads, so she had to sew all 4 edges tightly with raw silk. Unfortunately, her needlework skills had been rusty for a long time, so she had to focus on each stitch and not be distracted. "Little boy, come out and play." A Shui ran over and called. Sui Yu looked up and said, "Go play with your Aunt A Shui." The little boy refused, so he waved at a Shui, motioning her to leave. A Shui walked in, and she stood beside Sui Yu and watched. "Sister-in-law, who is this bellyband for?" "For the little boy." "Do boys wear bellybands too?" "Yes, to protect their stomachs from catching cold." A Shui touched the little boy's head and suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, are you going out this year?" Sui Yu subconsciously looked at the little boy, and he looked at her blankly. "A Shui, go out and play," Sui Yu said. A Shui said. She looked at the little boy and ran away. Sui Yu lowered her head and continued to do needlework. "Mom? The kid shouted, but didn't say anything. Sui Yu glanced at him, and her eyes returned to the plain white bellyband. The kid lowered his head and used his fingers to pick the dirt on the ground, then took off his shoes and scratched the ground with the soles of his shoes, leaving marks. When the sound of camel hooves came from outside the wall, a bellyband was finished. Sui Yu bit off the raw silk, kicked the kid with her foot, and said, "Your father is back." The kid looked back and lowered his head listlessly. "What's wrong? Did he get scolded?" Zhao Shiping strode in, put on his shoes. "Let's go out for a walk," Sui Yu said. "Why did you take off your shoes? Aren't your feet cold?" Zhao Shiping picked up his son and put on his shoes with one hand, while Sui Yu was carrying the needlework basket into the house. He quietly asked, "Did you make your mother unhappy and get scolded?" "No," the kid was yelling in a childish voice. When he saw Sui Yu coming out, he pouted. Sui Yu smiled and walked out with her hands behind her back. Zhao Shiping thought the kid's legs were too short and he walked too slowly, so he picked up the kid and chased after Sui Yu. Sui Yu started running, and Zhao Shiping followed behind with the kid on his back. The family of 3 ran farther and farther towards the wilderness in the north. The camels grazing in the wilderness looked up. After the people left, they continued to graze on the grass roots on the ground. The big black dog on the haystack barked a few times, with its ears erect and its tail shaking. It stood high and stared at the people in the wilderness. After a circle in the wilderness, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping whispered a few words, and the two led the kid to their own farmland. When they got closer, they found Huan Yo and Dunhuang digging earthworms and rotten beans in the field. This piece of land is under Sui Liang's name. Last year, Soybeans, broad beans and taro were planted. When harvesting soybeans, it is inevitable that a lot of beans will fall. There is no time to pick them up, and they are buried in the soil after the snow. Next year, the cub will be 3 years old, and he can also get 20 acres of land. Sui said. Zhao Shiping said him. When he is 3 years old, I will go to register his household registration. Many children die when they are young. They are considered to have established their roots after the age of 3. If they are less than 3 years old, the government will not register their household registration or distribute land. Bypassing Dunhuang and Huanyo, Sui and Zhao Shiping took the cub to another piece of land. There were sparrows looking for food in the field, chirping from time to time. The cub forgot what he was upset about before. He went to the field to drive away the sparrows. Sui and Zhao Shiping sat on the ridge and watched him. The sun rose to the top of the head. It was noon. Huanyo picked up the broken jar containing earthworms. She looked to the other side and pulled Dunhuang away. We have to wait for the cub. Dunhuang looked back. No need to wait. The cub has parents. He won't get lost. Huanyo dragged the idiot away. When the cub saw Huanyo and Dunhuang leave, he looked at his parents, stopped chasing the sparrow, and walked over and said, Mom, let's go back. Are you hungry? Sui asked. Do you want to eat bird meat? Zhao Shiping asked. The cub's eyes lit up. He turned his head and stared at the sparrow that fell to the ground again. Do you want to eat a bird bigger than a sparrow? Sui held the cub's hand. She took the child into her arms, pointed to the northwest sky and said, There is a kind of bird in the desert. They can fly very high. The beak is longer than your toes. The claws are longer than your fingers. And the wings are bigger than chicken wings. Mom will catch it for you. The cub nodded. Then you stay at home with your father. We have a lot of land. You help your father plant wheat. When the wheat is harvested, Mother will come back to stew bird meat and steam big buns. Sui said again. The boy looked confused. After a few moments, he seemed to understand the meaning. He shook his head and said anxiously, I don't eat birds. Sui sighed and looked at Zhao Shiping. Zhao Shiping had no choice. Sui chose to say directly, Little boy, Mother has to go out to make money. I will go out with the uncles living in the guest house to make money. You and your father will wait for me to come back at home. The boy looked at her and said nothing. Sui suspected that he didn't understand, and couldn't help thinking that forget it. Don't say it. When she left, he would probably understand. Zhao Shiping poked the boy, and the stinky boy shook his arm impatiently. He was surprised and said wow, and looked at Sui. He was quite temperamental. Go back to eat. Zhao Shiping stood up, stretched out his hand to pull Sui, and asked without hesitation, When do you plan to leave? Mrs. Chen and Mr. Sun have agreed to leave the city in 10 days. The people in these 2 caravans are relatively kind and upright. I plan to go with them then. Sui replied. But I haven't discussed it with Sister Song yet. I will go to her house tomorrow to see if she still wants to go. She is also going to go out of the border to do business? Zhao Shiping was surprised, thinking of Huan Anqing's temper. He shrugged and said, It's probably difficult. After saying that, thinking of the servants of the Song family, Zhao Shiping suddenly had an idea. I will go to find out tomorrow. If the couple quarrels, I will go to persuade Huan Anqing. The kid suddenly wowed, and he was so angry that he sat on the ground and kicked his legs. He couldn't vent his anger, so he laid down and rolled in the soft crops. Sui and Zhao Shiping stopped talking. The couple moved to the ridge tacitly and stared at the rolling child in silence. Zhao Xiu's eye rolled farther and farther, and was so dizzy that he could not see his parents when he opened his eyes. He got up and turned around to find his parents looking up at the sky. The crying stopped for a moment, followed by a louder cry. Sui walked over and gave him a step down, and she led the child back. Speak. Don't cry. If you don't speak, we don't know what you mean. Zhao Shiping reached out and brushed off the dirt and grass on his head. The child hugged Sui's legs, wiped his tears and snot on her, and cried, I don't want my mother to leave. I will come back when the wheat is yellow. Sui picked him up and said as she walked, You are a big boy. Why are you still crying? It's so ugly. The cub's cry became quieter. Look at these birds. They come out to look for food during the day and return to their nests after dark. Their cubs are waiting in the nests for them to catch insects. It's the same for me. When the weather gets warmer, I will leave home to make money. You wait at home. When the wheat is ripe, Mother will come back with countless money. Cub, I don't want to eat meat anymore. The cub cried. You need to eat meat. You can only grow up if you eat more meat. When you grow as tall as your uncle, it's your turn to go out and make money. Mother will wait for you at home. Swayu coaxed softly. The kid listened, wiped his tears, and whimpered, I'll go with Mom. Okay. When you grow up, Mom will take you to make money. And Uncle will go too, leaving your dad alone at home to look after the house. Daddy will go too. Ask your dad if he wants to go. The kid raised his head, his nose running down. Zhao Shiping followed behind to wipe it off, saying, So sloppy. Dad? You'll go too. I won't go. I'll stay at home to drink and eat meat. And you'll make money to support me. Zhao Shiping disagreed with him. The kid pouted. Zhao Shiping reached out and pinched the piglet's mouth, saying, Zhao Mingwang, you're so ugly now. The kid wanted to cry again. Swayu couldn't hold the child anymore. She handed the child to Zhao Shiping, shaking her arms and said, When I come back, the kid will grow a lot taller. I guess his teeth will grow all the way. And he can chew big bones. Zhao Shiping continued. Then I will shoot a wolf and catch a sheep. The wolf will eat the sheep. The man will eat the wolf. And the cub will eat the wolf and the sheep. After several interruptions, the cub stopped crying and seemed to have accepted it. He went back to take a bath, change into clean clothes, eat a full stomach, take a walk, take a nap, and wake up happy again. Swayu went to see Song Xian the next day. Seeing that she looked bad, she asked with concern, Are you sick? No. I'll be fine after a few days of happiness, and when I get out of the quarantine. Song Xian did not hide the bad things at home, but she did not drag Swayu to judge right and wrong. When are we leaving? Song Xian asked. 10 days. No. 9 days later. On February 16th. Leave early and come back early, so as not to encounter wind and snow again when you come back. Swayu said. Okay. There is enough time. I will prepare and wait for you outside the city gate early on the 16th. Song Xian said. I also want to rent 40 camels from you. My camels carry goods, and the rented camels carry people and food. Swayu smiled and said, To be frustrating. If we encounter danger, we can abandon the goods and ride the camels to escape. Song Xian had no objection. She took people to the desert to choose camels. On February 16th, the caravan was ready to go. Swayu and her servants had eaten their fill. She called out to the child standing under the eaves, Little boy, I'm leaving. Will you go and see me off? The little boy had a sad face. Zhao Shiping went over to pick him up and asked, Do you have anything to give to your mother? The little boy wiped his tears, went back to the warehouse to get his flute, and followed Zhao Shiping out of the guest house on a camel. Don't cry. If you cry, your mother will cry too. Zhao Shiping wiped his tears and said, You have me and your uncle at home, as well as Grandpa Nyo and Ah Shui, and your aunt and uncle. Your mother is alone after she leaves the city. If she cries, no one will comfort her. How pitiful. The little boy barely suppressed his sadness. When they arrived at the west gate, Huang Anqing was already on duty. Song Xian was outside the gate with 20 servants and 40 camels. Don't send me out of the city. Swayu rode her camel close to Zhao Shiping. She smiled at the kid and asked, Do you want a kiss from your mother? The kid leaned out and sobbed when he was hugged. The kid is waiting for me at home. Swayu kissed his forehead and said, Be good. Okay. The kid handed her the hoop flute. He freed his hands to hold his eyelids to prevent tears from flowing. Swayu wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She handed the child to Zhao Shiping and said, I'm leaving. We'll wait for you to come back. Zhao Shiping was a little flustered and said, I'll send you out of Yumen Pass. Swayu waved her hand. It didn't matter where she sent you. Without saying anything more, Swayu drove the camel back and headed towards the city gate. Mom, the kid shouted with a sobbing voice. Swayu turned around to pray to him. The kid couldn't hold it back and cried, Wow. Chapter 212. This is a road full of hope. The camel carried people out of the city step by step. Swayu threw away the reins and covered her face. Tears slipped from her fingers. She took a deep breath and slowly wiped away her tears. Sister. Sui Liang strode over. He disappeared early in the morning. He ran to the outside of the city first to send her off. Don't cry. The kid will only cry for a while. I will take him to buy candy later, and he will stop crying, Sui Liang said. Swayu took her hand. She sighed and said, The kid is in your hands. Yes. Sui Liang handed her the bundle in his hand. This was a vest he bought with cowhide, drilled holes a little bit, and tied with hemp rope. I remember when my brother-in-law went out to fight. You prepared a cowhide vest for him. It's also very dangerous for you to go out this time. Why didn't you prepare one for yourself? Sui Yu was stunned. Don't worry about family matters. Think more about yourself. You are made of flesh and blood like us. And you can get hurt and die. Sui Liang lowered his hands and said seriously, it's okay if you don't make money. You can go out and take a look. And come back after you have seen it. We don't have to eat meat every meal. Sui Yu reached out and touched her brother's head. He had grown up, had his own ideas, and would worry about her. Okay. I will come back when the wheat is yellow, she agreed solemnly. Sui Liang took 2 steps back and said, we will wait for you at home. You go. The sun is rising high. Sui Yu put the hoodie into the bag. She put the bag on one shoulder, looked at Sui Liang, and looked back. The father and son were no longer visible in the city gate. The reins were thrown. The camel hooved. And Sui Yu followed the camel team and left Dunhuang city step by step. Sui Liang folded his arms and stared at the huge caravan winding forward. The sound of camel bells slowly spread from near to far. Song Xian slowed down and looked back at the city gate. The wind was blowing sand, and the smoke and dust behind the camel caravan blurred the figures outside the city wall. She didn't know if her husband would come out to see them off for a while. When the caravan became a black dot in the desert, Sui Liang took a deep breath and turned to prepare to enter the city. Brother Huang, please go find Captain Gu and ask him to ask for leave for me. I will go out of the city and come back within 10 days. Zhao Shiping had a child hanging in front of him, a bow and arrow on his shoulder, and a wolfskin mattress and a water bag of dry food tied to the camel's back. Are you sending them to Human Pass? Huan Anqing asked. Zhao Shiping said him. He went out of the city gate and saw Sui Liang, and said, I'll leave the guest house to you. I'll be back in 10 days. Wait. Sui Liang followed him with big strides. He stopped him and said, isn't it enough to say goodbye once? Brother-in-law, you chase after her and make my sister and the little boy sad again. Are you still crying? Zhao Shiping asked the child in front of him. The little boy shook his head. I won't cry anymore. But there was still a nasal sound in his words. He won't cry anymore. Zhao Shiping said to Sui Liang. Sui Liang was speechless. Can you trust the words of a 2-year-old child? Who is the adult? Uncle, I won't cry anymore. The little boy poked his head out of the sheepskin coat. I'll go to comfort my mother. The little boy cried loudly before. And he regretted crying out loud, thinking that his mother was out of the city and no one would comfort her. He wanted to chase her out. Zhao Shiping had this idea in mind. After making repeated agreements with the kid, he went back to get food, drinks and other things for the journey. He had enough luggage and was going to take the kid on a short trip for a few days. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to chase your sister. Zhao Shiping drove the camel and ran. Hey! Sui Liang's face turned pale with anger. He grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it out with all his strength. Huan Anqing saw it and couldn't help but smile. Then his eyes moved to the dark shadow in the desert in the distance. He sighed deeply and turned back to continue his work. Brother Huang, why did your sister-in-law also come out? She's crazy, Huan Anqing said lightly. She's crazy about money. The other city guards smiled. Things couldn't be reversed. Someone comforted them and said, if a woman forms a caravan to do business, she will make a name for herself in the future. She will gain both fame and profit, and save up a family business. You will not worry about food and drink for the next 3 generations. Yes, when the time comes, donate an official position and a title to your son. When it comes to your grandchildren, if there is any promising one, your family will change. Someone else said. Sui Liang passed by and looked at Huan Anqing and strode into the city. It was almost noon at this time. After an hour of delay, Zhao Shiping was quite far away from the caravan. If he was alone, he could chase after them without eating or drinking. But he had a child with him, so he had to feed the child water and eggs at regular times, and urinate and poop from time to time. And he was getting farther and farther away from Sui Yu. When it was dark, Sui Yu's caravan was still on the road. But Zhao Shiping wanted to stop and rest. He found a place with trees for the camels to find food. He bundled branches and lit a fire with the hay and fire starter he brought. The fire was burning and it was dark. At this time, a caravan passed by. and the cub stood in his father's arms with his eyes wide open. Cub? Captain Zhao? The people in the caravan recognized the two by the light of the fire. Why are you and your son here? The escort who led the way asked. I wanted to see off shopkeeper you. But she ran too fast. Xiao Shiping smiled. It's okay. I'll just take the child out for 2 days. The child is still so young. The merchant didn't know what to say. Nor was he afraid that the child would be frightened or caught a cold. It was not warm at night in February. You two are both bold and courageous. The escort shook his head and advised. Go back at dawn. If we meet the caravan of shopkeeper you on the way, I will pass on a message for you. Thank you. This is her first time leading people out of the customs. I'd like to ask you to help me. Please take care of her. When we return, if you need anything from me, just let me know. Zhao Shiping said bluntly. For merchants, getting to know one more official is like having one more amulet. So they gladly agreed. The caravan left. The desert was smooth, and there was a full moon in the sky to illuminate them. They had to travel overnight. Zhao Shiping baked the pancakes and heated them. He broke off the burnt parts and ate them himself, and fed the white flesh inside to the cub. Dad, are there any wolves? The cub looked at the endless desert, with endless thoughts in his mind. No. Zhao Shiping added 2 sticks of firewood to the fire. He used a stick to push the cracked eggs apart. He still ate the dirty ones and left the clean ones for the cub. Mom every day. The cub didn't know how to express himself. He stood up and looked west. The caravan was no longer visible, but he could still hear the camel bells. Mom is pitiful, the cub said. Zhao Shiping nodded in agreement and said, Your mother is pitiful. We enjoy life at home, and she works hard to make money outside. When she comes back, we will make her happy every day and stop her from crying. Okay. The cub sat back on his lap. Zhao Shiping fed him a few more bites of eggs and cakes. Seeing that he shook his head and didn't want to eat, he opened the heated water bag and tasted it. The water was not freezing his teeth, but warm. He fed the child a few sips. After eating, Zhao Shiping took off the straw bundle and wolfskin mattress from the camel's back, spread hay on the ground, and laid down with the cub in his arms, with a sheepskin coat under the child and a wolfskin mattress on his body. There was a fire burning next to him, but he was not cold. The cub lay in Zhao Shiping's arms, smacked his lips, muttered vaguely, and slowly calmed down. Zhao Shiping also fell asleep, waking up 5 times in the middle of the night to add firewood. When the camel bells rang again in the desert, he took the cub to finish breakfast, packed up and continued on the road. Zhao Shiping understood that this delay would completely prevent him from catching up with Suiyu, but he did not plan to stop. It was good to let the cub experience the days of eating and sleeping in the open air, sitting on the camel and looking at the desert, so that he would not cry again when he went back. At noon, a caravan came from behind. This caravan lived in the alleys in the city. The two sides did not know each other, but the caravan people still asked kindly if they needed help and why they were traveling in the desert with a child. Let's go find my mother. The kid spoke first. The merchant looked at Zhao Shiping and asked, Do you need our help? Zhao Shiping waved his hand. We'll come back after we reach Human Pass. The merchant didn't understand, but he didn't plan to ask again. The caravan passed the father and son and moved forward. Zhao Shiping slowed down, drove the camel to turn north, opened up the distance, and stopped eating dust. So he sped up. At noon on the 3rd day, Suiyu's caravan left Human Pass, and Zhao Shiping and his child only vaguely saw the shadow of the city tower. After another day of traveling in the desert, Zhao Shiping and his child entered Human Pass just before the city gate fell. Human Pass occupies a much smaller area than Dunhuang, but the city walls here are high, and there are huge granaries and hay warehouses outside the city, where the grain and hay stored are prepared for wartime. Zhao Shiping and his child stayed overnight in the city. The next day, he left the city and looked at the granary from afar on the Gobi Desert with his child. The granary was 3 meters high and winding 40 to 50 meters from east to west, like a giant dragon crawling on the ground. The child screamed wow and pointed to go over. We can't go over. If we get close, we will both be shot into seas by arrows. Zhao Shiping laughed. When the sun rose, the granary cast a huge shadow on the Gobi Desert. As the sun rose, the shadow gradually shrank. Another caravan came out of the city, with melodious camel bells. The child turned back and stared at it. The camels stepped on the hard gobi step by step with heavy steps. And the dust they stepped on shone golden in the sunlight. The merchants wore thick linen on their heads, covering their hair and faces. The cold northwest wind whistled past, blowing up the cloth towels, revealing pairs of determined eyes. The caravan walked away step by step, and the sound of camel bells changed its tone in the wind. We should go back. Xiao Shiping spoke. And he said frankly, we are late. Your mother has already left the customs. The kid retracted his gaze. Can we come here to send her off next time? Xiao Shiping said with negotiation. Okay. The kid agreed readily. Then we go back? Your uncle is still waiting at home. The kid nodded again. Xiao Shiping chuckled. This trip was right. At least the kid no longer rejected Sui Yu's departure. Xiao Shiping drove the camel back. Outside the customs, there was an empty space. Except for the oasis where Yumen Pass was located. There were gobi and desert in all directions. Standing outside the customs, the snow-capped mountains in the south were more real than in Dunhuang. When entering the city gate, Xiao Shiping took the kid back again and said, Tell your mother that you don't cry anymore. Well, baby, don't cry. And mother won't cry either. The baby imitated the gesture of Sui Yu when she left and bowed. Xiao Shiping looked around, turned around, and took the child into the pass. After we go back, we will start planting wheat. He talked to the child. When the wheat turns yellow, mother will be back. The baby spoke with longing and a smile. Yes, when the wheat turns yellow, your mother will be back. Xiao Shiping put the child in his arms, went to the street to buy a bag of eggs, and paid someone to cook them. After replenishing enough food and grass, he rode a camel to leave Yumen Pass. They walked back and met a continuous stream of caravans heading west. In this season, the sound of camel bells between Dunhuang City and Yumen Pass continued for a long time. This is a road full of hope. Chapter 213 On the Road. In the wind-eroded stone forest, under the night sky, the strange-shaped boulders covered the sky like a dense net. The sky was full of stars, and the night was quite beautiful. However, in the stone forest, the light suddenly dimmed, and the starlight and moonlight withered, and it seemed difficult to penetrate the sky and fall into the Gobi Desert. The two caravans in front stopped at the same time, and Sui Yu's caravan followed and slowed down. Zhang Shun rode a camel to inquire and came back and said, Boss, the caravan in front plans to spend the night outside the Gobi Desert tonight, and continue on the road tomorrow morning. Then we will rest here tonight. You pack up, collect firewood, fetch water, and make felt bags. Sui Yu ordered. There is no water source in the stone forest, so if you want to wash something, take advantage of the close proximity to the river tonight and wash it as soon as possible. Have you been in? Song Xian asked. Sui Yu said him and said. It was several years ago. At that time, the guest house had not been built yet. Xiao Shiping and I came to harness the camels, and we went in. What was it like inside? Song Xian asked again. A maze. Sui Yu said 2 words and walked towards the river with a string of water bags. Seeing this, Song Xian took off the water bag hanging on the camel's neck and followed. Although it was spring, the temperature had not risen yet. The snow-capped mountains and glaciers were melting slowly. The winding streams in the desert were only as thick as a finger and looked like they would stop flowing at any time. The people from the first 2 caravans came first. They lined up to get water. Sui Yu and Song Xian stood behind them, listening to the whimpering wind in the desert in a daze. Shopkeeper Yu. Boss Song. Why do you want to go out to trade? Look, this road is so difficult. With wind and sand, drought, and no people. You may get lost at any time. The merchant standing in front of Sui Yu turned around and spoke. Sui Yu glanced at him and said in a calm tone, There is no surprising reason. Just like you. Why do you want to go on business? We are the same. It's nothing more than making money and taking risks. The merchant laughed dryly and said, It's so comfortable to stay in Dunhuang. Yes, it's comfortable. Sui Yu looked at the road he came from. The night was dark and he couldn't see anything clearly. But the road he had walked was already remembered in his heart. People don't live a lifetime just for comfort. If I die in 30 years and still live the same life as today, then these 30 years seem a bit boring. Sui Yu tilted his head and asked, What do you think? But your adventure may make you not live 30 years later. Another merchant said. Sui Yu blinked and nodded, saying, You are right. Everyone has their own destiny. If you have a short life, You may die if you fall down while walking on flat ground. So I bet that I have a long life and can live to be 70 or 80 no matter what happens. Of course. The same goes for you. The others laughed. And the person who asked the question before did not ask any more questions. The people at the border are tough. And it makes sense that these two women are as wild as men. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Sui Yu's turn to fetch water. She squatted down and leaned over to support the mouth of the water bag to cut off the gurgling stream. Song Xian sat cross-legged and looked at the desert in the north. The tops of the sand dunes were revealed under the moonlight, and the shady slopes cast large shadows accordingly. My father would never have thought that I would walk so far, she said with a smile. He would scold you if he knew. Sui Yu changed her hand to support the water bag. Song Xian nodded. The old man would definitely scold her if he knew. It takes a cup of tea to fill a water bag. Sui Yu has 10 water bags, and it takes half an hour to fill them all. When he stood up, his legs were numb. The line for fetching water was long again. Sui Yu saw Qi Shan and Xiao Chunhong in the line. With her own people there, she didn't have to worry about Song Xian's safety. She said something to her and left first. The fire had been lit. The felt house was built, and the goods on the camels' backs were unloaded. Zhang Shan and Li Wu sat aside to guard, while Gonda and Gon Air led people to drive the camels to find food. Sui Yu opened the lid of the pot. There was only a shallow layer of water in the iron pot. She poured the water from 10 water bags into it, making up half a pot, so she could cook a pot of vegetables and rice. Millet and rice were put into the pot without washing. A piece of pickled meat was cut. 2 handfuls of dried radish and dried vegetable leaves were grabbed. And finally a spoonful of soybean paste was stirred in to enhance the flavor. And the lid was covered and continued to cook. Sui Yu looked at the people queuing for water. She told Xiaoxi, and went into the felt house to rest first. Zhao Shiping used the mat made of wheat straw, which he laid on the sand to block sand scorpions and insects from crawling up. He then laid hay on the mat, and Sui Yu lay on it, shaking out the wolfskin mattress to cover her body, and fell asleep in a blink of an eye. When she just left home, she missed her child so much that she couldn't sleep all night. She often dreamed of her child crying, and cried when she woke up. Later, she traveled day and night without stopping, and her body couldn't stand it anymore. So she fell down and fell asleep, whether it was a nightmare or a good dream. It couldn't wake her up. Song Xian came back with a water bag and asked, "Where is your wife?" "She's asleep," Xiaoxi said softly. Song Xian lifted a corner and looked inside. The person sleeping inside was breathing steadily, and it seemed that he was asleep. She quietly retreated, picked up Sui Yu's string of water bags, and went to line up to get water. "Miss, I'm going to line up to get water. You rest here." The servant of the Song family caught up with her. Song Xian thought about it and decided to go by herself. The merchants who were queuing to get water were talking about selling goods, so she went to listen. The crescent moon in the sky moved slowly. When the rice was steamed, the water fetchers had not returned yet. Xiaoxi woke up Sui Yu, who came out wearing a wolfskin mattress. She took the bowl and ate a mouthful of rice, and asked, "Where is Mr. Song?" "He went to fetch water again." "Okay. We'll eat first and sleep after we eat. When we wake up, there will probably be fewer people fetching water. You can go fetch water then," Sui Yu explained. The dried radish was not soaked, and it was still hard after steaming. It tasted like old cowhide when chewed. Sui Yu took Song Xian's water bag and drank 2 sips of water, chewed a few more, and barely swallowed the dried radish. After a bowl of dried vegetable rice was put into his stomach, Sui Yu drank a few more sips of water, and was completely full now. The others were also full, and each of them used a little water to wet the wall of the bowl, wiped it, and washed the bowl casually, then carried their bags into the felt house to sleep. Sui Yu also went into the yurt and continued to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the hay behind her sank. She woke up alertly and realized that it was Song Xian who had returned. She closed her eyes again. The camels that had been foraging for food also came back. They lay down around the yurt. The heavy breathing, chewing sounds, and the shaking of bells, accompanied by the rustling sound of gravel moving, all entered people's dreams. In the second half of the night, Sui Yu woke up. This was the first time she had a full sleep since leaving Dunhuang. She came out of the yurt. The cold wind drove away the warmth on her body, and Sui Yu shuddered. The 5 people who were on night watch were dozing off by the fire. When they saw Sui Yu coming, They rubbed their faces and perked up. You go to sleep. I'll keep watch. Sui sat down and looked to the north. There were actually people filling water at the river. It will be dawn in an hour. I can't sleep well now. I'd better not sleep. Qishan stood up and said worriedly, I'll go get 2 more cauldrons of water. In case there's not enough. I'll go too. Arai followed. Sui ignored them. She took a few bags of water and put them by the fire. When the sky was slightly white, the water in the bags was heated, and the people in the felt house woke up. Sui called Song Xian and used the excuse of getting something. The 2 of them huddled inside and used a bag of water to wash carefully. When the 2 of them went out, Xiao Chunhong and her group came in one after another. When they dismantled the felt house and left, a wet mark was left on the sand. The sun rose, and 3 caravans walked into the wind-eroded forest on the Gobi Desert one after another. The camels and people broke in and disappeared in an instant, with only the sound of camel bells echoing. Song Xian looked up at the sky. Standing under the huge earthen mound, she looked like a rabbit lying on the roots of a tree. The blue sky was divided into countless small pieces. Her eyes moved to the strange-shaped earthen mounds and stone statues. At first glance, they were different. After a few more glances, she felt dizzy and fear rose in her heart. The huge earthen mound seemed to have consciousness and looked down at her from above. Suddenly, the wind blew. The sand was blown, and the earthen mound stone statues seemed to be moving. It was too late for Sui to notice that Song Xian's expression was different. She leaned over and knocked over with her hoof flute, reminding her, look at the road. Where are you looking? Song Xian looked at her with a pale face, and looked around again. She asked nervously, which direction did we come in from? Sui pointed back, and a pile of camel dung was still steaming. Song Xian covered her chest to calm down, and she whispered, it's quite weird in here. Look at the road ahead. Don't look up. Sui reminded the servants loudly. Don't look around. There are thousands of huge rocks in here, with different shapes. Even a charcoal pencil cannot record the shapes completely. Don't trust your eyes too much. The more you look, the more dizzy you will be. Some people retracted their gazes, and there was still a trace of panic on their faces. The camel knows the way, and there is a caravan leading the way ahead. We won't get lost, Sui said gently. These words soothed the panicked people. Sui drove the camel close to the mound. She pulled out the short blade at her waist. Every time she passed a protruding mound, she used the short blade to carve a scratch on it and marked an arrow pointing to it. Relying on others blindly, Sui felt uneasy. On the way forward, she looked up at the sky from time to time. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The direction of the moon rising and setting is also from east to west. Their destination is in the west, so there is no need to turn. Just go straight all the way. After walking in the wind-eroded forest for 7 days, 3 caravans finally came out of the Gobi Desert when the moon rose. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they came out. Fortunately, there are people with us. If I were to walk alone, I would die of exhaustion and still not be able to come out. Song Xian sat on the ground and confessed honestly, I haven't seen the exit in the past few days. I was scared to death, and I was afraid of affecting others. So I kept it to myself and didn't dare to say it. Me too, Xiao Chunhong continued. On the 2nd day after entering, I couldn't tell the direction. There is sunrise and sunset. In the morning, walk in the direction where the sun rises, and go down the mountain and follow the sun. Sui was surprised. Didn't I tell you? Xiao Chunhong smiled awkwardly and whispered, I almost doubt whether the sun is real. I won't bring her with me from now on. Qishan said, I can't count on her. It's better to bring more camels than her. Camels can also carry goods. Xiao Chunhong glared at him, but couldn't refute it. What he said was true. You lack experience. If you walk a few more times, you won't be like this when your mind is stable. Sui tried to stop them, and didn't want to say more about this. She ordered, disperse. Find firewood and water. Unload the camels. They have been tired for a few days. Let them rest. There was still desert in the west. Song Xian looked at it for a few more times and asked, what should we do next? Sui didn't know, but she knew that the most lacking thing in the desert was water. Find a river and follow the direction of the river to find an oasis where people gathered. It was already March, and the earth was coming back to spring. The river that had been dry for a winter was gurgling with streams, and tiny buds emerged from the cracks on the edge of the river. Uncle, it's sprouting. The kid ran into the house with the black dog. He climbed onto a chair and rummaged through the boxes, and took out the silk cloth from a small box. What sprouted? Sui Liang followed in. Mulberry trees, planted by my mother. The kid stuffed the silk cloth into his armpits, and took it out again after a while, saying that the insects were biting people. Sui Liang took a look, took out a piece of reed fluff from the old mattress, wrapped the silk cloth, and then rolled it with another layer of cloth, saying, "I'll help you cover it." No, no, no. The kid reached out to grab it, and he wanted to cover it himself. Sui Liang stared at him motionlessly. The boy glanced at him, then slowly stretched out his hand and said with a pained expression, "I take half. You take half." Sui Liang snorted, and he used scissors to cut the silk cloth in half, and said complacently, "That's right. Your mother is your mother, and also my sister, and I also have a share of what she gave you." The little black dog came over panting, knocking its tail on the door. The boy looked at it warily, then looked at his uncle. After thinking it over again and again, he reluctantly took out a silk belly band from under the pillow and handed it over. "What for?" Sui Liang was puzzled. "My mother gave it to me." "Oh." Sui Liang took the belly band and compared it on his body, saying, "It's too small. You wear it yourself." The boy immediately laughed and quickly stuffed it back. Chapter 214, Ancient City of Lulan. After nightfall, the caravan set off. Sui Yu's caravan followed the caravan ahead and headed north. After walking for half a day, a wide river appeared in the desert. A thick layer of sand had fallen on the river. The stream from the east soaked the sand and gravel, slowly seeping out a clear spring on the sand layer, and then overflowed the accumulated gravel and spread to the surroundings. Follow this river all the way. There is a big lake in front, and Lulan is backed by this lake. Sui Yu took out the sheepskin scroll, which had the route marked by Song Xian's ancestors. Song Xian came over to take a look. Starting from Lulan, it was divided into two lines, leading to Chaishur and Kimi in the north and Luntai and Chiotzi in the south. Sui Yu pointed to another line that branched out from the Gobi Desert. This line was biased to the south and belonged to the southern end of the desert. Ruiqiang, Chiama and other countries were distributed here. When they stopped to rest again, Sui Yu caught up with the caravan in front and asked where they were going this time. "We will go north to Chaishur by bypassing Luan, cross the mountains to Wusan, and then take a detour to Dayuan and Kongju. If time permits, we will also go to Dewezi. We will enter the western regions from Shul River in the autumn of next year or the spring of the year after, and return from the southern end of the desert." The people in the caravan told him frankly, "Manager Yu, we may part ways in Lulan." Sui Yu nodded and said, "We are not going the same way. I plan to go west along Lulan, pass through Luntai, Chiotzi, Winsu and other countries, and then turn back." "Okay." Sui Yu thought for a few moments, and gave up what she wanted to say. She did not disturb others to rest, and returned to her caravan. "How?" Song Xian asked. "We are not going the same way. We will go our separate ways when we reach Lulan," Sui Yu said. Song Xian looked at the parchment scroll and thought for a while. She looked up and said, "We can't always rely on others. It's time for us to make our own way. After this time, we won't be afraid next time." Sui Yu nodded. She waved to Gonda, Gonair, Qi Shan and Zhang Shun to come over. After entering Lulan, when she was not convenient to speak, the four of them would be responsible for talking. After the agreement, some people stayed to guard the night, and the others went to sleep in the felt house. In the middle of the night, the camel sleeping in the desert sensed the danger and got up quickly. The jingling camel bells were chaotic and dense, and the sleeping people quickly woke up. Sui Yu picked up the bow and arrow under the hay and jumped up. He got out of the felt house in 3 or 2 steps. Xiao Chunhong and Lu Yer followed without hesitation. The male servant sleeping in the other 2 felt houses also came out. Gonda threw a bundle of hay on the fire. The flames suddenly soared, and a group of black shadows a mile away retreated in shock. Ah! A wolf howl finally let everyone figure out what caused the camels to startle. "Burn more firewood. Don't let the fire go out." Sui Yu made arrangements. Xiao Chunhong led the group to take action immediately, and the other male servants took bows and machetes, staring at the wolves in the north and ready to fight. The fire was lit, and the caravan in front also started a big fire. Sui Yu understood at a glance that they were going to confront the wolves and scare them away with fire. not to see blood. Dong. With a deafening gong sound. The caravan in front asked for a bronze gong to intimidate. Sui Yu remembered this incident. She had borrowed a bronze gong from the caravan 2 years ago. It was said that it was used to scare the wolves. But she forgot about it when she went out this time. The machetes hit each other. Sui Yu thought for a while, and remembered that her caravan had iron pots and iron machetes. The machete holders hit each other with their machetes. And the iron pot was also taken down from the fire. Qishan hit the iron pot with the axe. The bang 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 sounded one after another. Song Xian felt that this was too messy. So she asked everyone to shout and hit together, so that there would be more momentum. The wolves howled and dared not approach. Outside the Gobi Desert, the light sleepers woke up and looked north. They could not see anything in the dark night, but they could understand from the sound that the caravan had encountered wolves. The shopkeeper Yu from Dunhuang may have gone north. Yes. When it was light, the wolves retreated, without Sui Yu's order. The servants led the camels that were already loaded with luggage and goods and walked west along the river, leaving only a field of steaming ashes. The camel bells sounded again, and a group of skinny sand wolves followed the caravan with their tails between their legs, following from a distance, with a faint attitude of fighting to the death. My wife. No. Big shopkeeper. I will take people to block them and shoot them. Qingshan's eyes were fierce. Sui Yu glanced at the caravan in front and said, No need. No need to waste time and energy on the wolves. And the wolves will remember grudges. As long as you don't kill them all, they will always want to seek revenge on us. Let's speed up. They will give up when they see no hope. And let the caravan behind them solve it, driving the camels to run. The wolves behind also ran faster. Sui Yu looked at the road ahead. There was a continuous sand mountain in front, running north and south, blocking the east and west. You have to climb over this mountain to get around to the west. After walking for another half a day, they arrived at the foot of the sand mountain. The river changed its course and meandered northward. The two caravans in front followed the river. Sui Yu ordered them to climb the sand mountain. Camels carrying heavy objects walked up the smooth slope. With one hoof, the tightly packed gravel loosened and rolled down. Nearly 100 camels scattered and walked up the mountain together. The sand layer collapsed, and yellow sand flew all over the sky. The wolves following behind stopped and changed direction, chasing the caravan heading north along the river. Song Xian retracted her gaze. She pressed the scarf on her face and said vaguely, The caravans going out of the customs are all selfish. They can travel together when there is no danger or trouble. When there is danger and trouble, they will protect themselves. Sui Yu looked at her and said nothing. Song Xian reacted and explained, I'm not blaming you. Well, you can't completely trust people who don't have common interests. Sui Yu interrupted her. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a wolf howl from below, without Sui Yu's caravan following behind to lure the wolves. The two caravans no longer hurried on their way calmly. They fought with the wolves, while it was still light. We had to either kill all the wolves or drive them away. The flying yellow sand blurred her vision, and Sui Yu could not see the specific situation clearly. She thought for a moment and said, Gonda and Gonair, you two take 10 people and follow me. Sister Song, you lead the team to the sand hill first. I'll go too. Xiao Chunhong drove the camel back. Lu Yair hesitated for a moment, and she drove the camel back with the rattan bow in her hand. Song Xian pointed for servants and asked them to go with Sui Yu, and told them, Protect the shopkeeper Yu. A group of 15 people rode camels down and ran into the fleeing wolves head-on. Sui Yu pulled the rattan bow and shot the first arrow. The male wolf, with yellow hair on his forehead, fell down and was shot in the crotch. It was difficult for it to stand up again. The three parties surrounded and robbed and killed, and the wolves howled in the wild. The people chased the wolves away, after about half an hour, except for the 10 or so wolves taken away by the leader. The rest died under the sand hill. Song Xian led the camel team to climb the top of the sand hill. Standing on the top and looking west, a continuous and majestic city came into view, connected to a lake with a calm surface. The water surface was vast, and the light of the setting sun sprinkled on the lake. Even from a distance, the human eye could see the halo on the lake. Thank you, shopkeeper Yu, for your help. A sturdy escort spoke. When we are walking together, we naturally help each other when we encounter difficulties. Sui Yu smiled slightly. She glanced at the wolf lying in the pool of blood and said, We will take 5, and the rest will belong to you. Okay, as shopkeeper Yu said. Gonda and Gon Air jumped off the camel and picked up the 5 dead wolves and threw them on the camel's back. After crossing the sand hill, Lulan is to the west. The leader of the caravan came over and said, "Manager Yu, we will say goodbye now and see you next winter. Have a safe trip." Sui Yu said, "Have a safe trip." The merchant sincerely wished, and he reminded Manager Yu, "Be careful and act cautiously after entering Lulan. The people of Lulan are of mixed races and their minds are fickle. You should not have too much contact with the local people." "Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your advice." Sui Yu thanked him sincerely. "It's getting late. We will go up the mountain. When we return to Dunhuang, we will go to Changge guest house. You can stay for free." "Okay." Without further ado, Sui Yu led people to ride camels and climb up the sand hill. When she climbed to the top of the mountain, the sky was dark and the city in the distance disappeared into the night. After wasting half a day, they continued their journey at night. The slope was steep when going down the mountain. People got off the camel's back and trudged on the soft sand hill with 1 deep step and 1 shallow step. 3 slips in 1 step. A slight slip will cause people to fall down. Song Xian ate a mouthful of sand. She rolled dizzy, sat at the bottom of the slope, looked at her embarrassed appearance, and suddenly laughed out loud. "It's so scary in the middle of the night." Sui Yu smiled, and said to the servant of the Song family beside her, she should have laughed when she met the wolf last night. The wolf was scared to death. The servant smiled and didn't say anything. When the caravan went down the mountain, Song Xian had not been able to shake off the sand on her body. There was sand in her hair, clothes, and every corner. The wind blew, and she couldn't sleep at the bottom of the slope. So she had to continue on her way. When the sun rose, Sui Yu led the caravan to the territory of Lulan. There were green grass everywhere and farmland. But few people made a living by farming, and more people made a living by grazing. Walking into the city, Gonda and Gon Air went to sell wolf meat. They saw the stall owner who looked like Han Chinese and the Huns, as well as a white man with high eyebrows and deep eyes. They thought it was no wonder that Sun Dongjia said that the people of Lulan were mixed. Sui Yu stood outside the city. She felt emotional. She had the chance to walk into this ancient city of Lulan that disappeared hundreds of years later. There was abundant water vapor here, and the lake covered tens of thousands of acres. But in later generations, all the palaces turned into soil. The world changed. The lake turned into a desert, and there was no trace of human habitation. Chapter 215 Huge Profits. 5 wolves exchanged for 3 sheepskins, and a wool blanket 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. Gonda and Gon Air handed the things to Sui Yu and said, "I don't know if I'll lose money." Sui Yu unfolded the wool blanket. The weaving texture was rough, black and white, but the pattern was bright and exotic. It would be easy to sell it in Dunhuang or Chang'an. It shouldn't be a loss. Sui Yu folded the wool blanket and put it away, saying, "Let's go around and ask people in which direction Yanxiu is. Let's settle down and have a good rest today." Yanxiu is the name of the alley where passing merchants stayed in Luan, equivalent to the Minxiang in Dunhuang. It is said that most of the people living in that place are Han people, and their eating and living habits are roughly the same. In addition to the convenience of life, people from Yanxiu can also be hired as translators. The sun was shining brightly, and the workers came out of the high-less walls one after another. The girl herding sheep came out of the narrow alley with light steps. The crisp bell sound came from the whip she was holding. She looked up suddenly, and a pair of lake green eyes lay on her white face. Her long brown hair was wrapped in a light green headscarf. She looked very impactful, but the coarse cloth long coat and thick pants on her body made Sui Yu feel a little familiar. The clothes and costumes of the Central Plains have entered the lives of the people outside the Great Wall. The sheep jumped out. In order not to block the road, Sui Yu signaled the caravan to retreat and let the sheep go first. The girl herding sheep stared at the people in the caravan again and again. Sui Yu, Song Xian, and a group of maids were petite, much thinner and shorter than Gonda and Gon Air, in front of the Luan people with large frames. The difference was even more obvious. Therefore, although they dressed like men, they could not hide their identity as women. "Han caravan?" The shepherding girl uttered a few words with a strange accent. Sui Yu nodded, and she asked, "Do you know which direction Yanxiu is?" "Wait a minute." The girl rushed back to the narrow alley like the wind, and went into the high wall again. After a while, she dragged a shorter boy out. The brother and sister whispered a few words in Luan language. The brother chased the sheep with a whip, and the sister walked to the caravan. I'll lead the way. Here. Give it to me. The shepherding girl pointed to a pottery basin carried by the camel. Swayu thought about it, and nodded in agreement. The girl smiled when she heard it. She walked in front, and waved to the caravan to follow. The city of Lulan was thick, with walls as thick as half an arm's length. The doorway was directly opened on the wall. Looking through the doorway, it was dim and dark. Perhaps there were twists and turns hidden inside. The alleys in the outer city were also like this, with houses scattered like a maze, and vendors setting up stalls in the alleys. Swayu was surprised to find that the textile technology of the Central Plains had also been passed on. Lulan women held spindles to weave wool blankets, and young children were also busy, stroking wool and twisting ropes. Seeing a caravan coming, vendors along the way showed their own wool blankets, big and small, pure white, pure black, black and white, or golden red with animal patterns, dazzling and colorful, making people dizzy. These people more or less knew Chinese. Zhang Shun asked the price at the stalls, and wrote down the prices one by one for comparison. A city appeared in front of them. The girl who drove the sheep looked around, and she quickly went into a doorway and disappeared. Swayu and Song Xian looked at each other, and the others were also alert. Just as Swayu was hesitating to leave, the girl who drove the sheep led a woman who looked like a Han Chinese out. This is the first caravan to come this year. You look unfamiliar. Have you never been to Shanshan before? The woman asked. Swayu noticed that when the woman mentioned Shanshan, the girl herding sheep looked unhappy. Lulan was renamed Shanshan after surrendering to the Han dynasty. It seems that the local people are still a little dissatisfied. Yes, this is the first time to Shanshan. I heard Qin Wuxian and Wei Chuanshu say that if you pass by Shanshan, you must stay in Yinsu. So we came here this time, Swayu said. Zhang Shun took a pottery basin from the camel's back and handed it to the girl herding sheep as promised. The girl smiled and weighed the pottery basin inside and out to check carefully. There was indeed no crack. She walked away happily with the pottery basin on her head. Swayu also walked into the doorway with the caravan. The woman saw that she seemed to be familiar with several caravans, and asked about Swayu's relationship with those caravans. I have opened several goose houses in Dunhuang. In recent years, most of the caravans traveling east and west have stayed at my place. Swayu smiled and said, We are still traveling together. The woman understood now and said, There are 2 caravans living here. I wonder if you recognize them. A caravan just left this morning. I will pack up, and then you can move in. By the way, how long will you stay? 10 days at most. As they were talking, they passed through 3 doorways. The dim light faded, and a sunny alley came into view. On both sides of the alley were connected houses, with low doors, mottled earth walls, and a yellowish earth color. Only the grapevines planted in front of the door were a little green. Sister Lian, is there another caravan? A man came out of the doorway. Swayu was surprised to see someone and said, Mr. Qin? Mr. Yu? Qin Wuxian was even more surprised than her. You, how come you are here? The people in the room came out after hearing the sound, and they were all familiar people. Swayu asked others to unload the goods, and she went over to talk. After you left Dunhuang at the end of February last year, a month later, I went through the customs with Mr. Song, went to Chang'an and Taiyuan to buy some goods, and went through the customs this year. Swayu explained briefly. The woman stood aside and watched. Seeing that Swayu really knew the people in Qin Wuxian's caravan, she said truthfully, Since you are acquaintances, you should pay the same room fee as them. 2 cents per room per night. It was more expensive than the room fee in the Central Plains. But Swayu didn't dare to object. She looked at Song Xian, and Song Xian went to arrange accommodation. Can the copper coins in the Central Plains be used here? Swayu asked. Yes. People here can use copper coins to buy the goods we have. Qin Wuxian explained. What do the locals here use to buy things? Barter? Swayu asked. They have their own coins. Shell coins, horse coins, and coins from other countries. Qin Wuxian was happy to answer her questions, and said, Lulan is like Dunhuang. Merchants and envoys from east and west have to pass through here. There are many people, many currencies, and languages from various countries. We followed 2 caravans here. Before entering Lulan, they warned us that the people of Lulan were difficult to get along with, and asked us to have less contact with the locals. Swayu whispered. Qin Wuxian nodded and said, More people means more conflicts. You only do business, and don't have too much contact with the people here. Sui Yu understood, and she asked when Qin Wenchan's caravan would leave. 5 days later. We will leave after we get the wool blanket. Sui Yu waved to Zhang Shun. Bring a jar of wine. This is the mulberry wine we bought in Taiyuan County last year. You have been wandering outside the pass for a year, so you should taste the taste of your hometown. Sui Yu smiled and said, Can you take us to pick up the goods for you in 5 days? Qin Wenchan lowered his eyes, and he looked at the wine jar without saying a word. Sui Yu suddenly had an idea, and mentioned another exchange condition. I will sort out your personal record this winter, and when you enter Chang'an next year, I will buy 2 bamboo slips to copy your personal record. Next time you stay at Changgui guest house, I will give it to you. Qin Wenchan readily agreed. The matter was settled, and Sui Yu felt relieved. With an acquaintance leading the way, her life in Lulan would be much easier, and she would not have to cross the river by feeling the stones. The mattress in the room was arranged neatly. Xiao Chunhong had cooked the meal. Sui Yu took a bowl of pickled cabbage dumpling soup, and sat at the foot of the wall to sip it. After having food in their stomachs, the group went back to the room to sleep. They slept until the evening, and woke up to prepare dinner. Qin Wenchan received a can of mulberry wine from Sui Yu, and he returned 2 lamb legs as a gift. Dinner was stewed lamb legs and rolled noodles. After the lamb legs were cooked, the noodles were cooked in lamb soup. Sui Yu roasted the short blade she carried with her on the fire, and then used it to cut the lamb leg meat, and put a layer of lamb meat on the soup cake. This was the first full meal she had after leaving the customs. After sleeping for most of the day, the exhausted master and servant still couldn't recover. After dinner, the male servant went to feed the camel, and Sui Yu took the rest of the people around the alley, got a general understanding of the situation, and went back to sleep. The next day, Qin Wenchan assigned a tribesman to take Sui Yu to sell goods. The mulberry wine from Chang'an was loved by the nobles of Lulan. 1 jar of wine could be exchanged for 5 tan sheepskins or a colorful blanket. Sui Yu clearly remembered that on the way to Exile, she encountered heavy snow when crossing Hongqiling. She bought a tan sheepskin from a merchant for 200 coins. While in Dunhuang, she only bought a small live sheep for 200 coins. In the case of inconvenient transportation in ancient times, the price of commercial goods was expensive because of the price difference caused by transportation. The people of Lulan lived on grazing, so the price of sheepskin was cheap. The people of Taiyuan County made their living on mulberry and hemp, so the price of mulberry wine was cheap. Sui Yu chose to exchange 10 jars of mulberry wine for 50 sheepskins, and another 5 jars of mulberry wine for 5 colorful wool blankets. The wool blanket was 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, which was suitable for the rich and powerful to use as a floor covering. Sui Yu chose a blanket with a dark blue color as the main color, white and black lines interwoven. This kind of blanket is low-key and not eye-catching when laid under the bed, which is suitable for the interior decoration of most houses. After selling 15 cans of mulberry wine, Sui Yu still had 23 cans in her hand. She was not in a hurry to sell these, because there were still 3 or 4 small countries to go to in the future. Coarse cloth was more popular with ordinary people. Sui Yu bought a piece of coarse cloth for 120 coins. She had to sell it at a high price of 500 coins per piece after transporting it from thousands of miles away. Ordinary people had no money, but they had sheep, and sheep had wool. Sui Yu used coarse cloth to exchange with them for woolen ropes and woolen blankets woven by themselves. The woolen blankets woven by ordinary people themselves were rough in texture, had a strong sense of wool, and were monotonous in color, mostly black and white. Sui Yu exchanged coarse cloth for woolen blankets at a ratio of 2 to 1. After a day of trading, Sui Yu had 5 bundles of woolen blankets and 5 bundles of sheepskins in her hands, 10 fewer pieces of coarse cloth, and silk. Silk and raw silk were not touched. She asked Qin Wenchan's clansmen about the price of wool blankets in Chang'an. A foot-long blanket can be sold for 30 coins, and a piece of cloth can be exchanged for a 16-foot-long blanket. In this way, her piece of coarse cloth has increased in value by 360 coins on the road. 10 pieces of cloth can make a profit of 3,600 coins. And the sheepskin and fine blankets exchanged for 15 jars of mulberry wine must make a profit of at least 13,000 coins. Sui Yu was so excited that she bit her fingers. The profit of business is really huge, and it is worth so many people to take risks. On the way back, she met the shepherdess girl from yesterday again. She was driving a flock of sheep. Sui Yu waved and called her to buy a sheep from her. What do you want to exchange with me? The girl who drove the sheep asked in broken Chinese. Sui Yu still had money with her. She bought a big ram with 180 coins. Slaughtered and cooked it immediately. And stewed it in the pot before the mutton was cold. It was dark. Sui Yu sat by the fire, and used a woolen rope to string a red woolen blanket. She bought this red woolen blanket in Yinsu Alley. The red and white blanket was particularly eye-catching. What she liked most was the puppy with bright eyes on the blanket. She planned to sew a shoulder bag with this blanket, and asked Qin Wunshan to take it back for her cub. Thinking of this, Sui Yu couldn't help laughing. Uncle, it's not moving. The cub lay on the table, staring at the 8 silkworms on the green leaves seriously. He poked them with his fingers and said nervously, It's not moving. Dead. Sui Liang glanced at him and asked, Why did you kill them again? The cub didn't say anything. Sui Liang ignored him. He took his silkworm box and went out to pick mulberry leaves. Uncle, the cub shouted, It's useless for you to shout at me. If it's dead, it's dead. Throw away these silkworms. You just keep them covered. There will be more silkworms hatching tomorrow. Sui Liang quickened his pace. The kid chased him. And Sui Liang immediately shouted, Don't think of sharing mine. How many times have you killed them? You are trying to steal my money and kill them. Uncle, the kid cried. And he chased him to the mulberry tree and begged, Give me 2 or 5 big silkworms. No. Sui Liang refused sternly. I'll trade with you. The kid had killed more than 60 silkworms. He didn't know how he killed them, but the others knew it clearly. He didn't use enough force, either crushing them to death or injuring them. Sui Liang didn't want to, so he shut up and ignored him. The kid called uncle again, and he hugged Sui Liang's thigh and cried fakely. Zhao Shiping saw it, and he quietly took a detour to avoid it, hiding in the livestock pen to talk to Uncle Niu. Not long after, the kid ran to find Ah Shui happily with a silkworm box containing 3 big silkworms. And this is what Uncle gave to the child. The child came to Ah Shui with a shameless face and begged, staring at her silkworm box eagerly. Ah Shui turned a deaf ear to him. And the child called again sweetly. Ah Shui sighed deeply, and she picked 3 silkworms for him and negotiated, Don't call me Aunt from now on. Aunt, give me 2 more. No way. Get out. After being driven out, the child went to find Huan Yu, Ah Chong and Shuang. He had almost plucked all the silkworms of these 3 people, and their faces fell when they heard his footsteps. There were silkworms on every mulberry leaf in the silkworm box. And the child returned to the house contentedly. You can't secretly give your silkworms special treatment in the future. Your silkworms will be stuffed to death. Sui Liang couldn't bear to see the silkworms die again. So he snatched the little one's silkworm box and said, Put it together with mine. From now on, you and I will help change mulberry leaves for the silkworms. You pick the mulberry leaves and I will change them. The little one didn't want to. So Sui Liang took out his trump card. I want to wear a bellyband. Give me 2 of the bellybands your mother made for you. I can wear them when I sew them together. The little one was snorting. And he stood still. Sui Liang snorted and left with the silkworm box in one hand. Chapter 216 A surprise brought back. Sister Lian, is there a Han merchant caravan here? At noon, a man in velvet trousers came. Sui Yu looked over when she heard the voice. When the man approached, she smelled a faint aroma of wine. Sister Lian didn't need to speak. The man had already seen Sui Yu. And he asked, Shopkeeper, do you still have the mulberry wine you brought from Chang'an? Sell me 10 jars. Sui Yu nodded and said, What's your price? Didn't Lao would just buy mulberry wine from you yesterday? I will bid the same as he bids. Sui Yu looked at the trousers he was wearing. If she was not mistaken, the trousers should be made of cashmere, which is much thicker than linen, and has a very good drape. She wanted to buy a few for Zhao Shiping to take back. Of course, if it is shipped back to Dunhuang for sale, the market price must be good. Exchange this cloth with me, Sui Yu said. Oh, okay, but it's more expensive than a blanket. Sui Yu shook her head and said, Don't fool me. The blanket I exchanged with Lao was not a plain blanket woven by ordinary people. The pattern is very elaborate, and the dye is expensive. Your order is very particular about the materials. Cashmere is less produced than wool, so it is expensive. So, 1 can of mulberry wine can be exchanged for a 6-foot long and 4-foot wide cashmere cloth. I can take it back and cut it into 2 pairs of pants, 1 long and 1 short. Seeing that she was talking so well, the The man chuckled and said, "Well, I'll take a loss. After all, I found it myself." Sui Yu asked Zhang Shun and Qi Shan to lead the team and send 10 cans of mulberry wine over by camel. "Do you have any other goods here?" the man asked. Sui Yu led him into the house, and Song Xian followed. "The silks you brought are of good quality and beautifully woven. How do you plan to exchange them?" The man was moved by the silks. Goods bought from Chang'an are naturally not bad. Song Xian helped to raise the price. Sui Yu shook her head and said, "I don't want to exchange anything yet." "What do you want to exchange with me?" "Fox fur. I just got a fox fur. And it's shiny." Sui Yu was a little hesitant. Fox fur is not easy to maintain. It has been on the road for more than half a year. If it is moth-eaten or moldy, it will be a waste of money. Song Xian saw Sui Yu hesitate, so she picked out a piece of sky blue silk from her goods and said, "Take a look. If you like it, I will exchange it with you. But I don't want fox fur either. I will exchange it with cashmere cloth and blanket." The man carried the silk outside the house to look at it. When he was sure that Sui Yu did not intend to exchange it with him, he accepted Song Xian's silk. The silk that Song Xian brought was bought in Dunhuang, which was more expensive than in Chang'an. This piece of sky blue silk cost 1,500 coins, which was equivalent to 25 jars of mulberry wine. However, 25 jars of mulberry wine could be exchanged for 125 sheepskins, but not for a piece of silk. It was not a matter of value, but a huge difference in quantity. After bargaining, Song Xian and Sui Yu left Yinsu with a camel caravan transporting mulberry wine. Song Xian chose a carpet that was half a meter long and 10 feet wide in the man's storeroom, which could cover the entire floor of the house. In addition, Song Xian personally measured a piece of cashmere cloth that was 20 feet long and 6 feet wide. These two items were the price of a piece of silk. It was dark again, and Sui Yu sat in front of the fire to finish the bag. Song Xian sat opposite her and looked at her, thinking, "Should I bring some gifts back to my great-grandfather and Luya? Sure. Let Qin Dongjia send it to the guest house and give it to Zhao Shiping. And Zhao Shiping will send the things to your home. What should I send?" Song Xian held her chin. Sui Yu smiled at her and did not answer. The little boy's bag was ready, and Sui Yu took out a black and white blanket and prepared to make a big bag for Sui Liang, one for each uncle and nephew, so that one of them would not be left without one, and one of them would be sad. The next day, Sui Yu led people to lead camels to set up a stall to sell pottery. On the way, they met a Han merchant caravan, who was someone they knew. "Shopkeeper Yu, when did you arrive?" the merchant asked. "Today is the 3rd day since we arrived," Sui Yu answered. "You are quite fast. We only set out 1 day later than you." Speaking of this, the merchant remembered the encounter with Zhao Shiping and the little cub on the way from Dunhuang to Human Pass. He asked, "Captain Zhao didn't catch up with you at Human Pass?" "Right. We met them on the way, and they said they were going to look for you." Sui Yu was shocked by this sentence. The merchant hurriedly made up, "I guess nothing happened. I saw that the father and son were very energetic that night, and they didn't look like anything happened." Sui Yu remembered that Zhao Shiping wanted to send her out of Human Pass when she left Dunhuang. She came to her senses and said, "He didn't catch up with us. He was traveling with his children and couldn't be fast." "Well, I just said it. You go and do your work." Sui Yu thanked him and continued to walk towards the city, back to the place where he sold wolves before. Zhang Shun went to ask the Han people who set up stalls and learned that he had to pay to set up stalls here. He took a string of copper coins to the end of the street and came back with more wooden signs in his hands. "Boss, how do you set the price?" asked Xiao Chunhong. "Nearly 200 pieces of pottery cost 740 coins. You can estimate the price. These should be sold for 3,000 coins in total. But it depends on your ability. I only want 3,000 coins. If it is higher than 3,000 coins, the extra will be distributed to you on the spot." Sui Yu planned to let them practice. She couldn't always be the one to talk business in front. A few servants gathered together to mutter. Sui Yu called Song Xian, and then took Gonda and Gonair, and the 4 of them went to the street together. "What is this?" Sui Yu picked up an irregular yellow-brown cup. It felt slightly cool and didn't look like it was carved from wood. "What is this made of?" Sui Yu asked the person who was lowering his head again. The disheveled man, with dark circles under his eyes, looked up with a gloomy face. Song Xian was startled when she met his eyes. She secretly poked Sui Yu, saying that this man was weird and a little scary. Let's go quickly. It's made of human bones. He spoke hoarsely. Sui Yu almost dropped the cup because of her shaking hands. She took another look, quickly put down the bone cup, forced a smile, and said, "It's quite interesting. I almost recognized it." After that, the two of them hurried away with Gonda and Gone Air. Where did this lunatic come from? After walking away, Song Xian cursed in a low voice, and she asked uncertainly, "Are they really human bones?" Sui Yu didn't know either. She rubbed her hands hard and said impatiently, "Don't mention it. It's really unlucky." A team of merchants came from the west. The hooves of camels and horses shook the dust on the ground. Sui Yu and Song Xian led people to stand aside and make way for the caravan. "Which caravan is this? They look unfamiliar," Song Xian said. Sui Yu understood that what she meant by unfamiliar was appearance. People from the same place have similarities in bone structure. They have seen many merchants. This team of merchants has no similarities with the merchants they have seen before, so they look unfamiliar. The camel caravan passed by. In addition to the dust and the unique stench of livestock, Sui Yu smelled a very strong smell of spices. This group of merchants brought a lot of spices. The caravan stopped in front of a shop. The Luan people inside hurried out to greet them. The two sides chatted a lot. The merchant unloaded 2 large boxes of spices and handed them over. "I want to buy spices." Song Xian spoke up. She pulled Sui Yu over and asked, "How much are the spices?" The merchant looked over and then looked at the Luan people, motioning him to translate. After another chatter, the Luan people said, "Are you from the Han dynasty? They want your silk." "How much spices for a piece of silk?" Sui Yu asked. The Luan people showed 2 fingers. Sui Yu showed 3 fingers. Silk is unique to the Han dynasty, but spices are not unique to any small country. She can boldly quote the price. "They want to see your goods." The Luan people spoke up. "Where are they from?" Song Xian was curious. "Kanju. Have you heard of it?" "They come from Kanju. It's so far. You have to cross many mountains to get here." The Luan people lifted the spice box and said, "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm here to do business." "Many mountains? Could it be the Iranian plateau? Or somewhere else?" Sui Yu thought. She and Song Xian waited there, and sent Gonda and Gone Air back on camels to get silk. Qin Wunshan learned that a large caravan from Kanju was coming, and they came with goods and Gonda and Gone Air, exchanging gems for spices. "Didn't you go to Kanju last year?" Sui Yu asked on the way back. "No. The mountains are too high. I dare not try." Qin Wunshan shook his head. "By the way, I met a fishing boat fishing in Yenza this morning, and bought a dozen saltwater carps. I'll share half with you, so you don't have to buy vegetables at noon." "Are there any fish in the salt lake?" Song Xian asked. "Yes. The fish are quite fat." The pottery didn't sell much, and Xiao Chunhong and the others didn't plan to close the stall. Sui Yu let them do as they pleased, saying that the meal was ready and asked Gonda and Gone Air to bring it over, and then went back. The saltwater carp was quite large, and Sui Yu had never eaten it before. After it was cooked, she tasted it and found it was not salty. So she had to add water and salt and continue to cook it for a while. "Before we leave Lulan, we will go to the salt lake to see if we can buy some dried salted fish and sell them in Xiuzi and Luntai. There is probably only this big lake in the desert, and it is difficult to eat fish in other places." Sui Yu planned. "No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat." "Okay." Song Xian had no objection. That night, Sui Yu hooked another shoulder bag, and she packed the 2 shoulder bags together to find Qin Wunshan, asking him to help bring them back. "Remember what you promised me," Qin Wunshan reminded. "I will never forget it. The next time you come to Dunhuang, I will definitely let you get the complete book." Sui Yu promised. "Okay. I'll introduce you to the business tomorrow. Bring all the goods you have," Qin Wunshan said. Song Xian also brought her goods. When Qin Wunshan's caravan went to get the goods, Sui Yu and Song Xian followed with their teams, taking advantage of Qin Wunshan's presence. Sui Yu used 2 pieces of silk, 2 caddies of silk, and 5 cans of mulberry wine to exchange exquisite carpets, jade and agate bracelets with Luan merchants. Song Xian used 7 pieces of silk to exchange a Fergana horse and a box of agate with Luan merchants. The so-called Luan merchants here do not refer to just one person, but a gathering of merchants. Merchants from all over the country brought rare treasures to Luan. and the rare treasures were exchanged with their owners here. After that, the caravans went their separate ways with their treasures. More than half a month later, in early April, Zhao Shiping took the boy to plant wheat. The wheat seeds were sown and covered with a thin layer of soil. All they had to do was wait for them to sprout. The boy put a handful of wheat seeds in his pocket. He planned to plant a small plot of wheat in the vegetable garden outside the guest house. When the wheat turned yellow, he would be the first to see it. He asked his uncle to do this, as he couldn't do the work of digging holes and digging soil. There was the sound of camel bells in the distance. Sui Liang took a look and saw that it was a caravan coming. He dug a hole while keeping his eyes open. When the caravan approached, he dropped his hoe and went to meet them. It's the head of the Qin family. Your story has spread between Dunhuang and the caravan. Recognizing the person, Sui Liang knew what this person liked to hear. So he smiled and reported the good news. Qin Wuxian noticed that there was a new building to the south of the kitchen. He was surprised and said, "The tea house has been built? You guys are so quick." "Yes. Last winter, I have been promoting your business story." Sui Liang mentioned it again. Qin Wuxian smiled and gestured to his nephew behind him. In a flash, Sui Liang got a handful of reward money. Sui Liang smiled and said, "How about staying in the guest house you stayed in last year? It's up to you." The camel team entered the guest house to unload the goods. Qin Wuxian took out the satchel that Sui Yu had asked him to bring back. He sent someone to give it to Xiaozai. The satchel fell into Sui Liang's hands first. He shouted in surprise, "Xiaozai, your mother asked someone to bring us something back." Xiaozai was squatting in the vegetable garden digging a pit and throwing wheat seeds. Hearing this, his little hand trembled and half a handful of wheat seeds were scattered in a pit. "Look, kid." Sui Liang came running with 2 bags. "My sister gave them to me." "And mine," the kid shouted. He ran over, pulled Sui Liang's legs and jumped up. "Uncle, give it to me quickly." Sui Liang refused to give it to him. "Good uncle," the kid was about to cry, but he still knew how to say nice things to please him. Sui Liang laughed, and he handed over the red bag. The kid grabbed it, his eyes still fixed on the big bag, his heart itching, and he wanted another one. "It's pretty good." Sui Liang touched the bag again and again, feeling surprised and happy. The kid retracted his greedy eyes. He followed suit and put on the red and white bag. And when he saw the dog on it, he screamed with joy. "Mine is the best looking," the kid announced loudly. "This is what my mother gave me." Chapter 217 Escaped Slave. Shui accompanied Huan Yo to feed the chickens and came back. She saw Xiaozai jumping outside the guest house with a very conspicuous bag. Before she could ask, Xiaozai started to show off, "Aunt Shui, this is what my mother gave me." Shui was a little confused. And so was Huan Yo. The two stared at Xiaozai, seeing that the excitement on his face was genuine. Huan Yo asked in confusion, "Is your mother back?" "No." "Then where did this come from?" Shui walked to Xiaozai's side. She stretched out her hand and pinched the bag as big as 2 palms. Under his nervous and defensive look, she looked at the bag carefully inside and out. "My uncle has one too," Xiaozai whispered. Shui glanced at him and said with a wooden face, "I want to see yours." Xiaozai muttered a few words vaguely, staring at the bag with a distressed look. When Shui let go, he subconsciously stepped back and patted the bag gently with his little hand, fearing that it would get dirty with dust. Shui glared at him and said angrily, "Give my silkworms back." The kid stuck out his tongue and ran away with a laugh. He walked south with his bag on his shoulder. The big black dog and the little black dog on the livestock pen saw him and chased him with a bark. "Little kid, where are you going? Where's Dunhuang? Where's your uncle?" Li Muda saw him and called out to stop him. "Don't run around. Come to my place to play. I'm waiting for my dad." The kid walked to a tree and didn't move. He sat on the root of the tree and stared at the direction where Zhao Shiping left in the morning. 2 black dogs came over with their tongues wagging and licking the little master enthusiastically. The kid pushed them away in disgust, fearing that they would dirty the bag. So he put the clean bag on his head. The 2 dogs circled the tree. The big black dog peed on the tree and ran away. And the little black dog returned to the kid, stretched and lay down to sleep. As the sun sets, Sui Liang comes out of the vegetable garden carrying a hoe. He goes back to the house and takes a bucket to the river to fetch water, carefully watering the sown wheat grains. The cub is tired of standing under the tree and carrying the bag. He takes off the bag and holds it in his arms. He crosses his legs and sits down next to the little black dog, holding his cheeks with both hands and looking at the golden sunset and running out of the city. Ah! He suddenly screams. The sun is chasing my mother. It's getting light. She's going to wake up. The little black dog opens his eyes, turns over, shakes his tail and continues to sleep. Cub, we're going to pick up eggs. Do you want to go? Ashui comes out with a bamboo basket and shouts loudly. The cub turns around and sees Dunhuang and Huan Yo both carrying baskets to look for eggs in the bushes. Why hasn't his father come back yet? He doesn't want to wait any longer. Come quickly. Put the eggs in your bag and see if the bag your mother made for you is strong, Ashui says in a decisive tone. The kid stood up in a flash, and he ran back, vowing to prove that his bag was a good one. Zhao Shiping finished his day's work at sunset. He went directly from the sorghum field to the parade ground to train soldiers, and did not go back until the sunset faded and night fell. On the way, he met a farmer and his wife, who were planting in the fields in the north of the city. One of the husband and wife was carrying a load, and the other was carrying a water bag and a food bucket. When they passed by, he heard the farmer's wife discussing with the man what to eat for dinner. Zhao Shiping couldn't help but think of Sui Yu. When he was still in the military settlement, he was busy until dark during the busy farming season. At that time, there was always someone waiting for him at home and a pot of hot rice. Zhao Shiping's pace slowed down. He stopped and looked west. The sky in the west was still bright. He didn't know where the people who had left the customs had gone and what they were doing now. Hey, Zhao Shiping shouted. A man suddenly came up the ridge beside the road. Zhao Shiping's face turned red. He didn't wait for the man to get close. He took a step and ran away quickly. Dad? The kid saw the figure and shouted. Zhao Shiping ran a few steps quickly. He remembered that one winter, which should be the year when the guest house was built, Sui Yu waited for him to come back here every day. It's my dad. The kid jumped a few times happily. Why don't you stay at home? The wind is still a little cold at night. Zhao Shiping squatted down and picked up the child, holding Dunhuang's head with one hand, and said, Let's go back. Have you eaten? Dunhuang nodded. Dad? Look! The kid picked up the bag he had been carrying and said happily, My mother made it for me. Your mother? Zhao Shiping subconsciously thought that Sui Yu had returned. But after a little thought, he felt disappointed. He touched the bag and asked, Are there any caravans from the west coming today? Did your mother ask them to bring it back? The kid nodded heavily. My uncle also has one. Just 2 bags? Zhao Shiping asked. Yes. No mine? Zhao Shiping was disappointed. Really only 2 bags? The kid glanced at him and said nothing. Zhao Shiping went to find Sui Liang. And after finding Sui Liang, he went to Qin Wenchan's caravan to inquire about Sui Yu's situation. When we left Lulan, shopkeeper Yu was also leaving for Yuli. According to the date, she is probably in Yuli now. Or maybe she has left Yuli and set foot on the road to Luntai or Chiotzi. Qin Wenchan said. The population of Yuli State was even smaller than that of Lulan State. And half of them were Han Dynasty land storage officials, who brought parolees to reclaim land and grow crops, as well as build beacon towers. Most of the local people are self-sufficient, doing some business with the caravans along the way, selling food and rations, which is enough to make a living. Sui Yu sold all the salted fish he brought from Lulan in Yuli, and exchanged them for food for people and camels, earning about 300 coins from it. After a short rest in Yuli, Sui Yu continued to travel west with the caravan, crossing with 2 groups of Hu merchants. Boss, one of the caravans is going to Dunhuang, and I entrusted them with the raisins and 3 pairs of trousers I brought home. It is agreed that they will not have to pay for accommodation no matter how long they stay in Chang'e guest house after they go to Dunhuang. Zhang Shun came over to explain. No accommodation fee, but you still have to pay for food and drink, Sui Yu said. Yes, that's what I said. Zhang Shun picked up the water bag and drank a sip of water, saying, The Hu merchant said that if you go west for 5 days, you can probably see Chiotzi City. I heard that Chiotzi City is full of gold, silver and jewelry. Xiao Chunhong answered excitedly. Who told you that? Song Xian asked. Isn't it? Xiao Chunhong looked puzzled. I heard it from the merchants passing by when I was in Luan. Sui Yu covered his mouth and laughed. If Chiotzi City was full of gold, silver and jewelry, it would have been conquered by the Huns long ago. Even if it was a city wall made of iron, it would have been smashed and robbed. In the distant farmland, an old woman heard the laughter and looked over. The slowly rising sun was shining brightly, and a caravan of hundreds of camels loaded with goods was heading west against the light. "Grandma, what are you looking at?" a thin teenager asked, and Chun shook her head and bent down to continue planting rice seedlings. The caravan left this oasis that was not short of water. The further west it went, the more serious the desertification of the soil became. The wind and sand from the desert in the south accumulated at the roots of the grass, and the clumps of desert grass lost their greenness and turned yellow. The camels lowered their heads to chew grass, and the gravel crackled between their teeth, just like chewing human skulls, making people's scalps numb and their bodies cold. "Miss, the wind is blowing. If this gust of wind does not stop, it is estimated that there will be dust in the next 2 days. The caravan will easily get lost and may even get separated. Why don't we find a place to take shelter from the wind first?" The old servant of the Song family is very experienced. When he was young, he followed the master to go out of the pass. Song Xian pondered for a moment and went to ask Sui Yu for advice. Sui Yu had heard it. The sky was full of yellow sand. The sky was dim, and the vision was blocked. There was no leeward slope in sight. Suddenly, the sound of the wind increased, and the gravel and grass debris on the ground flew. In the dry cracks, a large clump of grass was uprooted by the wind and instantly rolled into the air. A clump of weeds blew on the camel's head, and it screamed in fear. Xiao Chunhong quickly picked it up with an arrow, but it still stamped its hooves uncomfortably, disturbing the other camels to panic. "Everyone get off the camels." Sui Yu made a decision. She took out the wool rope she bought from Luan and arranged for people to string the camels' reins together. Then, she formed a group of 10 people, tied a string, and each group was responsible for guarding 20 camels. Then they just stayed where they were and waited for the sandstorm to pass. The camels were forced to bow their heads and kneel down. The food and grass replenished in Yuli came in handy. Each camel was given a bundle to calm their restless emotions. People hid behind the camels to avoid the fierce wind and sand. Sui Yu and Song Xian took 2 tall and strong servants of the Song family to patrol the situation in the wind and sand. Some timid camels wanted to run away at first, but they were whipped by the reins, and then they came down. "Take out the mattresses carried by the camels, and cover yourself. I don't know how long the sandstorm will last. It may be cold at night. Also, prepare water and food. Eat when you are hungry. Drink when you are thirsty. And do not leave the camel team if you need to defecate or urinate." Sui Yu gave instructions as she walked. After making sure that the people and camels were arranged, Sui Yu and Song Xian walked back with difficulty in the wind and sand. The yellow sand blocked by the camel crawling on the ground had buried its hooves and legs, and a shallow layer of yellow sand also fell on the other side. Sui Yu and Song Xian prepared food and water, and the 2 of them snuggled together under the mattress. The yellow sand on the mattress accumulated quickly, and a layer of sand also accumulated on the head exposed outside. If you move a little, the rough gravel will slide down the collar, like a snake crawling on the body, and give you goosebumps. After an unknown amount of time, the sky suddenly darkened, and you can't see anything now. There is only the sound of wind and sand, and the camel's breath in your ears. Sui Yu was a little sleepy. She yawned, and a mouthful of sand went into her mouth. Pooh! Sui Yu tilted her head and spit out a mouthful of air. The sand on her head slid into her clothes again. She was no longer sleepy this time. This long night seemed endless. There seemed to be no other life in this desert. Song Xian fell asleep, and Sui Yu couldn't stand it anymore. She lowered her head and rested her head on her knees, closing her eyes and dozing off. When the wind and sand weakened, Sui Yu woke up because of numbness in her knees and legs. When she opened her eyes, she saw the night sky with many stars. The starry sky tonight was as clear as a lake, without a trace of cloud covering it. And every detail was clearly displayed in this desert. "Where are you going?" "Camel." "Stay." The voice from the end of the team made Sui Yu stop trying to get up. She looked up and saw a figure with his back to her. The person who was talking was hidden in the shadows, and the low voice made it difficult for her to tell who it was. "The master has treated us well. If you want to escape, I understand. I will pretend that I didn't see anything. But you can't take away her camel and steal her goods. You don't want to leave?" "I can't leave." Qishan stood up, raised his bow and arrow, and said, If you dare to take away the camel, I guarantee that you will not live until dawn. Zhang Shun suddenly said ouch and seemed to have just woken up. He shouted, the wind and sand have stopped. I am about to be buried by the sand. Qi Shan, come and help me. This damn place doesn't want people to live. It's better to be in Dunhuang, where there is food and drink. No worries and no suffering. Everyone woke up now. Sui Yu also got up with difficulty with the camel. The yellow sand buried his waist. He was exhausted from the sleep. Pack up and continue on our way. We can't stay here for long. Sui Yu gave the order. The camel bells sounded again, and the group continued to go west without missing a single person. Chapter 218 Chiotsi City. It was 5 days later when we approached Chiotsi City. The city was backed by mountains, and the mountains were covered with green grass. Like Dunhuang, the river from the meltwater of the snow-capped mountains passed through the city, providing irrigation water for this oasis. When they entered the city and saw the Han army stationed at the gate, and saw familiar faces, Sui Yu and his party felt relieved. Zhang Shun went to ask, and came back and said, Boss. The military commander pointed me in the direction. Let's go into the city and ask. Okay. Sui Yu waved and led the camel team into Chiotsi City. The bustling streets were crowded with people and many merchants. Most of the houses on the street were built with stones mixed with mud. There were tadpole characters written on the protruding stones. Sui Yu looked at them carefully with curiosity, but didn't recognize any of them. When in Luan, Sui Yu asked Qin Wishan about where to stay in Chiotsi. Now that they were in the city, they only needed to find someone who knew Chinese to ask a few questions, and it would be easy to find Aga Lane. After renting a house and unloading the goods on the camels, the male servants led the camels out to graze. Sui Yu shook off the sand and gravel hidden in her hair and clothes, and then she hurriedly chased after them. A mile away from Aga Lane was a pasture where the grass grew well. At the end of the pasture was a mountain with a mixture of green and yellow. The soil on the mountain was poor, and the trees were not abundant. Like the hair of an old bald man, the sparse hair could not cover the scalp. Qi Shan and Zhang Shun stood together with bristle brushes to brush the camels. Ariai moved over slowly. He didn't know how many people heard the noise that night, but he could conclude that Zhang Shun knew about it. Even if he didn't know, based on his friendship with Qi Shan would probably tell him. Qi Shan glanced at him, then lowered his eyes, and continued to brush the camels. Ariai, why are you staring at us instead of brushing the camel? Zhang Shun pretended to be stupid and urged, hurry up and work. We will go back to rest after the work is done. Ariai said slowly, but did not move. Qi Shan led the camel away, and Ariai immediately followed. What do you want me to do? How many people heard the noise that night? The two spoke at the same time. Ariai spoke longer but finished his words first, which showed his anxiety and panic. How should I know? Qi Shan said with a cold face. How could you not know? If you hadn't stopped me suddenly, I would have left long ago. Ariai was angry and anxious. You didn't complain to the master, did you? Qi Shan was too lazy to answer his stupid question. Ariai has been in a state of agitation these days. He was afraid that the female master would find an opportunity to punish him if she knew about it. And he was also afraid that she didn't know and other people would report it, and he would still be in trouble. He was wary of everyone now. But in order to keep the secret, he wanted to please the other servants. But he was worried that they would ridicule him for being ungrateful or take the opportunity to threaten him. So he didn't take any action. On the other hand, he wanted to encourage them to escape together. But he was afraid that Qi Shan, the fool, would get wind of it and kill him. It's all your fault. Ariai suddenly clenched his fists with a ferocious look on his face. And the next moment, he was kicked to the ground by Qi Shan. Qi Shan took this opportunity to press this ungrateful villain to the ground and beat him hard, and also wanted to suppress the thoughts of others. Zhang Shun took advantage of the chaos to observe the faces of others. The servants of the Song family all looked disdainful, and it was obvious that they knew what happened that night. Gonda and Gon Air frowned, apparently unaware of the situation. That was right. They were guarding the front of the team that night, so they probably didn't notice it. Li Wu lowered his eyes and continued to brush the camel calmly, as if he didn't notice the fight not far away. The remaining 8 people were obtained from Captain Hu together with Qi Shan and Ariai. Most of them were very obedient to Qi Shan, but in front of their free bodies, their minds were floating. Zhang Shun saw a person standing at the foot of the wall in the distance. He looked closely and found that it was Sui Yu. who was staring at this side motionlessly. Sui Yu nodded at him, and quickly disappeared under the wall. Zhang Shun stood up. He thought for a few moments, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. The two people fighting also decided the winner. Ariai was beaten by Qi Shan, and his nose was bleeding. He lay on the grass and cried loudly. What happened? Gonda spoke at this time. Yes. Qi Shan and Ariai are very close. Gon Er was puzzled. Why did they fight? If they fight like this, the master will ask questions. Li Wu suddenly laughed. He looked at Qi Shan and said, the relationship is very good. You are very worried about him. Qi Shan moved his wrist, and did not respond. You go back. We are here to guard the camels. The servant of the Song family said. You go back and rest. And you will take over the night guard. The lanes in Chiotzi are narrow, and the houses are dense. There is no livestock pen to keep the camels in the place where we are staying now. So we can only drive them to the pasture, and send people to guard them day and night. Then I will bring you food later. Gonda said. Okay. Zhang Shun led the people back. And Ariai was left at the back alone. Feeling uneasy. Back to Ega Lane. The maids had already prepared the meal. 2 pots of white rice. And a pot of mutton stewed in the iron pot. Are you all back? Now that you're back, let's eat. We've been thirsty and hungry all the way. We've all suffered a lot. Eat more this time to replenish our body. Sui Yu walked out of the house. Zhang Shun glanced at her, and quickly looked away. Xiao Chunhong first served Sui Yu and Song Xian a bowl of rice. Then scooped a full bowl of mutton, and sent it over. Then she served rice to the maids first. And finally to the male servants. Gonda brought a bucket and said, Uncle Wu and the others are guarding the camels. You divide their food, and I'll send it to them later. Oh! Okay. The rice and mutton were served together. Gonda carried the bucket in one hand, and the bowl in the other, and called Gon Er. The 2 brothers took the food to the pasture to eat. They were worried about leaving all their camels to another group of people to guard. Ariai was at the end of the queue. When it was his turn, Xiao Chunhong screamed, Ah! What happened to you? Who hit you? Sui Yu looked over and frowned. Who did you fight with for no reason? Ariai felt relieved. It seemed that she didn't hear anything that night. I beat him. He asked for it. Qi Shan spoke. I don't care why you fight. But don't make enemies. Sui Yu said. Turn around and continue to eat. The others stared at her for a few seconds, each guessing in their hearts, because they were on duty to guard the camels. Sui Yu arranged for the male servants to rest during the day. She and Song Xian took 9 female servants out in the afternoon to go to the city to investigate the situation. Boss, I'll go with you. Zhang Shun chased out. You are all women. I'm worried. Sui Yu waved her hand, motioning him to go back to the house to sleep. There were 11 people in their group. They had experienced 2 sandstorms. They were all covered in dust and dirt. So dirty that their complexion could not be seen. They were as sloppy as beggars. Who would want to attack them? Besides, there were Han troops stationed here, and they could ask for help if they encountered danger. Walking out along the way they came, they suddenly heard a lively shout. Sui Yu stopped and pulled Song Xian to find the sound. Before they saw anyone, they heard cheerful drum beats accompanied by pleasant zither sounds. This drum sound is different from the drum sound in our place, Song Xian said. Sui Yu had some guesses that this drum beat did not seem to be made by hammers, but might be clapped by hands, like waist drums. Going around 2 stone houses, they came to a high wall. This was a high wall made of yellow mud and stones. The stone wall was thick and had excellent load-bearing capacity. It was built in 2 layers. There was a dark door below. The light above was very good. A group of people were playing music and dancing on it. Sui Yu and Song Xian led a group of ignorant maids to stand below and look up to admire. The people dancing above found that they were not driven away, but moved to a place with a better view to dance gracefully, confidently and boldly showing their moving dance postures. It is said that the people of Kucha are good at singing and dancing, and they also like music and dance. This rumor is indeed true. Song Xian sighed. Sui Yu said him. The cheerful drum beats were more inspiring than those of the Nuo dance during the New Year. If she wasn't afraid of making a fool of herself, she would have wanted to dance to the beats. She suddenly remembered that Chiotzi was Kuka, or somewhere else in Xinjiang in later generations. Isn't this the ancestor of Xinjiang people who are good at singing and dancing? Everything made sense. After the song ended, Sui Yu clapped her hands and cheered. Song Xian and others also clapped their hands and cheered boldly. The people upstairs laughed. The sound of the zither started again upstairs. And Sui Yu and Song Xian left with their people. On the way, Song Xian asked, Sister Yu, do you know any musical instruments? I want to buy a waist drum for Lu Yair. I don't understand. But I also want to buy a waist drum for my kid. Sui Yu chuckled and said, I plan to buy one for myself. Then let's go and have a look. Song Xian said excitedly. Take a look first. Don't rush to buy. Let's stay for a few more days to see if we can meet a caravan we know. Sui Yu said. Let's stay in Qiuzi for a few more days to see the situation. There are many caravans coming and going here. And I want to bring back some seeds. Okay. Song Xian agreed. The 11 masters and servants wandered around Qiuzi like headless flies for a long time. And went to see stalls, shops, or caravans selling goods. Sui Yu found that the saying Qiuzi is full of gold, silver, and jewelry seemed to have some basis. There seemed to be many mines in this place. And there were more bronze and silver wares than in Dunhuang. The silver narrow-mouthed wine pot, with hammered threads all over, did not hide its luster even in the dim stone room. Sui Yu liked it at first sight. There is also a silver kettle, with a big belly and a narrow mouth, like a vase, which is light and not heavy in the hand. Is this your local pottery? Sui Yu picked up a yellow-brown pottery bowl and asked. Yes. It is different from your Han pottery. The soil we use to make pottery is red soil. And the pottery we make is yellow-brown, not dyed. The shop owner introduced. Sui Yu nodded, asked the price, and put the pottery bowl down. Song Xian took out a brass flat tool and picked up a copper basin. Asked the price one by one and put them down again. They are all quite expensive. When they walked out of the shop, the sky was full of sunset. Song Xian sighed and asked Sui Yu if he planned to buy it. Are you going to buy it? Sui Yu asked. Song Xian smiled and said, If you buy it, I will buy it. I want to buy silverware. I will go to other places to have a look tomorrow. Sui Yu said. Song Xian nodded. She preferred bronze. Let's go back, Sui Yu said. The group followed the direction they asked when they entered the city in the morning. And after several detours, they returned to Aga Lane safely. Qi Shan and others had already cooked millet porridge. After eating, they went to the grassland to keep watch. The servants of the Song family came back. When they fell asleep at night, Xiaozi quietly walked to Sui Yu's side. She squatted in the corner and whispered about Ariai's attempt to run away. The next day, Song Xian learned the news from her servants. And she told Sui Yu the news with surprise. A slave with a different heart cannot be kept, which will cause unrest among the people. In my opinion, you should sell him to the Black Kiln. Exchange him for a batch of pottery, and sell it on the way back, Song Xian suggested. Sui Yu didn't say anything. What do you think? Song Xian asked. Wait a little longer, Sui Yu said. Let me see how many people have ulterior motives. I have to find a way to stop them from running away. 2 days later, Zhang Shun really couldn't figure out Sui Yu's thoughts. So he took the opportunity to confess everything. I know. I woke up that night, too. Sui Yu looked up at him and said, I believe you. How do you think I should deal with him? Zhang Shun was confused. He carefully looked at Sui Yu and tried to ask, why don't we take him back first and let him stay at home to take care of the crops? How many people are ready to make a move because of his actions? Sui Yu asked. Zhang Shun was hoarse. Then what are you going to do? He asked. Let's talk about it when we leave Qiuzi. Sui Yu smiled and said, I know you are afraid that I will take his life. Let me be honest with you. I will not harm anyone who has helped me sincerely. I am not a vicious person, and I cannot do anything evil. You can rest assured. By the way, today's conversation is between you and me. Don't let anyone else know. Zhang Shun replied hesitantly. Chapter 219 Abandoned outside the Great Wall. The baked naan of Qiuzi is crispy and contains mutton. The mutton is chopped and mixed with pepper powder, wrapped in dough and stewed. The taste of mutton and pepper is completely locked in the crispy dough. Once it is broken open, the rich and fragrant aroma rushes straight into the nose, and the mellow mutton fragrance makes people salivate. This is the most delicious mutton Sui Yu has ever eaten. She is not sure whether it is because the grass in Qiuzi is lush, so the sheep raised are fresh and fragrant, or because the sheep breeds inside and outside the Great Wall are different, resulting in the mutton in Dunhuang not being more tender than the mutton in Qiuzi, or because the cooking methods are different. If the journey is not too far, I want to buy dozens of sheep and drive them back when I go back, Song Xian said. Sui Yu chewed the naan and nodded repeatedly. It didn't matter if the journey was long. The key point was that the road was sandy. There was almost no grass or trees on the road from Lulan to Human Pass. If she led the sheep on the road, the sheep would probably starve to death on the road. After eating a naan bigger than her face and drinking the mixed vegetable soup, Sui Yu was full. She saw that there was still a pile of mutton naan in the pottery basin, and said to the big-eating male servant, "If you are not full, continue to eat. Don't save. Eat all of these. If you leave them for the next meal, there will be no delicious fresh ones. It's okay to be full. It's delicious even when it's cold." Gonda is not picky. Sui Yu smiled and said, "This is not expensive. I can feed you as much as you want. I don't know if there is any other place after leaving Chiotzi City. I will buy a batch of naan for every meal in the next few days. Let's eat as much as we want first. Otherwise it will be a shame for the hard work on the road." "That's not a big deal. It's just a little more walking." Zhang Shun reached out and took another baked naan, saying, "Since we followed the master, we have never suffered. The speaker has a heart, and the listener also has a heart." When the baked naan was finished, Sui Yu and Song Xian packed up and prepared to go to the city to find a caravan. Before they went out, they heard the jingling of camel bells. A caravan was coming. Sui Yu and Song Xian looked at each other, put down their bags and walked out. This time, there were 3 caravans coming together. All 3 were small caravans. They went out of the customs in early spring and returned in early autumn. When they returned, they would stay in Dunhuang for a few days, sell some goods, and then return to the customs. Sui Yu came forward to say hello. When the caravan learned of her identity, they were quite shocked. "Manager Yu? I heard that the North City guest house is yours." The old merchant looked her over and said, "Your husband is 1,000 households in Dunhuang, right? Why did you go out of the customs to do business?" "I want to make more money," Sui Yu said half-truthfully. The merchant smiled, and he stopped probing, and asked, "How many days have you been here?" 5 or 6 days. "Oh." Sui Yu thought for a moment, and asked, "Where are you going next?" "We will go with you. We are going back to the border." The merchant was surprised again. "It's almost May, and you haven't returned yet?" "We want to enter the border before August and leave the northwest before the snow falls in Hongqiling." Sui Yu planned to return to the border before September. She had gone through a lot of trouble to come out, and she wanted to visit 1 or 2 more places. "It's like this. We are in Chiotzi for the first time. We don't know the situation, and we are afraid of being cheated. Can we follow you when you go to buy goods in the next few days? We won't interrupt or ask too much." Sui Yu stopped beating around the bush and directly stated his purpose. At this time, a man who was busy unloading goods came over. He introduced himself as a native of Sisui County. He wanted to settle down in Dunhuang next year, in order to make it easier to go out of the border. He wanted to live in the border for a few years, but he didn't have a place to live. Sui Yu understood what he meant. This person wanted to build a private house in Dunhuang, but the houses and land in Dunhuang belonged to the government. The houses and land allocated to each person could only be lived in and could not be sold, unless the local people bought the wasteland and built a house on it with their own money. However, there were people living in such houses. If the houses allocated by the government were not full, no one would be willing to pay more to buy land and build a house. "I wonder if you have lived in my guest house before?" "No. You can stay in Chang'e guest house in the north of the city for a few nights when you go back this year. A guest room is equipped with a large warehouse and a livestock pen. It only costs 1 cent a night. And there are people to take care of the camels. Let them out to graze during the day and drive them back into the pen at night. You want to buy a private house for the convenience of living and storing goods, right? You can rent a house from me. It will cost you 300 cents a year. And that room will not be rented out to anyone except you. No one will move your goods in the warehouse. There will be someone guarding when you are not there, so there will be no theft," Sui Yu said. "It's more cost-effective than buying a small courtyard in a village. My guest house has food and drink. Whenever you go back, you can buy a bowl of hot soup noodles with 12 copper coins. You don't have to light a fire, boil water, and worry about cooking." Sui Yu introduced slowly. "I understand that you want to buy a house in Dunhuang through me, borrowing the name of Zhao Qianhu. If you plan to settle in Dunhuang, it is definitely more cost-effective to buy a house, and I am willing to help." But you are only staying for a few years, and will leave after a few years. Buying a house requires furniture. If you don't go back for a long time, the house will be covered with dust. When you go back to live for a few days, it will take 2 days to clean it. It's really not cost effective. I want to bring my wife and children here to live for a few years. And I still want to buy a small courtyard. Hua Sui-chun found an opportunity to interrupt. Bring your wife and children? Sui-yu was speechless. But she still didn't want to give up this business. She asked again, after your wife and children come, will you stay at home with them? Or continue to go out? You need to make money. What else can you do if you don't go out? Hua Sui-chun smiled. Then I suggest you rent my guest house. The people in the village are a bit xenophobic. Everyone digs for food in the fields. But your wife and children don't work and have no worries about food and clothing. Think about it, Sui-yu said. Hua Sui-chun seemed to be thinking about something. My guest house is always occupied. In addition to the servants, there are cats and dogs. By the way, my family also lives there. Sui-yu added. It's not too deserted, nor too lively. Don't rush to make a decision on this matter. Think about it again. The old merchant interrupted their conversation and said to Sui-yu, forget it. I see that you are a warm-hearted person. I have wasted a lot of your saliva. Maybe Hua Shizi will need you to take care of him. You can bring people with us into the city tomorrow. Hey. Sui-yu smiled. Song Xian also smiled. Sui-yu was really willing to get close to her. She admired him a little. I won't bother you unloading the goods. The purpose was achieved. Sui-yu said goodbye. She said to the old merchant, I know a family whose baked naan is particularly delicious. I will bring you a batch of naan tonight. Don't prepare dry food tonight. The merchant nodded. Seeing Sui-yu return to the house, he also turned and went into the house. Sui-yu and Song Xian left Aga Lane with brisk steps. This time, she asked 5 male servants to take with her. These 5 people were begged from Hudue. After walking around the city, Sui-yu met another group of Hu merchants she knew. This group of Hu merchants came from Wusun and bought 7 good-looking celestial horses to sell to Chang'an. So you won't stay in Dunhuang this winter? Sui-yu asked. Yes. We will leave Chiotsu the day after tomorrow and arrive in Chang'an before winter. Hu Shang nodded. Sui-yu looked around the Tianma, asked about the price, and compared it with the Fergana horse bought by Song Xian. The Fergana horse is a Dunhuang horse, and the Tianma is a horse breed from Wusun. The Dunhuang horse has a larger skeleton and is more ornamental, but it is also more expensive. By the way, I wonder if you have brought any grain seeds. I want to buy some. Sui-yu thought of the grain seeds. The grain seeds of Chiotsu can be found in Dahan. Now if you want to find new grain seeds, you can only go further away. Hu Shang waved his hand. They don't do grain seed business. After parting with Hu Shang, Sui-yu and Song Xian went to the old place to buy baked naan. It was in a remote alley. An old man with a goatee and his wife were doing the naan business at home. The customers were all nearby residents. They came here the day before yesterday following the smell and followed the people who were going to buy baked naan nearby. The old woman making naan smiled when she saw Sui-yu and Song Xian. We want 2 ovens of naan. Sui-yu raised 2 fingers. The old woman understood, and she pointed to her own carpet, motioning them to sit and wait for a while. Sui-yu and Song Xian sat over there, and the 5 male servants followed and found an open space to stand. The bluestone was the base. The luss was the wall. There was a jujube tree planted in the yard, and there were grapevines climbing along the wall. An old cat lay on the wall and shook its tail. This was a small courtyard with a strong atmosphere of life. Sui-yu sat under the jujube tree, holding his chin and looking at the customers who came in and out to buy naan. The women here were tall and fair, and they were really beautiful. A brown-haired boy with freckles under his eyes came over. Sui-yu and Song Xian looked at him silently. He looked between the 2 of them for a few times and stopped in front of Sui-yu. You Han people are really good at doing business. Women are all out making money. The brown-haired boy can speak Han language with a mutton flavor. Sui-yu nodded. Yes. We Han people are very bold and dare to think and do. Otherwise, how can we conquer the western regions? The brown-haired boy seemed to understand her implication, and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. You can speak our language. Song Xian interrupted and asked jokingly, Are you planning to go to Han to do business when you grow up? No. I plan to spread our music and dance to Chang'an, the boy said excitedly. Sui-yu and Song Xian couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? he asked. Sui Yu shook her head. She didn't understand why she wanted to laugh. Can you take me away? The brown-haired boy whispered. Sui Yu wanted to laugh again. This man dared to think and do. And he was not afraid that they would sell him. How old are you? Do you ask this question every time you see a Han merchant caravan? How did you grow up so big? She asked. 15. You are the second caravan I asked. By the way, my name is Kerbin. Why didn't the first caravan take you? Song Xian was curious. They went west and said they would take me to the Han dynasty when they came back. But I never saw them again after they left. I don't know if they died in the west or forgot about me. Kerbin shrugged. The old woman who baked naan stuck her head out and chattered a lot. Kerbin also replied in Kutcha language. I don't know what the two said. The old woman brought out 2 ovens of naan and pushed Sui Yu and his group out. Kerbin chased out and was dragged away by someone who was buying baked naan nearby. Your tea house is not short of musicians? Take this kid back, Song Xian suggested. He has a home and family. Why would I kidnap him? Sui Yu shook his head. When they were almost at Aga Lane, Sui Yu winked at Song Xian and said, Go to the pasture and call people back for dinner. Oh, okay. Song Xian left, and Sui Yu continued to walk with the 5 male servants. However, until they got back, none of the 5 male servants spoke. Manager Yu, I've decided. I'm going to stay at the North City guest house for a few nights to see how things are. If it's really as you said, I'll bring my wife and children to Dunhuang next year to rent your house for a long time. Hua Sui-chun came out when he heard the noise. Sui Yu signaled the male servant to send an oven of baked naan to the other side, and said, I won't let you down. There will be no bullying and discrimination in my place. Your wife and children will live with me, so you don't have to worry about going far away. Okay. Hua Sui-chun looked at Sui Yu and asked, Where are you going next? Will you go out of the customs to do business in the future? I will leave Chiaotzi for Wusun in 3 or 5 days, and then return to Dunhuang. I will enter the customs to Chang'an next year, and go out of the customs again in the spring of the year after next. Sui Yu figured out something. This person seemed to want to join her caravan. Hua Sui-chun didn't say anything else, so Sui Yu didn't ask any more questions. The next day, Sui Yu and Song Xian each brought 2 pieces of silk and sat into the city with a small caravan to buy goods. One bought silver and the other bought copper. They exchanged all the silk directly. 1 piece of silk was exchanged for 10 pieces of silver or 12 pieces of copper. After Sui Yu bargained, the Chiaotzi merchant gave them a bucket of sand-tempered pottery bowls and a stove. In the next few days, Sui Yu and Song Xian followed the small caravan to sell goods in Chiaotzi City. One to find out the actual prices, and the other to become familiar with the Chiaotzi merchants. 5 days later, the 3 small caravans packed up and left Chiaotzi to head east. Sui Yu and Song Xian led the team to leave Chiaotzi and prepare to go to Wusun. Arai, you stay. Sui Yu stopped Arai from leading the camel. Don't you want to escape? Since you don't want to be a slave, I'll give you this opportunity. You will stay outside the pass in the future. Arai was stunned, and the others also stopped and quieted down. Sui Yu looked at the others. Their flickering eyes, doubtful eyes, calm expressions, and tightly pursed mouths, all revealing their own thoughts. I know some of you have the same idea as him. You don't want to be slaves, but want to be free. But you are more sober than him. You know your own abilities, and you know you can't survive outside the Great Wall on your own. Or you have some conscience and are grateful to me, and are willing to protect me on this trip. Sui Yu said calmly. I was born a slave, and I understand your feelings very well. Today I will let Arai go free. We will come back in 2 years to see what his situation is. Will he starve to death outside the Great Wall? Or be beaten to death outside the Great Wall? Or sell himself to make a living and become a pottery kiln worker? If he can make a living outside the Great Wall on his own, not to mention being rich, as long as he can have a small house to live in, be well fed and well drinked, and be able to marry and have children. You don't have to work hard to escape. I can spend money to set you free. The others were thinking about it. But those who were clear-headed understood that a Han person outside the Great Wall, without family support, unable to speak the language, without laws to govern him, without money or a house, was like a sheep among wolves. However, some people were lucky in their hearts, always thinking that they had the ability to stand on their own feet. After getting Sui Yu's promise today, they felt at ease. 2 years. Just 2 years. As long as Arai can survive and gain a foothold, they can be free. Okay. Let's go. Sueyu said no more. The camel moved and the camel bells rang. Arai watched the familiar people leave, and his ears were filled with unfamiliar Kutcha language. He panicked. He didn't even have the next meal. How could he live? Arai chased after him and begged Sueyu, Master, I know I was wrong. I was confused and greedy. I know I was wrong. Please take me away. Impossible, Sueyu said coldly. Leave before I regret it. If you make me angry, I will sell you. Villain. Bah. Xiao Chunhong spat in his face. Master should not have saved you at that time. Arai stopped and stood there in panic. In a dilemma. The camel caravan went far away. And Arai suddenly realized that he had no way to retreat and no way to survive. He collapsed to the ground, face down, and cried loudly. Chapter 220 Tianshan. Zhang Shun walked behind and secretly looked at Sueyu. He had imagined countless endings for Arai, but he never thought that she would let him go so easily. It seemed that she let him go, but she also cut off most of his ways to survive, and also shocked other people who were thinking about it. He suddenly felt relieved. The master he followed was kind and decisive, and she still had a plan. Following her. As long as he was loyal to her, she would not treat him badly. Master, Arai's bag is still on the camel's back. I will send it to him. Qishan suddenly asked. Sueyu turned around. She glanced at him and asked, what bag does he have? Qishan was silent. I rescued him from the cage when he was living a life worse than death. When he first came to my house, he was skinny and boneless. I fed him with every meal. I bought him clothes and shoes with my own money. My husband taught him martial arts and archery. I didn't take any money from him. It can be said that half of his life belongs to me. The words refer to Arai, and they know how many people he refers to. Sueyu said coldly, it is my kindness to let him live. Being too kind is stupid. I use my things to help a person who betrayed me? Are you bullying me for being stupid? Qishan immediately knelt down and admitted his mistake. Sueyu glanced at him, then glanced at the others coldly, turned around and continued to drive the camel on the road. No words were spoken along the way. When the sun rose to the top of the head, Chiotzi City was left far behind and became a yellowish shadow. Wusun was located northwest of Chiotzi, and Winsu was directly north of Chiotzi. Between the two countries was a vast green grassland with herds of cattle and sheep. The herdsmen felt tents move with the herds of sheep and cattle. At this time, the herdsmen were cooking outside their yurts, with smoke rising from the kitchen. The green grasslands reflected the blue sky, and the people blended into the scenery, and the scenery blended into the painting. Passing by a herdsman's yurt, the herdsman stopped the caravan, and his wife took out a bundle of sheepskin and a dried leg of lamb from the yurt, wanting to exchange things with the caravan. What do you need? Sueyu asked. Would you like to exchange blankets? Zhang Shun untied a bundle of wool blankets from the camel's back. The two herdsmen shook their heads and waved their hands, and the woman tugged at her clothes. Cloth? Right. Sueyu reacted. Do we still have coarse cloth? I remember there should be a few more. Zhang Shun was busy tying up the blankets, and Li Wu turned over and got off the camel. He untied 2 pieces of cloth, one white coarse cloth and one indigo coarse cloth. The woman nodded. She wanted to buy this. She moved the sheepskin over and reached out to take the cloth in Li Wu's hand. A piece of cloth was bought for 120 coins, which was worth 2 jars of mulberry wine, according to the price of Lulan. It could be exchanged for 10 sheepskins. Li Wu roughly estimated the number of sheepskins and handed over only 1 piece of cloth. He squatted down and counted the sheepskins. There were only 16 pieces, and 3 of them were in poor condition, as if they were stained with something and could not be washed clean. 10 sheepskins can only be exchanged for 1 piece of cloth. Li Wu took 6 sheepskins and handed them to her. The herdsman and his wife looked at each other, and the woman also put the leg of the sheep she had taken out. We don't want it. Li Wu flatly refused. He carried another piece of cloth and rode on the camel, saying, Master, let's go. Okay. The caravan continued to move forward, and the herdsman did not chase them. The couple tore the cloth apart, and the indigo cloth was spread far on the grass, enough for their family of 4 to make new clothes for 2 or 3 years. The wind in early summer is warm, filled with the green smell of grass and the fishy smell of soil. It is not unpleasant, but refreshing. The white clouds float in the sky. The plump sheep walk and stop on the grassland, and the tender cries of lambs mixed with the crisp and melodious camel bells make the life here poetic. This nomadic life seems to be quite good. Song Xian relaxed. Sui Yu nodded. She wanted to stop and sleep on the vast grassland from sunrise to sunset, or sit on a high hill, staring at the scenery, and spend a whole day. If Ariai can get out of Chiotsi City, if he can get here, maybe he can find a job to make a living. Zhang Shun mentioned this. Sui Yu smiled. After a few days, he may steal the sheep of the master. Shall she said boldly. Sui Yu laughed and clapped her hands, saying, That's very possible. We'll go back from Chiotsi. Right? Then we'll see how he's doing. Song Xian joined in the fun. Sui Yu took out the sheepskin roll. To get from Chiotsi to Wusun, one had to cross the Tianshan Mountains and pass through the mountains and streams from the west. To get from Wusun to Chaisher, one had to pass through the east side of the Tianshan Mountains. In addition, there were Xiongnu activities to the north of Chaisher and Wusun. For safety, it would be better to return the same way. After walking for half a day, it was getting dark. At a place near the river, Sui Yu blew the whistle, and the caravan stopped here tonight. The weather was warm, so there was no need to build a felt house. The servants unloaded the goods on the camels' backs. The camels were no longer burdened, and they walked leisurely on the grassland. Sui Yu and Song Xian also took the opportunity to lie on the grass. The grass under them was soft, and people lying on it felt like sleeping on clouds. The sky is so high here. Song Xian pointed at the night sky and said, It's so tiring on this journey. Sui Yu didn't respond. She wanted to sleep. My father was right not to agree with me to form a caravan to go out of the customs. I don't have the ability. Song Xian said what was in her mind. It's hard to travel. It's hard to deal with people. It's hard to do business. And it's even harder to win people's hearts. Come on. Shut up. Sui Yu interrupted her. Say something exciting. Then I praise you? Song Xian tilted her head. Okay. Sui Yu smiled. You say it. I'll listen. That's too much. Let's not talk about anything else. I think the inn you opened is very useful. If it weren't for the acquaintances who guided us along the way, we would have suffered a lot. Although it was Song Xian's first time to go out of the customs to do business, she also understood that for many caravans to do business for the first time, it was good enough to break even. If they could earn back the hard-earned money on the road, it was already very difficult. And she followed Sui Yu. And when she went out of the customs, there were merchants to guide her. And when she did business, there were merchants to help her. Except for wolves and sandstorms, there were no robbers who robbed goods. It can be said that the whole journey was smooth. Sui Yu looked at the bright starry sky and said with some pride, It was a blessing in disguise. I didn't have this idea when I built the guest house at the beginning. I just wanted to raise a group of camels to rent to the caravan and only do business with the caravan. I didn't expect that I could use the power of the merchants later. Master, the meal is ready. Xiao Chunhong shouted. Sui Yu responded, and she recalled that after leaving Chiotsi this morning, her servants seemed to call her master instead of the big shopkeeper. When you don't want to go on business anymore, you can continue to do the camel caravan business. Song Xian sat up. Sui Yu turned her head and said seriously, Wouldn't that be stealing your business? Maybe I can let my ancestors do business. I have so many camels. I can sell half of them to Chanyan to buy silk, and then ship all of them out of the customs to sell. The money earned from the trips is enough to last for 3 years. Song Xian thought seriously. This year my family will add another 100 camels. At this rate, I can't afford to keep them. Sell them to me, Sui Yu said. That's perfect. Song Xian reached out and pulled her up. Sui Yu sat up and stood up, thinking of the cub. She smiled inside. My child is still too young, and I don't know what he will do in the future. Anything is fine. You two have paved the way for him. Break the naan into pieces and cook the soup. The aroma of pepper blends into the soup. After a bowl of naan soup, Sui Yu sweated and felt refreshed all over. At night, everyone slept well on the grassland, listening to the chirping of insects and the chewing of camels. They set off before dawn and continued to move towards the blue-black mountain in the distance. After walking on the grassland for 6 consecutive days, Sui Yu and Song Xian led the caravan to the foot of Tianshan Mountain. The grass was green at the foot of the mountain. The river valley was clear, and the mountain top deep in the clouds was covered with snow. Is this the same as Hongqiling? Xiao Chunhong asked. Sui Yu didn't know either. She had never been here. Oh! She is really promising. In her previous life, she was an ordinary person who had never been to Xinjiang and didn't know the terrain. Now she has walked along the ancient Silk Road and seen the ancient countries in the western regions. She also has to walk over the Tianshan Mountains to the north of the Tianshan Mountains to exchange for agate jade. Song Xian felt weak in the knees as she looked at the endless mountains in front of her. She was hesitant and said, "Sister, we don't have much silk and cloth with us. Why don't we go to Winsu and come back? We can bring more goods to Wusun next time. Otherwise, we won't be able to buy much after crossing mountains and ridges. And all our time will be wasted on the road." Sui Yu didn't speak for a while. She had some vague thoughts. The next time she went out of the customs, she wanted to go to Dayuan and Kongju. And probably wouldn't go to Wusun by Dieter. "Have you been to Wusun?" she asked the servant of the Song family. "No. But I heard my father say it," the old servant said. "It is made up of countless mountains. You have to cross many mountains. There are river valleys and cliffs. There are grasslands between the mountains and herdsmen live. Then how many mountains should we cross first?" "Fine, herdsman. I want to change horses. And foals are fine." Sui Yu discussed with Song Xian. "It's late April now. We will return after 10 days and go back and forth before June." When she heard the foal, Song Xian understood that she wanted to buy a horse for the cub. She smiled and nodded in agreement. The cub in Dunhuang was waiting for another caravan returning from the west. When he heard the camel bells, he actively ran to greet them. Sui Liang continued to pick mulberry leaves for the silkworm slowly. The little silkworms had grown into big ones, each almost as long as his little finger. They ate mulberry leaves very quickly, in order to feed these silkworms, for mulberry trees were almost bald. The sound of camel bells was getting closer. Sui Liang closed the silkworm box and drove away the flock of chickens that were staring at him. He held the silkworm box to entertain the caravan. "Is this the Chongde guest house?" "Yes. Yes." The little boy nodded repeatedly. "My name is Little Boy. Do you know my mother?" A young merchant picked up a big bag and handed it to Sui Liang, who was walking over, saying, "A group of merchants we met on the road asked us to bring it back. We helped to bring things back. He said that we don't have to pay for the room if we live here." Sui Liang was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "Okay. I will do whatever she says. You come with me. There are few people living in the guest house now. You can choose the courtyard you like." After that, he put the silkworm box and the heavy bag on the ground and said, "Little boy, you stay here." "Okay." However, before the caravan passed by, the little boy tried to untie the bag. He couldn't pull it open with his hands, so he leaned over and bit it with his mouth. The passing merchant laughed and whistled to tease him. The little boy didn't have time to respond. He pulled out a jar from the gap of the bag. The jar was tied with a rope, and he couldn't untie it, so he could only continue to dig in the bag. A pair of pants. Long. Not his. Another pair of pants. Still not his. And the last 2 pairs of pants were short. The little boy immediately kicked off his shoes, took off his pants, sat on the ground naked, and put on his pants. Sui Liang rushed over and saw a mess on the ground. The bag seemed to have been pushed by a pig, and the clothes were scattered all over the ground. "Uncle, come and help me," the little boy shouted. Sui Liang had no choice but to walk over and help him put on his pants, saying, "What kind of cloth is this? It's so thick. Is it warm?" "Warm." The kid was very satisfied. Before the pants on his legs were even warm, he began to look forward to the next caravan. Chapter 221: The Washed Pants. The cashmere fabric has a very good drape and is soft to the touch. The trouser legs are wide and shaped like lanterns. Sui Liang held the kid and looked at him carefully. The trousers looked good on him. They were loose and had buttons on the bottom, so they would not be afraid of being blown in. "Uncle, do they look good?" the kid asked coquettishly. He raised one of his short legs to show off. Before Sui Liang could speak, he smiled foolishly. "It looks really good," he said exaggeratedly. Sui Liang was amused. He put all the things scattered on the ground into a bag, slung the bag over his shoulder, and stood up with the silkworm box in his hands. "When we go back, put on your shoes yourself." "Oh!" The kid was obedient, put his feet into the shoes, and walked with his shoes dragging. Sui Liang looked back and said, "It's on the wrong way." The kid was indifferent. At this time, he was like a big-eared donkey, dragging his cloth shoes that couldn't cover his heels and walking loudly. After settling the caravan, Uncle Nyo came out of the guest house and saw the uncle and nephew. He asked with a smile, "Have you waited for Sui Yu's letter?" Sui Liang smiled and nodded. "My sister brought us a few pairs of trousers. The cloth is something I have never seen before. It is soft and thick, and warm to wear. Look!" The kid raised his leg to show off. Before Uncle Nyo could see clearly, he saw that he couldn't stand steadily on one foot, and the shoes on his feet were still in the way. He jumped twice, and the child fell to his knees on the ground. "Pa!" There was a sound. Sui Liang knew it was broken as soon as he heard it, before he could put down the things. The child cried in pain. "Let me see where you fell." Sui Liang didn't care about the things in his arms, and picked up the kid. "Did you fall on your knees? I let you show off. Now you know to wear shoes properly." The kid hugged his uncle's arm and wiped his tears. "Check if you're injured. Don't bump into the rocks." Uncle Nyo came over and squatted. He coaxed the child. "Your pants are really nice. Your mother has good taste. She gave you good things." The kid stopped crying. He smiled with tears in his eyes. Sui Liang unbuttoned his trouser legs, rolled up his trousers to his knees. There was a red circle on his right knee, and there were scratches. But fortunately, there was no bleeding. "Does it still hurt?" He reached out and rubbed it. The kid shook his head. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Okay. Get up when it doesn't hurt anymore." Uncle Nyo picked up the shoes and put them on him, admonishing him, "Walk carefully. If you bump into something, your father and uncle will be heartbroken." The kid squinted and smiled at Sui Liang. Sui Liang raised his head and patted his little forehead, then pulled him up to brush off the dust on his body. "Uncle Lanyo, let's take the things back first," Sui Liang said. "Is Ah Shui in the room? Let her come over. This jar should contain food. I smell sweetness. Let's try it together." Uncle Lanyo smiled and said, "Ah Shui and Huan Yo went to the city to buy hairbands. When they come back, I will let them find you." Sui Liang agreed and took the kid away. There was indeed food in the jar. A full jar of raisins, which were big and thick, and tasted sweet. Sui Liang ate a handful of raisins and tasted them carefully. He took out a pair of pants in his hand. One was black and the other was white. The black one was obviously not his size. He picked up the white one and compared it. This one was his. "Uncle, we have the same size." The kid sat on the chair and shook his legs. Sui Liang saw that the two pairs of pants of the kid should be the leftover fabric from making trousers. He laughed secretly. "Uncle, you wear them too," the kid said. Sui Liang was thinking the same thing. He took off two thin trousers. The wind was strong in this season. One pair of trousers could not block the wind. He would not feel cold if he wore two pairs. After putting on the soft and thick new trousers, Sui Liang walked out of the door and took a few steps by the river. The kid did not lie to him. It was really warm. What satisfied him most was that they did not stick to his legs. When autumn came, he could add more trousers. "Oh, these trousers are beautiful, but they are not resistant to dirt." The helper in charge of washing the quilt passed by and said, "Second shopkeeper, don't sit on the grass when you wear these colored trousers." The kid ran out and heard this. He bent down and patted the dust on his knees, but he couldn't pat it off. "Uncle, it's dirty." The kid asked for help. "It's okay. The dust can be washed off. Just don't sit on the grass. It's hard to wash if it's stained with grass juice," Sui Liang said and walked into the house. The kid followed him happily. Sui Liang felt that the outer coat on his body did not match the pants on his legs. He went into the house and took out the clothes in the suitcase, tried them one by one, and asked his nephew for his opinion, asking which one looked best. The uncle and nephew tossed around in the house for a long time. Zhao Shiping came in and heard the laughter from the side room. His brows relaxed. However, when he walked to the door, he saw a bed full of clothes. Winter and spring clothes were turned out. His son was sitting in the middle of a pile of clothes, wearing a small red coat. "It's almost summer. Why are you wearing a coat again?" Zhao Shiping was depressed. "Aren't you afraid of the heat?" "You're stupid, Dad." The kid stood up and asked with a smile, "Do I look good?" "Look good. Look good." Zhao Shiping was focused on the winter clothes. He perfunctorily said a few words. He went to take off the child's coat. His back was sweaty and wet. This silly child didn't seem to know the heat. "What are you doing?" he asked Sui Liang. Sui Liang felt ashamed of being caught. He quickly put the winter clothes back into the suitcase and explained in a low voice, "My sister brought us some pants. The pants are very nice. I bought a suitable coat." Zhao Shiping paused for a moment. He realized that Sui Liang and the kid were wearing the same white pants. The style was the same. The top and bottom were closed, and the middle was wide. He definitely couldn't wear this color of pants, which meant that he didn't have it. But the kid was still smiling conceitedly. He hooked the red coat he took off and said, "It looks good on me. My uncle said so." "Dad?" "Right?" Zhao Shiping couldn't say anything against his will. The kid looked very cute in this outfit. If he tied a small braid with a red headband, he would really be a fairy boy under the fairy seat. "Brother-in-law, please make way. I'll get a coat." Sui Liang approached. Zhao Shiping's eyes moved around him. Sui Liang also looked good in this pair of pants. The white pants and black coat were refreshing and clean, matching his face. Sui Liang was at a loss, but he was happy in his heart. "Besides these two pants, what else did your sister ask someone to bring back? Do you have anything to say?" Zhao Shiping calmly looked away. "Yes. By the way, brother-in-law, there are also your pants. I'll bring them for you to try." Zhao Shiping clenched his fists. He slowly let out a breath of depression, held the cub in one arm, and strode to the next room. "Brother-in-law, try it and see if the length is right," Sui Liang urged. Zhao Shiping touched the pants and said, "It must be right. I'm not growing taller, and your sister knows the size." Having said that, he went to the river to wash his feet, and when he came back, he put on the black pants. The length and size were indeed right. This kind of fabric was even elastic, which was convenient for getting up and lying down. "Very good." Zhao Shiping smiled. "Brother-in-law, your pants don't have buttons?" Sui Liang squatted down and lifted up the trouser legs to take a look, and said, "Really? There are no buttons. My kid and I both have buttons. You kids are suitable for wearing that kind of clothes." "I don't like it." Zhao Shiping wanted to take it off again. "What are you doing?" Sui Liang held him down. "It's getting hot. Wear it for a few more days while it's still wearable." Okay. I won't go to work this afternoon." Mrs. Yin called twice. And the food was getting cold. She came to urge again, "Masters, don't you want to eat? Eat. Eat. Eat." Mrs. Shuzi ran out with a handful of raisins. "Mrs. Yin, I'll give it to you." Mrs. Yin quickly reached out to take it. "What is this?" "My mother gave it to me," Mrs. Shuzi said loudly. Zhao Shiping took out a bowl of raisins in a large ceramic bowl and said, "It should be raisins. I have seen them in Captain Chu's house. Take these to the kitchen and divide them among you. Let each of you taste them." When he went out, he happened to meet the Hu merchants, who came today coming out of the west kitchen. He heard the old woman say that she wanted to boil water with raisins. A Hu merchant pointed out, "Raisins boiled in water are not sweet, but they are delicious when steamed in steamed buns or wrapped in cakes. Add some red dates, and the taste will be even better. Thank you all for bringing back a bag for us." Zhao Shiping came forward to thank them. The Hu merchant who spoke waved his hand. "We have received the reward, so there is no need to thank us. Do you want to buy food and camels? If you need it, we will help you contact reliable vendors." Zhao Shiping talked about other things. Seeing that this group of people were unfamiliar, he also instructed, "When do you plan to leave? Tell the people in the kitchen 2 days in advance, and they will prepare dry food in advance." "Okay. Then please help contact the camel dealers, and we'll take a look at the camels." The head of the caravan said, "We also need food and fodder." Zhao Shiping agreed. And in the afternoon, he rode a camel back to the city to deliver a letter to Zhao Xiaomi and Song Songzu. The caravan stayed in Dunhuang for 5 days, and after selling a batch of miscellaneous goods, they left with 10 newly bought camels carrying food and fodder and goods. Zhao Shuzai's white pants were black and gray, so he had to wash them. After taking a bath in the evening, Zhao Shiping soaked his pants in hot bath water, in order to wash the pants clean. The bath beans used for bathing came in handy. The little boy sat by the basin holding an oil lamp to illuminate it, and he stared at it like a supervisor. And from time to time, he said something was not rubbed clean. Zhao Shiping was annoyed, and he lifted his eyelids to look at him. The little boy was not afraid. He grinned with a shameless face. Zhao Shiping raised his hand, and the kid came over with his neck stiffened, saying flatteringly, "Daddy has worked hard. meaning that he was willing to be beaten if he wanted to. Xiao Shiping smiled, lowered his head, and naturally put his hands down, and continued to wash the child's pants. When I am old and have no strength, will you wash my pants for me? He asked. The kid nodded heavily. I will wash my pants for my dad, my mom, and my uncle. Don't complain about being tired when the time comes. I'm not tired. I'm grown up. I'm tall. As tall as Daddy. Looking at the tree outside the wall, Zhao Shuzai changed his words without thinking. As tall as the tree. Taller than the tree. I have a lot of strength. Amid the childish words, the pants were washed clean, and Zhao Shiping took them out to rinse them in the river several times. After washing them clean, he wrung out the water and hung them on the clothesline. Water dripped down the trouser legs all night. When the sun came out, the trousers on the clothesline dried in the sun for half a day. The kid ran back to get raisins for Inpa to make pancakes. He ran into the house from the yard. In a moment, he came out again with an empty bowl, staring blankly at the trousers hanging on the clothesline. Little kid? Ashui came over. Where are the raisins? Why haven't you brought them yet? Aunt Ashui. The trousers are too small? The kid was puzzled. The clean cashmere trousers were taken off the rope. Ashui pulled the trouser legs and compared them to the kid's legs. They were much shorter and couldn't even cover the knees. What's the matter? Ashui looked at the trousers in his hand and said, Are these the same trousers you wore yesterday? The kid was not sure. Let's go and ask your uncle. Ashui led the kid out without taking the raisins. Sui Liang held up the pants that were less than 2 palms long and asked in confusion, Little boy, what's going on? No one knew. Brother Liang, wash your pants too, Ashui said. Sui Liang reacted greatly. Was he crazy? Washing them too small for the little boy to wear? Ashui also reacted. She hugged the little boy and comforted him. Don't be sad. Wait until your father and uncle's pants are washed, and they will be yours. They will be too small for them to wear. They are all yours. I just want mine. This is what my mother made for me. The little boy took the shrunken pants and covered his face. He suddenly wanted to cry. He wanted to wear this to welcome his mother back. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became. He squatted on the ground and cried silently. Sui Liang sat aside with a frown on his face. Anyway, he didn't want to give up his pants. When Zhao Shiping came back, he saw a group of children squatting by the wall with sad faces. He stopped and asked, Did you have a fight? The kid looked at him resentfully. Sui Liang took the pants that were not even big enough for his buttocks and handed them to him, saying, Look, you have rubbed the kid's pants to pieces. Zhao Shiping couldn't believe it. The pants the kid wore when he was 1 year old were bigger than this. Right? What happened? He asked. It was damaged by washing. Do you think there is something wrong? Sui Liang asked. He didn't want to damage his pants. How is it possible? Washing clothes will only tear them or fade them, not make them smaller. Zhao Shiping refused to take the blame. He handed the pants to the kid and said, Wait until your mother comes back and ask her. She knows a lot. I still want to wear it, the kid said hoarsely. It's hot. Time to wear single pants. Besides, don't you have another pair? The black one is dirt resistant, so don't wash it. Zhao Shiping hid in the house. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. The kid didn't make a scene or cry, but he sat there for a long time holding the pants that could only cover his face, looking listless, not picking up eggs or feeding silkworms. When Zhao Shiping went to bed at night, he looked at the child's listless appearance and thought it would be better to cry. I'll make you another pair when your mother comes back, he said. The kid said sullenly, Dad, when will my mother come back? She'll come back when the wheat turns yellow. But the wheat is only 2 palms high. There was a knock on the door, and Sui Liang pushed it open. He stood at the door, leaning against the threshold, and made small talk. Are you still awake? Zhao Shiping suddenly came up with an idea and said, You two have the same color pants. Before he could finish, Sui Liang refused sternly. No. Why don't you cut your pants? I don't have any white pants. Zhao Shiping sat up and said, Your sister will make you a few more when she comes back. Besides, it's getting hot. You can't wear them until autumn. Your sister will come back when autumn comes. Sui Liang still shook his head. He urged, Boy, your father ruined your pants. You should ask him to pay for it. Hey! Zhao Shiping turned over and got out of bed. You are looking for trouble. Right? Sui Liang strode out. He stood in the yard and was not convinced. You started the trouble first. I didn't ruin those pants. Zhao Shiping refused to take responsibility. You should speak with conscience. Sui Liang snorted. Zhao Shiping approached, put his arm around his brother-in-law's shoulders and said, If you lose a pair of pants, you still have a shoulder bag. If I lose a pair of pants, I will have nothing. Sui Liang squinted at him. How about I beat him up? Zhao Shiping asked again. If he cries, he will get tired and sleep when he is tired. The kid didn't do anything wrong. Why do you beat him? Sui Liang was like an old hen protecting her cubs. And he got angry all of a sudden. Then you take care of him to sleep at night. I have to go to the morning training tomorrow morning. And I have to get up early. And I can't afford to waste time with him. Zhao Shiping walked into the room, saying as he walked, Zhao Mingwang, go sleep with your uncle. And don't hum in my ear. Sui Liang took the kid away. And the uncle and nephew slept together, with their heads against each other. Seeing that he was still holding the wash pants, Sui Liang compromised. Forget it. I'll cut my pants and make you another pair. The kid didn't jump up happily. He refused. That's a gift from your mother. I don't want it. Then wait until your mother comes back. Sui Liang smiled. He took away the rub pants and threw them at the end of the bed, saying, Go to sleep. If you don't sleep, your uncle will beat you up. Chapter 222 Wrong Road. When the caravan returned to Dunhuang with waste drums, it was already the 8th day of the 5th lunar month. At this time, Sui Yu had already led the caravan into the mountains of Tianshan. In 2 days, we will return the same way. Song Xian sat on the rocks to catch her breath. She didn't see a single person along the way. She didn't know if she would meet any herdsmen if she continued walking. Sui Yu washed her face with water. This river valley was full of rocks. It was difficult for people to walk. And it was even more difficult for camels to walk. If you were not careful, you would hit your hoof and trip your legs. Zhang Shun wiped the blood off the camel's hoof and came over and said, Master, why don't we rest here for a while? Sui Yu nodded and said, Okay, we are all tired. The rocks were piled up, and there was no need to dig a pit to build a stove. The iron pot was placed on the stone, and the firewood was piled between the 2 stones. It was a perfect stove. The smoke from the wood rose, and this uninhabited place was filled with the smell of fireworks. Sui Yu shook the water on his hands and walked up. Xiao Chunhong saw it, and she stood up and followed. Master, wait for me. Sui Yu waved her hand and said, Take a rest. I'll go up and take a look. Xiao Chunhong didn't stop and insisted on following. The valley was in the shape of an uphill slope, with steep mountains on both sides. Green grass and bright flowers spread all the way up the valley, like an endless green carpet. But Sui Yu had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. She lowered her head and paid attention to her feet, stepping on the stones, one deep and one shallow. The voices faded away, and the only sound in the valley was the wind. Suddenly, a clear bird call came from the distance. Whoosh, and the lingering sound was long. Sui Yu stopped. She covered her forehead and looked up at the sky. The trace of the bird in the blue sky was very small, and she couldn't tell whether it was a goshawk for a while. Xiao Chunhong came closer panting. She also looked up at the sky, but couldn't see anything after looking for a long time. Birds are flying in the sky. We should be very small in their eyes. Will they regard us as prey? Sui Yu asked with a smile. Xiao Chunhong thought and said, But I haven't heard of birds catching people. That's because the birds we have seen fly low, and they can see the situation on the ground clearly. There may be goshawks here, which fly very high. As he was talking, another clear bird call came. Sui Yu stopped chatting and continued to walk up with strength. Where did all these stones come from? Did the mountain collapse? Xiao Chunhong's feet hurt from walking. She wore out 3 pairs of soles along the way. Sui Yu didn't answer for a while. When she stepped on a knee-high stone, she turned around and looked down. The shadow of the caravan was no longer visible. This may have been a high slope before, connected to the mountains on both sides. Later, there was an earthquake. The middle collapsed. The mountain fell. The soil was washed away, and only the stones were left here, Sui Yu said. After that, she continued to move forward. Master, are you still going? The meal is ready. Go up a little further. I'll see what's at the end. Sui Yu and Xiao Chunhong disappeared, and no one responded when she called. Song Xian was worried. So she continued to rush on the road to chase the master and servant. The camels walked slowly on the rocky beach with heavy loads. And the camel team moved slowly. When it was half dark, they met the master and servant, who were returning halfway. There should be an eagle mountain at the end of the valley. Sui Yu was tired and excited. Song Xian was also tired. She sat down on a stone and asked, "Then what? Do you still want to catch an eagle? I don't have that ability. But since there is an eagle mountain here, there should be a pasture nearby," Sui Yu said. Lu Ye handed over the water bag. Sui Yu took a big sip. And after quenching her thirst, she continued, "Eagles are like wolves. There must be prey where they move. If there are fewer prey, they will move their nests. So I conclude that there must be herders grazing nearby. Then go and look for it tomorrow," Song Xian said. "Let's take a break tonight. I'm so tired." "Okay." Sui Yu agreed happily. It was midsummer. But there was no heat in the valley. The mountain wind blew. And people were still a little cold sleeping on the rocks. Song Xian woke up from the cold. And she took another blanket to cover Sui Yu. Sui Yu was really tired today. And slept very deeply. There was no reaction to the multiple things on his body. After sleeping on the rocks for a night, he woke up with pain all over his body. Sui Yu suspected that his back was bruised. "Is there any other way to Wusun?" Song Xian asked. "Those who fight are really amazing. They crawl around in the mountains and still have the energy to fight on the battlefield." Sui Yu agreed. "It would be great if peace could last forever," Song Xian added. "War is too deadly." Sui Yu thought of Zhao Shiping. If there was another war, wouldn't he have to go to the battlefield again? A loud eagle cry echoed above their heads. Everyone looked up and Sui Yu saw a big snow-colored bird hovering in the sky above the river valley. The goshawk folded its wings and swooped down, landing on the top of the mountain on the east side of the river valley. Sui Yu could see its appearance clearly. With sharp eyes, smooth body, sharp claws, and huge size. It stared at people, which made people feel creepy. "Master, did it take us as prey?" Xiao Chunhong asked. "I don't know either." Sui Yu saw Qi Shan pull the rattan bow. And the next moment, the arrow flew out. And the arrowhead pierced into the mountain wall. There was a muffled sound. And the goshawk on the top of the mountain didn't move at all. "Keep going," Sui Yu said. "Don't worry about it. It's not stupid. We are so big. It can't take us away." The caravan left. The goshawk took off. It cried again, and soon disappeared from sight. After walking for a long time, the river valley came to an end. As Sui Yu expected, there was a grassland at the other end of the river valley. The grassland was located between two mountains, and eagles could be heard from time to time on one of the mountains. "I saw the herdsman's house," Song Xian shouted. There were 3 wooden houses in the middle of the grassland. 2 dead trees were buried outside the house. Ropes were tied to the dead trees, and clothes were hung to dry. All the traces showed that there were people living here. The caravan took a short break, and Zhang Shun and Li Wu each took 2 people out to find a way downhill. As dusk approached, the herders came back from grazing. There were 8 people from 3 generations, and they led 5 ferocious dogs. The dogs smelled a strange smell and barked at the caravan going downhill. "What are you doing? How did you get here?" the middle-aged man asked. It was dim, and the distance was not close. Sui Yu could not see his face clearly, but she was happy to hear the Chinese language. "You are also Han people?" she asked loudly. Among the 3 generations, only the old man Jean Dashan was a pure Han Chinese. "I haven't mentioned this name for more than 20 years. Old Jean sat by the fire and cooked mutton and asked, "Where are you from?" "From Dunhuang," Sui Yu replied. "Have you always lived here?" "Dunhuang." Lao Jean repeated it silently, and it was very unfamiliar. He continued to ask, "Is the emperor of the Han dynasty still sitting on the high platform?" Sui Yu nodded. "You have never left since you came here?" "What do? I am fine grazing here." The mutton soup was cooked, and Lao Jean asked the caravan members to take their own bowls to serve. He had no extra bowls and chopsticks. There were only 2 pottery bowls that could be used, and the rest were wooden bowls polished by himself. Sui Yu drank a mouthful of mutton soup, which was very delicious. "How did you get here?" Song Xian asked. "I escaped during the war." Lao Jean did not hide it. "I was 15 when I escaped to Tianshan. I forgot how old I am this year. It has been about 40 years. Isn't this the passage for caravans to come and go?" Sui Yu asked immediately. I don't quite understand what you're saying. But my family has lived on this grassland, and hasn't seen outsiders for more than 10 years. Old Jean continued to add water, and chopped off a horse leg and threw it into stew. He looked outside and saw 20 or 30 men guarding outside. There were too many people, which was a threat to his family. He tried to test them. Leave tomorrow and go back. There is no way here. An old woman came in, with a bag of goat milk. She smiled and poured it for Sueyu and the others. Thank you. Sueyu held her hand and said, You should sit down and eat something too. The old woman waved her hand, put down the bag of milk, and went out again. By the light of the fire, Sueyu took a rough look at the environment of the wooden house. In addition to the bed on the rough wood, there was only a stove in the house. The wooden house was built with round rough wood, like a fence, and there was serious air leakage in the gaps. In winter, they would probably use sheepskin or horsehide to cover the wooden wall to block the wind. The living environment was simple and hard, but the family was obviously very content and lived happily. Sueyu remembered that when she bought silverware and pottery in Chiotzi, she was given pottery bowls and stoves as gifts. She asked Gonda and Gon Air to bring a bucket of pottery bowls. Many of them were broken on the way, but there were still 15 intact. She gave these pottery bowls to Lao Jin's wife, Grandma Yali. Grandma Yali led her daughter-in-law to find Sueyu at dawn. They wanted to buy her coarse cloth and blankets, as well as the iron pots and pottery cauldrons used by the caravan for cooking. Do you have horses? You can exchange them with us, Sueyu said. There were only 5 horses on Lao Jin's pasture. He crossed 3 mountains and exchanged them with herders on another pasture. They raised horses to chase eagles on horseback. As he was talking, an eagle swooped down, and in the blink of an eye, it caught a stray lamb. Lao Jin's son chased after it, but the eagle had already flown halfway up the mountain and disappeared into the forest in an instant. Lao Jin looked very unhappy. He told Sueyu, there were no eagles on this mountain at first. Later, an eagle passed by and settled down there. In the spring of the 2nd year, another eagle came. Now every 2 years, they lay eggs. And this year they hatched cubs again. Eagles are very smart. They will settle down in places with a lot of prey, Sueyu said. The conversation returned to the transaction. Sueyu wanted the half-grown colt from Lao Jin's family, and was willing to exchange it for 2 stoves, a pottery pot, a piece of cloth, and 3 blankets. Lao Jin agreed. He asked his son to bring another horse. He wanted to use the horse to exchange a woman with Sueyu, and keep it as a wife for his grandson. Sueyu refused outright. Chapter 223 Kind Persuasion. After being rejected, Lao Jin did not seem to be angry. He asked his eldest grandson to slaughter a big ram. Like last night, he warmly entertained the caravan from afar. He said that Sueyu and her group were his fellow villagers, and asked them to stay for 2 more days. Go east from the valley over there, through a spruce forest, over 2 mountains, across a river, and over another mountain. You will reach Lao Aji's house. He and his son and nephew raise horses under the snow-capped mountains. If you want to sell goods, I can take you there, Lao Jin said. My daughter is married over there. I go there once a year. It takes 5 days to ride a horse. It may take 2 or 3 days longer to take you with me. Song Xian looked at Sueyu. To be honest, she didn't want to go. The goods shipped from the interior were almost sold out. Even if she wanted to buy horses, they couldn't exchange many horses for the goods they carried this time. It was not cost-effective to cross mountains and rivers for 7 or 8 days. Sueyu waved his hand and said, Thank you for your kindness. We plan to transport these goods back to the interior to sell. We are not in a hurry to sell them, so we won't bother you to lead the way. We will rest for another day and go back tomorrow. Lao Jin was stunned for a moment. He looked at the group of people who helped drive the sheep and said, It has been a long time since I have been busy here. I hope you can stay for a few more days. Sueyu did not respond. The sheep were driven away, and the grassland became quiet. The birds on Yingshan Mountain seemed to be in my ears, crisp and loud. A goshawk flew back from the top of a snowy mountain in the distance. It started to cry when it was still far away from Yingshan. When it got closer, another goshawk flew out from Yingshan Mountain, and the 2 eagles circled around the top of the mountain. Sueyu and Song Xian sat on the grass and looked up. The 2 eagles should be a male and a female. They played in the air for a few circles, then folded their wings and swooped down into the mountains and forests. Lao Jin's grandson Xiao Jin dragged a skinned sheep back with great effort. Zhang Shun saw it and ran over to help. Gonda and Gonair also took kitchen knives to help cut the mutton. Master, can I take the pot to help stew the mutton? Xiaoxi asked. Suiyu glanced at her and said, Let Qishan take 2 people. They are strong men. You can sit down and rest. Or take a nap. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Xiaoxi agreed. She looked at the wooden house and went to sit aside. Suiyu brought a wolfskin mattress and spread it on the grass. She lay on it. The environment here was too quiet and leisurely. It was suitable for emptying yourself and thinking about nothing. It was great to lie on the grass and watch the clouds roll by. Move over there. Song Xian pushed her down. And she lay down too. Another eagle flew out from the mountain. Xiao Jin blew the wooden whistle to drive it away. Dogs barked in the distance. And then the eagle's cry echoed throughout the grassland. This is the unique excitement of herdsmen. A white cloud was blown away by the wind. Suiyu felt sleepy. She raised her hands to her eyes, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. When she woke up again, she heard Xiaoxi's laughter. There were low and high voices in the distance. Suiyu opened her eyes and sat up. Awake? Song Xian was fiddling with the agate in the box. Suiyu said him and stared at the 2 people next to the wooden house. Xiaoxi was holding a lamb, and Xiao Jin was sitting next to her and looking at her greedily. You, a maid, are in love, Song Xian said. Change your horse for Captain Zhao? Suiyu didn't answer. It's not impossible. Living here, there is no shortage of food and drink. There is nothing else to do except herding sheep. No wonder she was tempted. Song Xian closed the box and said, Just do what she wants. Suiyu shook her head. She cleared her throat and said, For a moment of comfort, several generations of descendants have been harmed. What do you mean? Song Xian was puzzled. Shopkeeper you. Are you awake? Come to eat. The mutton is ready. Lao Jin stood in the distance and called people. Suiyu asked Xiao Chunhong to carry millet and a piece of cashmere cloth as a return gift for their meal at Lao Jin's house. In addition to meat, how do you get rice and flour every day? Do you have land for your own farming? Suiyu asked Lao Jin. Yes. I went out when I was young and bought grain and seeds. Since then, we have no worries about food and drink. No shortage of clothes. And sheepskin to wrap ourselves when it's cold. Lao Jin said. Song Xian wanted to ask what if it was hot. Would she wrap herself in a leather skirt like a savage? But she felt that this question was offensive. So she swallowed her words and did not ask again. Each of them sat outside the wooden house with a bowl of mutton bones. Lao Jin said hello to Suiyu and left his grandson to look for the house while he went to deliver food to others. In the afternoon, Suiyu took the maid to look for stones in the stream flowing down from the mountain. The stones in the river valley had been washed for many years and were round in shape and in many colors, including green, red, and yellow. They were very beautiful. There were footsteps behind him. It was Xiao Jin who came over with a tall horse. He walked up to Suiyu and said bluntly, I want to exchange her with you. With a horse. His Chinese was very stiff and hoarse. It might be because he had little communication with people. And the order of his speech was also messed up. I've told your grandfather. Suiyu picked up the stone and stood up, saying, Let your grandfather come and talk to me in the evening. I'll give you the horse. Xiao Jin put the horse down and turned around and ran away. Suiyu frowned. She looked at Xiaoxi and said, What do you like about him? I can't understand what he says. Xiaoxi blushed and said nothing. I thought you were a smart girl. But you only saw a little bit of profit and just wanted to follow him to have meat to eat? Suiyu scolded mercilessly. Master, let's go and help Zhang Shun and the others chop wood. Xiao Chunhong wanted to give them a place to talk. No need to go. You all listen. Suiyu stretched out his hand to stop people. Do you think it's better to stay here and find a man to live with? Herd sheep and farm. Have a few children. And live a smooth life than being a slave? Suiyu asked again. Cece nodded. She had a good life in Dunhuang. But it was too tiring to go out and do business. She often worked all night to travel. She would encounter wolves on the road. And she had to be careful when she slept. She also had to climb snow-capped mountains. It was too difficult. Compared with these days of suffering, she felt that living on the grassland with Xiao Jin was good. She only had to worry about making 2 meals a day. Although it was lonely without seeing outsiders. She would be busy after giving birth. Have you ever thought about whether you would get sick? Would you have a difficult birth? Would the child get sick? Would you die of illness? Lao Jin was in his 50s or 60s. He had only 2 children. Did his wife only give birth to 2? And Xiaojin's mother. That woman couldn't walk straight. And she would wheeze and gasp after speaking a few more words. She was so sick that she couldn't even see a doctor. So she could only endure the day. Xiuxi, are you sure that you will have a smooth life if you stay here? No illness or disaster? Suiyu asked. Xiuxi was silent. And the others were thinking. You have seen the prosperity of Chang'an. Know the vastness of the territory inside and outside the pass. Have seen silk and satin. Eaten salt and vinegar. Tasted pickles and sour vegetables. And besides sheep and horses, you know there are donkeys, mules, pigs, camels, chickens, ducks, and wild wolves. Ask Xiaojin if he knows what these things are. If you stay here, your children will be like Xiaojin, eating vegetables without salt, and not knowing the difference between sour and sweet. After you die, your descendants will never be able to walk out of these heavy mountains. Generation after generation will live on this grassland. Open their eyes to eat and drink. Repeat yesterday's day today. Repeat this year's day next year. Year after year. And be buried on this grassland after death. Suiyu continued. And seeing Xiaoxi's face showing emotion, she slowed down her tone and said gently, don't seek comfort in the present. We should endure some hardships and save more money. Not just eat and wait for death. So that we can have hope for the future and the next generation. What can I hope for my descendants? Xiaoxi said hoarsely. Like me, I am still a slave. Putting aside the identity of a slave. Do you like Xiaojin? Suiyu asked. Can he continue what you say? Does he understand what you mean? Xiaoxi was silent. Xiaojin is not good looking. Xiao Chunhong whispered. Half of his teeth are black. And his face looks weird. Xiaoxi. If you follow him, the children you give birth to will also look like this. Xiaoxi subconsciously showed rejection. You look down on him. Why do you look down on him? Because you know a lot. You can make a living in addition to giving birth to children. You have been to many places and seen a lot. You think you are better than him. So you dare to look down on him. Suiyu said. Your life is better now than before you came to my house. Right. This batch of goods has been sold to Chang'an. And I will give you a share of the money. Your future life will definitely be better than now. Better year by year. Isn't that called hope? Your life is good. How can your next generation be bad? How can there be no hope? After saying that, Suiyu glanced around and saw 3 female slaves looking relaxed. Obviously listening to him. That's all I'll tell you. And you can think about the rest yourself. Suiyu raised his foot and left. We'll leave tomorrow morning. If you still decide to stay then, I'll take another horse with you. Xiao Chunhong took away the tall horse that was grazing. And deliberately said, I'll name you Xiuxi from now on. Xiaoxi raised his eyes and glared at her. In the evening, Xiao Jin's family came back with the sheep. And Zhang Shun and his men also cut a pile of firewood from the foot of the mountain. Except for the 4 bundles to be taken away tomorrow. The rest were left to Lao Jin's family. Shopkeeper you. My grandson said you agreed to trade horses for women? I still have 3 horses. How about 3 more women? Old Jin laughed. Don't you only have 2 grandsons? Suiyu asked. Old Aji's family is also in need of a wife. And my grandson will grow up in a few years. Old Jin said. Suiyu looked at Xiao Chunhong and the others and said. You asked their opinions. And I have no objection if they are willing. No one was willing. If Suiyu hadn't said that in the afternoon, with Xiaoxi taking the lead, the other 5 slaves might have been interested. Xiaoxi saw that no one else was willing. And she felt a little regretful. When she saw Xiaojin smiling at her again, she turned her head away. One night passed. At dawn, the servants brought camels to tie up the goods. And Suiyu took away her half-grown colt and followed Song Xian up the slope first. When Lao Jin saw that she only took a foal, he felt something was wrong. He winked at his grandson and asked him to hold Xiuxi. Xiuxi saw Xiaojin coming over. She stared blankly and listened to the jingling camel bells. She became impatient. Child, come here, Lao Jin shouted. Xiuxi shook off Xiujin's hand. She shook her head and said, I want to leave. I don't want to stay here. Xiaojin was anxious. He stretched out his hand to grab her with a ferocious face. Xiuxi raised her leg and kicked him away, and strode after the caravan. Go after them. What are you standing there for? Lao Jin said. De Jin took his 2 sons to chase. And when they saw Zhang Shun and Li Wu waving machetes. The father and his two sons stopped. The jingling camel bells left the grassland, and a goshawk spread its wings and circled over the grassland. And then a loud eagle cry echoed in the mountains and valleys. When Lao Jin and his family came back to their senses, they cursed as they drove the sheep to graze, and continued their pastoral life with eagles as neighbors. Chapter 224 Area as Wanderings. Passing through the rocky river valley again. Everyone's mood was different from when they came here. It was obvious that everyone was much more relaxed. One more step would bring them one step closer to home. No one sighed all day long. Sui Yu and Song Xian did not mention stopping to rest. And no one else mentioned it at all. They walked until dusk. And while it was still light, Sui Yu ordered them to rest on the spot. Didn't you buy a dried lamb leg last night? Take the lamb leg and wash it in the water. Stew a pot of meat tonight. And use the lamb soup to make a pot of dumpling soup tomorrow morning. Sui Yu said. Stew it all? Xiao Chunhong asked. Yes. Stew it all. Have a full meal. After eating, you won't miss it later. Sui Yu smiled. Then let's just stew half of it, Xiao Chunhong said. Master, take a rest. I'll call you when the meat is done. It's hot. If you chop the lamb leg, it will go bad quickly. It will also attract mosquitoes. If you eat the meat that has been crawled by mosquitoes, you will definitely get sick. Sui Yu lifted up his trouser legs and chose a flat stone to sit on. He said, Stew it all. Oh, okay. Xiao Chunhong went to get the lamb leg. When she passed by Cixi, she kicked him and said, Silly. Come and help me. This lamb leg was bought from your in-laws. Others laughed when they heard this. Cixi was angry and embarrassed, and her face turned red in an instant. Don't talk nonsense, she begged. I didn't say anything nonsense. Xiao Chunhong smiled smugly. If the master hadn't persuaded you, you would have spent your wedding night with that buck-toothed guy tonight. This was a bit too much. Sui Yu shouted. Stop talking nonsense. Shut up. And don't spit on the lamb leg. She was so angry that she wiped her tears. She showed her face in front of the master once. And Xiao Chunhong was so angry that she wanted to be mean to her. Sui Yu no longer cared about the eyebrow and eye lawsuit. After walking for a day, her legs and feet were sore and tired. Now she could take a break. She raised her legs and put them on the stone. She pinched them from the knee bend all the way down. The taste was sour and refreshing. Although it hurt, the tight muscles in her legs were pushed away, and she felt much more relaxed. Dinner was ready. Cixi took Sui Yu and Song Xian's bowls and served 2 bowls of mutton. She whispered to Sui Yu and thanked him. It was her good fortune to meet this master. She didn't want to think about anything else in the future. She just followed Sui Yu, and it would be good for her descendants to be her slaves. After sleeping on the uneven stones for another night, they could see the road clearly, and they continued on their way. After crossing mountains and ridges for 8 days, Sui Yu and Song Xian led the camel team back the same way, leaving the endless Tian Shan mountains and standing on the endless grassland again. The sheep were bleating, the birds were chirping, and the insects in the grass were noisy. It was midsummer, and the wind and waves carrying the smell of grass were hot. If we walk in the desert at this time, we will be scorched. Right? Song Xian sighed. It will be a hard time on the way from Chiaotzi to Lulan. Sui Yu nodded, and she tilted her head to tell Gonda and Gon Air to prepare more water when leaving Chiaotzi. No longer needing to cross mountains and ridges, and no longer needing to lighten the camels. The master and servant who had been hiking in the mountains for more than half a month rode camels again and followed the caravan in the distance to the east. It was almost June, and the caravans outside the pass had reached the time to turn back. Caravans from Wensu State in the north, and even Dayuan in the north came in groups. And the sound of camel bells continued day and night in this vast grassland. When approaching Chiaotzi State, Sui Yu caught up with the caravan in front. She looked curiously, and saw a familiar face. She had also written about his business adventures. Boss Yu, you went far this time. Did you go to Dayuan? Sui Yu said. Boss Yu didn't recognize her, but the voice sounded familiar. He was recalling carefully. He saw Gonda and Gon Air and a group of servants in his peripheral vision. He looked at Sui Yu in shock and said uncertainly, Manager Yu? It's me. Sui Yu nodded. Boss Song? The merchant looked at Song Xian. It's you. Right? It's me. Song Xian had an impression of him. She looked at his camel team and asked, Is my camel good? It's strong. I was planning to buy it from you. After that, Boss Yu took a sip of wine from the wine bag. He calmed down and asked, "Are you two also out for business?" "Yes. We set off in February this year, passing through Luan, Yuli, and Chiotsi. We were planning to go to Wusan, but we took the wrong road and returned." "Sui," Yu said, "are you planning to go back? Let's go together." The Yu family caravan was so shocked that they couldn't speak. They looked at what Sui Yu's camel team was carrying. There were hundreds of camels, half of which were used to carry people. The remaining 40 or 50 camels were carrying blankets, sheepskin, cashmere cloth, waist drums, wooden zithers, and 4 or 5 wooden boxes. From the sounds coming from the wooden boxes, they were filled with either silver or bronze. There were also 2 horses, one big and one small. The big one was a Fergana horse. If you take these things to Chang'an, you can get more than 100,000 yuan. It's a lot of gains. The head of the Yu family didn't know what to say, so he just didn't say anything. "Did you come from Dunhuang?" Sui Yu asked. "Yes. Last year we took a detour from Chaisher to Wusan. Damn. We were unlucky and met the Xiongnu soldiers. Half of the goods we brought out of the customs were damaged." Sui Yu and Song Xian were both stunned, and both said in shock, "Did you encounter Xiongnu soldiers? Didn't we join forces with Wusan to drive the Xiongnu away before?" Sui Yu asked. "You can come back after driving them away. Chaisher has always been unstable, and Xiongnu soldiers come to harass from time to time." At this point, Yu De, the head of the family, instructed, "Just run around in the southern road of the western regions. Don't go to Chaisher and Wusan. If you encounter Xiongnu soldiers, your caravan has women, and you can't escape even if you exchange your goods for your lives." Sui Yu listened to the advice, and she said honestly, "Okay, we won't go." After sighing, Sui Yu reacted, "You lost a small part of the goods, and you plan to buy camels when you go back. It seems that you have made a lot of money in Dunhuang. Lucky." Yu De, the head of the family, smiled. "What do you mean?" Sui Yu asked. "Tell me. I'll write a play when I get back. The goods are gone. In order to make money, we have been busy transporting goods for local merchants in Dunhuang for a whole winter. We met a medicinal herb merchant. This time we brought back mostly medicinal herbs." Yu Dadong said a few words briefly. "This is an opportunity," Sui Yu said. Yu Dadong nodded. After talking and laughing, the city of Chiotsi was not far away in the evening. The Yu family caravan did not plan to travel at night, and Sui Yu also stopped traveling, and the group rested on the spot. "Zhang Shun, the master is looking for you." Xiao Chunhong came to pass the message. Zhang Shun patted the dust on his body and saw Sui Yu brushing the colt alone. He walked over and asked, "Master, you are looking for me? Well, I have something to arrange for you." Sui Yu whispered a few words and said, "You go tonight. We will wait for you at Exile Lane for the next 2 days." "Okay." Zhang Shun agreed without hesitation. "Well, go ahead. Take the money. Eat and drink well. Don't be poor." Sui Yu continued to brush the pony's hair. Zhang Shun took a bag of money from the cash box and left overnight with the camel. "Huh? Where is he going?" Qishan asked. "I don't know. He didn't say." Li Wu shook his head. "I just saw Xiao Chunhong come to him. I guess the master arranged for him to go out to do something. Is he going to find Ariai? Ariai is still in Chiotsi City." Lu Yair passed by and took Playak over. Gonda sneered. "What are you looking for him for? Collecting corpses? What did you arrange for him to do?" Song Xian asked. Sui Yu shook his head and said, "I'll tell you in 2 days." "Okay." At noon the next day, the 2 caravans entered Chiotsi City one after another and went to Exile Lane with familiarity. Sui Yu's caravan was in front. Approaching Exile Lane, she saw the man slumped in the corner. In just 1 month, Ariai became pale and thin, and he had no spirit. Only when he saw an acquaintance did his eyes light up. "Master, I know I was wrong. Please take me away." Ariai knelt on his knees and crawled close to the camel. He cried bitterly, "Please save me again. I will work like a cow and a horse to repay you. If I have any evil thoughts again, I will hit my head and die." Sui Yu turned away indifferently and drove the camel into Exile Lane. "Master." Ariai knelt on his knees and kowtowed, and begged others, Qishan, Gonda. "The master likes you. Please help me to speak for me and take me back. I want to go back with you." "Pooh. Gonda spat. What are you daydreaming about? You will die outside the pass. Qishan didn't say anything. The Yu family caravan passed by and everyone looked around curiously. Zhang Shan followed the Yu family caravan silently. Seeing Ariai kneeling at the entrance of the alley like a dead dog, he sighed deeply. When did you come here? Why are you following us? The Yu family's merchants were surprised. I took a shit on the road and just caught up with him. Zhang Shan lied. Master, I entered the city this morning. When I was near Aga Lane, I saw people in the alley driving him away. I didn't get close. Later, I spent money to ask people. Ariai came here half a month ago. He was injured when he came. He must have been beaten. After that, he has been guarding here. At first, he wanted to work for the people in the alley in exchange for food. But he tried to get close to them and said he was from our caravan. When they heard it, they felt something was wrong. They thought he was probably guilty. The caravan drove him away, and no one asked him to work. He has been picking up leftovers in the alley until now. Zhang Shan explained. Sui Yu looked disgusted. This was too useless. Let Qin Shan or Xiao Chunhong go out and ask around to see what he had been through. Sui Yu said. A month ago, after Sui Yu led the caravan away from Chiotzi City, Ariai wandered alone in the city. He was penniless and could not speak the language. In order not to starve, he tried to carry goods for the shops. His words revealed that he was alone in Chiotzi. When he was paid for carrying goods for a day, he was beaten out. He slept on the grassland with an empty stomach and injuries for a night. The next day, he went to the place where the caravans gathered to recommend himself as a bodyguard. He did not find a job as a bodyguard, and he was unlucky enough to run into a broker. After a lot of deception, Ariai was almost sold to mine. Seeing the clues, he ran away. Inevitably, he was beaten again. This time his arm was broken, and no one wanted him to do hard labor. Being so hungry, Ariai had to go to the Han army stationed in Chiotzi. The Han army didn't care about trivial matters, but let him have 2 full meals. Later, they found that his identity was questionable and threw him into the prison for 10 days. At this point, Xiao Chunhong couldn't help laughing. Sui Yu also laughed. This life was really wonderful. After being released from the prison, he was scared and ran into Aga Lane and never came out again. At the end of the story, Xiao Chunhong said, It's really stupid. If it was you, what would you do? Sui Yu asked. I won't run away. It won't be me. Xiao Chunhong took the opportunity to show his loyalty. What's wrong with following the master? I was so confused that I wanted to run away. Life outside is not easy. Assume it. Sui Yu asked. Xiao Chunhong frowned and thought for a while. Then said, I might come to Aga Lane from the beginning. There are many Han people here. I wonder if I can find a job here. Not all Han people are good. I just heard that some people here want to tie up Ariai and sell him to the mine. Song Xian strode in and said, Ariai is also lucky. He escaped several times. He is now picking up stale rice here during the day and runs away as soon as it gets dark. I don't know where he sleeps. Xiao Chunhong went out, and Song Xian sat down and asked, Are you going to take him away? Sui Yu nodded. He is a good laborer. I would be stupid to throw him away. My family still needs someone to farm. He will stay in Dunhuang to farm in the future. Chapter 225. After a long rest. In the evening, Sui Yu and Song Xian took 3 or 5 servants to buy naan, with 2 large bundles. Hearing footsteps in the alley, Ariai rolled and crawled over. Seeing that it was Sui Yu, he was delighted and raised his hand to slap his face. Master, I am worse than pigs and dogs. I have no conscience. I don't know what is good and what is bad. I was greedy before and let you down. I know I was wrong. Sui Yu ignored him, as if he didn't see or hear him, and walked straight away. Ariai stood up and wanted to chase him, but was stopped by the male slave who followed him. At close range, they saw the slap marks on his face and the blood at the corners of his mouth. Secretly smacked his face for being so cruel. Anu, don't stop me, Ariai begged. Ania shook his head. With his example in front of them, even if they felt sorry, they couldn't act on their own, which would make the master hate them, and their good days would be over. The footsteps faded away. Anu and his male servants let go of Ariai, patted the stink on their hands, and hurried to chase Sui Yu. Ah! I finally waited for you. Kerbin jumped down from the wall. He ran around Sui Yu and Song Xian, and said excitedly, Can I dance for you? Look, I can dance. I thought you went back. Before he finished speaking, Kerbin twisted his waist and shook his shoulders. He leaned back and trotted on tiptoe, then spread his arms and jumped lightly like a wild goose. His eyebrows and eyes were very lively. Sui Yu and Song Xian both stopped and looked at the dancing Chiosi boy in admiration. Seeing this, Kerbin stopped dancing, approached excitedly, and asked, "How? Can you take me to Dunhuang? Are you still not giving up? Aren't you afraid that we will sell you out?" Sui Yu teased. Kerbin waved his hand confidently, muttered a few words in Quechua language, and then said in Chinese, "You are not that kind of people." "Oh, then you are wrong." Sui Yu smiled and continued to walk, saying, "If you come back to Dunhuang with me, I will let you perform in the tea house to make money for me." She really has a tea house. Song Xian glanced back at Kerbin and said, "Are you still willing to go with us?" Kerbin didn't say anything. He stood still. Song Xian shrugged and smiled. She followed Sui Yu to buy baked naan. "Grandma, do you still have naan?" Sui Yu entered the yard and greeted. "The grapes have grown so big? It's a pity that they are not ripe yet. The jujubes on the jujube tree have also grown up." The old cat was sleeping on the mat under the tree. Hearing the noise, he shook his ears without opening his eyes. Grandma showed 2 fingers and asked Sui Yu if she wanted 2 more ovens of naan. "I want 2 batches of naan tonight, and 5 batches of meatless naan tomorrow." After saying this, Sui Yu went out to find Kerbin. The child was still standing there. She waved and said, "Kerbin, come and help me translate a few words." Kerbin told the old lady about Sui Yu's request. Sui Yu took out 10 copper coins and 5 feet of cloth. The old lady chose 5 feet of cloth and 2 copper coins. "What does your tea house do?" Kerbin walked to Sui Yu and asked. Sui Yu glanced at him. "Do you really want to go? You are only 15 or 16 years old. It's so good to be in your own country. Why do you want to leave your hometown and run so far? Do your parents agree?" Kerbin didn't quite understand what he heard. It seemed that he didn't understand the meaning of the word leaving your hometown. He thought about it and said, "I'm young. I want to go out and make a living." "Where are your parents?" Sui Yu asked. "My father is an alcoholic. He doesn't care about me." Kerbin's father was a shepherd boy when he was young. When he was 18, he fell in love with a shepherdess who loved singing and dancing. After giving birth to Kerbin, she fell in love with another shepherd boy who could play bone flute and waist drum. The 2 people who loved music and dance eloped with their flocks. Since then, Kerbin's father fell in love with drinking and often got drunk. He left the child to his sister, who lived in the city, to raise. "My father came back once 5 years ago, and now I don't know if he's alive or dead." Kerbin shrugged. "My aunt agreed to let me go to Dunhuang." Sui Yu and Song Xian looked at each other and asked, "Does your aunt speak Chinese? I'll come to see her tomorrow." Kerbin shook his head, and he asked, "Where do you live? I'll pack my bags and go with you." Sui Yu laughed. She looked at Kerbin and said seriously, "I can take you away. I'll take care of your food and drink along the way, and you can live at my house when you go back. But there's a price. You have to stay in my tea house for 5 years, and after 5 years, I'll let you go." "Speak slowly." Sui Yu broke the words apart and explained them to him one by one to make sure he understood. She asked again, "Are you still willing to go back to Dunhuang with me? 5 years?" Kerbin thought it was a good deal. With a time limit, he wouldn't worry that Sui Yu would deceive him. And if he followed her, he would have food and drink. "Okay." Kerbin jumped up. "I'll go back and get my stuff." "Wait a minute." Sui Yu ran out and called out to the man. "We'll leave the day after tomorrow morning and come to see you tomorrow evening. Say goodbye to your family and friends. Give him a day to regret." 2 ovens of mutton baked naan were ready, and it was dark. Several servants went to take the baked naan. The old woman who handed the naan came to Sui Yu and looked at her. Sui Yu let her look at her, and left after packing the naan. When they returned to Exile Lane, Exile was gone. It seemed that he was still aware of it. He was afraid that someone would tie him up and sell him when he fell asleep at night. He was quite vigilant in this regard. The next morning, Exile appeared at the entrance of the alley. He tiptoed into the alley, knelt outside the door where Sui Yu lived, and let people coming and going look at him. Sui Yu didn't care about him. Yudo was going to sell some medicinal materials. She followed him, on the one hand to pave the way for the future, and on the other hand to take the opportunity to get to know people and inquire about the whereabouts of cotton. There was no harvest all day. In the evening, Sui Yu took Zhang Shun and Li Wu to get the baked naan. Kerbin saw a man jumping down from the wall. He was carrying a big bag. And he was alone, with no relatives to see him off. Does your aunt know that you are leaving Chiotzi? Sui Yu confirmed with him again. Yes. By the way, can I take someone else with me? He likes Han people just like me. Kerbin followed Sui Yu. Sui Yu stopped, looked Kerbin up and down, and had nothing to say. Is it okay? Kerbin asked. Anil can play the bone flute. You can take him with you. It's not a loss. Sui Yu smiled. She couldn't lose anything. Do his relatives know? She asked. They are all dead. Kerbin answered briskly. He shouted twice towards the wall. And a Chiotzi boy who was slightly shorter than him came out. Timid, shy and introverted. Anil can only speak a little Chinese. I will teach him. Kerbin took on the responsibility. Are your parents dead? Sui Yu asked. Kerbin repeated it in Kutcha language. And Anil nodded. Sui Yu suspected that this man could not speak a word of Chinese. And could not understand it. Kerbin was not fooling people. She took 2 people to get the baked naan. And took the people away in front of the old woman. Seeing that she did not stop, she really took the people away. Back to Aga Lane. Sui Yu ordered, Zhang Shun. Kerbin and Anil are in your hands. Arrange 2 camels for them tomorrow. Okay. Master. Arai fainted. Xiao Chunhong rushed out. You left in the morning? And he has been kneeling. Not eating or drinking. He has been outside the door for most of the day. I don't know when he fainted. Qishan fed him water and porridge. And he has not woken up until now. Sui Yu went in to take a look. Arai was too dirty. They disliked him, and did not let him get on the bed. They put him directly on the ground. The room was dimly lit. Sui Yu looked around and said, if he wakes up tomorrow morning, take him with you. If he doesn't, leave him here. Arai woke up in the middle of the night, hearing the snoring above. He sat up with difficulty. He felt happy when he found that there were still rice grains in his mouth. Zhang Shun felt that someone was staring at him. He woke up from his sleep and vaguely saw the figure on the ground. He whispered, Awake? The master said that if you wake up tomorrow morning, I will take you with me. You can wake up. You can wake up. Arai's voice trembled with excitement. I won't sleep anymore. I'll wait until dawn. Zhang Shun ignored him and fell down to sleep again. Why? He was asking for trouble. Even if he agreed to take him back, the mistress would not use him again. If he couldn't go out to trade, he couldn't share the money. He would be stuck digging in the fields for the rest of his life. Another thing is that the mistress is kind-hearted. But the master is not a pushover. He will be beaten when he returns. Arai dozed off against the wall, and woke up as soon as there was a noise in the alley. The male servant who was on night watch in the pasture brought the camel back. Except for the cook. The rest of the people were busy packing the luggage. They tied up the newly replenished food and water in the pottery pot one by one. After dinner, they counted the number of people and set off again. After leaving Chiotzi City, they met another caravan. 3 caravans traveled together. 200 or 300 camels meandered for 3 or 5 miles. The jingling camel bells gathered together, mixed with the music of Kerbin beating waist drums, accompanied by Anil singing in Chiotzi language, and echoed in the hot desert. On the 10th day of June, the cub found that the wheat had grown small ears. On the 20th day of June, the wheat ears of wheat became hard and prickly. On the 2nd day of July, the cub found that the wheat ears had bloomed. On July 20th, the last wheat flower fell, and the wheat ears began to swell. Dad, the wheat is still green. When he woke up in the morning, the kid ran out to see if the wheat had turned yellow. Zhao Shiping ignored him. So the kid squatted beside the wheat and muttered, Be careful when walking. Don't get your clothes caught on it. Sui Lian came out to explain. The kid wore a moon-white silk bellyband, and a pair of shorts of the same color that didn't cover his knees. They were also made of silk, smooth and cool, and looked good to wear. The only bad thing was that the material was too delicate, and it would definitely shred if it got caught on branches or wheat awns. The kid came out of the vegetable garden carefully, and he walked barefoot to the kitchen. The early rising merchants saw him, put their big hands around the kid's slippery back, as if they were going to eat a child, and commented, This delicate skin and tender flesh are white, soft and tender. So tender that you can pinch it to make water. You kid, why are you so white? The kid fluttered away like a loach. He stood outside the kitchen and looked inside. and asked, "Grandma, where are my father and uncle?" No one came. "Why don't you change your clothes? If you get splattered with oil, you can't wash it off." Grandma Ian was so busy that she took a moment to say something and sent him away. "Go out quickly and find someone to change your clothes." "Can I help you put on your clothes?" the merchant who was standing at the door asked. "I can put on my clothes by myself." The kid tiptoed out and saw Dunhuang through the door. He shouted happily, "Come, I'll hold you." The merchant came over. "I can walk by myself." The kid ran to Dunhuang and asked, "Dunhuang, when will the wheat turn yellow?" How could Dunhuang know? When he saw the merchant pinching the kid's butt, he slapped him and angrily scolded, "Don't you have a butt yourself? Why are you touching the kid's butt?" The merchant was not angry. When he saw the kid staring at him angrily, he smiled. Zhao Shiping came over from the livestock pen and saw the kid barefoot. He said, "Go back and put on your shoes." "Dad, what clothes should I wear?" The kid tiptoed back. He touched the kid's butt. Dunhuang complained. The merchant laughed. "You kid. The kid is not a girl. So touching his butt is a big deal?" Dunhuang was stunned. His mind was confused. Uncle Nyo didn't let a shui spank him before. And he didn't let him spank a shui's butt. Zhao Shiping pushed him and said, "Both boys and girls' butts can't be touched. Go help the kid put on his pants. And make sure he doesn't put them on backwards." After that, he smiled and asked the merchant, "You don't have a child? You touched my child's butt. My child has grown up. And his butt stinks. Give me another one." Zhao Shiping walked to the kitchen and said, "Don't pinch my child. He doesn't like others touching him." The kid changed his clothes and came out to eat breakfast with his father and uncle. "Will you go to the parade ground with me?" Zhao Shiping scooped a spoonful of scrambled eggs into the kid's bowl and said, "Eat more. Get fatter. Or your mother will come back and say I didn't take good care of you." The kid laughed and swallowed a spoonful of eggs. "Will you go to the parade ground with me?" Zhao Shiping asked again. "You take your waist drum and go to the parade ground with me. Dunhuang will go too. And you two can play outside the parade ground." It was almost autumn, and there were many caravans returning to the pass. Sui Liang was busy. The cook in the kitchen was busy. And the other helpers were busy. So no one could keep an eye on the child. Zhao Shiping was worried about letting the kid run around at home alone. The water in the river was fast, and the kid fell in. He was nowhere to be found in a moment. The kid didn't mind. After he was full, he went to get the waist drum. Sui Yu brought back a small waist drum. The drumhead was only the size of an adult's palm. It was very suitable to tie it around the kid's waist so that he could hold it. Chapter 226 Meeting. At the end of July, the caravan entered Yumen Pass. The appearance of the oasis relieved the scorching heat. After discussing with Song Xian, Sui Yu planned to rest here for 2 days. The caravan of Yuda stayed at Yumen Pass for an hour to replenish 5 days of dry food and water, and then went out of the city to the east without stopping. The return journey was smooth, and there was no delay. It was not yet the autumn harvest season, and there were at least 2 months before the snow. Enough for them to cross Hongqiling and cross the river in the dry season. Returning to Chang'an before the new year was just enough to make a lot of money and have a good year. After finding a place to stay, Sui Yu asked Gonda and Gon Air to pry open the medicine box. This was what she exchanged with Yuda for sheepskin. She would go to Chang'an next year in midsummer, and the sheepskin could not be sold at a high price. So she simply exchanged it for medicine, which could be sold in Dunhuang or Chang'an. Song Xian also exchanged 2 boxes. She pried open the medicine box, and a not-so-pleasant smell came to her face. Choking and pungent. She covered her face and turned her head to the side, signaling the servant to pry open another box. Sui Yu came over to take a look and said, "The types of medicinal materials we exchanged are similar." Song Xian picked up a small, gray-yellow stone through the cloth, frowned and said, "What is this? Is this also a medicinal material?" "No medicine. When I was in Chiosi, I saw Chiosi merchants buy 2 boxes from the head of Yuda," Sui Yu said. "I thought it was a stone." Song Xian put down the things in her hand and picked up something that looked like a moldy tree root. She squeezed it, and it was soft, as if it was made of camel dung. "This is called asafoetida," Sui Yu introduced again. "It seems that these are all medicinal materials, and they look strange." Song Xian took a wooden box handed over by the servant, which was filled with white powder. She handed it to Sui Yu and asked, "What is this?" Sui Yu shook her head. She didn't know about this. It should be powder ground from some mineral sand. Apart from these three, the others are common. Sui Yu knows about the medicinal materials such as cloves, cardamom, sesame, cinnamon twigs, and astragalus, which can be used as medicine in cooking. In addition, there are 2 tortoise shells and 2 large pieces of realgar at the bottom of the box. 1 deer antler and 1 deer whip. These things make up 3 boxes. The last box is cheap medicinal materials, half of which are alfalfa seeds and half of which are bright and plump red dates. We only exchanged 30 sheepskins for these 4 boxes. Did we lose money? Xiao Chunhong asked. If we can sell it for 6,000 coins, it's not a loss, Sui Yu said. By the way, you and Gon to go out and buy 4 fat chickens from the farmers. Use the big red dates and 5 slices of astragalus to stew a pot of chicken soup. Let's replenish ourselves. Okay. Xiao Chunhong jumped up and ran to get the money. When leaving Dunhuang, she brought 2 boxes of copper coins. Before entering Yumen Pass, she still had 1.5 boxes left. After entering Yumen Pass, she paid the entrance fee and business tax, and half of the money was gone. Sui Yu was tired and sleepy. She took the wolfskin mattress into the house, spread it on the ground, and fell asleep. Farmers have few beds, and bamboo mats are also in short supply. The caravans just prepare their own things and sleep on the ground. Correspondingly, the room rent is cheap, only 20 coins a night. At dusk, the chicken was stewed, and Ciozi came into the house to call for help. Sui Yu was just sleepy, and she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She mumbled a few words and fell asleep again. Let's eat first, and serve her 2 bowls first, and she will eat when she is hungry at night. Song Xian arranged. Xiao Chunhong glanced into the house and said worriedly, Is the master sick? No matter how tired she was on the road before, she couldn't be woken up like today. She was worried outside the pass. How could she dare to sleep soundly? Song Xian put a few more big red dates in the bowl and said, She is not relaxed. We can come back all in one piece and carry so many goods. All thanks to her worry. It's the same journey. In addition to the physical fatigue, Sui Yu has to worry about distinguishing the direction. She keeps the sheepskin roll and the marked wooden board in her hands all the way. She is responsible for making decisions on which valley and which fork road to go. In addition to these, she also has to deal with the caravan she meets, buying goods, selling goods, asking prices, and discussing traveling together, all of which takes energy. Song Xian sometimes feels that the main role of these people is to accompany Sui Yu and give him courage. Sui Yu slept until dawn, and woke up with an empty stomach and weak hands and legs due to hunger. Master, this is the chicken I left for you last night. I added water to heat it up, and cooked a bowl of soup noodles for you to fill your stomach. Xiao Chunhong brought 2 bowls of chicken soup noodles and said, I called you last night, but you didn't wake up. I was worried that you were sick. No, I was too sleepy. Sui Yu took the bowl and smelled it. The chicken soup smelled very fragrant. She took a sip of the soup and hesitated. It's so hot. Will it go bad if it's left overnight? No, I don't smell sour. Xiao Chunhong was unsure. She glanced at Arai carrying firewood in, and waved her hand and said, Arai, come and taste the chicken to see if it's bad. Arai agreed. He put down the firewood and walked under the eaves with a low eyebrow. Sui Yu looked at him, then glanced at Xiao Chunhong, put down her chopsticks and said, Forget it. I'll go out to eat. These 2 bowls of chicken noodle soup should be fed to the pigs. I remember the host family has pigs. Sui Yu took the money and went out. Xiao Chunhong picked up the big chicken leg with chopsticks and wanted Arai to taste it. But she was afraid of wasting the meat, so she took a bite herself. And the next moment she said pooh. Spit it out with a sound. It's sour. It's gone bad. Feed it to the pigs. After she left, Arai quickly fed a piece of chicken into his mouth. It was a little sour, but he had eaten stinky rice before, so this sour taste was nothing. It wouldn't kill anyone. He quietly took away 2 bowls of chicken soup noodles, poured them into his own bowl, and ate them all. Song Xian heard Xiao Chunhong say that the chicken left for Sui Yu last night had gone bad. So she went to the farmer's house in the morning to pick 2 old hens, and asked Xiao Chunhong to stew another pot with red dates and astragalus. After drinking the fragrant chicken soup at noon, Sui Yu smacked his lips and said, The chicken soup I drank in the morning still tasted different. And it was not the same as the chicken soup at noon. It's hot now. And the food goes bad quickly, Song Xian said. Did you feed the pigs with the 2 bowls of chicken soup in the morning? Sui Yu asked Xiao Chunhong. Don't let anyone eat it by mistake. I asked Ariai to pour it. Xiao Chunhong stood up and looked around. And asked, where is Ariai? Why can't I see him? He didn't run away again? I didn't see him coming to eat. Gonda continued. In the early morning, I saw him carrying water for the camels. Zhang Shun said. After entering the pass? Where can he run? He is not a fool. Sui Yu didn't pay attention to it. She went out for a walk after eating, and came back to sleep after digesting the food. She stayed in Yumen Pass for 2 more days. She mainly wanted to catch up on sleep and stay in good spirits, so as not to go back with a haggard face. The 3 people at home would feel bad if they saw it. I slept until the sun set, and woke up to see the sky full of sunset glow. Sui Yu went out to fetch water to wash her face. She saw Xiao Chunhong and Lu Ye busy cooking. She went over to ask, what are you having for dinner? Mr. Song wants to eat big white steamed buns. I want to steam the buns, and cook some pickled cabbage and tofu soup in the evening. Is that okay? Xiao Chunhong asked. Okay. Master. Arya is sick. Qin Shan strode in, not bothering to wipe his sweat. He said very quickly, he ate the chicken soup noodles that you didn't eat this morning, and vomited and had diarrhea for most of the day. Now he is lying on the wasteland outside and can't get up. Sui Yu's face fell, and she felt annoyed. She thought for a while and said, grab a handful of copper coins and take him to see a doctor. Let him pay for it himself. He used to work in a guest house and saved money. After leaving Chiosi, I didn't let anyone touch his bag. After he came back, I didn't return his bag to him. It's still in my hands now, Qi Shan said. Okay. After getting the answer, Qi Shan went into the house and took out a bag of copper coins, and ran out again. It wasn't until dark, when everyone had dinner, that Qin Shan and Anya helped Ariai back. The doctor gave him an injection and garlic water. After stopping the diarrhea and vomiting, he grabbed 2 more packets of medicine, because he ate 2 bowls of sour chicken. He spent all the reward money he had saved in the guest house in the past 2 years. When Qin Shan came to report the situation, Sui Yu said, you should bear the hardship and take care of him. We will leave a day later, and return to Dunhuang the day after tomorrow. You are kind-hearted. Song Xian sighed. You are not like a young lady raised by an official family. Your parents treat slaves so well? Sui Yu hesitated twice and smiled but did not answer. If it were me, Ariai would have been sold when he was in Chiozi, and sold far away, so that he would not get in my way. There were 3 or 4 maids sleeping in the room. Song Xian did not care about them, and said as she pleased, and on Tianshan Mountain. Since that girl has the intention to betray her master, I will use her to exchange for 2 more horses, regardless of whether she is dead or alive. I often don't understand what you are thinking. Living people, 2 lives, and they have been with me for 2 or 3 years. Even pigs and dogs have feelings. Not to mention people. People like me are all people. Sui Yu was a little dazed. She murmured, how can I have the right to decide the life and death of people? What did you say? Song Xian didn't hear clearly. Nothing. I mean how good it is to be alive. Sui Yu came back to her senses, suppressed her floating mood, and explained, everyone has made mistakes and obstacles. I have also had them. If those people at that time insisted on beating me to death, I would not be here today. Like Siusi, she is just short-sighted. I spent a few more words to help her. It would be great if she could figure it out. A good girl should not be sold as a commodity. As for Ariai, he will farm for me at home in the future. I will only provide him with food and drink, and no longer pay him wages, as a reward for saving him twice. Song Xian sneered. You even pay them wages. You've raised their hearts. Sui Yu couldn't refute. Really? You don't look like a lady from a noble family. Song Xian sighed again. Are your parents also so kind to servants? I'm really curious. What kind of parents can raise someone like you? Sui Yu laughed a few times and said, you can't know. And you can't imagine. It seems to be a family tradition? Song Xian stood up in surprise and asked, is it true? It can be considered a family tradition. Sui Yu didn't want to say more. Let's sleep. Considering that Sui Yu's parents were dead and her family was ruined, Song Xian suppressed her curiosity and stopped asking too much. so as not to touch her sad things. However, thanks to Sui Yu's kindness, Song Xian was very confident in her. With such a person in business, she would never have to worry about being calculated. After staying in Yumen Pass for one more day, Ariai's health was much better. The next day, Sui Yu led the caravan to leave Yumen Pass and walked into the desert to Dunhuang. At the west gate of Dunhuang, Xiaozai and Dunhuang sat under a tree outside the gate and looked west. They carried water bags and drank when they were thirsty, and bought buns in the city when they were hungry. After receiving the message from Yuda, Xiaozai couldn't hold back. He shouted that he wanted to go out of the city to meet his mother. But Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang were busy, so they had to send him and Dunhuang outside the gate and asked Huang Anqing to watch them. Zhao Mingwang, stand at the foot of the city wall. It's shady here. Huang Anqing came out and shouted, Are you a silly boy? There's no shade under the tree, and you're still sitting under it in the sun. I'm catching ants. The kid's face was flushed by the sun. Come here. Huang Anqing shouted again. The kid pulled Dunhuang over. He stood at the foot of the city wall and scratched the bricks. It was boring. So he looked at the city guard inside the city gate. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of camel bells, and the kid was refreshed. He stood up and looked west on tiptoe. The camels ran by, trampling yellow sand and rolling dust. Seeing this, the city guard knew that it was a big caravan coming back. It must be my mother coming back. The kid shouted happily. Dunhuang held him back. Your father said we can't leave the city gate. I'll go under the tree. The kid struggled to leave. Dunhuang, I won't wander around. I'll go under the tree. Dunhuang still followed his wishes. The caravan approached the west gate and slowed down. The smoke and dust slowly settled, and people and camels could be seen clearly. The kid stood on tiptoe and stretched his neck to look carefully. But the people on the camels were wearing headscarves, and he couldn't tell whether it was his mother even with his eyes wide open. Sui Yu saw him first. After 6 months of not seeing him, the child had grown taller and his appearance had changed slightly. The childishness on his face was much less, and his eyes were very smart. He was a smart guy at first glance. She drove the camel closer, cleared her throat, and asked, How did you sell this child? Zhao Xiuzai stared at her, his eyes full of confusion and uneasiness. Dunhuang stared at her vigilantly, holding the kid tightly with one hand to prevent him from coming forward. Sui Yu took off the headscarf and asked with a smile, Child, will you come with me? Sui Yu was darker and thinner, not the way the kid dreamed. He clenched his hands and looked at her uncertainly, and said hesitantly, Mom? Say something else. Sui Yu jumped off the camel's back. She laughed and picked up the child and turned around. It seems that your father has treated you well. If you are too heavy, your mother will not be able to hold you. Little boy, it's your mother. I recognize her. Dunhuang shouted excitedly. The kid also recognized her. He held Sui Yu's face and looked at her again and again, smiling and shedding tears, which he quickly wiped away. Chapter 227 Family Reunion. After wiping away 2 tears, the cub stopped crying. He hugged Sui Yu's neck and chirped, Mom, I've been waiting for you outside the city for 3 days. Mom, the wheat leaves have only turned yellow, but the wheat ears haven't turned yellow yet. Mom, the silkworms have turned into cocoons, and then turned into moths, and have produced many seeds. Mom, Dad ruined my pants by washing them. Song Xian waved her hand at Sui Yu from a few steps away. She took her camel team and servants and walked straight along the road to go home. Huang Anqing said something to the brother guarding the city gate, and hurriedly followed him. Last year, no one was waiting for her at the city gate when she came back, and she was angry with him for a whole winter. This year, he followed her back to see if she had anything to say. Sui Yu held the cub in her arms and led the caravan northward. She couldn't hold him anymore, so she said, Can I take you on a camel? Mom, you can't hold me anymore? The cub smiled proudly. Uncle can't hold me either. I've eaten a lot, and I've gained weight. It looks good when I'm fat. The cub laughed. Dunhuang, come here. Zhang Shun waved. You ride with me. With the camel as a means of transportation, the speed of returning to the guest house was much faster. Sui Liang heard the camel bells. He shook the water off his hands and walked out quickly to greet them. The sun was setting. The bright sunlight sprinkled on the camel, and the person on the camel's back was also clear. Sui Liang recognized that the bell hanging on the camel's neck was his own. He looked back and saw the cub, who was grinning from ear to ear, and the dark and thin sister. The big black dog and the little black dog also recognized people. They scrambled to jump off the haystack, barking and wagging their tails, and ran over. The barking of the dog caused Ah Shui and Huan Yo to stop looking for eggs. Uncle Lao Nio came out of the kitchen yard, and Li Muda stopped carrying water. They all looked at the camel caravan that was getting closer and closer. Sui Yu lifted the cub's arm and put him down. As soon as he landed, the big black dog swung his butt and pushed him away. Before Sui Yu could stand firmly, it raised its front legs and put them on her waist, making a hissing sound from its nose and humming with its mouth. Very enthusiastic. Big Black misses me too. Sui Yu hugged the dog and patted it. The little black dog circled around her, barking excitedly. Sui Yu was very happy. She stroked a dog with one hand and looked at Sui Liang. Brother Liang, do you miss me? Why do you look unhappy? Yes. Sui Liang took a deep breath, and he forced a smile and said, You are so dark. It is too hot in the desert. The sun is scorching, and the sand on the ground is as hot as charcoal. It would be strange if you don't get tanned. Sui Yu threw the dog away and said, I want to wash my hair and take a bath. Ask Inpa to boil more water for me. Yes. I know you are coming back. And the kitchen has always prepared hot water. After that, Sui Liang looked at the others. No one was missing. It seemed that no life-threatening things had been encountered on the road. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Everyone has worked hard. I will go to the city to buy vegetables later and welcome you in the evening. The second shopkeeper is quite stylish. Zhang Shun teased. Sui Liang was defeated, and he smiled a little embarrassedly. I boiled some water with the roots of reeds. It helps to reduce internal heat. You can come in and have a drink and rest before you get busy. Mrs. Yin came out and called. My dear, you are back. Did you have a smooth journey? It was smooth. Sui Yu pulled the kid over and said, I brought Gonda and Gonair back to you intact. Mrs. Yin then went to care about her two sons, who were darker, thinner, and stronger, and in good spirits, and she felt at ease. Mrs. Meng made a gesture to Lu Yair to make sure her daughter was not injured, and she went back to the kitchen to scoop up the water with the roots of reeds. The sun was out in the yard, and Zhang Shan and Li Wu and their servants brought out benches and 2 tables to place the bowls. Sui Yu sat down to rest, and she held the bowl for the kid to drink first. Mother, you drink. The kid pushed the bowl away. I'm not thirsty. Sui Liang passed by and sneered. She was being spoiled again. Sister, my brother-in-law is still in the parade ground. I'll go call him and ask him to come back early tonight. Sui Liang was carrying 2 strings of money and a bucket, planning to go to the city to buy a bucket of tofu. Okay. Sui Yu finished a bowl of water in one breath and said, Take 2 more strings of money and go to the grocery store to buy more bath beans. People like us can't wash off the grease on our bodies without using bath beans to rub twice. I've bought it back. I know you're coming back, so I've prepared everything to eat and use. Sui Liang walked out. Who is so attentive? Xiao Chunhong asked. Could it be Inpa? It's my brother-in-law. He misses his wife. So you are all here for him, Sui Liang said loudly. Sui Yu laughed. Sui Liang knows how to tease people now. Ming Ma brought out 2 baskets of pancakes. After everyone quenched their thirst, they each took a pancake to fill their stomachs. After they recovered a little, they stood up and unloaded the goods. Sui Yu followed. She wanted to watch from the side, because the servants lived in the second guest house. The commercial goods were placed in the warehouse of the second guest house. The spices had a strong smell, so they were placed in a separate room with the 4 boxes of silver. The wool blankets, carpets, sheepskins, and cashmere cloth could not be put in one warehouse, so they were divided into 2 warehouses. Sui Yu had the agate and jade moved to the master's courtyard and placed in the room where Xiao's father and mother lived last year. There were also 4 large waste drums and 2 wooden zithers, which were also moved to the master's courtyard. As for the 4 boxes of medicinal materials, they were afraid of the smell if they were placed together with spices, and they were afraid of the wool blankets being stained with the smell, so they had to open a separate warehouse to store them. The cub found 2 people with blue eyes, and he walked over with his hands behind his back and stared curiously. Come here, cub, Sui Yu shouted. Their names are Kerbin and Anil. They are from Kutcha. You can just call them brothers. Their eyes are also blue. The cub whispered. Yeah. Very beautiful. Sui Yu led him a few more steps to the south side door, and whispered, "Don't keep staring at others. It's impolite, and very unpleasant." "I won't stare any more." The cub immediately retracted his curious eyes. "Good boy." Sui Yu touched his head. After the cargo was unloaded, the camels were led out of the south side door, and returned to the livestock pen. Lima prepared soybean meal and fresh golden flower grass, as well as tender radishes and radish leaves for them. The half-grown foal lived alone in a pen, with a trough for food. The male servants packed their clothes, took bath beans and a bag of grass ash, called Kurban and Anil, and walked downstream along the river to wash their hair and bathe in shallow water. Sui Yu and the maids went back to the house to wash up with hot water. Each person prepared 2 buckets of water, which were only used for bathing. They could wash their hair by the river. The kid moved a small stool and sat outside the door, talking to his mother through the door. "When I held you, did you think I smelled?" Sui Yu asked. "No," the kid said loudly. Sui Yu said with a tisk sound, "You are a dishonest child. I can smell the sour smell on my body. Can't you smell it? Is your nose broken?" The kid put his fingers together and whispered, "It's just a little bit smelly." "What did you say?" Sui Yu didn't hear clearly. "It's just a little bit smelly." Sui Yu laughed. The kid also held his face and giggled. Zhao Shiping heard the laughter before he entered the door. He strode in and said to the kid, "Have you waited for your mother?" "Yes. My mother is back." Sui Yu pricked up her ears in the room. When she heard no sound outside, she continued to scoop water and scrub her body. Zhao Shiping stomped twice outside the door. He looked at the kid, and the kid also looked at him straight. "When I wasn't back, you two were laughing. But when I came back, why didn't you talk?" Zhao Shiping asked in a familiar way. Sui Yu scooped up water and poured it into the clavicle. Smiling and saying nothing, Zhao Shiping knocked on his son, and the kid lowered his head in confusion. "Zhao Shiping, I'm in?" He pushed the door. "Who are you?" Sui Yu crossed her legs and put them on the bathtub. The man crossed his arms, leaned against the door, and asked with interest, "Can't you tell who I am?" "No." Zhao Shiping looked at his son again, and the boy reacted this time. He introduced, "Mom, it's my dad." "Really?" The boy was confused. "Wasn't it?" "It's my dad." He looked carefully and said again with certainty, "It's really my dad." "If it's your dad, let him in." Sui Yu let go. Zhao Shiping pushed the door, and the chair was against the back of the door. He pushed it open a crack, stretched his hand in and moved it away, supported Zhao Shizai with one leg, and quickly went in, closed the door with his backhand, and put the bolt on it. The boy stood up, and he leaned on the door and shouted, "I'm still outside. Wait outside." Zhao Shiping walked around the bathtub and came to Sui Yu's front. His neck was red. The smile on his face fell, and his heart was filled with bitterness and heartache. "Don't you recognize her?" Sui Yu glanced at him. "You changed your wife." Zhao Shiping teased. He had suffered and endured the pain. The person had returned. He didn't want to say something to spoil the mood, lest he upset Sui Yu. He picked up the comb from the table, walked behind her to comb her hair, and said, "It seems that Manager Yu has made a fortune." "How do you know?" "I thought you would not be back until the end of next month. I missed you, so I came back early." Zhao Shiping didn't believe it, but a smile appeared on his face. He combed her hair and put down the comb to massage her shoulders. "Thank you for your hard work." Sui Yu turned her face away, and he leaned over and kissed her tacitly. The couple had been separated for a long time, and when they met, it was like sparks falling on hay, and they ignited instantly. Zhao Shiping restrained himself, veins popping out of his hand holding the tub. He kissed her face all over, and as he knocked on the door, his hot kisses fell on her burning eyelids. "I'll go get some water to wash your hair," he said hoarsely. Sui Yu stood up and glanced at him. The meaning was self-evident. "Stop knocking," Zhao Shiping shouted outside. He exhaled, leaned against the wall to calm his mind. Sui Yu tied up her messy hair, stepped out of the tub, put on clean clothes, opened the door, and went out. "Mom, why didn't you pay attention to me just now?" the kid said aggrievedly. "I talked to you. My ears were filled with water. I didn't hear it. It was dusk, but the sky was still bright." Sui Yu led the kid out, and Xiao Chunhong and the others were washing their hair with basins by the river. Zhao Shiping brought out the bathtub to pour water, then took the bucket out again. and said 2 steps away, I'll go get some hot water. And you lie on the bench later. And I'll wash your hair. Okay. Mom. I'll wash your hair. 2. Sui-yu didn't disagree. 3 benches were put together. And Sui-yu lay down. Zhao Shiping brought 2 buckets of water. And placed a large wooden basin under her head to collect the water. He brushed up her hair and scooped water on her head with one hand. The kid rolled up his sleeves. And he squatted beside him and rubbed the bath beans vigorously. And rubbed the bubbles and rubbed them on Sui-yu's head. Water. Water is blinding my eyes. Sui-yu shouted. I'll do it. I'll do it. The kid stood on tiptoe. And he wiped the water off with a dry cloth. And blew it at the same time. Zhao Shiping looked at him and saw that he was a man who could make people happy. Chapter 228 Sui Liang gets a horse. After cleaning up from head to toe, the sunset glow has dissipated, and the summer heat has mostly subsided. At this time, the wind blows from the southeast, carrying the smell of ripe crops. The merchants in the guest house took advantage of the coolness to walk around, standing by the fast-flowing river, chatting or sitting, and paying attention to the slowly approaching camels. They fearlessly broke into the crowd and stood beside people to drink water. Mom, look! This is the wheat that my uncle and I planted. The merchants heard the sound and turned their heads to look over. When they saw Sui-yu, those who were close to him greeted him. Manager Yu, I heard that you also came out of seclusion. Yes. I just came back today. When did you arrive? Sui-yu walked over with the cub. I came from the interior of the country. I entered the city 2 days ago, and am thinking about when to leave. Did you encounter any problems on the way back? No. I met the caravan of Dunhuang when I was in Chiotzi. We came back together, and had a smooth journey. Sui-yu asked Shiuzai when he mentioned Dunhuang, has the caravan I told you about coming back left? Shiuzai nodded. They left after spending the night. Sui-yu looked up and asked the person who had just spoken, are you going to Luan or Chaisher? I heard from Dunhuang that he encountered Xiongnu soldiers on the way from Chaisher to Wusan last year, and a lot of goods were robbed. It seems that there is something unsettled over there. It seems that the news is true. When we crossed the river, we also heard that there were Xiongnu activities in the north of Chaisher. The merchant who spoke thought for a few more moments and said, then let's take a detour. Shopkeeper Yu, how much money can you make on this trip out of the country? Someone else asked. Sui-yu smiled and shook her head. I don't have much capital. I went to Chang'an last year and didn't buy much goods. How much goods can I exchange for when I go out of the customs? I didn't make much money, barely justifying the hard work of the past 2 years. It's good to make money. The first time we led a caravan out of the customs, we paid the escort fee to the escort, and finally lost 1,000 coins. Someone laughed. You are a woman, and you only brought more than 20 slaves, half of whom were female slaves. Didn't you encounter any problems when you went out of the customs? Some people were surprised that her business journey was too smooth. There are more than 20 or 30 of us. The head of the Song family also came with her. She also brought 20 servants. Sui-yu explained. There are 40 or 50 people in the caravan. Most of them are men. We only go out during the day, so we didn't encounter any ruffians. Another reason is that we are lucky. When we were in Lulan, we met the caravan of the head of the Qin family. He helped to connect us with the purchase and sale of goods. Later, we met the Hu merchants we knew in Chiotzi. When we came back, we met the head of the Yu family. We were helped along the way by noble people. We came back intact. Hearing her say this, everyone envied her. This is indeed good luck. As she was talking, Zhang Shun and his group came back. Kerbin and Anil were particularly conspicuous among them. The two had different hair colors. Kerbin had brown hair and Anil had light blonde hair. But they both had blue eyes and fair skin, standing among a group of black-haired and black-eyed male servants. They seemed to glow. Did you buy this? The merchant who was 2 steps away from Sui-yu asked. Sui-yu shook his head. I invited them back. The tea house was in need of performers who could play and dance. So I spent a lot of effort to invite 2 back from outside the Great Wall. Master, is there anything you want us to do? Zhang Shun came over and asked. No. Go back to your room and rest. I'll call you when the meal is ready, Sui-yu said. By the way, make room for Kerbin and Anil to sleep in the same room. The mattress, wooden basin, and cloth towels are also ready. When you have time, take Chui Saw to measure their sizes, and ask Chui Saw to make 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes for each of them. Zhang Shan agreed one by one. Mother. The boy shook Sui Yu's hand. He didn't want to listen to the merchant and pulled her to leave. You guys chat. I'll go see what the child wants to do. Sui Yu said to the merchant and followed the boy. By the way, shopkeeper Yu, we are going to Chang'an in 2 days. Do you want to go with us? Ahu merchant asked. Sui Yu waved her hand. No. I want to stay at home with the children. I will go to Chang'an in the spring next year. She didn't avoid the boy when she spoke. Sui Yu met his eyes and said with a smile, I will stay at home with you for the next 6 months. Okay. The boy nodded. Then I'll go again. Sui Yu asked tentatively. Are you going to be sad? The kid shook his head. Really? Sui Yu was a little surprised. The kid led her to a small plot of wheat that he and Sui Liang had planted. And said, Next year, I will plant wheat again. When the wheat is ripe, you will come back. Sui Yu squatted down and looked into his eyes. The child looked serious, with no trace of sadness. The kid also looked at her with wide eyes. The mother and son seemed to be comparing the size of their eyes, and they stared as wide as possible. Sui Yu smiled first. I will stay at home with you and your father for half a year, and then leave for half a year. Although I will not be at home for this half year, I will ask the caravan to send you delicious and fun things back. Sui Yu explained to him seriously. Although mom is not at home, she will miss you every day. Don't be sad, little boy. The little boy will miss mom too. The little boy jumped into Sui Yu's arms. Yeah. Sui Yu held his buttocks and stood up with the child, saying, when the wheat ears turn yellow, I will accompany you to harvest the wheat, grind the wheat grains, and I will steam big white steamed buns for you. Dad also planted wheat with me in the field. Then we will harvest wheat here, and then go to the field to harvest wheat. If there is any extra, mom will take it away to eat on the road next year. This is the wheat planted by my little boy, and I will not let anyone eat it. Sui Yu said affectionately. The little boy was happy and satisfied. The fruits of his labor were cherished, and he was full of bubbles of joy. Mom, I will plant wheat next year. Plant lots of wheat, and give it to you. Okay. Just as she was about to enter the kitchen, Sui Yu heard the sound of camel bells and hooves. It was Sui Liang who came back from buying tofu. She led her cub to greet him. Approaching the guest house, Sui Liang stopped the camel, handed the bucket to Sui Yu, and jumped down. There are many caravans coming and going in this city, and tofu is in short supply. When I went there, the tofu was sold out. Fortunately, the tofu seller still had tofu at home. I went back with him and bought a bucket, which delayed me. By the way, is my brother-in-law back? Sui Liang spoke a lot as soon as he landed. He's back. He's killing chickens. Sui Yu took a piece of tofu from the bucket and broke it in half. She broke a lump and fed it to her mouth. She hadn't eaten this for half a year. The camel stretched its neck to come over. Sui Yu stuffed it with a lump. It left contentedly after getting food and returned to the livestock pen by itself. Sui Liang walked to the kitchen with a bucket of tofu and asked, Sister, do you want fried tofu or mixed tofu? Or tofu buns? Ask Grandma Ian to steam 2 pots tomorrow morning. I want to eat. Then I'll tell Aunt Ian. The 3 of them walked into the kitchen. And Zhao Shiping also came in with 5 chickens. Ming Ma and Ashui followed behind, each carrying a bowl of chicken offal. Sister-in-law. Ashui pursed her lips and called for help. Sui Yu noticed something was wrong. This expression looked familiar. She looked at Ashui for a few more times. When she heard Sui Liang talking in the kitchen, she suddenly said, Ashui, you lost a tooth. Ashui subconsciously covered her mouth. Yes, she lost a tooth. Only one. Sister Chui smiled and continued. When the tooth fell out, she cried for a long time, which made us laugh. Liang Gur also cried when he lost a tooth. Sui Yu held Ashui's head and said, Time flies so fast. I still remember how Liang Gur lost his teeth. Now he is taller than me. Sister, your memory is not good. Forget things that you shouldn't remember. Sui Liang was a little embarrassed. I can't help it. I just have a good memory. Sui Yu shrugged. And when she saw Zhao Shiping coming out, she walked over quickly and asked, Is the meal not cooked yet? Are you hungry? Zhao Shiping asked. The meal prepared for the merchants is almost ready, and we can stew the chicken when the stove is free. Then cook a bowl of braised soup noodles for each of us first. We ate lunch on the road, and we didn't eat much, so we are already hungry. Sui Yu said. When Sui Liang heard it, he went to the kitchen to pass on the message. Sui, you took the cub to the guest house to call the servants to come out for dinner. And Zhao Shiping followed. Did you buy servants to farm this year? Sui Yu asked. Zhao Shiping waved his hand. No. I hired helpers. Sui Yu raised her eyes and glanced at him. She knew that he was probably reluctant to spend money. Did you also go to the fields to work every day during the spring planting? She asked. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. Acquiescing. I'll tire you to death. Sui Yu stepped on him angrily. You're such a stubborn ox. The kid saw it. And he also raised his foot to step on it. Zhao Shiping reacted quickly. Took a step back. And gently stepped on his little foot again. The kid moved. But couldn't pull the shoe out. He squatted down and held his father's leg to pull it up. He couldn't pull it out. So he went to pick his father's sole. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping both looked down. And seeing that he was about to bite, Zhao Shiping quickly moved his foot away. Silly child. Are you a puppy? Sui Yu pulled him up. Are you dirty? Your father's shoes have stepped on dog shit. How can you bite it with your mouth? The kid tilted his head and snorted twice. And said proudly, I scared him. Zhao Shiping twisted his ears, picked up the child with one hand, and went to the river to wash his hands. Sui Yu followed him, and looked at the rippling river. She said, Little boy, you can't run to the river, let alone go into the water. The water is deep, and the current is fast. If you go in, you will be washed away. If you are washed away, you will drown, and you will never see your mother again. Zhao Shiping added. Zhao Shuzai knew that his uncle and Grandpa Lao Niu had told him many times. I will leave Ariai at home to help you take care of the crops. Sui Yu said. The words changed so quickly that Zhao Shiping was stunned for a moment. He wanted to ask a helper to take care of it. But after thinking about it for a while, he felt something was wrong. Why is it Ariai? He asked. Gonda is not good at work. He is a good worker. Sui Yu told Ariai's story. I don't feel that he's taking him to do business again. And I can't trust him anymore. I just keep him at home and let him farm. Damn it. Ahem. Sui Yu interrupted him. She looked at the boy and glared at the man and said, Speak nicely. Okay. Let him farm at home in the future. Zhao Shiping suppressed his anger and asked, What about the others? Do they have the same idea? You can't punish them. So I'll give them a hard time. Sui Yu shook her head. She had already dealt with this matter. There was no need to beat or scold other servants. Sister, the soup is ready. Sui Liang came out and shouted. You can kill Ariai to scare the monkeys. But don't be too heavy. Sui Yu instructed. And she looked up and replied, I'll be right there. When it was time for the merchants to eat, there were already quite a few people in the kitchen yard. Some people thought the yard was too crowded. So they sat outside with their bowls and benches to eat. Zhao Xiaomi and Huang Lian were stepping on the last ray of light in the sky to deliver food and grass to the caravan. The food and grass business was dirty and tiring. The couple's faces were covered with dust. They sweated and dried. And there were dust marks on their faces. After settling the bill with the caravan, Zhao Xiaomi walked to the river, rolled up her sleeves and washed her face and arms. She accidentally heard her nephew calling her mother. She didn't bother to wipe the water off her face, and walked quickly into the kitchen, surprised and said, Third sister-in-law, you are back? Sui Yu looked up. She stood up and greeted her, saying, I just came back this afternoon. Why are you here at this time? Delivering food and grass to the caravan. Yes. Zhao Xiaomi held Sui Yu's hand, sighed, and said, You have suffered. You have become thinner and darker. Come to my house tomorrow. I will stew 2 old hens for you to nourish yourself. Zhao Xiaomi has also lost weight. Probably because she is tired. Her face is very tired. And she has completely lost the lively and energetic spirit when she was a girl. Sui Yu pulled her to sit down and said, Shiping, go outside and call your brother-in-law in. And let them eat here tonight. Brother Liang, go in and get 2 more bowls of soup noodles. No. No. Zhao Xiaomi pressed Sui Liang's shoulder and said, When we came, his grandmother was cooking. And I had to go back to comfort the child. He was exposed to the sun these 2 days and felt uncomfortable. Did you take the child to the field? Sui Yu asked. When you are busy, send the child here and let Aining play with the little cub. Forget it. My son has the same temperament as his father. He is shy and clingy. And he is not sensible. He cries when he leaves me. Zhao Xiaomi stood up and said, Third sister-in-law. I'm back. I'll invite you to my house for dinner when I'm free in a few days. Okay. I'll go to see Aining in a few days. Sui Yu sent her out. Manager Xiao. Send me 200 kilograms of food and grass early tomorrow morning. We will leave the city before noon tomorrow. The merchant who had said that he planned to take a long detour to Wusan came out of the dining hall and shouted. Zhao Xiaomi responded and disappeared into the night in an instant. Xiaomi is very tired. Sui Yu said to Zhao Shiping. Well, she is busy all year round. Zhao Shiping nodded. I asked her to buy 2 servants to help before. But she was reluctant to spend money. You 2 brothers and sisters are the same. Don't talk about the second brother. The eldest brother. Sui Yu sneered at him. It's enough to hire helpers. Besides, we have a lot of servants. Zhao Shiping argued. Sui Yu ignored him. After finishing the noodles in the bowl, the chicken in the pot was not cooked yet. She took the oil lamp on the table and said, Liang Gur, come with me. Sister brought you a treasure. Me? Sui Liang jumped up, followed quickly, and asked excitedly, what good stuff? Zhao Shiping followed with the cub. And Uncle Niu and Ashui were curious. So the father and daughter followed. Have you seen a foal since you came to the livestock pen? Sui Yu asked. Sui Liang shook his head. He didn't even know she brought back a foal. Li Muda heard the noise and came over, with 2 black dogs following him. Which pen is the foal I brought back locked in? Sui Yu asked. The 5th pen. I'll take you there. Zhao Shiping thought his son was walking too slowly. So he picked up the child and followed. The half-grown foal was full and lying on the hay. And when he saw someone coming, he stood up. Sui Yu walked around the horse holding an oil lamp and said, Take a look first. And come back tomorrow morning. This colt was born at the foot of the Tian Shan Mountains. I bought it for you. Take good care of it, and develop feelings for it. It will only listen to you in the future. I want one too. The kid yelled. Is there only one horse? Sui Liang was shocked. For me? Without the kid? He has a carrot head, and is not even as tall as a colt. Giving him a horse is useless. Sui Yu wanted to buy the colt, just to give it to Sui Liang. He is only 10 years old, and helps her take care of the children every day. It is really embarrassing. I will grow up next year. The kid was not convinced. When you grow as tall as your uncle, I will buy you a horse. Sui Yu promised. Sui Liang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He was so happy that he reached out and touched the horse's head, saying loudly, Little boy, my horse is your horse. We will raise and ride it together in the future. Okay then. The little boy was satisfied with the title of horse owner. Chapter 229, Couples Night Talk. After walking around the guest house, the chicken was cooked. Xiao Chunhong came out and called. Sui Yu called Uncle Lanyo and Ah Shui and asked them to go over and eat more. 5 chickens were stewed with dried vegetables in 2 pots. In addition, Meng Ma also made a chicken soup tofu. The tofu was fried into golden yellow, and then stewed in chicken soup. When it was served, a handful of chopped green onions were sprinkled on it. It was very beautiful. Sui Yu scooped a bowl of chicken soup and suddenly remembered. I forgot that there are red dates and astragalus. The chicken soup is sweet when red dates are stewed with chicken. Stew it tomorrow. Zhao Shiping took another bowl and scooped a bowl of tofu for her and put it next to her. The pancakes are here. Sister Cui brought a large bowl of pancakes and said, The more you eat pancakes soaked in chicken soup, the more delicious they are. No more vegetables. Right? Sui Liang asked. You guys come and eat together. We are not hungry. The pancakes are ready. We will fill our stomachs first. Sister Cui walked out, saying, There are 2 bowls of stewed pig's trotters. Just 2 fires are needed. Bring them immediately. After Sui Yu finished drinking the chicken soup, she handed the bowl to Zhao Shiping, and then took the chicken soup tofu to eat. After 2 bowls of soup, Sui Yu sweated all over her forehead. After eating the chicken soup tofu, she took the bowl and continued to eat the chicken. Zhao Shiping looked at her and reached out to hold up her drooping hair. Mom, this is for you. The kid poked a big chicken leg and handed it over. Zhao Shiping stretched out his hand to stop him, saying, Eat by yourself. Your mother has a chicken leg in her bowl. Oh! The kid took a bite of the chicken leg, stretched his neck to look at the dishes on the table, and kept an eye on his mother's movements, ready to serve her food at any time. Eat your food well, and let your mother have a good meal. Zhao Shiping lowered his head and whispered, Eat your food by yourself. And go for a walk in the yard when you are full. When your stomach is empty, we will go back to sleep. Your mother is tired. The kid nodded and said, I want to eat tofu too. Don't you dislike tofu? Despite what he said, Zhao Shiping still gave him a small piece. A piece of tofu. A chicken leg. And a chicken claw. The kid was full, and slid off the chair and walked out. Sui Yu spit out the chicken bones. She looked up and told him, Little kid, just play in the yard. Don't run out. Okay. The soybean and pig's trotter soup was served. Zhao Shiping took Sui Yu's bowl, and scooped a bowl first. The pig's trotter was stewed soft. The soup was thick and white. And the soybeans were stewed until the skin burst. He sucked it gently, and it went into his stomach together with the pig's trotter meat. It's still comfortable to eat at home. Sui Yu took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face. Tell Sui Liang to buy more pig's trotters tomorrow. And buy more pig's liver and pig's blood. Zhao Shiping said. Are you full? I'm full. And I'm full. I'm going out for a walk. Sui Yu stood up and said to the servants. Eat slowly. But don't eat too much. You won't be able to digest at night, and you won't be able to sleep. It's all because of the delicious food cooked by Yin Pa and Ning Ma. Zhao Chunhong said poorly. I'll go and complain. You can wait for wild vegetable soup tomorrow. Sui Yu joked. Zhao Shiping broke 2 cakes and soaked them in a bowl. He drank and chewed a bellyful of thin and dry food. When he felt full, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and went out. Sui Yu stood in the kitchen and talked to Yin Pa and others. Xiaozai and Achong rolled up their sleeves and squatted on the ground to wash the dishes. They said they were washing dishes. But they were just playing with water. Go out for a walk? Zhao Shiping asked at the door. Okay. Sui Yu walked out and said, Little boy, continue washing the dishes. When your uncle is full, let him give you a bath. I won't wash the dishes. The kid wanted to be a follower. However, before he could walk out of the kitchen door, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping had already run out. Mom, Dad? No one paid attention. And the footsteps disappeared. The kid pulled a Chong to give him courage. And the two walked out of the kitchen door. It was dark outside. And no one could be seen. The kid shouted twice again. And a Chong led him into the house. You can't go out at night. There are wolves outside. And they like to eat children like you. A Chong threatened him. You are lying. The kid didn't believe it. Then you go out? The wolfskin mattress you cover in winter is the wolfskin that your parents killed and peeled off at night. The kid hesitated twice. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping walked out from the corner of the courtyard wall. And the two walked away quickly with light steps. A Chong is quite good at making up stories. Sui Yu said. Your son is getting more and more annoying. To suppress him, everyone, young and old, shows their skills. Zhao Shiping snorted. Sui Yu held his hand, leaned on his broad shoulders and asked, It seems that you are very dissatisfied with my son. Zhao Shiping snorted and laughed twice. Sui Yu hit him on the head. He is a shrewd man. Don't think that he is well behaved and sensible in front of you. When he gets stubborn, it is annoying. Zhao Shiping protested. Didn't you bring him 2 pairs of thick trousers? The white one got dirty, and I washed it. It became smaller after drying. He insisted that I ruined it. Please judge. You ruined it. Sui Yu had already seen the trousers. Did you wash it with hot water? Cashmere clothes should be washed with cold water. Zhao Shiping stopped. My son didn't wrong you. Did he? Sui Yu hit him lightly. I don't know. Zhao Shiping explained. Well, what else happened besides this? Sui Yu asked. He saw the hen laying eggs and asked the rooster why it didn't. Hearing Yin Pa say that chicks are hatched from eggs, he felt that he was also hatched from eggshells. He didn't sleep at night and imitated the rooster crowing in my ear. Zhao Shiping complained. Sui Yu laughed. Influenced by her. Zhao Shiping also laughed. Anything else? Sui Yu continued to ask with a smile. Xiaomi was very busy for a while, so she sent Aining here to ask Uncle Nyo to help look after him. The child was timid and quiet, and was chased by a big rooster and cried loudly. The little cub saw it and helped to chase it away. He was brave and picked up a stick to fight with the big rooster. Aining was fine, but the rooster kicked his hand and broke it. Now Aining stopped crying, but he howled for a long time. Sui Yu nodded approvingly. Not bad. He has the demeanor of a brother. What happened next? After that, the big rooster was put into the pot, and he gnawed on the 2 chicken feet. After 2 days, the wound on his hand healed, and he liked to gnaw chicken feet. claws to claws, thinking that he would be powerful after eating chicken feet. Sui Yu said. Xiao Shiping nodded. He thought so too. How cute. And you're still not satisfied. Sui Yu climbed onto his shoulders and jumped, lying on his back. She said with her face sideways, "It seems that Zhao Shuzai's life is quite wonderful. No wonder he didn't react when I told him that I would leave next year. When I asked him if he was sad, he said he wasn't sad." Zhao Shiping hugged the two legs on his waist and said, "He missed you asking the caravan to bring him things back. When you didn't come back, he kept talking about it every day." Sui Yu understood that children like to receive gifts. "I miss you too. Not wanting to talk about children anymore." Zhao Shiping said sweet words under the cover of night. "I dream about you every now and then. What do you think I am doing in your dream?" Sui Yu blew a breath at him ambiguously. The man laughed quietly, looked forward and said nothing. "Ask it another way. What do you think I am doing with you in your dream?" Sui Yu wrapped her arms around the man's neck and asked softly. "Harvesting wheat." Pfft. Sui Yu spit at him. Zhao Shiping laughed loudly. "I'll tell you when I get back to the house." He turned and walked back. "Let Zhao Mingguang sleep with his uncle tonight. Can you get rid of him?" "Try it." "I'll try it if I can." However, when the couple returned, they found Zhao Shuzai lying on the bed. He had changed into a lavender belly band and shorts. His braids were loose. His hair was slightly curled and fluffy on his head. And he looked as pretty as a little girl. "Mom." Zhao Shuzai sat up with a somersault. "Hey." Sui Yu responded sweetly. She sat on the bed and hugged Zhao Zai. And said to Sui Liang, "Does he look like a little girl?" Sui Liang nodded. "You are back. I will go back to my room. You sleep with your uncle. And you two get up early tomorrow morning to lead the horses to eat grass." Sui Yu did not forget the business. "I am tired. And I will definitely get up late tomorrow morning. If you wake up early, I will definitely not be able to sleep." Zhao Shuzai was unwilling. "Go with your uncle," Zhao Shiping said. "I don't get up early." The kid lay down, leaning against the bed, and said, "I miss my mom. I want to sleep with her." "Forget it." Sui Yu walked out. "Okay. I'll take a shower and come back." Sui Liang had finished his shower. He lay back on the bed, crossed his legs and shook his feet, muttering horse, 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 horse. The kid covered his ears and refused to listen. When Sui Yu finished her shower and came into the house, Sui Liang put on his shoes and went downstairs. He asked the kid if he wanted to sleep with him. He was rejected, so he spread his hands and said, "Sister, I'll go back to the house." "Okay. Go to bed early." Lying on the bed, the kid immediately rolled into his arms. Sui Yu pulled up the thin two-layer cloth mattress and put it on her body. There was the smell of the father and son on it. The heart that had been wandering for half a year now had a place to rest, surrounded by the familiar breath. Sui Yu leaned sideways to listen to the child muttering trivial interesting things. Slowly, sleepiness came over her, and she closed her eyes. "Mom, Dahua lays the largest eggs. It lays eggs in the haystack every time. I have to climb up the haystack to pick them up every day." Sui Yu's thoughts were already confused. She responded vaguely to show that she was listening. "Dad sent the cat official back to the city. He said the cat official missed his wife." Sui Yu didn't respond. Shuzai got up and saw that she was asleep. He also hugged her waist and closed his eyes to sleep. Zhao Shiping came back from taking a bath in the river. He opened the door and saw that the mother and son on the bed were both asleep. He blew out the oil lamp and laid down on the bed in the dark. When it was a little bright, a large group of chickens flew down from the earthen wall of the livestock pen, flapping their wings. The chickens flew to the river to drink water, crowing occasionally. The people in the room woke up. Shuzai heard the door open next door. He got up on tiptoe and slid down from the end of the bed with clothes. The wooden door opened quietly, and Shuzai went out with a messy hair. He whispered, "Uncle, wait for me." The people went out. Zhao Shiping opened his eyes and heard the footsteps fade away. He got out of bed and dropped the bolt. "Don't pretend to sleep." He hugged the woman with the corners of her mouth raised. Sui Yu opened her eyes and looked at the man leaning over with a pair of bright eyes. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the morning breeze was cool. But the small house with closed doors and windows was scorching hot. The scorching sweat flowed down the tight skin and gathered together, like the oil in the oil lamp splashing, causing the flames to soar. The hot sweat was like the water vapor on the river's surface. gradually soaking the blue cloth sheets. And the sheets were printed with human traces. When the sun appeared above the clouds, the dazzling white light flashed. Swayu closed his eyes. And for a moment, his mind was blank. Sleep a little longer. The man got out of bed refreshed. He quickly put on his clothes and said, I'm going to the training ground. Swayu said lazily and teased unyieldingly, walk steadily. Don't be soft. Chapter 230 Punish Arai. Zhao Shiping walked out of the courtyard with brisk steps, and saw Zhang Shun and his men washing camels by the river. He whistled and called a camel that was nibbling mulberry leaves with its neck tilted up. He rode it and left the guest house, rushing towards the city without even having time to eat breakfast. The camels had been working hard outside the pass for half a year. Their fur was dirty and tangled. Their hooves were worn out, and their hoofs were turned outward, looking sloppy and embarrassed. Zhang Shun and other servants woke up early in the morning and had nothing to do. So they led the camels and drove them into the river. People stood on the shore and used brooms and wooden combs to bathe and comb their fur. Sui Liang and the little cub led the foal around in the wilderness. The uncle and nephew diligently pulled grass to feed the horses. And they were busy and sweaty early in the morning. Kurban and Anil stood side by side in the wilderness, watching the two black dogs fighting and biting each other in the grass, and occasionally looking at the flock of chickens clucking and the camels grazing everywhere. This lively morning made people feel very happy. The merchants got up and went into the guest house in groups of 3 or 5 to eat, or walked out with their arms around each other, chatting and laughing, and stood in the open space to discuss something. They each moved some goods, led the camels, and left the guest house. It's time to eat. Ashui came out of the kitchen. She shouted to the servants by the river, and then went north around the guest house, shouting to the uncle and nephew who were trying to please the pony, it's time to eat. The food is getting cold. Come back and eat. Uncle, go back and eat. The kid wiped his sweat. Sui Liang responded, and he led the brown pony back. The kid followed, and suddenly felt tired at this moment. He was too lazy to walk anymore, so he asked if he could ride a horse. No. Sui Liang refused. Homri is still young. He can't carry you. I'm not heavy. The kid stopped and said, I can't walk anymore. I'll go back and ask your mother to carry you. Sui Liang didn't even turn his head. The kid squatted down to pull a handful of grass and threw it away one by one. Seeing that his uncle really didn't intend to wait for him, he hesitated for a while and had to stand up and catch up. Sui Yu also got up. She went to the kitchen and saw that Sui Liang and Zhao Shizai hadn't come back yet. She took a fried tofu bun and went out to eat it, and went around to the livestock pen to wait for the two children. The kid saw her and immediately ran. Mom, are you awake? He asked happily. Well, when did you wake up? Sui Yu broke a bun to feed him and wiped his sweat with her free hand. I woke up very early. With my uncle, the kid said vaguely, chewing a bun with big mouthfuls, twisting like a snake with Sui Yu holding his hand. The horse was locked in the pen. Sui Liang came over, nodded the kid, and said, Aren't you tired now? The kid didn't respond. He smiled and stretched out his hand to hold hands. Let's go. Go back to eat. Sui Yu led the child away and said, Brother Liang, the pony has been wild in its hometown. Let it out during the day and let it run around. Put it in the pen after dark. Won't it run away? Sui Liang was worried. You paid more attention. Now I'm back. I'll keep an eye on the guest house. You go do something you like. Sui Yu said. Sui Liang smiled and nodded heavily. After breakfast, Sui Liang took advantage of the kid's inattention and ran away. He led the horse to the city to buy pig liver and pig blood. Sui Yu called Kurban and Anil to go back to the host's house next door, and moved all 4 waist drums out. She asked the two to find a cool place to play waist drums with Shizai, Dunhuang and Ashui, while the weather was not too hot. Sui Yu took out her bag and poured out the dirty clothes and headscarf she wore on the road and soaked them in a wooden basin. She also took off the sheets and thin mattresses on the bed and soaked them in the ash water. When Zhao Shiping came back, there was a constant sound of drums outside the guest house. Frightened by the sound of drums, the chickens and camels ran away. He passed by and took a look. The little boy beat the drums according to his heart, just to listen to the sound. Ashui and Huanyo learned seriously, but they looked bitter and resentful. The two teachers standing by also frowned. Why don't you let Dunhuang play the drums? Zhao Shiping asked. Dunhuang has learned it, Ashui said sullenly. He is stupid, but he is smart about this matter. Uncle Nyo took over the conversation. He stretched out his hand and pointed at a few children, and said, "Ah Chiang, the girl has been busy in the kitchen. I don't know how she is doing. Among these children, Dunhuang learns the fastest. Kerbin taught him twice, and he remembered it." Dunhuang smiled innocently. Zhao Shiping was relieved to make sure that the children did not exclude Dunhuang. He asked where Sui Yu was. He left the camel and went to find his wife. "Why are you washing clothes? Even if you don't let Zhang Sa and the others wash, you should wait for me to come back to wash." Zhao Shiping rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let me wash." Sui Yu walked away. She moved a chair and dragged it over to sit aside, saying, "I have nothing to do. Find something to do myself. If you have nothing to do, take a rest. Eat more and sleep more, and gain back the lost meat." Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu didn't say anything. She leaned against the back of the chair, crossed her legs, and swayed for a while. She asked, "You came back early today. Didn't you go on patrol?" "No. Captain Gu helped me." Zhao Shiping wrung a piece of clothing and threw it into the laundry basket, saying, "I want to come back to spend more time with you. So I asked him to help. When it gets cold, I'll treat him to a mutton hot pot." Sui Yu smiled. Feeling happy, the drum stopped outside, and Zhao Shizai ran back. He stood at the door and shouted, "Mom, I want to drink water." Sui Yu got up and walked out, taking him to the kitchen to drink water. When she came back, she brought 2 bowls of warm water to the man. Zhao Shiping had strong hands, and he washed the clothes and mattresses quickly and cleanly. He poured out the dirty water, picked up the mallet, and carried the basket to the river to wash them. Sui Yu followed him. She stood under the mulberry tree and searched for mulberries among the leaves. No results. It was hot, and Sui Lian came back with the horse. Xiao Ma went to the river to drink water, and then stood on the riverbank to watch people washing clothes. "Brother Liang, I didn't touch the sheets and mattress on your bed. If they get dirty, wash them yourself," Sui Yu said. "Okay. By the way, sister, what else are you going to do this afternoon?" "I'm going to the medicine store to see how much the herbs I brought back are worth." Sui Yu twisted a piece of mulberry leaf and threw it into the river. She paddled the water to send the mulberry leaf far away, looking at the reflection on the river, and said, "There will be nothing to do in the days to come. I will stay here in the guest house and make you some clothes with cashmere cloth to wear when the weather gets cold." Speaking of clothes, Sui Liang thought of the bad pants of the little boy. He learned that they could not be washed with hot water, nor could they be rubbed hard. After washing, they could not be hung in the sun. He exclaimed, "It's really a precious thing." When the smell of meat came out of the kitchen, Zhao Shiping went back with the laundry basket to dry clothes and mattresses. Sui Liang scooped a basin of river water, took out the white cashmere pants and soaked them in the basin, saying, "Sister, I don't want white pants anymore. They get dirty too easily. I think you look good in white clothes," Sui Yu said. Sui Liang thought so too, but he was impatient to wash them, and was afraid that he would give the pants to the helpers and ruin them. "You should make black pants for me." Sui Liang thought he didn't need to look so good. "Okay then." Sui Yu walked out. She heard the camel bells, walked out the door, and saw that it was the merchants who went to the city to sell goods and came back. "My wife, the chicken is stewed and the pork liver is fried. Come over for dinner." Chui Sao walked out of the kitchen and shouted, "Okay, I'll be right there." Sui Yu responded, and she went to call the children, who were still playing the drums. When she got closer, she found that Dunhuang was beating the waist drum. The rhythm of the drums was very familiar. It was a dance music she often heard when she walked in Chiosi City. The drum music at this time was a bit sluggish and unfamiliar. Sui Yu didn't understand the music, but she could tell the good from the bad. Dunhuang was getting started. Dunhuang saw her coming, and he was a little reserved. He was embarrassed to continue beating. He stopped beating the waist drum and laughed. "You beat it well, and you look good," Sui Yu praised. "Learn from Kerbin and Anil in the future. If you learn it, I will let you go on stage in the tea house and pay you." Dunhuang scratched his head, smiled and nodded. "Sister-in-law, can Huanyo, a Chong and I go on stage and make money if we learn it?" A Shui asked. Sui Yu glanced at Uncle Lanyo and said, "Okay, if you learn it, you can go on stage, and I will pay you. Then we will come back to learn in the afternoon." Huanyo was excited. "The chickens will lay eggs in the afternoon. Don't scare them away. Sui Yu stopped her. It's still early for winter. You can learn slowly. Learn for half a day and play for half a day. There's no rush. Okay. Pack up and go to eat. There's chicken stew for lunch. Kerbin and Anil carried the waste drum back to the master's yard and handed the 4 big drums and 1 small drum to the male master. The 2 ran away quickly, scrambling to eat. The most satisfying thing about coming to the hand was the delicious food. It was unbearable at noon. And after dinner, everyone went back to sleep. Only camels gathered by the river to drink water outside. And the chickens were crowded under the trees or standing in the branches to avoid the shade. It was not until the sun was setting and the house cast a large shadow on the ground that people came out to move around. Sui Yu moved a box of medicinal materials and called Shiazai and Sui Liang to go to the city to buy maltose. Isn't my father going? The boy looked back. No. He's going to the parade ground later. Sui Yu rode on the camel and said, Sit tight. We're leaving. The camel ran away. The sound of hooves and camel bells gradually disappeared. And Zhao Shiping walked into the second guest house. Xiao Chunhong was collecting clothes. And she was startled when she saw the master come in with a sullen face. Where's Ariai? Zhao Shiping asked. Xiao Chunhong's heart trembled. She pointed east and said, In the livestock pen. Where are the others? Call them out. Zhao Shiping strode to the east door. And when he went out, he saw Ariai helping Li Muda clean the livestock pen. The servants who were sleeping and talking in the house came out. All of them were worried. And they were afraid that Ariai's affairs would involve them. What happened? Li Muda looked at the situation and asked in confusion, Did you make a mistake? Ariai didn't say anything. He put down the wooden shovel and walked over silently. He was mentally prepared that he would definitely be beaten when he returned. But when the time came, he was still trembling with fear. My lord. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Shiping raised his leg and kicked Ariai. Ariai fell to the ground hard. His body was numb at first. And then he felt pain later. He supported himself and climbed up, lowered his head, and walked over again. He knew that a kick would not relieve the anger of the master. Zhao Shiping kicked him again. Seeing that he fell to the ground and couldn't get up, he walked over and stepped on Ariai's heart. You are lucky to have met a kind-hearted mistress. You betrayed her, and she told me not to beat you to death. Ariai wiped his tears and said, I have no conscience. I am sorry to the 2 masters. Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Shiping kicked him again and said, Stand up. I don't want to get anyone killed. You are running around the guest house now. You can't stop. When I come back, you can stop. If you are lucky and don't die from running, I will let you farm at home. If you die from running, I will give you a thin coffin. There is another choice. I will send you back to the Due mansion. Ariai climbed up covered in dust. He didn't say a word. He endured the pain and ran. Making his choice with action, Zhao Shiping stared at him, then turned his head to look at the other servants. Seeing that they all lowered their heads, he didn't say anything, turned around, and led the camel away. Chapter 231 Scoundrel. A breeze blew by, and the golden sunset in the sky completely disappeared into the clouds, and disappeared at the end of the desert. Sui Yu brought Sui Liang and Shiazai back at this time, and saw a large group of people standing outside the guest house. It seemed that all the merchants had come out and were standing outside, looking at something. What happened? Sui Liang stretched his neck to look, but saw nothing. Sui Yu didn't know either. She drove the camel closer. When she got close to the kitchen, she saw a figure who was almost exhausted and moving slowly along the wall. It was Ariai. He was sweating profusely. His eyes were dull, and his face and lips were pale. She stopped the reins and rode on the camel's back, silently watching Ariai turn the corner and move step by step with his heavy legs. The merchants waiting outside the guest house looked at Sui Yu, and the servants also looked at her, as if they were waiting for her to speak. What's going on? Sui Liang was puzzled. It was the adults who punished him. Gonda came from the river with water and said, he made a mistake. On the way out of the customs, he wanted to steal the master's camel and blanket to escape. Sui Liang immediately put away the doubts on his face when he heard this. He nodded and jumped off the camel. The kid looked around and licked the maltose in his mouth without saying a word. Sui Yu patted the camel's shoulder blades. The camel's front legs bent, and its hind legs followed. It knelt on the ground. Sui Yu carried the kid and slid off the camel's back. Go into the house and give 2 pieces of maltose to your Aunt Shui. Dunhuang. Huanyo and a Chong. Sui Yu said. Oh. The kid noticed that the atmosphere was not right. So he obeyed obediently. Sui Liang led the camel away. Sui Yu walked to the merchants with a medicine box and asked calmly, will the price of medicinal materials be higher if they are sold in Chang'an? The strange atmosphere was broken. A merchant who had just shaved his beard took 2 steps forward and opened the medicine box in Sui Yu's hand, saying, not only medicine is expensive in Chang'an, but everything is expensive. These 2 tortoise shells are of good quality. What price do the medicine shops in the city offer? 600 coins. This price is okay. It will be about the same price if it is shipped to Chang'an, because there are many swamps and turtles in the central plains, the merchant said. Sui Yu pondered for a moment and said, then can I raise the price? If the tortoise shells in Chang'an are sold for 600 coins per plate, it will cost at least 50 coins more to ship them to Dunhuang. The merchant nodded. He looked at the other medicinal materials in the medicine box and asked, this batch of medicinal materials is of good quality and has a strong medicinal smell. Where did you buy it? From which medicine merchant? Other merchants came closer after hearing this. I got it from the head of the Yu family. He knows a medicine dealer in Dunhuang. I don't know who it is. Sui Yu did not hide it. She left a good impression today. If they meet her in the future, it would be worthwhile for them to give her more advice. We met the Yu family caravan on the road. They are returning to Chang'an. A middle-aged man in the crowd took over. Yu family transports a lot of medicinal materials. The medicine shops in Chang'an City will not be short of medicinal materials this year. You can't sell them at a high price if you transport them to Chang'an next year. Just sell them locally to avoid trouble. Okay. Then I will go twice more tomorrow and sell all that can be sold. Sui Yu readily followed the advice. Uncle. Thank you. It's a small matter. After a few words back and forth, the sky darkened a little, and the sunset glow on the horizon seemed to lose its color and was about to dissipate. Zhang Shun called on other servants to drive the camels back to the circle. Ah Shui and Huan Yo carried egg baskets to look for eggs in the bushes. The cub ran out and stood by the wall looking at Sui Yu. I heard from your servants that Captain Zhao ordered the fugitive to keep running. He can't stop until he comes back, a merchant said. Sui Yu nodded slightly. It should be. As soon as the words fell, Qishan ran over and said, Master, Arei is tired and vomiting, foaming at the mouth. Are you still letting him run? Sui Yu narrowed her eyes. She turned around and carried the medicine box back to the kitchen. Qishan lowered his head with a trembling heart, and then took a deep breath. That's it. It's really too many good days. And he, a man who has killed people, has begun to grow sympathy. Go and take a look, a young merchant said. What's there to see? Dirty eyes. A middle-aged merchant with a square face snorted. It's nothing more than life or death. If it were me, I would have killed this kind of thing who dared to betray the master. The merchants who were watching the excitement dispersed, and Qishan also left. Sui Yu brought out a water bag, and Sui Liang and the kid followed her and looked around. Sister, are you going to let him run again? He'll be exhausted. Right? Sui Liang asked in a low voice. Do you think he should continue to be punished? Sui Yu asked. Sui Liang hesitated for a long time. He didn't know. The guest house covers a large area. Sui Yu walked for a cup of tea before he saw the person lying on the ground. The slaves who said they were going to drive the camels were all gathered there. And there were also a few scattered merchants, who were looking for fun and holding their noses and watching from afar. The master is here, Lu Yer whispered. The man who was already in a trance tried to open his eyes when he heard this. Arei struggled to stand up by supporting the earth wall. After trying a few times, he fell to the ground with his head and hit his face against the wall. When he slid down, the sand and stones mixed in the wall scratched his face, and the scratch on his cheekbone made him wake up a little. Zhang Shun lent a hand and pulled him up. Master, I can't run anymore. Just kill me. Arei was panting heavily, and the white foam in his mouth dripped down his clothes, and tears flowed down with it. Sui Yu handed over the water bag and said to Zhang Shun, the water is mixed with salt and sugar. Give it to him. Oh, okay. Zhang Shun came back to his senses. He pulled out the wooden stopper, fed the water bag to Arei's mouth, and he couldn't wait to swallow the water as soon as it flowed out. The kid covered his eyes and peeked through his fingers. He whispered, Uncle, what's wrong with him? Sui Liang didn't say anything. After drinking half a bag of sugar and salt water, Ariai's rapid breathing became much calmer. The slaves watching didn't say anything, but they felt much more relaxed in their hearts. It seemed that he would not die. Ariai leaned against the wall to rest for a while. He had tasted the taste of stepping into the gates of hell. It was really worse than death. Now that he was alive, he was even more afraid of death. "Give me another sip," he said weakly. Zhongshan held up the water bag and gave him 2 sips. The next moment, he saw Ariai stood up with the help of the wall and ran a few steps. He slowed down and walked with the help of the wall instead. The others looked at Suiyu. Suiyu raised her eyes and looked at him expressionlessly. They looked away again. "What kind of water is this? Is it useful for animals to drink this when they are tired and foaming at the mouth?" A young merchant with a hoarse voice came over and asked. "Mix maltose and salt with hot water and shake well. Don't make it too salty or too sweet." Suiyu glanced at Zhongshan and said, "Let him drink a few sips when you see him. Whether he can hold on until your Captain Xiao comes back depends on his luck." Turning around, she said to the merchant, "It should be useful for animals too. What a pity. I wish I had known this method earlier. 2 years ago, my family bought a cow. It foamed at the mouth when plowing the land and died when it returned home at night." The merchant with a duck voice spoke with regret. "Master, let's go and drive the camels back to the circle," Xiao Chunhong said. Suiyu nodded. "Let's go." Several merchants left together. And Suiyu also took Xiaozai and Sui Liang away from this place with vomit. "Mom, what's wrong with him?" Xiaozai asked again. "He made a mistake. Didn't know what was good for him. And repaid kindness with hatred." Passing by Ariai, Suiyu raised her voice and said, "Your father and I saved his life. Let him eat and wear warm clothes. And he still wanted to steal our things and run away." Xiaozai wrinkled his face and said, "Huh?" in a childish voice. "He is not good. He is a bad person." Ariai listened carefully. He lowered his head, and people couldn't tell his expression. "Still keep him in our house?" Sui Liang looked at Ariai, then looked away and said, "I remember he belongs to Captain Hu. So why not send him back? Otherwise, sell him and buy an honest servant. Give him another chance and let him farm at home in the future." Suiyu said. "Okay then." Sui Liang looked back. Under the dim sky, the man walking with the help of the wall was in the shadow behind the wall, and his expression could not be seen clearly. The night gradually darkened. The camels were locked back in the pen. The chickens were quiet, and the merchants walked into the kitchen to have dinner one after another. Ariai was still walking slowly around the guest house. Zhongshan and his group stood under the haystack and talked. Xiao Chunhong thought of what happened in the afternoon. She patted her chest and said, "The master is too scary when he has a stern face. I think if the master hadn't told him, he might have beaten Ariai to vomit blood. It's possible that he will be beaten to death. He has been to the battlefield and killed many people. He is not afraid of death." Zhongshan whispered, "I'm not afraid. I didn't do anything wrong." Gonda disdained their private whispering. "You are just guilty. So you are afraid that the adults will cause trouble for you. Bullshit. I'm not a rotten heart and lung person." Qi Shan was the first to refute. "Anyone may have that thought. It can't be me. It can't be me either." Zhongshan spread his hands. "I'm not a slave since birth. Before I sold myself, I had 2 acres of land and a thatched house. I ate one meal and starved the next. What's the use of not having a slave status? It's still better now. Slaves are slaves. At least they don't have to starve." Li Wu nodded gently. He thought so too. He was self-aware. So he found it funny when he learned that Ariai wanted to escape outside the pass. Camel bells rang in the darkness in the distance. It was Zhao Shiping who had returned. Ariai heard the noise and ran with his hands on his chest. Zhao Shiping turned over and got off the camel. And Gonda ran to lead the camel. "Is Ariai still alive?" Gonda was stunned and nodded and said, "He is still alive." At dusk, he was so tired that he was spitting white foam and looked like he was dying. The master asked Zhongshan to feed him half a bag of salt and sugar water. And he recovered. "He is really lucky," Zhao Shiping snorted. "Since he is still alive, let him not run. And he doesn't need to eat tonight. He will learn his lesson by going hungry." "Ah," Gonda agreed. Ariai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the message. And his heart fell. This matter could finally be settled. At night, Ariai woke up hungry. He sat up from the couch and sat against the wall for a while. He couldn't sit still anymore. So he put on his shoes and got out of bed, ready to go to the river to drink some water. What are you doing? Qishan said. I'm hungry. Go drink some water. Qishan handed over the water bag beside the pillow. Salt sugar water. The master asked me to prepare it for you. Arai paused while holding the water bag. And he suddenly slapped himself. The sound of the slap was particularly loud in the quiet night. The others on the same bed woke up. And Anya said impatiently, What are you doing in the middle of the night? Don't copy me. Arai whispered. Stupid. Who would copy you? Anya turned over. He muttered, I only regret not exposing you at that time. The others fell asleep again. Arai hugged the water bag and leaned against the wall with his eyes open waiting for dawn. His stomach was so hungry that it hurt. His intestines seemed to be twisted together. And he didn't drink a sip of salt sugar water. The night buried the dirty things. The crowing of the rooster woke up the new day. And dawn came. Zhao Shiping went to the parade ground. After he left, Sui Yu took Shiozai to the city to return the camel. Isn't the camel ours? Shiozai asked. No. We rented it. Did you pay? Yes. If you pay, it's ours. You wish. Sui Yu knocked him. You're quite shameless. Shiozai shrank his neck and laughed. After a while, he said, Mom, can we go find my dad? Sui Yu thought for a moment. She was not afraid of bumping into Captain Hu in her current state. She nodded and said, Okay. I'll go find your dad after returning the camel. Chapter 232 The First Income. Sui Yu and Shiozai took the camel directly to the west gate. Huang Anqing was on duty at the gate. She told him, and drove the camel out of the city. When they came out of the city gate, they met a caravan coming back. Sui Yu drove the camel to make way. She stood by the road. The escort leader nodded to her and thanked her. She nodded in response. She didn't know this caravan. They went straight to the main road in the city, and seemed to rest in Minxiang. Mom? The camel ran away. Xiaozai didn't understand what she was looking at. Sui Yu retracted her gaze, shook the reins, and rode the camel to chase the camel group that ran off the direction. The camel was sent to the desert near Yangguan. Sui Yu handed over to the servant, who was looking after the camel there. She rode the camel, and took Shiozai back the same way. At this time, the sun had risen high. The summer heat was getting stronger, and the wind was hot. Only when the camel ran could they enjoy a moment of coolness. After entering the city, there were more people on the road. Sui Yu pulled the reins, and the camel slowed down. The whistling wind suddenly stopped. The cub was so hot that he opened his mouth to breathe, and his two little hands waved to fan the wind quickly. Sui Yu looked down at him, wondering whether to go around from which alley, and heard a commotion in front. Listening to the angry voice, it should be someone arguing. Two caravans are blocked again, arguing about who should give way to whom. A man carrying a load squeezed through the crowd and said with an irritable face, It's not hot enough. They have nothing to do. They block the road and prevent others from passing. As he said, he turned into a narrow alley with his load, and the people around him turned and followed him. Sui Yu estimated that the narrow alley could not allow the camel to pass, so she could only drive the camel close to the eaves and take advantage of the remaining shade to cool off. The patrol is coming, someone shouted in the crowd. Sui Yu looked over and saw a patrol team of soldiers running over. Seeing them, the anger of the two caravans subsided. The patrolman shouted a few more times, and the blocked road was cleared. The kid was short and couldn't see clearly. He stretched his neck and asked, Is my father here? No. I've seen my father patrolling. He was so impressive. The kid lay on the hump of the camel and held his chin, chattering, My uncle and I have also been to the city. My father took me to the parade ground. I also brought a drum to see my father. He talked too much, and his tongue began to knot and stutter. Sui Yu perfunctorily said a few times and drove the camel to continue moving forward. When approaching the east city gate, he turned onto a road. The camel ran for another cup of tea and arrived at the parade ground. Sui Yu came at the right time, just as the morning training was over. The soldiers, exhausted and sweating, left in groups of 3 or 5. Some took off their shirts and walked in the sun with their shiny upper bodies. Hey, isn't this the son of Captain Zhao? Someone recognized the boy and moved his eyes to the woman riding with him. The boy looked 8 points like her, and her identity could be identified at a glance. Captain Zhao's wife? Are you looking for Captain Zhao? He and Captain Gu are still in the parade ground, although they were puzzled that the boy's mother's appearance did not match the rumors. They did not show any signs on their faces, and pointed the way enthusiastically. Sui Yu thanked him, and approached the parade ground. Before she saw anyone, she saw a camel tied under a tree. She drove the camel over. The people on the parade ground heard the noise and looked over. Zhao Shiping said a few more words to Captain Gu and Captain Yang, and then ran out of the parade ground. Is Captain Zhao's wife back? Captain Yang looked over and said jokingly, no wonder he is in good spirits these days. A sluggish donkey has come back to life. Captain Gu shook his head and said, it's okay to say this behind his back. But don't say it in front of him. Yeah. I know. I don't want to fight with him. Captain Yang walked over and said, Captain Hu has gone over. I'll go over to see too. Captain Hu just passed by and glanced at Sui Yu. Seeing Sui Yu's appearance, he was disappointed. No matter how good her facial features were, they were eclipsed by her dry and dark skin. There was nothing to see. He was disappointed and retracted his gaze, and left in a hurry. Madam Captain, I heard that you went out of the customs to do business. Did you bring back any good things from outside the customs? Captain Yang spoke up. Sui Yu looked at Zhao Shiping, who introduced him. This is Captain Yang. What does Captain Yang need? Sui Yu said. If you don't need it urgently, I'll keep an eye on it for you. There have been many caravans returning from outside the Great Wall in the past 2 months, and they may bring back things you want. Do you still have the waist drum your child plays with? I want to buy one for my child. Yes, the kid interrupted, as he was only thinking about making money. Sui Yu smiled and said, there are no small waist drums, but there are a few large waist drums. How old is your child? How big is the large waist drum? Sui Yu compared a size that was larger than the real thing, and Captain Yang estimated the weight and gave up. Next time I go out, I will bring back a few more small waist drums. Sui Yu promised. I will give 2 to the children to play with. She was unwilling to do business with Zhao Shiping's colleagues. On the one hand, she could not sell at a high price. If the price was too high, they would not be happy. If the price was too low, she would not get a good deal. Doing business would hurt the relationship between the two parties. On the other hand, Shang Jian, she did business with him. To a certain extent, it was a loss of face for Zhao Shiping. When will you go out again? Captain Gu came over and asked. If nothing unexpected happens, you will go out in the spring of the year after next. Sui Yu answered. It's hot. We're going back. Zhao Shiping interrupted. Okay. We're going back too. Captain Gu raised his hand. Zhao Shiping shouted go. The 2 camels ran out one after another. First go to the butcher's shop to buy 10 pounds of meat. Then turn out of the city, and go directly back to the guest house. Under the shade of the trees outside the guest house, Dunhuang, Chang, Shui, and Huanyo were still learning to play drums. Kerbin taught them seriously. And occasionally when he was free, he also took the time to teach Enlu to speak Chinese. Zhao Shiping turned over and jumped off the camel first. He walked to the other camel and took his son. As soon as he landed, he slapped the child's butt. The kid looked at him in confusion, covered his buttocks and asked, Is it a pat? You didn't do it lightly. Sui Yu laughed and teased. Zhao Shiping raised his hand and asked, Then I'll slap you again? The kid was not afraid. He stood there and asked, Why are you hitting me? You can't interrupt when adults are talking in the future. Sui Yu twisted his ears and said, Go play drums. The kid said and ran away. Sui Yu carried the pork to the kitchen, and came out to see Gonda and Gon Air sharpening sickles with stones by the river, preparing for the autumn harvest. The temperature has been high these days, and the sun is scorching. The 20 or 30 wheat plants in the vegetable garden have matured quickly, and the wheat ears are yellow with green. They can be harvested in 5 or 6 days. Sui Yu thought about the promise she made to Zhao Xiaozai yesterday to go to the fields to harvest wheat. She planned to sell the medicinal herbs she had stockpiled in the next 2 days to prevent more caravans from returning to the city. If a large number of medicinal herbs came in at that time, the price of the herbs would probably drop. Master, Xiao Chunhong passed by and said hello. Sui Yu called her and said, Go and call 2 people to move the 3 boxes of medicinal materials in the warehouse to my side, and come to the city with me in the afternoon. Hey. Xiao Chunhong agreed briskly. Zhao Shiping changed his clothes and came out. Seeing Sui Yu fiddling with the medicine box, he took a wooden basin and packed all the clothes he had changed last night. He told her whereabouts and went to the river to wash clothes. Master, the boxes are here. Xiao Chunhong came in with Anu and Li Wu. After putting the box down, Sui took out a handkerchief. She grabbed 2 more handfuls of alfalfa seeds and put them in the handkerchief, intending to send them to Zhao Xiaomi in 2 days. She also took out some of the big red dates, pepper, astragalus, and cardamom. Red dates can be used to make porridge. Pepper can make you sweat. Astragalus can be stewed in soup to nourish the body. And cardamom is suitable for stewing meat to remove the fishy smell. Zhao Xiaomi can use all of these. I almost forgot. The pepper tree planted in the backyard of Qianhusuo probably has a lot of peppers. I'll go and take a look when I come back tonight. Sui thought of this and muttered to himself. The herbs were sorted out. Zhao Shiping also came back from washing clothes. The drums outside stopped, and Uncle Nyo was calling for dinner. The waste drum was put into the house, and Sui asked Zhao Shiping to move the medicine box in first. In the afternoon, Xiao Chunhong brought a camel, tied 4 boxes of herbs to the camel's back, and Sui took her into the city. For boxes of herbs, minus half a box of alfalfa seeds. The rest of the herbs were sold for a total of more than 5,200 yuan. The 2 tortoise shells were the most valuable, followed by the ground or powder. And 2 pounds and 3 taels of sand were worth 1,150 yuan. It was sunset when I came out of the medicine shop, and another day ended. Sui rode a camel back to Qianhusuo. This house has been uninhabited for many years. The keyholes are rusty, and the door creaks when pushed. The cats in the yard heard the noise and scattered lightly, hiding on the beams and behind the doors, peeping at people walking into the yard in the dark. The yard has grown grass, and clumps of cat hair are hanging on the grass roots. When I walked under the eaves, a strong smell of cats hit me in the face. But fortunately, there was no smell of cat feces or urine. Sui cleared his throat and said, "Where is the cat official?" "Cat official?" "No movement. Probably ran out to catch mice." "Why is the cat official here?" Xiao Chunhong was puzzled. No wonder I felt something was missing. It turned out that I didn't see the cat in the guest house. Sui walked to the backyard and explained, "The cat official sheds a lot of hair in the summer, and it is used to sleeping with Ah Shui, so it often runs to the bed, making the mattress full of hair, which can't be patted off or washed off." Uncle Lao Nyo was so angry that he wanted to kill the cat. So Xiaozu's father sent the cat official back and planned to take him back when the weather got colder. As soon as she entered the backyard, Sui smelled the strong fragrance of pepper. The cat smell remaining in her nasal cavity quickly dissipated. She took a few deep breaths, and the pepper smell entered her lungs, and her dizzy mind was immediately refreshed. "There are so many peppers," Xiao Chunhong said in surprise. "If we pick them all, it will probably be about 10 to 20 kilograms? It will probably only be about 5 or 6 kilograms after drying." Sui pinched a pepper and twisted it. The pepper smell was strong, and the skin was hard. It was ripe and ready to be picked. Go to the neighboring Gu Qianhu's house and borrow a bucket of water. Leave half for the cats to drink and the other half for watering the trees. Sui instructed. Xiao Chunhong responded and walked out quickly. The cats in the front yard scattered at the sound. She only had time to see a few cattails. The backyard was also full of grass. Sui squatted down and weeded around the prickly ash tree. She saw 2 small trees about 1 palm high. They were prickly ash seedlings. They were thin and skinny, and were almost killed by weeds. "Master, the water is here." Xiao Chunhong came in with a bucket and said, "The gatekeeper of Gu Qianhu's house is a little reluctant to lend water. I heard that the wild cats in our yard often run to Gu's house to steal food, which is annoying for the master." Sui thought for a moment and said, "Go back and weave a big net. Bring people back in 2 days to catch all the cats, and then keep them in the guest house?" Xiao Chunhong asked. "Take them to the street first to see if anyone wants to hire a cat. If no one wants it, take it back, and we will keep it ourselves." Chapter 233 Persuading Xiaomi. It took 2 days for Xiao Chunhong, Lu Ye, Xiao Shi and other 9 maids to weave a large net with hemp rope under the guidance of Uncle Nyo. In addition, they also used willow branches as frames to weave several small net bags, which were tied to long poles and suitable for catching cats from a distance. One afternoon, Sui brought Xiuzai and Xiao Chunhong back to the city. In order to lure cats, she took away half a basin of braised pork soup noodles. The braised pork and noodles were mixed together and kneaded into pieces, ensuring that each noodle was covered with meat. Like the previous 2 days, as soon as the door opened, the wild cats in the yard quickly hid. There was also a cat standing on the wall. It was the cat official. It smelled the meat and recognized the person who walked into the yard. It shouted "Ayo" and jumped off the wall excitedly, meowing as it ran. Cat official. I'm here to take you home. Sui touched the cat's head and let it rub against her leg hair. The little cub also reached out to touch the fur, and he propped up his hands and puffed his cheeks to blow. And the cat fur flew everywhere. The cat official stood up to pick up the basin, and Sui stood up and looked around. She put the basin in the corner near the kitchen. There was a dead corner here, which could prevent the cat from escaping when catching it. The rice bowl was put down, and the cat hiding on the beam showed its head, and 2 cat heads squeezed out of the door crack of the back house. Mimi, Sui called out. 2 cats tried to jump off the beam, but the cat heads in the door crack shrank back. After a while, 2 different cat heads squeezed out. Let's go. We're going to pick pepper. Sui took the little cub away, intending to go slowly. The sun was setting in the west, and the earthen walls and eaves cast a large shadow on the ground. The pepper tree was also covered by the shadow. People standing below would not be exposed to the sun. So Sui untied the scarf covering her head. It was much cooler without the cloth covering her head. Xiao Chunhong had already started picking peppers, and Xiaozai came over to help. Sui was worried that the thorns on the pepper tree would cut his delicate skin, so he coaxed him to watch the cats eat. Take light steps. Watch from a distance. Don't get close to them, Sui instructed. Okay. Xiaozai left. The young master was born in this house, right? Xiao Chunhong asked. Yes. It's quiet here. More suitable for me to have confinement. Sui threw a pepper into his mouth, bit it with his teeth, and the numbing and pungent taste rushed straight to his brain, and his tongue lost consciousness instantly. On the other side, Xiaozai tiptoed to the front yard. He lay on the wall and stuck his head out. The cats who had heard the noise a long time ago ran away, and they looked at him vigilantly. Meow. He squeezed his throat to imitate the cat's meow. The cat official was full, and it took the time to reply meow, squatted on the ground calmly, and licked its paws carefully. The cub came along the wall, and before he had taken a few steps, a large group of cats gave up eating and ran to the yard to stare at him. Eat. The cub squatted down, and he dug the dirt and said, Eat quickly. It's delicious. The cats licked their mouths and paws collectively, and the cub watched with relish. 2 big orange cats saw that he didn't move, and they looked at the food bowl, pricked up their ears vigilantly, and went back to eat. The cub found that the cats he was staring at didn't dare to approach the food bowl. So he turned his eyes to the cat official and asked in a muttered voice, Cat official, which one is your wife? The cat official licked his paws clean, got up and walked to the backyard, and the cub immediately followed. Mom, I'm going over. The cats don't dare to eat. He ran over and said, Sui had just recovered from the numbness. And she said with a hissing breath, Go and see them a few more times. They will get used to it, and won't be afraid of you anymore. The cub noticed her mouth and asked greedily, Mom, what did you eat? Nothing. The cub didn't believe it. He walked around the pepper tree twice and found nothing. He rolled his eyes and said, I'm hungry. Sui looked at him and didn't say anything. Mom, I'm hungry. He said it again. Xiao Chunhong couldn't help laughing and said, If you're hungry, go eat cat food. Sui pinched a small pepper and handed it over, saying, I just ate this. Do you want one too? The cub sniffed it, and the taste was not right. It doesn't smell good, but it's sweet when you bite it, Sui added. The cub believed it. He took the pepper and chewed it, then spit it out the next moment, lowering his head and spitting. Don't cry. You asked for it yourself. Sui gave a warning, and she continued to pick peppers. It's not sweet. It burns my tongue, and it hurts. He hadn't eaten peppercorns yet, so he didn't know how to describe the spicy and numbing taste. It will be better after a while. Sui laughed at him. See if you're still greedy? 1 peppercorn knocked down a child, and without him making trouble, Sui and Xiao Chunhong picked half a tree of peppercorns at dusk. When they left this time, there were 7 or 8 big cats lying in the yard. These ones were a little braver, and when they saw Xiao Chunhong taking away the food bowl, they meowed a few times. As soon as he left the door, Xiaozai forgot about the burning tongue. He sat on the camel's back with the cat in his arms and blew the wind. He took a big bite in the wind, turned his head and spit it out. He played this boring action all the way. The next evening, Sui Yu and Xiao Chunhong were going to the city to pick peppercorns again. She asked Xiaozai if he wanted to go. He hesitated and chose to pick eggs at home. Another half bowl of rice was delivered. This time it was millet rice mixed with egg custard. The rice was cold and had a strong egg smell. People disliked it. But cats liked it very much. As soon as they entered the door, the cats came out when they smelled it. The rice bowl was placed in the old place. Before Sui Yu left, a big orange cat rushed over. She tried to touch it, but it was so focused on eating that it didn't react at all. Sui Yu smiled. It took another half day to pick the remaining peppercorns. When she left, there were 5 more cats in the yard. When Xiao Chunhong went to get the rice bowl, 2 cats stood up to see her off. Master, when are we going to catch cats? Xiao Chunhong was a little excited. In 2 days, we will come again tomorrow and bring the big net to cover the eaves. Sui Yu said. The big net was propped up with sticks to form an outer wall, leaving only a passage for the cats to enter and exit. The rice bowl was left behind, and Sui Yu and Xiao Chunhong went to the backyard to weed. The cat food brought this time was not finished. Some wild cats were vigilant by nature, and would rather starve than walk into the trap set by people. In the next 2 days, Sui Yu did not come again, and no one sent food. The wheat in the wheat field turned yellow, and the soybeans could be harvested. Before the autumn harvest, Zhao Xiaomi invited his brother and sister-in-law to dinner. At the dinner table, they talked about catching cats at night. Zhao Xiaomi intended to hire 2 cats back. My family has a lot of food in grass piles, and there are a lot of mice. Last month, a pile of golden grass was almost sold out. I wanted to collect the broken firewood to burn. When the firewood was pulled apart, a mouse hole was exposed. I poured a bucket of water, and 13 little mice floated up. It was disgusting, Zhao Xiaomi said with disgust. At that time, I wanted to borrow a cat official from the guest house to catch mice. But later I was too busy and forgot. Xiaomi, how much money did you make from selling food and grass this year? Sui Yu asked. Is there 4,000 to 5,000 coins? Mother Huang was unhappy to hear this and interrupted. Sister-in-law, have another bowl of chicken soup. This is a 2-year-old hen. The stewed soup is nourishing. Sui Yu handed the bowl to Zhao Shiping and said, Auntie, please sit down and let Shiping serve me. You are the elder, so I won't bother you. There are more than 4,800 coins. By March next year, I estimate that I can save 7,000 to 8,000 coins. Zhao Xiaomi didn't think much about it, and she didn't hide it. She dragged the chair closer and said, Sister-in-law, I plan to buy another 4 or 5 acres of wasteland by the end of the year. The golden flower grass seeds you brought me from outside the pass are fuller. I plan to plant a few more acres to see if the grass seeds outside the pass are better. Do you plan to hire a few long-term workers? Or buy 2 slaves? With help, you can be much more relaxed. Sui Yu reached out and stroked her sister-in-law's hair. Xiaomi was younger than her, not even 20 years old, and her long hair had lost its luster. Huang's mother put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, Our family is small, and we can't afford to support farmhands and servants. 2 more people means not only 2 more helpers, but also 2 more mouths to feed. We can't afford to feed the family. Can't you afford to buy food with the money you earn? Zhao Shiping spoke up. He looked at the second son of the Huang family and asked, Can you afford to marry a daughter-in-law if you can't buy food? Huang's father and mother changed their faces, and Zhao Xiaomi lowered her eyes. When you opened a food store in Mingxiang, you only had to roll bread and make some flatbreads in the house. You complained about being tired at that time. But now you don't feel tired? Could it be that you were a clay figure back then and a bronze figure now? Sui Yu joked with her. If you can't bear to buy servants, then hire 2 farmhands. The farmhands go to the fields, and you can free up your hands to contact merchants. We can help you attract business. But if you attract business, you will go to the fields, and it will be useless if you can't find your people. Another thing is that you still have to contact the merchants yourself when doing business. Only when they have a good relationship with you will they think of you when they buy food and grass. Zhao Xiaomi listened to these words and thought of another thing. She was using herself as an animal now, cutting grass, bundling grass and carrying grass in the fields. She saved money. When the second son got married, he would sit in the house and enjoy the happiness. She would lose a lot. Okay, I will hire 2 cats and 2 long-term workers. At this point, Xiaomi hardened her heart and gritted her teeth and said, Third brother, third sister-in-law, Please keep an eye out for me. If there is an honest servant, I will buy one back. The slave is in her name, and will be hers in the future. Huang's father and mother's faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, and they wanted to drive Sui Yu's family out. These two troublemakers were so angry that they couldn't get angry, so they could only curse in their hearts. After lunch, Sui Yu said goodbye to Huang's father and mother with a smile on her face. Zhao Shiping held the sleeping child, looked at his sister, and followed Sui Yu away. There was sunshine outside. Sui Yu wrapped her head and face with a headscarf. After wrapping it, she took the child and waited for Zhao Shiping to ride the camel before she handed the child over. The camels walked slowly in the city. The two camels walked side by side, and their bulging bellies rubbed against each other from time to time. At the beginning, Xiaomi should have married a family with only one son. With her business opportunities and making money, those two old guys would have more calculations in their hearts. Zhao Shiping sighed lightly. The key is to see whether Huang Lianzhen can stand firm. Your family still has 3 sons. I didn't suffer much from my parents-in-law when I married you, Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping sat up straight without making a sound. He raised the corner of his mouth and pretended to be calm and said, You have a point. Bad behavior. Sui Yu smiled. Go home for a nap. Wake up to receive a group of merchants. And when the sun sets, Sui Yu takes all the servants, brings food and rides camels into the city. I will go in with Xiao Chunhong later, and the rest of you will disperse and guard outside the door and the wall. If a cat escapes, use a net bag to catch it, Sui Yu explained. Don't catch it with your hands. Be careful of wild cats scratching people. Zhang Shan and others nodded. Sui Yu and Xiao Chunhong opened the door first. As soon as they entered the door, Sui Yu put down the cat official. Tonight, it and a bowl of raw fish and rice are bait. The wild cats in the yard have been out of food for 3 days. When they smelled the fishy smell, most of them gave up their plans to escape. The 2 big orange cats directly threw away their armor and followed the cat official to scramble for food. The food bowl was placed in the old position, and Sui Yu and Xiao Chunhong stepped back. Now all the wild cats in the yard heard the news and rushed in. Sui Yu gestured to Xiao Chunhong, and the two slowly approached. When the figure moved, 4 cats jumped out vigilantly. Sui Yu continued to approach, and Xiao Chunhong followed him. 5 more cats licked their mouths and ran out, and they breathed fiercely at people. The two walked outside the big net and stood quietly for a moment. When the cats under the eaves relaxed their vigilance, Sui Yu winked at Xiao Chunhong, and the two stepped on the wooden sticks that fell into the soil and pounced on the big net. A dozen cats reacted quickly and ran away. The cats covered by the big net screamed continuously, and the food bowl overturned. Sui Yu noticed that a thin orange cat took the opportunity to go in and eat it in big mouthfuls. It was just to fill its stomach and not its life. The cat that escaped the big net climbed over the wall and fled, but was caught by the servants guarding outside with a net bag before landing. Master, we've caught all the cats, Zhang Shun shouted from outside. Once we've dealt with it outside, come in and help, Sui Yu shouted. Zhang Shun and Qin Shan each carried a sack, and both wore sheepskin gloves and tattered clothes on their hands. They were mainly responsible for catching cats from the big net. 1, 2, 3, 52, including the cats caught outside the wall. A total of 52. Chapter 234 Hiring Cats. In the darkness of night, the shrill cry of cats came from inside the door. 50 or 60 wild cats rolled in the sacks, making more noise than putting a living person in them. The servants of Gu Qianhu's family stood outside the door and watched. When they saw the sacks being put on the camel's back, a gatekeeper in blue asked, Where are you going to take these wild cats? Skin them and eat their meat? No. Take them to the guest house. Lock them up for a few days, and then give them to people who want to keep cats. Xiao Chunhong replied, patting the cat fur on her body, and asked, Does your master want to hire 2 cats to catch mice? There are no mice at home. They have all been eaten by these cats. Those who can escape from the cats have moved away. The gatekeeper said. Sui Yu came out with the cat official and said, Please tell your wife that I will come to visit your wife in 2 days. The cats living in my house have caused you a lot of trouble. The doorman said and said politely, The long-haired beasts are ignorant. It has nothing to do with you. My wife has always praised you for your kindness. Sui Yu smiled slightly and said nothing more. She took the cat official and rode on the camel. Seeing this, Lu Yer said politely on her behalf, It's late. We will go back first and visit you another day. The camel moved, leaving the Qianhu office with a shrill cat cry. Wherever it passed, people came out to check the situation. When they heard the camel's hoofbeats and shrill cat calls, they wondered, what's going on? Who is killing cats? In the evening, I saw a lot of people coming to Qianhu Zhao's house. I guess they caught the wild cats. The woman who was pouring swill said, have they all been caught? That's not clear. I was thinking about catching a cat in a couple of days. There's a greedy big yellow cat that comes to my house every day to beg for food. It's fat and my mother likes it very much. She has said several times that she wants to keep it at home, but she has never caught it. The man who lived at the end of Dinghu Lane said. The woman carried the swill bucket into the house. She knew the big yellow cat. It had been active in several nearby houses, and had taken over the mouse catching business at the end of the lane. It would eat if someone gave it food, and it would not steal if no one gave it food. Captain Zhao's family lives in a guest house in the north of the city, not far away. You can go there tomorrow and see if you can get the cat back. The woman gave him advice. Okay, I'll buy a piece of sheep lung tomorrow morning and ask. The cat's cry disappeared in the wind, and the voice of the person also disappeared with the sound of the door closing. Dad, I heard the cat's cry. My mother is back. The cub sat up straight. Zhao Shiping stopped the camel and waited for the camel caravan in the distance to approach. When approaching, Qishan found the father and son waiting by the roadside. He turned around and reported, Master, the adults and the young master are in front. Sui Yu sped up and passed the camel in front. Seeing Zhao Shiping did not slow down, she held the cat official in one hand and waved with the other hand, saying, Let's go. Go back. Have they all been caught? Zhao Shiping asked. It should be all caught. If there are any missed ones, they are not at home tonight. Sui Yu said. How did you two find them? Mom, I'll pick you up. The kid staggered and said loudly. He's clamoring to come out. Zhao Shiping said. The meal at home is ready. You haven't come back yet, so I came out to check. As he spoke, the smell of rice was in the wind, and the fire in the guest house could be seen. The camel ran for another half a cup of tea, and faint laughter and sharp cat calls came over. Merchants who were strolling outside the inn gathered around. 2 bags of cats were taken off the camel's back, and they moved closer to watch the fun. Master, should we put these cats in sacks or let them out and lock them in the house? Zhang Shun asked. Put them in sacks first, and settle the cats after you finish your meal. Sui Yu left the cat official behind, stretched out her fingers to push the cub away, and prevented him from leaning on her. She said, There are a lot of ropes left from making nets before. Tie up the cats. Don't put the ropes around their necks. Pass them through their armpits and tie them on their backs. Gonda and Gon Air understand what I mean. Let them teach you in the evening. Gonda and Gon Air nodded in unison. After arranging the cats, Sui Yu asked Zhao Shiping to bring her hot water. She wanted to take a bath and change her clothes. The cat official was a coward. He caught the cats only by familiar people, and he scared them to pee and rubbed them all over her, which was smelly and stinky. The bags containing the cats were moved to the empty guest house where no one lived. The merchants who came to watch the excitement dispersed, and it became much quieter outside. Sui Yu came out after changing and washing. There were not many people left in the kitchen. Xiao Chunhong and the others were full and walked out wiping their mouths. Master, we're going to catch a cat. Sui Yu nodded and said, Wrap your hands and arms well. Don't let the cat scratch you. Okay. Mom, come and eat. The kid was sitting on a chair swinging his legs and waving his hand attentively. Sui Yu sat down next to him, and Inpa brought a bowl of pickled cabbage and egg soup noodles. The golden egg flowers floated on the soup, and the sour taste made the kid hungry again. Mom. Ah. He leaned over and opened his mouth. Sui Yu used chopsticks to pick up the peppercorns and fed him 2 pieces of egg crumbs. At the same time, he reached down with one hand to touch his belly. It was bulging, and it was obvious that he had eaten a lot. Go get a spoon. I'll eat the noodles, and you drink the soup, Sui Yu said. You can't eat too much at night. Sui Liang, who was standing under the eaves, heard it. He went into the kitchen and took out a small wooden spoon and handed it to his nephew. Thank you, uncle. Sui Liang sneered. When did you become so polite? The kid ignored him. He knelt on the chair and happily ate a bowl of rice with his mother. I'm going to catch a cat. Sui Liang walked out. Where's your brother-in-law? Yu asked. He took the cat official to the river to wash its butt. He said it smelled bad. If it ran to sleep with Shui again, Uncle Nyo would really kill the cat. Yu quickly finished the noodles. She took the bowl and drank a few sips of soup. She put down the bowl and took the child out to find someone to wash the cat. Zhao Shiping originally planned to wash the cats, and the hair on the cat's hind legs. But when the hair touched the water, he felt that the cat official was smelly from head to toe. So he simply pressed it into the water and washed it all. When Yu went over, he was rubbing the cat's fur with ash, trying to rub off all the loose hair on it. The cat official cried out weakly. Cowardly cat. Yu scolded it. Are you full? Zhao Shiping asked. Yeah. Yu led the cub down the riverbank, and the mother and daughter chose 2 stones to sit down, both tilting their heads to look at the person who was washing the cat. Over the years, Zhao Shiping has changed a lot. But not a lot either. What moved Yu the most was that he was rich and powerful. But he was still low-key. Liked quietness, didn't socialize, and was even more stable. He took good care of the children at home, and was able to lower himself to wash clothes and brush shoes in public without her begging or telling him. He took the initiative to go to the family, taking care of both the outside and the inside. In the traditional sense, he took on the responsibilities that women shouldered, and was not afraid of gossip. Dad, my mom is watching you. The little boy, the spoiler, broke the ambiguous atmosphere and said on his own initiative, You talk to her. Zhao Shiping turned his head away. Yu looked away. She picked up a stone and threw it into the river, smashing the moon reflected on the river surface. The little boy followed suit. Then, the sound of water splashing by the river came one after another. Little boy, let me tell you a story. In a big forest, there was a little monkey drinking water by the river. What is a forest? A forest is a place with many trees. Go east from here. Go to the end and cross the snow-capped mountains, and you can see many trees. After washing the cat, Zhao Shiping went back to get an old piece of clothing, and went to the river to sit down and wipe the cat's fur. What is a monkey? The little boy asked again. Monkeys have fur all over their bodies. They can stand up and walk like humans. They are particularly good at climbing trees. They like to eat fruits. As the question and answer continued, the reflection of the moon on the river surface moved westward. As time passed, the cat's cry from the guest house disappeared. The servants went back to the house to get clothes and discuss going to the lower reaches of the river to take a bath. Sui Lian did not go with them and turned halfway. Hearing the voices, he walked to the river and sat down. The cub was sleepy. He yawned, tilted his head, and lay on his mother's legs. He glanced at the river surface and muttered, The moon is gone. It was taken away by the monkey. It's gone. Let's go back to sleep. Yu picked him up, and the next moment he was taken over by Zhao Shiping. The cat official was finally freed. He landed and shook his fur. When everyone left, he jumped on the stone and licked his fur carefully. The moon came out from the clouds again, sprinkling fish scale-like gold fragments on the river surface. The cat official sat alone by the river, licking his fur until late at night. The night faded away unnoticed. The light of the morning glow expanded. The cocks crowed everywhere, and the slaves and helpers who were working woke up. Hey, why is the cat officer sleeping by the river? Gone to pass by carrying water. The chickens flew down. They clucked and went to the river to drink water. A big red-crowned rooster walked to the stone and pecked the cat. The cat officer shook his ears and didn't move at all. The early rising escort passed by and saw the cat sleeping peacefully among the chickens. He shouted, and the cat officer moved, and the cat's head buried in his crotch and continued to sleep. Did you become a thief last night? You slept so soundly. The escort left. The sun rose, and the stones were a little warm. The chickens left, and the camels came to the river to drink water again. They kicked and stomped past the cat. Hee hee. It's still sleeping. Shui laughed. Wanyo picked up a branch, poked the cat's ear, and said softly, Cat official, get up. There was no movement at all. If the cat's belly was not still rising and falling, Shui would have thought it was dead. In order to watch the cat sleep, several children stopped beating drums and sat together under the shade of the tree to watch, so as not to let the bad-hearted adults disturb it. The sun was high in the sky, and people were sweating. The cat official finally slept enough. He stretched and stood up, yawned loudly, and went to the river to drink water as soon as he opened his eyes. Cat official. Are you hungry? I left you some food. A Shui handed over the cat bowl. Kid. Where are your parents? Guo Laosen got off the mule with a sheep's lung and a bag of candied fruit. Is Zhao Qianhu at home? My father is not at home. He hasn't come back yet. The kid stood up and solicited business like a little adult. Do you want to stay? I'll go call my mother. Okay. You go find your mother. I won't stay. I'm here to hire a cat. Sui Yu had heard the noise. She put down her needlework and walked out. She just heard the last sentence when she went out. Mrs. Zhao. My family lives at the end of Dinghu Lane. I heard a noise last night. Did you catch all the cats? Can I take one home? Guo Laosen handed over the things in his hand and said with a smile, I don't want it for nothing. Bring a betrothal gift. Sui Yu smiled. It was really interesting. She took the things and handed them to a Shui, saying, I'll take you there to have a look. The 52 cats were tied up in the empty guest house. They were fed in the morning and their emotions were much calmer. But when they saw people coming in, they still looked like they were going to bite people to death. Guo Laosen saw the big yellow cat at a glance. The big yellow cat also recognized him. When people approached, it meowed twice. This is the one. It used to catch mice in my house. We all like it. Gu Laosen took out an old piece of clothing from his arms and covered the cat. After making sure it wouldn't bite anyone, he untied the rope and said, Then I'll take it away. Okay. Go back and tell the neighbors. If anyone wants a cat, come and catch it. These cats are good at catching mice. It's not a loss to hire them. Sui Yu said. Okay. Before Gu Laosen left, 3 more people came to hire cats. They heard from the doorman of Gu Qianhu's house that Sui Yu had caught a cat and planned to give it away. So they brought things to hire cats. Families with more financial resources brought a foot of cloth or a piece of meat. And families with less financial resources brought 2 pounds of dried vegetables, or 3 or 5 eggs. As long as they were sincere about raising cats, Sui Yu would lead people to choose cats. 8 cats were taken away in one day, and the remaining cats were raised in the guest house for another day. After they were full and satisfied, Sui Yu took the servants to transport the cats to the market in baskets, and married them off in the street. Chapter 235 Going to work in the fields. This one won't do. It looks fierce. I don't want it. A peasant woman with a basket shook her head. She squatted in front of the stall and looked carefully. Suddenly, she met the eyes of a white cat. The white cat had gray fur and was thin, compared with the big tabby cat. Its eyes were much gentler. The white one. Yes, I want the white cat, the woman said. Xiao Chunhong untied the rope tied to the basket. She dragged the cat over and said, Go back with your master. You catch mice well. She won't treat you badly. Yes. There are many fields and mice in our village. It won't starve. The woman took the rope. Lu Yair came over with a stack of faded old cloth. It was cut from washed bedspreads. A piece of cloth was just enough to hold a cat, making it convenient for the cat master to take the cat home. This is the dowry our master gave to the kitten, Lu Yair said with a smile. The woman smiled. She put the cat in a cloth bag and walked away with it. Another person came. Xiao Chunhong hurriedly greeted him. Do you want to hire a cat? These are wild cats. They are good at catching mice. How much for one? The man took off the bag of copper coins, pointed to the 2 big orange cats at Sui Yu's feet, and said, I want the one with the flower mouth. These 2 have owners. This is what Sui Yu left for Zhao Xiaomi. The man retracted his gaze and looked around. The other cats were not as plump as those 2 orange cats. He looked at Sui Yu again, his eyes wandering around the 2 orange cats sleeping soundly. That kitten. Yes. It's the same color as my 2 cats. This kitten was born this spring. It's a little smaller. You catch it and take good care of it. It will grow fat in winter, Sui Yu said. The man reluctantly accepted it, threw a handful of copper coins into the basket, and walked away with the cat. At this time, a man with a bitter face stopped in front of the stall. Xiao Chunhong looked at him in surprise and asked hesitantly, Do you want to hire a cat? The man shook his head, but did not leave. Qishan noticed something was wrong. He left his camel and walked over to ask, What are you doing? Are you from the Zhao Qianhu family in the north of the city? The man with a bitter face spoke. He looked at Sui Yu. A flattering smile appeared on his stiff face, and asked, Manager Yu? Right? Do you still want to buy slaves? Sui Yu stood up straight. This was a coincidence. She was still worried about where to find slaves for Zhao Xiaomi these 2 days. Most of the people sold in the brokerage were children. As long as young and middle-aged people had land, they would not fall to the point of selling themselves. And the slave traders in the interior of the country estimated that they would come again in the fall of next year. And it would be too late by then. Sui Yu asked Xiao Chunhong to watch the stall. And she led the 2 cats. And asked Qi Shan to take the man who wanted to sell himself to a nearby alley to talk. What's your name? Where do you live? Why did you think of selling yourself? Sui Yu asked. My name is Shuisheng. I live in Haishuatan outside the West City Gate. I am the 2nd child in the family. My parents are dying of illness. The medical treatment has emptied the family's savings. And I am in debt. I can't survive. So I have to sell myself. As he said this, Shuisheng couldn't help wiping his tears. In order to pay for his parents' medical treatment, his wife quarreled with him every day. This spring, she ran away with the children. Now the family is so poor that there is no rice to cook. As soon as the crops in the field matured, they were divided up by several creditors. It's really impossible to survive. Unfortunately, his parents are getting sicker and sicker. And they can't die. He can't bear to watch the old couple starve to death. So he can only resort to this last resort. You are the 2nd oldest. So you have brothers? Qishan asked. The eldest and the 3rd oldest don't care. And they still want to dig the dirt to bury the 2 old guys. Shuisheng sighed. Forget it. Everyone has their own conscience. I will sell my body to pay off the debt. And prepare 2 thin coffins for my parents. So I won't owe them anything in the future. He was very tired. He had no ability to solve the mess at home. He didn't want to be scolded every day. So he thought of escaping. Sui Yu thought that this was a really honest man. He would only keep his anger in his heart and make himself feel aggrieved. He didn't even dare to speak loudly. There was no need to worry about Xiaomi buying it back. Let me be frank with you. I will find you a master. You will have no relationship with your parents and brothers and sisters-in-law in the future. If you take the master's food back to help your parents, even if one of your hands is cut off, you will have no place to seek justice. Sui Yu said. Think about it again. I think you are still a little hesitant. Shuisheng was indeed hesitant. He hesitated and said, I will go back and ask my parents. Sui Yu smiled and said, Okay. I will wait for you at the West Gate. If his parents loved him, this man would never go to the point of being separated from his wife and children and in debt. He is a fool. He still asked his parents for their opinions at this time. He should sell himself to support his family. Sui Yu said hello to Qi Shan and walked west with the 2 fat cats. Although wild cats are afraid of people, they are brave. These 2 are greedy. Every time they walk a distance, Sui Yu feeds them a lump of boiled eggs. With the help of the 2 boiled eggs, they can lead them all the way to the West Gate smoothly. My dear sister, did you catch these 2 cats at the market? Do you have any more? A man ran in from outside the city. He heard on the way that someone in the city was giving away cats. So he hurried over immediately. Sui Yu showed him the way and said, There are 7 or 8 left. Go quickly, or they will be gone if you are late. The man said and ran away. Sui Yu squatted down in a shady place. She cracked a boiled egg to tease the cat. A shepherd child dragged the sheep over. He didn't let the sheep go. So he squatted next to the cat and watched the cat eat. They are so fat. The child couldn't help but reach out and touch the cat's tail. Your sheep are also fat, Sui Yu said. The child nodded and said, I find the tenderest grass to feed them every day. And when the soybeans are picked, I will pick soybeans in the field to feed them. Sui Yu praised him for being patient and responsible. The child was very happy and stopped touching the cat. He sat next to her and told her how he raised sheep. After about a cup of tea, the child was talking dry, and Shuisheng appeared at the city gate. Sui Yu said goodbye to the chatterbox and walked over with the cat. How is it? She asked. It's agreed that my elder brother will use the money from my selling body to treat my parents' illness and provide for their retirement. Shuisheng was relaxed. Sui Yu cursed him for being stupid, and she led people to Xiaomi's in-laws' home. Have you brought the household registration? Yes. Shopkeeper Yu. Who bought me? My sister-in-law. The sister of Captain Zhao. Sui Yu remembered the character of the 2 elders of the Huang family and Shuisheng's temperament, and warned him in advance, You were bought by my sister-in-law, and it is also under her name. In the future, you only need to listen to her. If she asks you to plow the land, You can't go to bundle grass. If she asks you to cut grass in the field, you can't listen to other people's errands and stay at home to dry grass. Shueishan agreed. When they arrived at Huang's house, the door was locked from the inside, and the chimney of the kitchen was smoking. Sui Yu leaned against the door and saw Aining standing under the eaves through the crack. She shouted, Aining, it's my third aunt. Who are you at home with? I'm at home. Zhao Xiaomi covered the pot lid and ran out. She opened the door and explained, I'm the only one at home. I can't take care of the children because I'm cooking. I was worried that Aining would run away, so I locked the door. He's short and can't open the door. You should be more careful. Sui Yu led the cat in and said, I brought you the servant you asked for. Shueisheng stood aside stiffly. Xiaomi was stunned for a moment. It was so fast. You don't want to buy it? Then I'll buy it back. It's just right for me to help your third brother take care of the crops. Sui Yu dared to unilaterally agree to buy someone with this intention. Zhao Xiaomi wiped her hands and said, Buy. You and my third brother want to buy a slave. You can look for it later. Third sister-in-law. Come in and talk. I'm still cooking in the pot. Sui Yu tied the cat to the door knocker and told Shueisheng to watch the child and not to touch the cat. What does my brother-in-law say about buying a servant? She went into the kitchen and asked. What can he say? He has no objection. The money is in my hand, and I have the final say on how to use it. Zhao Xiaomi chuckled. My parents-in-law have objections, but they are afraid of my third brother. Afraid that I will go back and complain. So they sat at home for 2 days. And when they saw that I didn't change my mind, they didn't say much. They are just unhappy, with a dark face all day long, and say that Aining is a young master in a yin and yang way. Sui Yu was not surprised that the money was in Xiaomi's hands. From the fact that she could tell how much money she earned this year, she knew that Xiaomi was clear-headed and knew how to control the family's property. Huang's father, Huang's mother and Huang's second son must have saved money, but the bulk of it is in Zhao Xiaomi's hands. If you have any concerns and ideas, talk to your brother-in-law more often. If you get benefits, say a few more nice words to coax him, so as not to alienate the couple. Sui Yu gave some advice. Zhao Xiaomi covered her mouth and laughed twice. Joking, you have fed my third brother a lot of magic potion. Right? Sui Yu added some firewood to the stove and said with a smile, Yes. He has drunk a lot. Zhao Xiaomi laughed and sighed. It's still fun to be with you. The old and young in my family are all wooden. They can't take a joke. They feel uncomfortable. Their faces fall. And I am not happy to see them. There are not many people like me in the world. If you can meet someone to be your sister-in-law, you should be content. Sui Yu said arrogantly. Zhao Xiaomi said. She said. You really don't know how to be modest. Sui Yu smiled. And when she saw that the pickled cabbage and tofu in the pot were starting to smell good, she clapped her hands and said, You're busy. I'm going back. Eat here. I'll cook some more dishes. Sui Yu waved her hand. She wouldn't go back. Someone would go to the city to look for her when it was time for dinner. Zhao Xiaomi asked her to wait. She shoveled the dishes in the pot, added water, and quickly went into the house to take 10 eggs, put them in her pocket, and handed them to Sui Yu. This is the etiquette for hiring a cat. No matter if it's a relative or a distant relative. Giving something means that the cat is yours, and it will be easier to raise it in the future. Don't worry. Third sister-in-law. I told Aining's father that if I'm too tired, I'm afraid I won't be able to get pregnant in the future. He has no objection to buying a servant. And he also asked me to rest at home in the future. Zhao Xiaomi whispered. Another thing is that he and I are of the same mind. A brother can't compare to a son. And he also knows how to keep things to himself. It's okay if you know what's going on. But don't be too picky about your parents-in-law. They've also contributed to the grain and grass business. Sui Yu didn't want to worry about her family's affairs, and didn't want to get involved in their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. She said a few words, and was about to go out. Third sister-in-law. Don't just blame me. And don't get tired. Zhao Xiaomi chased out and said. Sui Yu waved her hand without turning her head. She had been running around for half a year. And she could rest for half a year. If she was weak, she could recover. She knew it. The cats were hired out. Xiao Chunhong, Lu Yair and Qin Shan were still waiting on the street. When they saw Sui Yu coming, the three of them led the camel with a basket to meet her. Go back. Sui Yu said. Did that man sell himself? Qin Shan asked. Sui Yu nodded. She rode on the camel and looked at the things in the basket. There were all kinds of things. Some for money, some for grain, some for dates, some for bamboo baskets, and some for vegetables. On the way back, I met Sister Lame and her husband, who were bringing vegetables back with a camel. Sueyu said, "New seedlings have grown under the pepper tree. You can dig them up next spring. You still remember. I thought you forgot." Sister Lame smiled. She patted the camel and said, "I made money. I bought 5 pepper trees from other places. They will bear fruit next year. I don't want the ones from your place. You are so generous." Sueyu teased. "Thanks to you." Sister Lame laughed and said, "I won't talk to you anymore. Go back quickly. Your family's meal is ready." Sueyu agreed. After returning, Sueyu told Zhao Shiping about Shuixing's affairs. He didn't say anything. As long as Xiaomi didn't get angry or suffer, he wouldn't interfere in her in-laws' affairs. He just played a role of reliance. If we meet someone suitable in the future, we will buy another person to farm the land. Sueyu glanced at the man and said, "We make money easily, so don't be so stingy. We can just hire a helper." Zhao Shiping felt that it was more important to spend money on Sueyu. He felt more at ease if she took more money when she went out. Sueyu didn't bother to pay attention to him, and glanced at him to signal him to shut up. Kerbin and Anil passed by with bowls. Zhao Shiping saw them, and remembered the household registration. He called the resident and said, "You two will go to the government office with me this afternoon and leave a record there. Your household registration will be registered with me first. If you want to leave the city in the future, you need my consent." These bits and pieces were sorted out one by one. When Sueyu was free, she took the little cub to the field to harvest wheat. Sui Lian also went to the field, and the business of the guest house was handed over to Uncle Niu and his Shui. Sueyu had explained in advance that 2 acres of wheat had not been harvested. These 2 acres of wheat were the task of their family of 4. "It's been several years since we've been busy with the autumn harvest. Sister, I still remember when we first came to Dunhuang. We worked in the fields with my brother-in-law. He had a stern face every day, as if he wanted to eat people," Sui Lian said. Zhao Shiping came over after his shift, and heard this as soon as he approached. This put him in a dilemma. No way. The kid was very confident. He puffed up his red cheeks and said stubbornly, "My dad won't do that. He's very nice. You know shit. You weren't there when your mother and I were suffering." Sui Lian rolled his eyes. The kid was confused. He looked at Sueyu. His eyes turned, and he suddenly said, "Mom, my uncle lied again. You weren't there at that time. Your uncle didn't lie." Sueyu glanced at Zhao Shiping and said, "At that time, your father kept you hidden and refused to give you to me." Only the couple understood the meaning of this, and Zhao Shiping's face turned red. Chapter 236 Uninvited. Sui Liang stared at his brother-in-law suspiciously, and when he was glared at, he immediately complained, "Little boy, did you see it? Your father glared at me. So you can't accuse me of lying anymore." The little boy hesitated twice, picked up the wheat ears that fell on the ground, and blushed and whispered, "I didn't see it." Sui Liang was so angry that he raised his hand to hit him. It was really hurtful. No matter how good an uncle is, he can't compare to his own father. Zhao Shiping felt relieved, but his face didn't show it. He picked up the straw hat from the edge of the field and put it on, strode into the wheat field, put small bundles of wheat together, and put them on the ridges with a wooden fork after tying them. It was already late when he got off work, and he was busy in the field for another half an hour. The weather was getting hotter, and the sun was dizzy. Sueyu and Sui Liang bent over to cut wheat, and sweat was pouring down from the heat. Sueyu stood up, covering her forehead with her hand to look at the direction of the sun. Although it was still early for noon, she didn't want to be exposed to the sun in the field. Anyway, it was not the real busy season. The wheat in the field was not in a hurry to be harvested, and she didn't want to stare at these 2 acres of land for food. It wouldn't delay anything if she spent a few more days. "It's time to go back." Sueyu walked up to the ridge with a sickle and said, "Brother Liang, we won't cut anymore. Let's go back." The kid was sitting in the half-foot shadow behind the wheat bundle. Hearing this, he jumped up and shouted, "Mom, it's so hot in the field." "Yes, it's so hot." Sueyu touched his head and said, "We'll go back now, and go to the field in the afternoon, when it's not hot anymore." "Come again?" The kid was reluctant. "Come on. If we don't cut the wheat, what will we eat?" Seeing that Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang had come over, Sui Yu pulled the kid along the ridge to the ridge. When the wheat bundles were placed on the field, a male servant would lead the camel to carry them back. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping no longer had to worry about the aftermath. They came in 2 groups and went back together. The camels were grazing by the river, and the shepherd boy was washing his hands by the river. Next to him was a small bundle of firewood with a dung basket on it. Sui Liang was very familiar with this scene. He told the boy that he had also herded sheep and picked up firewood. The boy was lifted onto the camel's back by Zhao Shiping and walked away. He looked back at the child who was picking up camel dung. The camel did not enter the city, but bypassed the west gate and turned directly onto the path to the north of the city. Outside the city was a farmland. Children were sitting under the trees on the side of the road. The little child was sitting in the basket, and the big child was sitting beside the basket peeling soybeans. When they saw the camel coming, the brother and sister looked up at it together. The peasant woman who was harvesting soybeans in the field stood up and took a look. She wiped her sweat and said, "Big girl, is there any water left?" "Yes, mother. I'll bring it to you." The boy turned his head and stared at it. Zhao Shiping held his head and turned it, saying, "Look ahead." The boy smacked his lips and muttered a few words. Back at the guest house, Sui Yu jumped off the camel. She sighed and said, "Fortunately, we have a foreign family business, and children don't have to suffer the hardship of farming." Zhao Shiping nodded. Fortunately, he earned military merits to cancel her slavery. Otherwise the hard days would have no end. Sitting in the shade to rest, the sweat on her body dried and lunch was ready. Just after putting down the bowl, a caravan came. Sui Yu went to settle the merchants and collected the money. She went back to the house for a nap. When she woke up, the sun was already setting, and the sun was not as scorching as it was at noon, so she could go to work in the fields. "Little boy, wake up." Sui Yu shook the child in her arms awake and asked, "Are you still going to the fields to harvest wheat?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuzai closed his eyes again after opening them, pretending to sleep. Sui Yu smiled, put on her shoes, and went to the field, saying, "Forget it. You can go with me tomorrow morning. Get up by yourself later. I'm leaving with your father and your uncle." Shuzai hummed and opened his eyes. He lay on the pillow and took a deep breath. When he heard the footsteps going out, he shouted again, "Mom, wait for me." Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang had woken up long ago. They sat in the shade and listened to the merchants talking. When they saw Sui Yu and Shuzai coming out, Zhao Shiping kicked his brother-in-law and signaled him to go to the river to lead the camel. "Shuzai, are you still going to the field?" Uncle Nyo asked. Sui Yu looked at Shuzai. He nodded and said, "I'll go cut wheat to make big steamed buns for you to eat." Okay. Then we'll wait." Uncle Nyo smiled. The wheat harvested in the morning had been pulled back and dried in the open space outside the guest house. Huan Nyo sat aside with a stick to drive the chickens away and watched the 4 people from the host family leave. She lowered her head and sighed. She really envied the little boy. He only sowed a few handfuls of wheat seeds in the spring, and the whole family treated it as a big deal. When the wheat was ripe, the whole family was willing to coax him to go to the field to harvest wheat. Every word and every action of his was remembered by someone. For people worked for 6 days on 2 acres of wheat. The first wheat pulled back had already dried up. Zhao Shiping borrowed a stone mill from someone. When he was not on duty, he used a camel to pull the stone mill to grind the wheat. He first grinded, then shook, and then winnowed the wheat. He did every step himself. The wheat straw was piled up, and the wheat grains were bagged. The little boy stood next to the 4 bags of wheat grains, and his sense of accomplishment was about to overflow. Zhao Shiping brought the camel and said, "Go call your mother and ask your uncle to bring 2 jars. We will go and grind 2 jars of flour to make steamed buns." The kid didn't understand the process of wheat turning into flour, nor did he understand his father's words, but that didn't stop him from showing off. On the way to find his uncle, he talked about it to everyone he met. Ashui didn't know how wheat turned into flour either. She ran over after hearing the news, took Sui Yu's hand and said, "Sister-in-law, can I go with you to see it?" "Then you go and lead the camel," Sui Liang said. Ashui said and ran away. Sui Yu opened her mouth, wanting to say something to stop him, but couldn't. Zhao Shiping was going to borrow the millstone from the military village, and it was not convenient for Ashui to go there. If the little girl heard any gossip and something happened, she couldn't take the responsibility. She went to find Uncle Nyo. When Uncle Nyo heard that Ah Shui was going to the military village with her, he immediately waved his hand and said, "I'll ask her to come back and wash my hair. The military village is not open. I'm afraid of meeting acquaintances." "That's what I think," Sui Yu said. Uncle Nyo went out from the east side door and stopped Ah Shui, who was about to leave with the camel, saying, "Where are you going? Come back and wash my hair. You washed it the day before yesterday. I won't wash it today. I want to go out and play with my sister-in-law." Ah Shui didn't listen. She rode on the camel and ran away. "Hey!" Uncle Nyo chased after him for 2 steps, turned back to find Sui Yu, and found that she had already gone out from the west side door. Zhao Shiping had already seen Ah Shui. He said to Sui Yu, "It's okay. We won't go back to Juntan. We will go to the village where Xiaomi lives to grind flour." Sui Liang listened silently on the side. He understood the unfinished words between the few people. If he didn't mention it, he would have forgotten that Ah Shui was not Uncle Nyo's biological child. "Sister, Uncle Nyo will never go back to Juntan again, right?" he asked carefully. If Ah Shui knew, she would definitely be very sad. "Then don't let her know," Sui Yu said. 2 years ago, Uncle Nyo planned to leave the military settlement house to Ah Shui. Now that Ah Shui is older, he changed his mind and didn't plan to take the military settlement house anymore. Fearing that Ah Shui couldn't stand the gossip, he decided to keep it a secret from her and not let her know about her mother. The old man was still telling Zhao Shiping a few days ago that he wanted to return the military settlement house to the government, and he would live in the guest house with Ah Shui and not go back. Ah Shui came over, and Sui Yu and Sui Liang shut up. "Sister-in-law, where are we going?" "Back to Juntan?" Ah Shui asked. "I remember my father had a house in Juntan, but I don't know where it is now." "Forget it if you don't remember. Anyway, you and your daughter won't go back to live there," Sui Yu said. "Let's go to Minton near the West City Gate. Aunt Shizai lives there." Several people went to find Zhao Xiaomi first. Zhao Xiaomi led them to find a millstone to grind wheat. She said aiming to play with Shizai, and she and Sui Yu stood aside and chatted. Zhao Shiping was grinding flour with 4 children alone. One wanted to help, and the other wanted to push the mill to sweep the wheat husks. The 2 little ones had to do it. He pushed the millstone and held the children at the same time. He ground a bag of wheat for a long time and was very tired. The wheat was ground into flour. Zhao Shiping's task was completed. Sui Yu took over the subsequent tasks. She took Shizai to knead the dough and make it rise. From flour to steamed buns, Shizai participated in every step. The hard-earned steamed bun was eaten carefully, and the kid chewed it carefully. He held the big bun and exclaimed, "It's so delicious." Sui Yu fed him a pile of eggs, but he shook his head and refused to eat any vegetables. He only wanted to eat the white steamed bun. "It's really delicious." "Sweet." He said it again. "Well, you grow good wheat." Sui Yu couldn't help laughing and praised, "I've never eaten such delicious steamed buns." The kid was satisfied, and he smiled happily. Zhao Shiping looked at him, took another steamed bun from the basin, broke it open and stuffed it with pickled cabbage, egg and mincemeat, and he bit off half of it. The kid was full after eating most of the steamed bun. Next, he held his face and watched his father eat, eating one steamed bun after another. He was satisfied and surprised. "Dad, the steamed buns are delicious, right?" he asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. "Yeah, delicious. I will grow wheat with you next year, and steam a lot of steamed buns for you, Mom, Uncle, and Aunt," he said loudly. Zhao Shiping ate up the steamed bun in his hand again. He drank a mouthful of porridge, slowed down, and took another steamed bun in his son's expectant eyes. Sui Yu thought it was funny. She propped up her chin and said, "Don't eat too much." The kid slipped off the chair. He touched his father's belly and said, "It's full. I won't eat after I've finished this." Zhao Shiping put his hand on the child's shoulder and said, "This is the steamed bun made from the wheat that my son planted himself. I want to eat more." The kid was a little shy when he said this. He covered his face and grinned. He was so happy that he wanted to fly. 1 bag of wheat was ground into 2 jars of noodles. 2 jars of noodles allowed Sui Yu's family of 4 to eat through an autumn harvest. The noodle jars were empty. The autumn harvest was over, and the weather was cold. Since October, snow has begun to fall on the snow-capped mountains, and Hongqiling is no longer suitable for travel. So the caravans no longer move forward, and most of the caravans that enter the customs stay in Dunhuang. For unknown reasons, the number of caravans entering the country this year seems to be less than last year. By the end of October, 3 of Sui Yu's goose houses were still vacant. As for the civilian lanes in the city, at least half of the houses were not rented out. The old bald man went to the north of the city to inquire about the situation. From a distance, he heard the cheerful drumbeats. There were few idle people outside the guest house. The merchants all went into the tea house to have fun. The old bald man looked around and didn't see Sui Yu. He poked his head into the tea house and smelled the fragrance of oil tea as soon as he entered. There were oil lamps burning in the room, which was brighter than outside. "Uncle, do you want to buy dates?" the vendor sitting at the door asked. The old bald man waved his hand and asked in a hoarse voice, "Manager, you still allows you to enter the tea house to sell goods?" "I paid the money. I can stay in for a day for 20 copper coins." "You haven't paid yet." "Right." Then the vendor waved to Siusi. "A new customer has come." The old bald man cursed the lackey inwardly. He was glad that he had money with him. He counted out 20 copper coins and handed them over. He chose a seat and sat down. The waist drum performance was coming to an end. A blind old man was helped up. The old bald man just snorted and heard the crisp chirping of birds in the tea house, followed by the chirping of crickets. He was shocked. The noise was caused by the blind old man. This was the blind old man mentioned by a merchant last year. He was an old widow in the village. He was good at imitating the chirping of various birds and insects. He usually made a living by ventriloquism. He sent the man to Sui Yu this year. From then on, Sui Yu had another father who was responsible for taking care of him in his old age. At this time, outside the east city gate, Zhao's father and mother followed a caravan into the city. When the city guard checked the household registration, he asked, "Are you coming into the city to look for your relatives?" "I came to see my son. My son is Zhao Shiping. He is one of your 1,000 households. Do you know him?" Zhao's father spoke loudly and boastfully, without waiting for others to reply. He continued, after finishing the farm work at home, "We old couple came to spend the new year with their family to save them from the trouble of taking a child back and forth. The weather is getting colder and colder. If they take the child away, my grandson will suffer." Chapter 237 Compromise. Someone sat down next to him. The old bald man frowned and looked over. Seeing that it was Sui Yu, he relaxed his brows again. "What a rare guest," Sui Yu said. The old bald man glanced at the stage and motioned her not to speak. Sui Yu followed his wishes and listened quietly to the old blind man imitating the sound of running water. The sound of running water turned into the sound of dripping water. The old blind man raised his hand, and Li Wu trotted onto the stage and helped the old blind man walk off the stage. The people in the audience woke up as if from a dream. After a long silence, there were sounds of people drinking water from bowls and moving stools. The old bald man clapped his hands and said, "Manager Yu is amazing. His business is getting more and more prosperous." Sui Yu shook his head and said, "There are not many caravans this year. My guest house is not full yet. It's much better than ours. Yes, I've put in so much effort. There must be some effect." Sui Yu didn't lie to him anymore and comforted him. Business is good and bad. There are good times and bad times. The old bald man admitted that what he said was right. He didn't come here today to be a rogue and lose his temper. He just came to take a look and see the situation. "Mom." He. The kid sneaked in with a small waist drum. He took Sui Yu's hand, pointed to the empty stage and said, "Mom, can I go up and play the drum?" Sui Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at him up and down. He shut up in shame. "Shopkeeper Yu, are you still going to write a storybook this year?" A Hu merchant came over and asked. "It doesn't matter who you are, right? Do you think I can do it?" "It doesn't matter who you are. As long as you are willing to tell a story, I can pick up a pen and write," Sui Yu said. "But I don't have much free time this winter. So when I'm too busy, my brother will write for me." "Okay. If you don't pick, I won't either." Hu Shang took off the cloth bag hanging from his waist and threw it to the kid, saying, "These are raisins from the grapes I grew myself. They are sweeter than maltose. Give them to the kid to make him happy." The kid looked at his mother and saw that she didn't object. He accepted it obediently and said sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle, for thinking of me." Hu Shang laughed twice, pointed at the waist drum he was carrying, and said, "You can play the drums, right? Go up on stage and play a few times. I want to see how good you are." Sui Yu heard this and asked, "You can play the drums too?" "A little." The kid looked at Sui Yu eagerly again. Sui Yu couldn't resist his pestering and said, called a Zhuang and a Chang, as well as Huan Yo and a Shui. And you guys go up together. The kid's drumming is not good, but the others are good. The 5 of them can always suppress his drumming together. Sui Yu waved to Xiaoxi and told her a few things. Xiaoxi ran to Li Wu to pass on the message. Li Wu got the message and went out to move the other 2 waist drums. De Zhuang, a Chang, Huan Yo, and a Shui were also urged by Xiao Zai. Except for Xiao Zai. The other 4 were still a little timid. Sui Yu just watched and didn't say anything, letting them retreat, shrink and pull. People at the tables around were also watching the fun. The more they made a fuss, the more shy the 3 girls became. Master, Xiao Chunhong shouted at the door, pointing outside and saying, guests are coming. Sui Yu greeted Lao Tu and got up to go out. Before leaving, she told Xiaoxi to give Lao Tu a bowl of oil tea. The grandparents of the little boy are here. They are in the livestock pen and have tied up the camel. Xiao Chunhong said. There are only the old couple. I didn't see anyone else. Master, how about I ask Qi Shan to go to the city to find the adults? Why call him back? He's not an enemy. Sui Yu found it funny. She walked towards the livestock pen. The old couple were watching the pigs outside the pig pen. Zhao's father was embarrassed to come uninvited. He said before Sui Yu approached, the pigs are fat this year. And I think there are quite a few of them. There are 18 more pigs this year than last year. But they are not that fat. Sui Yu saw his discomfort and did not ask the old couple why they came. She said, Sheeping had planned to bring you half a head of pork before the new year. Now it has saved the trouble. You 2 old people feel sorry for him. This was to Zhao's father and mother's liking. Zhao's mother patted her bag and said, it's not that I feel sorry for him. It's because the cub will be 3 years old soon. As grandparents, we have to give him 2 new clothes and shoes. Let's go back to the house and call the children to try it out. Sui Yu led the old couple to the tea house. And she called Xiao Chunhong back to the house. All the silverware in the wing room was moved to the room where she and Zhao Sheeping slept. And the agate box was also taken away. You clean up, wipe the dust in the room, make the beds, and prepare 2 mattresses. People get cold when they get old. Sui Yu instructed. Hey. Xiao Chunhong agreed. The meal was ready in the kitchen. Shui Sa sent 2 bowls of egg, pickled cabbage and mincemeat soup to the tea house on a tray, and took Ah Chang away. The 5 children came down in a humiliated manner in less than a cup of tea. Xiao Zai stood aside with his cheeks puffed up. And the other 3 squatted on the ground and scratched the soil with their fingernails. Without saying a word, Sui Yu went over to inquire and heard several people complaining in turn. Except for De Zhuang, who was not complained. The other 4 were all wrong. Xiao Zai was wrong for making trouble and disrupting the rhythm. Ah Chang was wrong for the rhythm was too fast. Huan Yo was wrong for the rhythm was too slow. And Ah Shui was wrong for beating the drum too loudly. Anyway, together, it was a bowl of muddled porridge. Practice well afterwards. On the 5th day of every month, you should go up and perform a show to practice your courage. Sui Liang was caught in the corner of his eye. Sui Yu grabbed him and said, you should also learn to play the drums with Kerbin. Like them. You should go up on the 5th day of every month to practice your courage. I am not short of courage. I will not go up on the stage or learn. Sui Liang refused repeatedly. Sui Yu ignored his resistance and made a decision for him. After that, he immediately changed the subject and said, the grandparents of the little boy are here. You 2 should go with me to meet them. The little boy was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly, my grandparents? Sui Yu led him out and said, don't you remember? I remember. Just remember. Remember to call them. Sui Yu reminded him. As he was talking, he had already arrived at the table. Sui Liang took the lead in greeting. The little boy imitated his tone and called them grandparents awkwardly. He's taller and darker than last year. Right, old man? Am I right? Zhao's mother asked. Yes. He went to the fields during the autumn harvest and got a little tanned. Sui Yu continued. The beds are ready. You can go and rest after you've eaten. You're tired all the way. Zhao's father and mother agreed immediately. They were 2 old bones and had suffered a lot following the caravan all the way. The boy dragged his uncle away. Sui Yu told her parents-in-law and she chased him out. Brother Liang, I'm not kidding you about learning to play the drums. Sui Yu said loudly. Now it was Sui Liang's turn to drag the boy away. He flatly refused and said, I want to practice martial arts and my brother-in-law will teach me how to ride a horse. I don't have time to learn to play the drums. And I don't like it either. The boy didn't believe it and shouted, Mom, my uncle is lying. He doesn't like to practice martial arts. Sui Liang covered his nephew's mouth and dragged him away, promising loudly, Tonight, I will run with Zhang Shun and others. And I will get up early every day to practice martial arts with them in the future. Sui Yu saw this and did not force it. As for what the little boy said, Sui Liang did not like to practice martial arts. So forget it. If he did not join the army in the future, he could do business with her. Anyway, she could find him a job to support his family. She did not have high requirements for Sui Liang. He had too many twists and turns when he was a child. And he only looked like a child in the past 2 years. He could be happy as long as he could. And it would not be bad to live a stable life. On the other hand, Sui Yu saw that Sui Liang's temperament was not yet determined. Maybe in a few years, he would have his own ideas. And it would not be too late to work hard for it then. Not only Sui Liang, but also the little boy. Sui Yu did not expect him. She only cared about her efforts, pinned her hopes on herself, and fought for what she wanted. As for the child, she provided him with a good life and the courage to go out. He could choose to do anything in the future. Do business. Join the army. Farm. Wander. Whatever. The child is still young. And she is still young. There will be many changes and opportunities in the future. So it is not impossible to take more paths. Zhao's father and mother came out. And Sui Yu came back to her senses. Lei Lei asked a few questions about this year's harvest and the situation of her brother and sister-in-law. After sending the old couple into the house, she went to do her own things. Oh, it's still more comfortable here with the third child. Zhao's mother covered her with a thick mattress and said with satisfaction, The bed is more comfortable and clean than our own. This trip was not in vain. Zhao's father picked his teeth, picked up warm water to rinse his mouth, and walked around the yard with his back straight. What a life. Someone brought food to his hand. Someone collected the bowl after eating, and said to go to bed. The bed was made, and the foot-washing water was brought. Who wouldn't envy the life of old Zhao if he told others about it? When Zhao Shiping came back and learned that his parents had come, he was surprised and asked, How did they come? Who sent them here? The old couple came here by themselves on camels. No one sent them here. Sui Yu took a bite of a jujube and said, I didn't ask in detail. You can ask more later. Zhao Shiping grabbed 2 jujubes and fed them into his mouth. He smacked them for a few moments and snorted and laughed. My parents have tasted the sweetness. Before Xiaomi got married, the 2 old people said that they were not in good health and could not walk far. So they refused to come. This year, they are strong again. Sui Yu joked with a smile. The couple understood that the old couple came all the way here just to eat, wear and have fun. So they said a few words behind their backs. But no one exposed them openly. Their daughter, on the other hand, was not worried about offending anyone. She would joke with him whenever she met him. My parents are getting younger and healthier every year. When my third brother and his wife didn't build a guest house, you refused to come. Now that the guest house is built, you come twice a year without feeling tired. Father Zhao's face flushed with shame. He was so angry that he wanted to drive the old girl away. Your father and I came for the little cub. He is 3 years old this year. Your third brother won't give him a big party? No one from the hometown will come. And outsiders will laugh at us. Mother Zhao said calmly. Zhao Xiaomi said, Your own daughter didn't even come when she got married. But you love this grandson. Mother Zhao didn't respond and asked her what she was doing. I'd like to invite you to my house for dinner. You've already walked outside your daughter's door. Why don't you come in for dinner? Zhao Xiaomi sat up straight and said, You've come at the right time. My brother-in-law is looking for a marriage proposal. And I, as his sister-in-law, can't say anything. Mom, let me borrow your mouth to say a few words. Zhao's mother frowned. You want to split the family? You are promising. But you don't learn good things. But only bad things. There are only 2 brothers. And you broke up the family. Will your parents-in-law feel comfortable? Zhao's father snorted coldly. And he scolded angrily. I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. If I hear you mention it again, I will beat you with the sole of my shoe. Zhao Xiaomi wilted immediately. Listen to your father. Look at your eldest and second brothers. How lively it is for 2 brothers to live together. Mother Zhao followed and advised. Your father and I will go and separate your in-laws. Your parents-in-law will poke us in the back and scold us. In the future, don't even think about going to your house for dinner. They will chase us away when we pass by the door. Why don't you mention my third brother? Zhao Xiaomi whispered. Didn't my third brother still separate and live separately? Mother Zhao choked. No separation. Just far away. No separation? Do my eldest and second brothers dare to point at the pigs in the pig pen and say that most of them are theirs? Zhao Xiaomi spoke a little louder and revealed. We made a lot of money in the grain and fodder business this year. This business was started by me and built with the help of my third brother and sister-in-law. It is my credit that we can make money. If we don't separate now when the second son gets married, in a few years, when my parents-in-law are gone, the second son's family will take a lot of money, and I will lose a lot of money. How much money did you make this year? Father Zhao asked. Zhao Xiaomi was silent. She hesitated for a few moments and said, I worked hard all year and earned more than 3,000 yuan. I bought a slave to work for me, so I don't have much left. Zhao's father felt complicated. After arriving in Dunhuang, he didn't know how to recognize money. The third and fourth sons made money like picking up money. The eldest and second sons worked hard in the fields, and were very satisfied with only 300 to 500 yuan a year. Mom, is this okay? Zhao Xiaomi pushed his mother. Zhao's mother shook her head. Your father and I will not interfere in your in-laws' affairs. Your father and I are satisfied that you have not been beaten or suffered in the Huang family. If you want to separate the family, go and tell them. If you are beaten, go to your third brother and see if he will control you. Zhao Xiaomi did not plan to find her third brother. First, she did not dare to count on him, fearing that he would scold her. And second, she was worried that her in-laws would scold him for using his power to oppress others, which would ruin his reputation. Then you can go to my house for dinner tomorrow. Zhao Xiaomi thought about chatting with her third sister-in-law, and got up to leave. Your mother and I will not go, so let's save this meal. Zhao's father said. When will you be content? Your mother and I will visit your in-laws again. Zhao Xiaomi was so angry that she cried. She went to complain to Sui Yu, and Sui Yu did not know what to say. In the feudal dynasty, the ideas of Dao's father and mother were the mainstream. Talk to your brother-in-law and ask him to come forward and say that even if we don't want to split up the family, we have to make things clear about the business. Sui Yu could only comfort her. Your brother-in-law doesn't seem to be a cunning person. If you trust him, you should take the trouble to help him choose a good wife, so that you can have 2 more helpers in the future. Xiaomi, the more money you make, the more you will have. Look at the long term. The bigger your business is, the more helpers you will need. Look at me. I don't have anyone to use, so I can only pick and choose among the servants. And I also promise to make a profit. Zhao Xiaomi's emotions calmed down a lot. She carefully thought about Sui Yu's words and said, Third sister-in-law, what percentage of the profit do you mean I should give him? 30% to 70%, or 20% to 80% is fine. Sui Yu sighed and said, It's better to have more helpers than more enemies. Okay, third sister-in-law, I listen to you. Xiaomi gave up the idea of splitting up the family. If she split up the family forcefully, she would have a bad reputation, which would definitely affect her children in the future. This is not acceptable. Sui Yu was a little dazed. She looked at her sister-in-law, and for a moment, she mistakenly thought that she was a native of this dynasty. Chapter 238 The East Wind Overwhelms the West Wind. That night, there was a fine crackling sound outside the house, and the wind blew the door, making a loud noise. Zhao Shiping woke up. He heard some rolling sounds in the yard, and the noise was not small. He quickly put on his sheepskin coat, got out of bed, and opened the door. It was snowing, or to be more precise, it was snowing seeds, falling on the ground with a crackling sound. He walked out, and the snow seeds hit his face painfully. Old 3? Zhao's father shouted in the house. Are you up? Is it raining? Zhao Shiping picked up the basket rolling in the yard and said, It's snowing, and it's windy outside. You and my mother should wear more clothes tomorrow morning. I said it was going to snow last night, but your mother didn't believe it. Zhao's father muttered a few times, and then coughed a few times. Drink some water. Zhao's mother thought his cough was annoying. The water is cold. How can I drink it? Across the door, the old couple's voices were muffled. Zhao Shiping stood under the eaves and looked at the sky. Perhaps his mind was confused at night. He suddenly remembered when he was a child. When he went out to pee at night, he heard his parents not sleeping in the middle of the night, lying in bed complaining that their 3 sons had bigger appetites than each other, and they could not save money all year round. So they filled their stomachs. The nagging at that time made him uneasy, but the nagging now made him feel at ease. Pushing the door open, a cold wind rushed in. Swayu hissed, and she pulled up the mattress to cover her head. Do you want to drink water? Zhao Shiping asked. No. Is the kid awake? He asked again. No. He is sleeping soundly. Hee. The child pretending to sleep laughed secretly. And he arched his quilt and asked, Dad, is the snow heavy? It hasn't snowed yet. Now it snows seeds, like small stones. Do you want to drink some water? The kid smacked his lips and said yes. Zhao Shiping went out again. He opened the door and ran to the west kitchen. The door of the kitchen yard was not locked. He pulled out the stick stuck on the door knocker and went in. The 2 big black dogs sleeping under the haystack pricked up their ears, quickly got out from under the haystack, and approached quietly. 2 panting sounds approached. Zhao Shiping turned around and saw 2 dark dog heads and swaying tails in the light of the fire. Do you think I'm a thief? Zhao Shiping asked. You are alert enough. I will kill a pig and give you big bones tomorrow. The water in the pot boiled. He scooped 2 bowls and drove the dogs out again. Dad, do you want to drink hot water? Zhao Shiping asked through the door. When Zhao's father heard this, he became energetic. He got out of bed with his coat on and shouted happily, I just coughed twice. Your mother is always busy. It doesn't matter whether you drink water or not. Did you hear it? This old woman is so annoying. Zhao Shiping handed the bowl over, and without even entering the door, he tiptoed out and said, The kid is thirsty. The old man's face fell half an inch. He closed the door, drank half a bowl of hot water in one breath, and muttered, I benefited from my grandson. The kid stretched his neck to drink a few sips of water, and when he was thirsty, he quickly lay down. He was so cold that he gasped. Zhao Shiping handed the unfinished hot water to Swayu, who took the bowl and drank it all in one breath. Do you want to drink more? He asked. No more. Really not drinking. The man laughed and joked. He put down the bowl and went out to close the door. After walking around outside, he was as cold as a lump of ice. Once he got into the bed, the mother and son lying side by side disliked him. Mom, my dad touched me. The kid screamed softly. His hands are so cold. Don't move. Don't move. The warmth in the quilt is almost gone. Swayu pressed down the corner of the quilt and kicked at the man in the quilt. But he caught her and clamped her feet with his legs. Don't sleep anymore? She stared at him in the dark. Can you sleep? If you can't sleep, people will always be very awake when they wake up in the middle of the night, especially after drinking water and talking. She was annoyed with him, reached out and pinched him, and said, You said you don't want to drink water, but you forced me to drink water. I didn't force you to drink. Zhao Shiping laughed. You put the bowl to my mouth, but you didn't force me to drink? You made me drink the leftover water of your son. Noticing that his body was warming up, Swayu pushed the child lying in her arms to him. Go sleep with your stinky father. My father is not stinky. Zhao Shiping laughed, making Swayu roll her eyes in anger. It's snowing. We'll kill 2 pigs tomorrow. Zhao Shiping talked about business. There are 43 pigs in the pen. We kill 10 a month, and 5 more during the new year. When the spring comes next year, the pig pen will be empty again. Okay. I want to eat meat in big mouthfuls. 2. Only when she kills pigs at home. Swayu doesn't feel bad when stewing and eating meat, because she doesn't have to pay for it. And she doesn't have to pay for it, so she can eat it happily. I want to eat meat in big mouthfuls. 2. The kid imitated her. Are you still not going to bed? There was a knock on the wall next door, and Zhao's father's voice was filled with impatience. It's the middle of the night. What are you talking about? Zhao Shiping's previous good mood disappeared all of a sudden, and he was a little annoyed again, which was really a bummer. Go to bed. Swayu lay down. She tucked in the mattress and closed her eyes, saying, You 2 can sleep in each other's arms tonight. Don't bother me. No. The kid crawled over and wanted to sleep next to her. Didn't you say your dad doesn't stink? Swayu pulled up the mattress to cover her head and hid in the quilt to talk. The kid chuckled twice, and he leaned close to Swayu's ear and whispered that he lied. Xiao Mingwang. I heard it. Zhao Shiping snorted coldly. If you think I stink, You will sleep with your uncle next year. The kid didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but couldn't sleep. He couldn't be quiet for a while. And he hummed and wanted to pee again. The door opened, and a series of footsteps echoed in the yard. Zhao's father turned over and whispered, "It will be dawn if you keep messing around for a while." Zhao's mother was too lazy to pay attention to him. There was nothing to do on a snowy day. And what would it be like to get up a little later in the morning? This damn old man was just looking for trouble. And the third child gave him a good look again. The falling snow seeds turned into snowflakes. The night was quiet, and people fell into a deep sleep. When the sky was bright, the chickens were still lying in the shed because they felt cold. Zhao's father opened the door and came out. He was in the yard, driving away the birds on the wall and urging the old woman to get up. Everyone couldn't sleep early in the morning. Zhao Shiping opened the door with a stern face and stared at him silently. Zhao's father's voice gradually disappeared. He kicked the snow, shrunk his neck and went out, and went straight to the kitchen. The yard was quiet again. Sui Yu hugged the cub and took another nap. When he woke up, the 2 pigs had been slaughtered, and Zhang Shun and Li Wu were pouring water to scald the pig hair. "There is porridge warming on the stove in the warehouse," Zhao Shiping said to Sui Yu. "Okay." Sui Yu took the cub closer to him and asked, "Why are you frowning? When did you get up?" "I didn't hear anything." Zhao Shiping didn't sleep at all. He lay down and couldn't sleep. So he got up. As soon as he went out, he talked to the old man. The father and son argued for a few words. The old man was defeated and agreed to the requests made by the third son one by one. But Zhao's father still held his breath. In the days that followed, he didn't say a word to his son and grandson except for eating, drinking and sleeping. Sui Yu didn't show up or say a word from beginning to end, pretending that she didn't know about the quarrel. She smiled when she saw people, and didn't get close to her parents-in-law when she didn't see them. The aroma of the pig-killing dishes dispelled the cold of winter. 2 pigs were slaughtered every 3 or 5 days, and the smell of stewed meat in the kitchen never dissipated. Everyone ate and drank, and spent time in the tea house after eating and drinking, not caring whether it was snowing or sunny outside. This winter passed too quickly. In a blink of an eye, it's the end of the year again. Hu Shang walked out of the guest house to loosen his belt. He patted the meat on his waist and said to his elder brother, "I haven't gained weight in many years." Sui Yu happened to come over in the snow. She stamped the snow on her feet and asked, "What are you doing standing outside? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" "I have fat on my body, so I'm not afraid of the cold," Hu Shang joked. Not only did the merchant gain weight, but Sui Yu also gained weight and her face became round again. She had been eating meat all day long, which helped her to maintain her vitality and blood. Her family and life were harmonious, and she looked in good spirits all day long. Chapter 239. Some are happy, some are sad. "Boss Shen, can you help me check if these words are written correctly?" Sui Yu walked to a middle-aged merchant and sat down. She handed over the wood chip in her hand. The merchant took the wood chip, pointed to one of the characters and said, "There are 2 extra strokes. Just remove them. The writing on the board today is okay. It's readable." Sui Yu smiled embarrassedly. The wood chip was narrow and rough, and the charcoal marks were heavy. The 2 were superimposed together, and it was normal for the handwriting to be clumped. She practiced for a long time before the words she wrote were barely readable. Sui Yu did not forget what she promised Qin Wuxian in late spring. As soon as winter came, she started to prepare for writing his personal journal. She had already bought the bamboo slips, but because she didn't know how to write some of the characters, she didn't start writing. Last month, when she was copying stories for Hu Shang, Shinda Dongjia passed by and pointed out that she had written a few words wrong. She was immediately overjoyed. After that, she would shamelessly ask for advice when she encountered a word she was unsure of. As for Shinda Dongjia, he was reduced to doing business to support his family because his family was ruined. He learned calligraphy for a few years when he was young, but later he went from being an official to a businessman and never picked up a brush again. "How much did you get for writing these things?" Shinda Dongjia asked. Sui Yu shook her head. "Shinda Dongjia helped me, and I promised to write a volume of personal biography for him." Shinda Dongjia understood what he meant. Merchants seek fame when they have money. The bait thrown by Sui Yu is indeed tempting. She uses writing personal biography as bait. When she goes out, she is not afraid that there will be no caravans to help her. "Then you will have a lot of work in the future." He chuckled. Sui Yu also laughed. She wrote 2 more words on the back of the wood chip, handed over the wood chip and asked, "Is this how to write cicada and toad? I want to eat the sweet and sour pork you made earlier at noon." Shen Dadang put forward a condition. Sui Yu agreed, seeing him take the charcoal pencil and write down the correct way to write 2 words on the table. She copied it down stroke by stroke before she felt relieved. Ancient characters are too difficult to write, and there are many strokes. She is now like a primary school student. She has to spend half an hour every morning, noon and evening to practice calligraphy. Otherwise she can't remember it. The problems accumulated today were solved. Sui Yu breathed a sigh of relief and went to the warehouse next to the kitchen in the snow to practice calligraphy. Sui Liang and Shui were both there. Zhao Shiping came over at some point and was holding a piece of wood and reading it carefully. "Sister, look. This is what I wrote." Sui Liang handed over a piece of wood that was bigger than his face. Sui Yu didn't take it and said, "You and Shui check each other. Go to Shen Dadang to learn characters again?" Zhao Shiping put down the wood. "Well, he wants to eat sweet and sour pork. Do we have any maltos at home?" Sui Yu asked. Zhao Shiping looked at the child sitting on the wool blanket. The child reacted and shook his head and said, "No more. I've finished eating. I'll go buy more." The man took down the bamboo hat hanging on the wall and asked, "Besides the maltos, what else do you want to buy? I'll go buy a brush too." Sui Yu put down the wood chip and told the children not to move. She walked out and said, "I want to see the brush and inkstone. The charcoal stick is hard and the brush is soft. I can't write with the charcoal stick all the time. I want to practice writing with a brush." When Zhao Shiping was alone, it didn't matter whether it snowed or not. With her, he didn't want to go into the city in the snow. He said he would leave after the snow stopped. The couple went to the livestock pen to see the camels. The male camels were all castrated. None of the female camels could give birth this year, but because they were well fed, they were fat as if they were about to give birth. Their thick camel hair was also shiny and slippery. They chewed snowballs in the cold weather, and were not afraid of the cold at all. Li Mutu and Li Wu heard the noise in the hut, and they opened the door and came out. "You two didn't go to the tea house? Is this hut cold?" Sui Yu walked over. "The door is closed. It's not that cold. If it's cold, come out and shovel snow, and then you won't be cold," Li Mutu answered. He opened the door to let the smell out of the house, and said, "Master, it's snowing outside. Why don't you come in and sit for a while?" Sui Yu stood outside the door and took a quick look. There was a bowl on the table, a dice scattered outside, and 2 piles of dried dates on the side. She retracted her gaze. As long as it wasn't gambling, she wouldn't interfere too much. "The snow is light. Let's go," Sui Yu said. "You lead the camel out." The 2 rode away on the camel, and Li Wu and Li Mutu went into the house and closed the door. Because they had the same surname, Li, they had a good relationship and were close to each other. Li Wu often came to talk to Li Mutu and shake the dice. "The shopkeeper, you heard the noise outside." Li Mutu put away the wooden dice and said with a smile, "I won't play any more in the future, so as not to delay things." Li Wu nodded. He picked up a dried date and took a bite. "You are not young anymore. Why don't you get married?" Li Mutu asked. "If you have a wife and give birth to a child, you won't be so idle." "Who do you want to marry?" Li Wu asked. "You live in the same courtyard. You see them all the time. Why don't you like any of them?" Li Wu spit out a date pit and said, "We are like camels in the pen now. No matter male or female, everyone is useful." Li Mutu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Li Wu also laughed. In order to prevent female camels from giving birth, male camels were castrated. Who dared to mess around? The snow stopped outside. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping also entered the city. The 2 went to the grocery store to buy maltos first. The grocery store next to the oil mill had changed hands a long time ago. The previous owner, Ali, made money from the delivery business and sold the store back to his hometown. Now a Han owner has taken over the grocery store. After buying maltos, Sui Yu passed by the oil mill and looked inside. A runner came out carrying 2 cans of sesame oil. She asked him, "Is shopkeeper Long here?" "Which shopkeeper Long?" "The old shopkeeper is not here, but the young shopkeeper is here." The runner recognized her and said, "The old shopkeeper has made a fortune and doesn't care about the oil mill business anymore. Now his second son is running the oil mill." Sui Yu said, twice, and followed Zhao Shiping. "It seems that the errand business is quite profitable," Zhao Shiping said. Yu nodded. She saw the shop selling brushes. It was very quiet inside. She called out several times before the shopkeeper got up from the bed. Is it this 5-sided inkstone? Yu asked. Yes. How many do you want to buy? The shopkeeper shrank his neck and rubbed his hands, cursing the damn weather, and then changed the subject and complained about the difficulty of doing business. I bought this inkstone last year. I bought 10 square inkstones and sold them for 2 years, and only half of them are left. Yu took the largest inkstone and asked how much it cost. Take the 3 strings of money. I won't ask you for a high price. Now I just want to get my money back. Yu took 2 brushes from the shelf beside her and said, I bought an inkstone. And you give me 2 brushes? The shopkeeper didn't say anything and directly stretched out his hand to ask for money, fearing that she would regret not buying it. Zhao Shiping paid the money and said when he left, Let's burn a big torch tomorrow night, and next year's business will be prosperous. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly and shook his head. The torches I make every year are thicker than my thighs, but they are useless. Forget it. I'll do another business next year. Riding on the camel, Yu asked, Are we going out tomorrow night? It's cold in the snow, so let's not go out. Yu didn't say anything. She went back and asked Sui Liang and Xiuzai if they wanted to go into the city to dance Nuo dance and light torches tomorrow night. Sui Liang wanted to go. What is Nuo dance? Xiuzai had never seen it. It's just dancing to the beat of the drum, with many people dancing together. Sui Liang said, I can also play the drum. I'll play the drum. Mother, let's go to dance Nuo dance. Xiuzai immediately became excited. You don't need to play the drum. Okay. Bring the waist drum. The couple spoke at the same time. Zhao Shiping looked at Yu and said, If he brings the waist drum and gets beaten, I won't care. You don't care. I will. Yu drove him away. Don't delay us practicing calligraphy. Go and have fun by yourself. Zhao Shiping didn't move. Yu started to push him. Xiuzai and Sui Liang also went to help, and the 3 of them pushed Zhao Shiping out together. Sister-in-law, can I go with you tomorrow night? I seem to remember what you said about burning torches, but I don't think I've ever played it. Shui asked sideways. Okay. Yu agreed. Call Dunhuang, Chang, and Huanyo as well. And you all carry waist drums. You can't beat the drums when dancing Nuo, but you can beat them when running out of the city. I asked you to stand on the stage and beat the drums, but you are afraid. Tomorrow night it will be dark and no one can see you. If you are still timid, I will not let you practice the drums. You can get a lot of money by selling the waist drums. Shui replied hesitantly. Sui Liang was secretly happy. Fortunately, he didn't give in. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed tomorrow night. On New Year's Eve, like last year, 30 tables of New Year's Eve dinner were set up in the tea house. After the first round of dinner, Yu's family left without waiting for the fire of roasted lamb to be lit. Kerbin and Anil were guarding outside Li Muta's hut when they saw 4 big torches coming in the dark. They jumped out. Kerbin said, Boss, take us to the city to play. Okay. Okay. Yu waved. Let's go. Take the camels and follow us. Zhao Shiping rode a camel with Xiuzai. Yu rode Aqiang. Shui rode Huanyo. Sui Liang rode Dunhuang. Kerbin and Anil rode a camel each, and the 2 of them carried waist drums in front and behind, and went to the city together. After entering the city, Zhao Shiping drove 6 camels to Zhao Xiaomi's house. The camels were tied in her yard first. Her children were young, and the weather was cold, so she didn't plan to dance Nuo dance or burn torches. There were always people at home. Brother San, when you come back, we will go to the guest house with you to eat barbecue. There will be barbecue tonight. Right? Zhao Xiaomi asked. Yes. Zhao Shiping walked out and said, Brother-in-law will ride a camel to my house to bring 2 or 3 camels to travel. The camels I brought are all in use and can't take you. Okay. We can walk there. It's warmer there, Huang Lianjing said. Zhao Shiping didn't care about it. He had already walked away. Next year we will also buy 2 camels. We can't always borrow the camels from my uncle's house, Xiaomi said. If we have camels, it will be convenient to transport grass in the future. Huang's mother came out of the kitchen and heard this. She couldn't help but said angrily, You don't even know your last name or your name after making a little money. You buy everything you see. You are happy when you spend all the money in your hands. Zhao Xiaomi's face suddenly turned cold. She didn't think it was unlucky to fight on New Year's Day. She yelled at her mother-in-law and refused to listen to anyone's advice. She was just worrying about how to bring up the separation of the family. And now she found an opportunity. On the other side, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping led a group of people to blend into the crowd of people dancing Nuot dance. They came late, so they could only surround the fire, watching the soaring flames and crackling sparks. Swaying with the crowd. Dancing is what Kerbin and Anil are good at. The two of them twisted very vigorously. Sui Liang was amazed. He led his nephew to chase the two of them. A Shui, Huan Yo, and a Chong also ran to watch the fun. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping didn't have to worry about the children. She led him and took him to dance with the crowd. At the back door of the supervisory office, Sui Hui came out wearing a cloak. She lifted the hem of her clothes and took out a lantern with light blocked. The lantern could only illuminate a small area. She looked at the night and was a little scared. She was hardened before she raised her feet and left. Auntie, I'll go with you. The maid was worried. You keep the door open for me. I'll be back before dawn. Sui Hui plunged into the night. 2 streets away, drums were beating. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping were busy taking their children away. The people who were dancing the Nuo dance dispersed. They each picked up a blazing torch from the fire and ran to the city gate with the torches that were about to burn out. With a clang sound, Kerbin struck the waist drum on Dunhuang's body. He pointed at the 3 little girls and said, "If you still want to learn to play the drums, play them openly tonight." A Shui nodded. She took a deep breath. When Dunhuang struck the waist drum, she held her breath and followed the rhythm. 5 waist drums sounded one after another, and the cheerful drum beats flowed out. The running crowd was surprised and looked around to see where the drum sound came from. However, the torches in their hands did not allow them to stay for long. Before they could figure out what was going on, they had already run far away. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping stood by, each holding 2 torches and watching. Just as Sui Yu was about to urge them to run, Kerbin and Anil urged them to run forward. The drums were out of order for a few moments, but soon returned to normal. 5 children carrying waist drums followed the crowd while beating the drums. The kid's face flushed with excitement. Someone passed by and touched his head, and he shouted, "Run faster! Whose children are you? They are quite fun." Someone else passed by and said. The children became more excited after receiving the praise, and beat the waist drums loudly. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping followed behind. She suddenly reached out and grabbed someone, saying, "Brother, do me a favor. Go over and praise them for beating well." "Good job. They beat the drums well." The loud-voiced man passed by and shouted. The kid laughed. "Thank you." Ah Shui summoned up the courage to shout. "The drums sound nice." Another ant praised. "Thank you." Ah Chang smiled. "Nice. Nice." A young man with a duck voice ran over and clapped his hands when he passed by Dunhuang. Dunhuang was stunned for a moment and imitated him by saying thank you. The torch in Sui Yu's hand was almost burned out, and the group arrived at the city gate. The boy was sweating from running. He hugged his mother's legs excitedly and said happily, "Mom, I will come out to play again next year." "Okay. I will take you out next year." Sui Yu handed the torch to Zhao Shiping and said, "You go and throw it. It's windy outside the city, so I won't take them out of the city." "Okay. You wait here for me." Chapter 240. Throwing the torch into the fire pit. Zhao Shiping turned around immediately. He ran for a while, and when he entered the city gate, he saw Sui Yu and his group still standing there. So he slowed down. "You go and bring the camel over. We won't go with you," Sui Yu said. Xiaomi said she wanted to go to the guest house with us to eat roasted lamb, and my brother-in-law wanted to walk over. Zhao Shiping said, "Let's go together and see how they arrange it." "That's fine." Sui Yu pushed the kid over and said, "Let your dad hold you. Don't let the wind blow you again. You untie the sheepskin coat and wrap him up. The child is sweating from running." The last sentence was said to Zhao Shiping. Zhao Shiping untied the sheepskin coat after hearing this, squatted down, and took the child in his arms. He took off the child's shoes, held his feet, and wrapped them around his back, and easily wrapped a 3-year-old child in his arms. Ah Chang and Huan Yo stood aside with envious eyes. They felt happy just by looking at them, but at the same time, they felt a little bitter in their hearts. They walked behind with their heads down. Sui Yu carried 2 shoes, and Sui Liang carried a small waist drum. He played it twice gently. When he saw his sister looking over, he immediately stopped. fearing that she would ask him to learn the drum again. There were many people walking together. Sui Yu heard someone talking about the drum sound just now. She walked slowly closer to listen carefully. Ah Shui and the others also pricked up their ears to listen carefully. They saw several people praising the drum sound. And they laughed happily. When they arrived at the settlement, Zhao Shiping found that there were many people outside Xiaomi's house. He strode over with the child in his arms. He understood the situation without waiting to ask. He heard the quarrel inside. Make way. Let us in for a while. Sui Yu stepped forward and pushed people aside, saying, Today is New Year's Eve. A festive day. It is better to be harmonious and bring blessings. Quarrels and lawsuits will cause confusion and are not good. Everyone, go back home. Sit together as a family and talk about happy things. Don't get cold outside. This makes some sense. And most of the people who were watching the excitement outside the door dispersed. Sui Liang walked behind. He asked the neighbors who were watching the excitement in the yard to leave. And after closing the door, he led the others to sit in the kitchen, not to interfere with the things in the main hall. It's New Year's Day. What are you quarreling about? Sui Yu walked in. She quickly glanced around and comforted, We are all family. Talk it out. Quarreling will hurt the harmony. She walked to Xiaomi and picked up the child. The child cried until his voice was hoarse. Hearing him calling his aunt pitifully, she got angry and scolded, You are all 100 or 200 years old in the room. Can you control your emotions? You are not human beings when you quarrel? Look how scared the child is. Are you blind and don't see the child crying? Xiaomi wanted to hold the child. Sui Yu glared at her, staggered to avoid her hand, and scolded, Do you know how to comfort the child now? Xiaomi covered her face and cried. Third sister-in-law. Their family bullied me and wanted to eat me. How could I care about the child? What's going on? Wasn't it fine when I came? Zhao Shiping walked to Sui Yu's side. Huang Lian was carrying 2 chairs. He took the chairs and sat down and said, Tell me, what are you quarreling about? Xiaomi wants to buy a camel next year. When my mother heard it, she scolded her for being careless and unable to save money. She bought everything she saw. Huang Lianjun confessed the truth. Then the two quarreled. Xiaomi said the business was hers. And my mother said that without her, my father, and my brother, the grain business would not work. I interrupt. Sui Yu spoke up. She looked at Huang's mother and said, Aunt, you are wrong. The grain business is not impossible without you. Whoever my sister marries into will become rich. As long as the family is not extinct, there will be people to help. And this business will not fail. Huang's mother lowered her head and said nothing. The third sister-in-law is right. It is my family's honor to marry the eldest son's wife. Huang's father spoke. Since someone admitted it, Sui Yu stopped talking and motioned Huang Lianjun to continue. Xiaomi also said the same thing. When she was angry, she scolded my mother for being greedy and pretending to be a good person. She said that my family wanted to swallow her business. At this point, he looked at Aining and continued, She wanted to take the child away. She felt that our family was not good people and wanted to remarry. What happened next? Zhao Shiping asked. I begged her not to leave. And my parents also pulled her away to take the child. Then she put forward a condition. If he didn't want her to remarry, we would separate the family. Huang Lianjing was dejected. He didn't understand what Xiaomi was thinking. She had discussed with him before and planned to give the business to the second son with 20% of the profits. Why did she suddenly change her mind and want to separate the family and remarry? Dad? Mom? Stop arguing. Just separate me. Huang Lauer spoke. Huang's mother wiped her tears, looked at Zhao Shiping, and said, Captain Zhao, you heard it too. Even if it was my fault at the beginning. Can you blame me now? You have 3 brothers. You are far away, so I won't mention it. Did your eldest brother and second brother separate? Our second son hasn't started a family yet. And his father and I haven't died yet. But your sister forced us to drive the second son out of the house. How can there be such a person as her? My family relies on her to make money. But we don't eat and drink for free. She can't bully people. You also have a son. And there will be a second and third son in the future. I want to ask you, can you tolerate the eldest son's wife driving the second and third sons, who haven't started a family yet? That can't be. Zhao Shiping glanced at Zhao Xiaomi and said, Apologize to your mother-in-law. Zhao Xiaomi pursed her lips and said nothing. This is her fault. You 2 elders should bear with her for asking for the division of the family. Just treat her as hysterical nonsense. Zhao Shiping was angry. He stared at Zhao Xiaomi and said, "Come back with me tonight. My parents are here. I won't stop you if you want to remarry. Go and discuss it with your parents." Third brother. Don't take it seriously. She was just angry. We all have children. How can we break up a good family just because of a quarrel? Huang Lian was rushing to make up for it. Huang's mother saw that Zhao Shiping was a reasonable person and did not take sides. Most of her anger dissipated. She understood that without the support of the Zhao family, or rather, without the support of Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu, Zhao Xiaomi could not cause much trouble. Her third brother. Xiaomi is young. And what she said was just a moment of anger. Don't take it seriously. Mother Huang also relaxed. When a family lives together, there will always be conflicts. Just let it go after a few quarrels. Don't mention things like splitting up and remarrying in the future. It will hurt the harmony and make you restless. That's what I mean. When two strangers get married, it's fate. The fate given by God can't be broken just like that. Sui Yu handed Aning to Zhao Xiaomi and said, "Don't threaten people with harsh words in the future. Change your impatience. If there is anything, let's discuss it behind closed doors as a family." Zhao Xiaomi received the signal. She held the child and wiped her tears. When Aning saw her crying, she also cried sadly. Okay. Why are you crying? If you have anything to say, just say it. Your third brother and I are here. Sui Yu urged. It's okay if we don't split up. But we need to clarify the business matters. Zhao Xiaomi spoke with a hoarse voice. It's only been over a year. And we've only made some money. But you want to take all the credit for making money. You imply that I can't do business without you. You scowl when you see me spending money. And you don't think about the fact that I was growing golden flowers at the foot of the sand hill before I married into the Huang family. At that time, I planned to do the grain business. After that, she looked at Huang Lianjing and said, "If my parents have forgotten, you should remember. If you hadn't helped me plant grass every day, I wouldn't have married you." "Yes." Huang Lianjing nodded. "I don't dare to trust you anymore. If you keep getting involved like this, maybe in 3 to 5 years, this grain business will belong to your Huang family. And I, Zhao Xiaomi, will have nothing to do with it." Zhao Xiaomi looked at her parents-in-law. Mother Huang's face was flushed with shame. She could still be arrogant in front of Zhao Shiping just a moment ago. But now she couldn't raise her head at all. "Second brother, I'm sorry to you. I was so angry today that I said I wanted to split the family. I really don't mean to hate you. So don't take it to heart." At this moment, Zhao Xiaomi apologized very happily. No, don't worry about me. I'm not angry." Old Huang is tongue-tied and stuttered when he was excited. "That's fine. You are capable. Your brother, and I want to help you make money. Dad and Mom, do you think this is okay? In the future, we will split the profits of the grain and grass business 1:2:7. You and my dad will share 10%, and my second brother will share 20%. When my sister-in-law comes to the house, she will also help with the work." Zhao Xiaomi asked. Huang's father and mother exchanged glances. This method is not bad. When they count the accounts at the end of this year, after deducting the money for buying servants, there will be 3,000 yuan left. 20% profit is not a small amount. Okay. Huang's mother smiled. Zhao Xiaomi was also happy. If it weren't for the quarrel tonight, this matter would have taken a lot of trouble. Sui Yu patted the footprints on his legs and said, "It's so good to have a discussion. It's okay to settle the matter in peace. Don't quarrel in the future. Especially my aunt and uncle. They are old, but they can't hold back their anger. They made a fool of themselves tonight and made the neighbors laugh. After the night, who knows how many people will say that our Xiaomi has a bad temper. Having a powerful sister-in-law will affect your second son's marriage. Right? It doesn't matter. We just don't admit it. We were just joking. If anyone gossips outside, I'll go to her house and tell her off." Mother Huang promised that she would not let Zhao Xiaomi's reputation get tarnished after hearing Sui Yu's words. "It's late. Let's go back." Zhao Shiping stood up, looked at Zhao Xiaomi, and said, "Don't even think about you going to eat barbecue now. I guess there will only be sheep skeletons left when we go back. Go to bed and take the children back on the second day of the new year. I'll have someone roast a sheep for you." Zhao Xiaomi smiled brightly. It felt so good to have a brother and sister-in-law as a backer. "Don't roast the sheep. Come to my house on the 3rd day of the new year. Tomorrow I'll ask Lianshan to buy a sheep and stew half of it and roast the other half. Mother Huang stood up and said, I'm really sorry tonight. It's the new year. Such a good day. And I've made you work so hard. We're all family. So we don't talk about different things. Sui Yu went to lead the camel and said, Aunt, we are going back. We will come to pay New Year's greetings on the 3rd day of the new year. Okay. Okay. Mother Huang saw him to the door, looking at the camel running away and the sound of hooves fading away. She sighed softly. What a fuss. Don't mention what happened tonight when you go back. The grandparents are old and can't sleep if they have something on their mind. It's better not to let them know. Sui Yu explained. Others nodded in agreement. Alas! Sui Liang suddenly sighed. It's so troublesome. It's so troublesome to get married. There are too many trivial matters. Right and wrong. And too many thoughts. He sat in the kitchen tonight and listened. He was really afraid that the wife he married would also covet his sister's wealth, and then make his relatives alienated. It still depends on whether the man's heart is right or not. If you are a person who can handle things, your wife and I will not quarrel. Sui Yu said. When have we ever quarreled in our family? As long as you can be clear-headed. Your wife and I can get along well. I won't marry a wife. Sui Liang muttered. Sister, don't try to drive me away. I want to live with you. When Shiazai gets married in the future, I will take care of his children. Zhao Shiping suddenly laughed. Shiazai, can I help you raise your son in the future? Sui Liang asked loudly. Okay. Shiazai answered loudly. You two should shut up. Sui Yu was disgusted. Shui and the others also laughed. There are people in front. Kerbin said. Why are there people outside at this time? Could it be people going to the tea house to join in the fun? Sui Yu also saw that there was a flickering fire not far away. Zhao Shiping drove the camel in front. He pressed down the cub's head and asked, Who's in front? Finally, someone came. Sui Hui stood up trembling. She stood in the middle of the road and blocked the way. She followed the sound of hooves and looked for her in the night and asked, Is it Sister Yu? It's been a long time since I heard this name. Sui Yu let out a long sigh. It's really lively tonight. Cousin, why are you here? Sui Yu stopped the camel and asked, Looking for me? Why didn't you sit and wait in the guest house? I went to Qianhusua first, and then came here. Your servant said you haven't come back yet. So I came here. I was in a hurry to go back. So I said a word and left. Sui Hui didn't have time to say too much. She asked anxiously, I heard that you came out of the customs. But have you seen my brother? After so many years. She still missed Sui Wenin. But think about it. If Sui Liang suddenly left without saying goodbye, Sui Yu thought she would be worried and asked people everywhere to find out his whereabouts. No. The farthest I went was only Chiotzi. And I didn't see any monks along the way. Sui Yu shook her head. Sui Hui was not disappointed when she heard this. She took out a cloth bag from her bosom. And as she moved, the cloth bag made a few jingling sounds. I heard that the caravan can be asked to find people and things. These are some of my jewelry. Can you pay more attention to him outside the pass and ask for news about him? Sui Hui's voice trembled. She was cold and wanted to cry. She took a few steps closer, stuffed the cloth bag into Sui Yu's hand, and begged, Sister Yu, you are the only one who saw what he looked like when he left. I beg you. Sui Yu clenched her hand. The cloth bag was still a little warm, but she felt like she was scalded. She immediately let go of the cloth bag and threw it to Sui Hui. I don't want your jewelry. Can you get bamboo slips with words in Hu Jianqian's mansion? I want to learn to read. Can you help me copy some words? Anything is fine. Sui Hui was worried at first, then happy. She nodded and said, Yes, I can write a few articles for you by myself. But what if you can't read? I have my own way. Okay. I'll wait for you at the back door of the mansion at noon on the 5th day. Chapter 241 Sick. How did you get here? You walked alone? Sui Yu asked. Yes. Getting a positive answer, Sui Hui felt much more relaxed and spoke with a happy tone. She gathered her cloak to block the weak flame of the lantern and said, I'll go back now. The maid is still guarding the door for me. Sui Yu felt a little annoyed and a little irritated. She took a deep breath and said, You are running outside alone at night. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? If something happens to you, what's the use of finding your brother? Forget it. I'll take you back. Turning around, Sui Yu said to Zhao Shiping, You take the little one back first. Take the others back. And then bring 2 camels to find me. I'll stay here with her. It was almost the second half of the night, although there were not many people walking outside at this time. Zhao Shiping was still worried about leaving Sui Yu outside in the middle of the night. He hesitated and did not move. Sister, I'll wait for my brother-in-law here with you, Sui Liang said. Forget it. I'll go back by myself. Sui Hui raised her foot to leave. She said very embarrassedly, You go back? It's okay. I've been on this road. I'm familiar with it. Sui Yu turned over and asked Chang to hold the reins tightly. She said without hesitation, Just do as I say. Don't dawdle. You are still dreaming when I'm driving at night outside the pass. Don't think about anything else. Okay. Then you wait for me here. Zhao Shiping threw the reins and said, Let's go. The group rode away on camels, leaving only the sound of hooves in the wind, making the wilderness particularly quiet and desolate. Sui Yu didn't think there was anything worth talking about between the 2 sisters. She walked a few steps away and squatted behind a tree that was slightly sheltered from the wind. Sui Hui cleared her throat. She had too much to say, but the words that made her sigh with emotion might be irrelevant to Sui Yu. She opened her mouth and closed it again. The 2 cousins made different choices at the beginning, and their current situations are already very different. The sound of hooves that disappeared came again, getting closer and closer. Sui Yu stood up. It was Zhao Shiping who led 2 camels over. Here, she shouted. As they got closer, the camel slowed down and stopped in front of them. Sui Yu led a camel and asked, Can you ride a camel? Sui Hui's face turned red, and she said shyly, I haven't ridden one before. Sui Yu led the camel to her, drove the camel to kneel on the ground, and said, Straddle between the 2 humps. Yes. Sit on it. Hold the reins. Keep your body steady, and don't lean back. If you can't sit still, you can lie down. Sui Hui said yes repeatedly. When the camel stood up, she exclaimed, and her sight suddenly rose. She was a little scared, afraid that she would fall down if she couldn't sit still. So she had to lie on the camel's hump and bend over. Sui Yu took the lantern from her hand to make sure that there was no problem on her side. She walked to the side of another camel, pulled the reins, and supported the camel's back to climb up. Leave? Zhao Shiping asked. Yes. The 3 camels ran towards the city with a clattering sound. There was no other sound except the whistling wind. As they approached the supervisory office, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping stopped their camels, and the camel carrying Sui Hui slowed down. I'll take you here, Sui Yu said. Eggshell. Lie down. The camel bent its limbs with a dong sound. Sui Hui moved her frozen legs and turned over to the ground. She took a few steps back, and the camel stood up quickly. Before she could say thank you, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping took the camel away. Sui Hui watched them for a while. Then she picked up the lantern that had long been extinguished and walked slowly to the back door. There was no conversation along the way. After another cup of tea, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping returned to the guest house. Sui Liang heard the noise and came out. He looked and didn't ask anything. The kid is here with me. He will sleep with me tonight and has fallen asleep, he said. Zhao Shiping was worried. The child sweated while playing at night. He was afraid that the kid would catch a cold and feel uncomfortable at night. After washing up, he took the mattress and went to the next door to pick up the child. Are you asleep? Sui Yu asked in a low voice. Yes. He is asleep. Let's sleep too, Sui Yu responded, took the child in her arms, and closed her eyes to sleep. In the second half of the night, Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu woke up when they heard the child coughing. The child was still sleeping. Sui Yu touched his forehead and said, No fever. Shall I boil a bowl of scallion and ginger water to make him sweat? Zhao Shiping sat up. This was the first time the child had been sick since he was born. The couple had no experience and could only use all the tricks they could think of. The spicy scallion and ginger water was brought. Sui Yu woke the child up and coaxed him to drink a few sips of water. It's spicy. The child had a bitter face and refused to drink. Sui Yu took a sip and then handed the bowl to his mouth, saying, I won't take you out for the new year next year. You have fun and your body suffers. The child looked up at her. His throat itched, and he turned his head and coughed a few times. Drink it quickly, and you won't cough after drinking it. You are sick from the cold, Zhao Shiping said. Be good and listen. Sui Yu handed over the bowl again. This time, the kid swallowed the bowl with big mouthfuls, and drank half a bowl reluctantly. He pushed the bowl away and said that his stomach was full. Sui Yu drank the remaining ginger and green onion water and handed the bowl to Zhao Shiping. She hugged the child and continued to lie down. Mom. I want to go to the city to play drums next year, the kid said in a muffled voice. Okay. You will practice martial arts with your father next year. If you grow up strong, you won't be afraid of getting sick. Sui Yu patted his back gently and said, Look at your father, your uncle, and me. We are all not sick, the kid said obediently. Zhao Shiping pushed the door in. He took off his sheepskin coat and lay down. And when the cold air on his body dissipated, he approached the mother and son sleeping inside. Asleep, Sui Yu said in a low voice. Zhao Shiping touched the child's forehead and felt that the problem should not be serious. He tucked in the mattress and closed his eyes to sleep. After half a bowl of ginger soup, the kid started sweating when the sky was slightly bright. He stretched out his arms in his sleep, and Sui Yu took them down for him. He groaned and slept uncomfortably, and Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping also dozed off and on. It was not until the sky was bright that the kid woke up because he had to pee, and Zhao Shiping got dressed and got out of bed. It's snowing outside again. You two don't come out. I'll bring breakfast to the bed later. Zhao Shiping came in with a urine bucket. Sui Yu said okay, and she said, Go check on the other kids later. Okay. Zhao Shiping stuffed the kid back into the quilt, and he went out with the urine bucket. Mom, it hurts here. The kid pointed to his throat. I'll ask your dad to bring a bag of hot water later. Drink more water, and it won't hurt. Sui Yu hugged him and kissed him. My son is so handsome. The kid laughed. He held Sui Yu's face and kissed her, saying, My mother is pretty too. The old couple next door got up. Zhao's mother walked to the door and asked, Oh, third wife. I heard the kid coughing at night. Did he catch a cold? He caught a little cold, but he's much better now. And he's in good spirits, Sui Yu said through the door. Zhao's mother sighed and muttered, I told you not to take him out for a crazy run. The wind at night is so cold. Alas, you didn't listen to my advice. If he coughs again tonight, you can wipe his neck with your stinky spit and rub it more. Sui Yu glanced at the kid and smiled and said yes. It seems that this method has never been lost from ancient times to the present. She remembered that when she was sick as a child, her grandmother used this method to deal with her. Zhao Shiping came over with porridge, egg custard and meat buns. He told his parents to go eat and do what they should do, and not to worry about what was going on here. Don't eat the egg custard or the meat. Just drink half a bowl of porridge and eat half a bun stuffing. Sui Yu sat up in a thick coat, and the kid sat in her arms, with the mattress tucked under his neck, wrapping him up like a cocoon. The child was sick, and both adults had responsibilities. With a sense of guilt, Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu took care of the kid as if he were a baby. Sui Yu held him in her arms, and Zhao Shiping stood by the bed with a bowl and fed him porridge one spoonful at a time. The kid was so happy that he couldn't find the edge. He ate the tasteless millet porridge in his mouth, but his heart was sweet, as if he had eaten candy. Dad, he shouted. Yeah. Zhao Shiping broke off a piece of bun stuffing and fed him, saying, Drink half a bowl of onion and ginger water later. With his mouth blocked and unable to speak, the kid nodded quickly. Zhao Shiping smiled. You are so good. I am so good. The kid unconsciously became spoiled. Zhao Shiping glanced at Sui Yu, and she looked exactly like when she was acting spoiled. Sister, how is the kid? Sui Liang pushed the door open and said, Huan No is fine. Dunhuang and Chang are both coughing. And Shui is fine too. Where is the kid? Does he cough? He coughed at night, but he is much better now, Sui Yu said. Go get some big red dates and send them to the kitchen. Ask Yin Pa to fry the dates with sesame oil. Fry them until they are crispy but not burnt. Drain the oil and let Dunhuang, Chang and Huan No eat some while they are still hot. This is for cough relief. Send 3 or 5 to the kid as well. Okay. Sui Liang left again. The kid was full, so there was no need to take care of him anymore. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping started to eat. The kid was still sitting in Sui Yu's arms. He looked up at her while she ate, or at his father while he ate. He coughed twice, and both of them looked at him. After breakfast, Zhao Shiping cleaned up the dishes and went out. Sui Yu put on a woolen coat and trousers for the kid. She leaned against the head of the bed and hugged him and told him stories. After the 2 stories were told, Sui Liang brought dates. The dates were oily, so he didn't let the kid touch them. He pinched the oily dates and fed them to his nephew. You should pay more attention to Chang and Dunhuang. If they have a fever, you should find someone to send them to the city to see a doctor. Sui Yu said. Okay. Don't worry, sister. After eating 5 dates, the kid wanted to sleep, and Sui Yu slept with him. On the first day of the new year, Sui Yu stayed in bed with the children except when she went to the toilet. All the stories she had heard in her previous life were told. When she had no more stories to tell, she would tell stories about the outside of the Great Wall, how big the desert was, how wolves held grudges, what a goshawk looked like and how it called, and the stories of Lao Jin's family in the deep mountains. Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang came back after settling the guest house. They washed their feet, took off their outer pants and sat in the quilt. The 4 of them talked and laughed in the house all day. Early in the morning of the second day of the Chinese New Year, the little boy woke up without a throat sound. His cold was cured. Walking out of the door, the little boy stood in the snow and sighed heavily. What's wrong? Zhao Shiping asked. Dad, I don't think I'm cured yet. Listen. He coughed a few times. Shut your mouth. Sui Yu came out. Go wash your face and eat. The little boy pouted and muttered. I'm still coughing. No one paid attention to him. Zhao Shiping picked him up and went out. Dad, I want to make a snowman. The next moment, the little boy had a new idea. Let's talk about it in 2 days. Your aunt and her family are coming today. Don't mess around. The little boy was disappointed. It's better to be sick. Yesterday, he got whatever he wanted. Near noon, Zhao Xiaomi and Huang Lian were walking back to her parents' home with their children wrapped in quilts. Neither of them mentioned the quarrel on New Year's Eve. They happily had dinner at the guest house before going back. On the 3rd day of the first lunar month, Sui Yu's family of 6 rode camels to Zhao Xiaomi's house to pay New Year's greetings. Song Xian and Huang Anqing's family were also there. The 3 families worked together to eat a sheep, which made them full and warm. After dinner, they chatted and laughed for a while before going home. On the 4th day of the first lunar month, Song Xian and Huang Anqing's family went to pay New Year's greetings to Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping took their children and Sui Liang to the Song family to pay New Year's greetings. Before dinner, Sui Yu found an excuse to go out. She took a detour to find Sui Hui and knocked on the door to get 3 bamboo slips. Madam, my aunt caught a cold and has only written these few days. She said she would find time to write to you when she recovers. The maid passed on the message. We can't go out. Can you come here once in the middle of every month? I'll wait for you here at noon on the 15th of every month. Sui Yu nodded and said, let her take good care of her illness first. If she coughs badly, eat some dates fried with sesame oil. The maid agreed and said, then I'll close the door. I still have to take care of my aunt. Sui Yu nodded and left with the bamboo slips. In the days that followed, Sui Yu stayed in the guest house. In addition to playing with the children, she was busy recuperating and practicing calligraphy. She asked the head of the Shen family to help her recite the words on the bamboo slips, and mark the words she didn't know in simplified Chinese, and practice them carefully afterwards. From January to February, Sui Yu received 8 bamboo slips from Sui Hui. Later, the words on the bamboo slips were not well written, and the articles were not complete. It was obvious that Sui Hui had no articles to copy, and could only write whatever she thought of. At the end of February, Sui Yu spent 7 days writing Qin Wenshan's personal biography. After the ink dried, she put it in a box and asked Sui Liang to give it to Qin Wenshan when he saw him. The snow melted, spring came, and the caravans that had been idle for a winter went their separate ways. It was time for her to leave home too. Chapter 242. I'm not a pig. Did a merchant named Hua Suichun come here last year? Sui Yu only remembered this at this time. Sui Liang thought about it, and shook his head and said, there were too many people. I don't remember. Just remember this person's name. If he brings his wife and children to live here for a long time in the spring, you can arrange a quiet yard for them. Sui Yu explained. She explained, this person plans to bring his wife and children to Dunhuang to live for a few years, and will probably rent 1 or 2 rooms in our guest house for a long time. Sui Liang understood, and he nodded to indicate that he had written it down. The rent is 300 coins a year, and I have already agreed on the price with him. Sui Yu said again, Is it just one room, or is it the same price for several rooms? Sui Liang asked. Sui Yu neglected this question. She thought about it for a moment and said, one room costs 300 coins. 2 rooms costs 500 coins. And 3 rooms costs 500 coins. They probably only need one warehouse, which can be used as a guest room. You can compare the prices. Sui Liang understood. When I'm not at home, you should practice calligraphy well. Sui Yu continued to instruct. On the 15th of next month, go to the back door of the supervisory office and tell the maid that Sui Hui will not be needed to copy articles for the time being. I forgot to tell her that I was leaving. Sui Liang responded sullenly. He picked up a stick and scratched on the ground. He wanted to say that he wanted to go business with her. But thinking about the family business and the nephew who needed to be taken care of, he said nothing. This time I'm going through the customs. I'll see if I can go to the horse farm. If I can get in, I'll bring my father to Dunhuang. If not, we'll find a way later. Sui Yu said. Sui Liang nodded. And after a few moments he said, Sister, you should take care of your own business. Dad, his business is not urgent. If he has a spirit, whether he is in the mountains or in Dunhuang, he knows that we miss him. And he is sleeping in the mountains. Every time you pass by, he can protect you and keep you safe. Sui Yu suddenly realized. No wonder I walked so smoothly in the mountains 2 years ago, and didn't even encounter a snake. It turned out that he was protecting me. Sui Liang nodded repeatedly. It was just a casual remark. But now he thinks it is true. His eyes lit up, and he said confidently, Dad must have followed you all the way. And maybe he followed you back. He came to see us. Sui Yu smiled. This statement is interesting. Sister, let Dad live in the mountains for a few more years. Sui Liang smiled shyly and whispered, let him take care of you for a few more years. Sui Yu couldn't help laughing. Sui Yu was tired enough. He didn't sleep well when he was alive. After his death, his son entrusted him with important tasks. He was a lonely ghost in the mountains, and had to worry about the safety of his children. Mom the kid came back from grinding flour with his father. Sui Yu and Sui Liang looked over, and the siblings went to greet them at the same time. Gonda and Gon Air jumped off the camel's back and moved the flour jars one after another. 3 bags of wheat were ground into 6 jars of flour. And the cakes were enough for Sui Yu to eat for a whole year. Mom, this is the flour I ground. The kid was shameless. Zhao Shiping stared at him and didn't expose him. The kid is really capable. Sui Yu touched his head. I'm going to the training ground, Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu nodded. Come back early tonight. We'll make fried chive dumplings. Zhao Shiping was a little dazed. He remembered that he had eaten it once when he was in the military settlement. But Sui Yu seemed to have never made it again after moving to the guest house. He rode away on his camel, and Sui Yu led the kid back to the house. The kitchen was busy making pancakes, rolling noodles, and frying noodles, preparing dry food for the caravan that was about to leave. Sui Yu didn't want to go and make trouble. She asked Gonda and Gon Air to move a table to the master's courtyard, and also brought a jar of noodles over. And she took 2 basins to knead the noodles. Lianggur, go get me a bowl of warm water. I'll go. The kid actively rushed to work. Grandma Yin, I'll get the hot water. The kid ran into the kitchen, and when he saw Grandma Yin was busy, he changed his words and said, Sister Hong, help me get a bowl of hot water. My mother is kneading the noodles. Okay. Xiao Chunhong scooped a bowl of warm water and handed it to him, asking, Can you hold it steady? Yes. The kid walked out slowly, and just as he walked out of the kitchen door, he encountered a wall of people. He went to the right, and the long legs in front of him also went to the right. He went to the left, and the people in front of him also went to the left. Hey, don't mess with our young shopkeeper. He's carrying water. Luckily, Xiao Chunhong followed him out of concern. Hu Shang pinched the boy's cheeks and said, You are such a fun kid. You look so good. Your parents are really good at giving birth and raising children. The boy smiled and praised him. Can you be my son? Hu Shang squatted down. He took out a jade token and teased him with interest, saying, Be my son, and this jade token is yours. The boy's face fell instantly, and his expression was very similar to his father's. No. The boy walked around him and snorted. I don't want it. Hu Shang laughed. Sui Liang came out. He wanted to take the bowl, But the boy refused to give it to him, and insisted on carrying it into the yard diligently, and then handing it to his mother personally. What happened to your face? Sui Yu saw 2 red marks on his face, the size of a fingertip, as if someone pinched him. Who pinched you? Sui Liang approached and asked. A Hu merchant touched my face. The boy rubbed his face and complained. He also wants me to be his son. Sui Liang glanced at his sister and said, the merchants here like to tease him, pinch his face, touch his head, and in the summer when he wears less. Some people like to pinch his legs and pat his butt. Some people pinch him with a heavy hand, leaving a mark on the boy's body. I even quarreled with him. Sui Yu looked at the boy, and the smile disappeared from her face. He looked at her in confusion. She put down her work and told him seriously that he should not let outsiders touch him below his shoulders. She tapped the boy's chest, buttocks, and said, apart from your parents and uncle, anyone who touches you here is a bad guy. You should scold him loudly. Let Dunhuang scold him, and ask Dehei and Xiao Hei to bite him. Don't be afraid of causing trouble. Tell your father that he can protect you. The boy nodded obediently. I will listen to mother. You are good. The boy laughed, sending the boy to serve leeks again. Sui Yu and Sui Liang reminded him again. Some bad men and bad women like white and tender children. They touch him not because children are cute. If anyone pinches the boy's buttocks or takes off his pants again, you should ask your brother-in-law to beat them out. Sui Liang vaguely understood what she meant. But just thinking about someone touching the boy like this made him so angry that he wanted to overturn the table. Mom, the leeks are here. The boy ran over happily, followed by Xiao Chunhong and Gonda. Xiao Chunhong brought over half a bowl of scrambled eggs. Gonda brought over the stove and firewood, and soon brought over a clay pot. Mix the chopped raw chives with the scrambled egg. Sprinkle salt and pepper on the stuffing, and finally pour a spoonful of lard and stir. The first batch of chives newly grown in spring are tender and fresh, and do not need too much seasoning. The original flavor is the most fresh and sweet. After the stuffing is mixed, Sui Yu starts to roll the bread stuffing, and Sui Liang sits in the corner to light the stove, and only puts the pot on the stove when the wood smoke is gone. The ceramic pot is not as heat conducting as the iron pot, so it is perfect for making pancakes. There is no need to brush oil on the bottom of the pot. Put the chive box in, and the kid counts 20 numbers. Sui Liang flips it with a spatula. Do this 3 times, and a pot of chive boxes is ready. Sui Yu asked the kid to call his grandparents to come back and eat first. The chive box is the most delicious when it is just out of the pot. Without the heat, it will lose half of its fragrance. The kid also sat next to Sui Yu with a small cake that is exclusive to him. There is also a big one in the bowl on the table. He eats 5 bites by himself, then puts down the small cake and holds the big cake to feed his mother 1 bite. Little boy, how many have you counted? Sui Liang asked. 12. Sui Yu whispered. 12. The little boy said loudly, it will be 20 soon. Zhao Shiping came back in the night. It was still cold in February, especially at night. The night wind was like a wooden board, which made people's faces stiff and numb. He walked into the yard. There was a stove and torches burning in the yard. The wind seemed warm. As soon as he entered the door, his body warmed up. Brother-in-law, wash your hands and eat the cake. Sui Liang lifted the lid of the pot and said, this is the last pot. Come and eat it while it's hot. Zhao Shiping walked out quickly again, and came back and wiping his hands after a while. We are all full and didn't wait for you. Sui Yu patted the chair and said, sit here and eat. Let your son see how much you eat. 1 pot can bake 5 chive dumplings, each bigger than a man's palm. Zhao Shiping doesn't drink water. He props up his legs and hunches his waist. He eats 5 bites of a cake. In less than a cup of tea, 5 chive dumplings are in his stomach. Sui Liang, bring 5 more. Sui Yu shouted. Brother-in-law, I only ate 2.5. Sui Liang brought the warm cakes and said, take it easy. Zhao Shiping ignored him, and ate 5 chive dumplings again. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sui Yu understood that he was just feeling full. If he forced himself, he could at least eat 2 more. Have a bowl of porridge, she said. The kid squatted beside his father's legs. He stretched out his arm to touch his father's stomach, and was surprised that his stomach didn't burst. Zhao Shiping drank a bowl of thin porridge, and he went to get another chive dumpling. He was busy talking and eating it bit by bit. After a while, another cake was in his stomach. My father is a pig. the kid said loudly. Sui Yu laughed. And Zhao's mother also laughed. And even Zhao's father smiled. You will be beaten, Zhao Shiping said in a low voice. If you ate like this every day when you were a child, our family would not be able to support you, Zhao's mother said. Zhao Shiping did not respond, thinking that he was not greedy for her cooking. Pack up, take a shower and go to bed. Sui Yu stood up and said to Zhao Shiping, you only ate tonight and did not work. It is your job to clean up this mess. Put the stove in the corner and the table over there. I have to make pancakes tomorrow. Baking again means preparing for the trip. On the second day of March, Song Xian packed her things. She sent Sui Yu 40 camels and asked her when she would leave. Tomorrow. Sui Yu pointed to the dried noodles hanging in the yard and said, we can put them away tonight. Then I'll wait for you outside the city tomorrow morning. Okay. Sui Yu sighed and said, I plan to take all the money from home this time and buy more goods when I enter the customs. Cloth and silk are easier to cash and outside the customs. If I buy more of these things, it will be convenient to carry. After that, I will go farther out of the customs. Spend less time in Luan and Chuoxi. Go to Dayuan and Kongju. And then rest at home for a year or two depending on the situation. Song Xian understood what she meant. Sui Yu was still young and might get pregnant from time to time. She had to prepare for this accident. Me too. I'll take most of the money from home and do a big business this time, Song Xian said. After the matter was agreed and the date was set, Sui Yu no longer hesitated. The next morning, the servants drove the camels into the guest house. The door of the warehouse opened, and the goods stored for a winter were tied to the camels again. Will you cry today? Zhao Shiping asked his son. The boy shook his head firmly and said confidently, I won't cry. Okay. Whoever cries is a pig. The boy choked. Let's go. Sui Yu came out with a bag. Let's go. You two will take me out of the city. 3 caravans were traveling together. Sui Yu's caravan was walking at the back. The caravan in front was walking fast. And the caravan behind couldn't slow down. In the time it took to stick an incense stick, they arrived at the east gate. Sui Yu took a deep breath. She raised the corners of her mouth and waved to the person sitting on the other camel, saying, Little boy, plant 2 more acres of wheat this year. And another acre of broad beans. I like to eat broad beans. Okay. The boy waved with a stern face, urging Mom, go quickly. Talk to your grandparents. Zhao Shiping diverted his attention. The boy turned his face and waved vigorously. Sui Yu left. Zhao's father and mother looked at their grandson and followed him out of the city. Whoever cries is a pig. Zhao Shiping lifted the child's chin and said, Let me see if you are a pig. The kid had a tense face. He opened his mouth and exhaled heavily, covered his eyes and said, I am not a pig. Okay. Okay. You are not a pig. Chapter 243 Show Off. Dust blurred the vision. When the city wall disappeared from sight, Sui Yu retracted his gaze and stopped trying to look back. The desert east of Dunhuang was deserted. The further east, the more sparse the villages and residences. After walking for 2 days, there were no houses on the road. There was a post station standing on the roadside every 30 miles. At sunset, the evening wind became colder and colder. The desert wind howled. The rock piles standing on the Gobi became strange shapes under the endless weathering. The wind shuttled through the holes, and the humming sound was like a wolf howling. At the end of the western sky, the orange-red sunset slowly fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. The last ray of light disappeared from the land, and the sky quickly darkened. A loud gong sounded through the complicated camel bells. And then another gong sounded. Zhang Shun leaned over, picked up a small wooden hammer, and followed the gong sound. The speed of the 3 caravans slowed down. Before leaving the guest house, Sui Yu had discussed with the heads of the first 2 caravans that on the way to Chang'an, the 3 families would travel together, and they would ring the gong to notify them when they set out or stopped. Zhao's father and mother moved their old legs off the camel's back. The old couple were dressed thickly, so they were not cold. But the wolfskin mattress they were wrapped in was heavy and made them feel tired. The servants dispersed. The maids were responsible for digging pits, burying pots and collecting firewood for cooking. And the male servants were responsible for unloading goods and moving stones to set up tents. 30 or 50 people did their best. Within an incense stick, there was a smell of smoke and fire in the wilderness. With fire, houses and people, and the desolate wilderness seemed to have come to life. The water for cooking noodles boiled. And Sui Yu first scooped 2 bowls of water for her parents-in-law and said, "Drink something hot. You will feel more comfortable." Mother Zhao held the bowl to cover her hands. She looked at her daughter-in-law in the dark and said, "You should drink more hot water too." "Well, how do you two feel? Can you bear it?" Sui Yu said with concern. "The caravan's journey is quite fast. If the camels don't rest, the people won't rest either. If you can't bear it, don't bear it. We can go slowly. It's okay. It's okay to follow the caravan." Mother Zhao waved her hands hurriedly. "Your father and I don't have to walk. We can bear it. If we are tired, we can rest for a few days and recover. Don't delay your business." Father Zhao also echoed in a hoarse voice. "Sister Yu, the soup noodles are cooked." Song Xian came over and shouted, "Aunt, Uncle, let's go over to eat first." "Okay." Mother Zhao got up. Song Xian was well prepared for this trip. Not only did she prepare dry food, she also brought an iron pot. Now 2 iron pots are used to cook rice. After the first group of people finish scooping noodles, they can add 2 more buckets of water to cook 2 more pots of dry noodles, so as not to delay the second group of people from eating. When leaving Dunhuang, Sui Yu brought 2 cans of meat sauce and 4 cans of soybean sauce. The meat sauce is not durable, so she asked people to eat the meat sauce first. Mix a spoonful of meat sauce with the noodle soup, and give each person a braised egg. This dinner is not much worse than when they were at home. After eating, Zhao's father and mother sat by the fire and warmed themselves. After the food in their stomachs was digested, they went to sleep in the tent. Sui Yu and Song Xian each arranged 3 people to patrol at night, and then they also rested. Song Xian brought 30 servants this time, and prepared 3 tents made of camel skin. The 6 tents were surrounded in a circle, one next to the other, and snoring and farting could be heard clearly, although it was a bit disgusting. These movements made people feel at ease in this desolate night. 4 days later, 3 large caravans arrived at the gate of Jiuquan County. The caravan in front was about to enter the city, and the city guard was checking the passing documents. Sui Yu estimated the time and drove the camel back to find her parents-in-law. "Dad, Mom, the caravan can stay in the city for about 2 hours. The head of the Song family will be responsible for replenishing dry food in the city. I will take 2 people to send you back and then rush back." Sui Yu said, "Don't you want to stay overnight before you leave? I pickled 2 large jars of pickled cabbage last year. You can take 1 jar to eat on the way." Mother Zhao was a little anxious and said, "We have food at home. I also told your father that I will fry a few pots of noodles and make some pancakes for you overnight when I go back. Don't spend money to buy things at home." Sui Yu looked at her seriously. Seeing that her mother-in-law was not being polite, she smiled and said, "It's okay. We will go to the city to buy them and save people the trouble. I won't go back to stay overnight. I'm still in a hurry to travel. If it's another month later, the weather will be hot. The snow mountains will melt, and the big river under Hongqiling will reach the flood season. It will be troublesome to cross the river." Father Zhao and Mother Zhao still remember crossing the river on a sheepskin raft. It was really scary. "If we don't go back to stay overnight, you don't have to send us back," Father Zhao said. "Your mother and I will go back by ourselves. It's not like we don't know the way. You can go to the city to rest." Sui Yu couldn't help but be surprised at the attitude of the old couple at this moment. They acted like elders. "Let's go." Father Zhao led his camel away from the camel caravan. "Be careful on the road. Think more about the children. Don't be too stubborn. Just take the loss." Sui Yu responded. "That?" Mother Zhao turned around and asked with a little choking, "When will you come back this year? Come to my house and sit down when you come back." Sui Yu understood her mother-in-law's meaning almost instantly. She smiled and said, "I can't say when I will come back. I want to come back early, preferably before October. But I can't guarantee it. If I can come back before October, I will pass by Jiuquan and pick you up to go to Dunhuang for the new year. If you haven't seen me by the end of October, you can ask your eldest brother or second brother to take you there. Don't let the 2 of you go alone." "Okay. Okay." Mother Zhao was happy. "Then you should come back early. Your 2 parents-in-law are interesting, but they are not weird." Song Xian drove the camel over. Sui Yu retracted her gaze and said lightly, "It's okay. We are all flesh and blood people. There are good and bad, but we are not the stubborn and paranoid people with left-wing hearts." The caravan in the front entered the city, and the caravan in the middle moved forward. Sui Yu and Song Xian's caravan also followed slowly to avoid being cut in line. After another half cup of tea, it was Sui Yu and Song Xian's caravan's turn to enter the city. Sui Yu and Song Xian each brought 2 servants holding money boxes. They first submitted household registration to check the number of people entering the city, and then submitted the pass document and the registration document for the variety and quantity of goods. After everything was correct, they submitted the money to enter the city, and the caravan could enter. Zhao's father stopped, and the old couple looked back at the caravan that walked into the city gate step by step. When the last camel also got in, the 2 old people turned their heads and continued walking. The third son's wife is a powerful person, Zhao's mother said. Zhao's father didn't say anything, but he admitted it in his heart. The old couple thought about the first time the third son brought Sui Yu back. Xiaomi shouted that the third son got this daughter-in-law because he got an advantage. Now think about it. This is not wrong. She holds a grudge. When she first came to our house, we despised her, and she has not returned for so many years. Father Zhao snorted coldly. The eldest and second families didn't treat her well at that time, and she doesn't miss them now. Who doesn't hold a grudge? Mother Zhao thought that even a fool would hate those who bullied him. Fortunately, Sui Yu also remembered her kindness. Xiaomi helped her speak, accompanied her and helped her. She is now sincere to that girl. More than an hour later, the caravan entering the city replenished dry food and green vegetables and left the city again. Father Zhao and Mother Zhao also led camels into the village. Hearing the camel bells, the woman digging the vegetable field stood up, and the man carrying manure on the road stopped, all curious to see who entered the village. Sixth aunt, are you back from my 3 brothers' home? The woman in the vegetable garden asked loudly. Oh, that's right. My old bones are about to break. It's been a tiring journey. The meat I managed to grow has lost a few pounds. Mother Zhao patted the sheepskin coat that she had untied in advance, revealing the dark red thick coat inside. Father Zhao pulled the reins to stop the camel from moving. He talked to the man carrying dung. Ping boy, are you busy fertilizing the land again? You are a hard-working man, and your father is enjoying life. He can't enjoy life as well as you. Look at what you and my 6th grandmother are wearing. The masters and wives of landlords can't compare to you. There are 3 big bundles hanging on the camel. What good things did my 3rd uncle bring back for you? Some bacon. His family has a guest house. There is a lot of swill. They raise more than 40 pigs. They have been slaughtering since the snow last year and the beginning of spring this year. But they haven't finished slaughtering yet. Father Zhao smiled so hard that his face was about to break. People who came over after hearing the sound sucked their teeth in envy. No wonder 6th aunt has gained weight. Aunt, you look better when you gain weight. The woman in the vegetable garden came closer. She saw the dark red thick coat under Zhao's sheepskin coat and flattered. This coat is beautiful. Did my 3rd brother's wife buy it? She bought it. Xiaomi also made 2 coats for me. The colors are not as bright as this one. I didn't wear them. Zhao's mother was secretly showing off. By the way, how did you 2 come back? Someone couldn't stand it anymore and asked, why didn't the 3rd brother and his wife send you back? Or did they dislike the dirty roads in their hometown and just sent you back to the village? I don't want to talk to you, Mother Zhao said. You are so jealous. It's not that the children are unfilial. My 3rd brother's wife is busy making money and doing business. She took 50 or 60 people and hundreds of camels into the city to sell goods in Chang'an. At the city gate, she said she would send us back. I felt sorry for her going back and forth. So I said we came back by ourselves and let her go to the city to rest. When she comes back from Chang'an, she will take us to the west to celebrate the new year, Father Zhao said. The old couple sang in unison. In less than half a day, the old and young in the village, cats and dogs, knew that Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu were not only wealthy but also filial to the elderly. Everyone envied the good fortune of the Zhao family. Chapter 244. Going into the mountains to look for graves. It was already the middle of March when we arrived at Zhangya County. The endless yellow sand and wilderness gobi disappeared here, replaced by fresh green grass and abundant water. The spring breeze blew the water waves, and green buds sprouted under the water grass that still stood tall after the severe winter. Long-legged water birds hid in them. When the human voices approached, they quacked and jumped out, crushing the ripples on the lake surface. After a series of splashes, the water birds disappeared on the water surface. The camels stepped into the lake to drink water, and the slaves carried buckets to draw water and poured it into the pottery jars. Sui Yu and Song Xian each took a wooden stick to push away the watergrass. As expected, there was light white, light green or black hemp hidden between the withered yellow and the new green. You could find a nest of bird eggs after walking 2 steps. Don't pick them all up. Leave 2 or 3 for the water birds to hatch, Sui Yu said. Song Xian nodded. She bent over to pick up bird eggs and said, Zhangye is a really good place. Yes, there are vast lakes, dense rivers, flat terrain, and vast grasslands. After a spring rain, pasture and crops will grow wantonly. Here both wheat and rice can be grown. There is no shortage of fish and shrimp, and cattle and sheep are everywhere, comparable to the south of the Yangtze River in Guanyi. The sunset glow is reflected on the lake, and the lake light and water are gorgeous. At a certain moment, a full moon breaks into the lake. The moon's brilliance replaces the brilliance of the sunset glow. A bonfire was lit by the lake, and tents were set up. Camels stood or lay scattered on the grass to rest. A flat boat rode from the east, and the fisherman casting the net asked loudly from a distance, Haka, do you want to buy fish? Sui Yu and Song Xian looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a merchant going over to ask the price. The 2 of them also stood up, and went over after shaking the ashes of the egg-baking fire. Old man, how much is the fish? By caddy, 1 penny and 2 caddies. The fish price was cheaper than that in Dunhuang. Sui Yu looked at the big carp in the old man's hand and said, I want this one. Okay. This is the biggest fish I caught tonight. The old man lifted the scale and weighed it, saying, 12 pounds and 3 ounces. I'll give you 12 pounds. After that, he threw the fish ashore with great force. Sui Yu went to pick up the fish, and Song Xian paid the old man. The merchants who came later also bought fish, but none of them were as big as the fish they bought. Another small boat came, and before it got close, the fishermen started to grab the business. Sui Yu left with the fish, and Song Xian squatted by the lake to watch. Haka, do you want tofu? Tofu stewed with fish is the best. The vendors came out of the city in the dark. There were also people selling oil, rice, ginger, garlic and radish, and many women selling shoes and ready-made clothes. For a while, the lakeside was as lively as a market. Sui Yu bought 7 pounds of tofu, fried the fish first, then boiled it in water, added ginger slices to remove the fishy smell and coarse salt to season it. Then cut the tofu into small pieces and poured it all in. It was a big pot full. Song Xian came back. She walked to the fire and pushed away the ashes. She picked out the baked bird eggs with chopsticks. The egg shells were thin, and they broke when she squeezed them. She tasted one. The roasted bird eggs were more fragrant than the boiled ones. Hey, sister, you try too. She pinched 2 shelled bird eggs and handed them to Sui Yu's mouth. The bird eggs were not choking. Sui Yu swallowed one in one mouthful and said again, Zhangye is such a good place. It's a pity that we can't move here. Song Xian knelt down. Sui Yu smiled slightly. She had some ideas. She would go to Chang'an this year and buy more goods to sell to the western regions. When the goods outside the pass were sold, she would free up some money to build a guest house in Zhangye. With her own guest house in Zhangye, she would not have to stay in the wild when she passed by here when she was doing business in the future. When the fish soup in the pot was fragrant, Sui Yu made a decision that she would go in and out of the customs in the future, and use the money earned from buying and selling to buy camels to expand the caravan. And the money earned from the guest house would be used to build another guest house. Maybe when she is old, she will have her own property from Taiyuan County to Yumen Pass, and even Luan and Chiotzi. Ha ha ha. Song Xian looked at her strangely and asked, What are you thinking about? I laughed happily. Sui Yu came back to her senses. Xiao Chunhong and Lu Ye were all looking at her. She touched the corner of her mouth, and it was indeed upturned. Nothing. Things are done in secret. Sui Yu does not intend to say more. She kicked the firewood and said, The fish soup should be cooked. Is the millet rice steamed? If it is steamed, let's eat. Fish soup soaked rice. Those who are not full baked a few cold cakes to fill their stomachs, and those who are full will go to sleep in their tents. The next morning, they set off again. The jingling of camel bells faded away, and the complex hoof sounds gradually disappeared. The caravan entered the city, and the escaped water birds returned to the shore. When we left Zhangye and entered Wuwei, the horn for spring planting had already sounded. Water was diverted to irrigate the paddy fields, and old cows pulled plows in the dry land. Birds flew in the air like flies, scrambling to land on the farmland to eat the pests and earthworms that were turned over. With a whoosh, a large net was cast, and the young man standing at the edge of the field was full of pride. The birds with bad luck will become the farmer's appetizers tonight. When the camels were drinking water, Swayu and his servants also shot arrows with bows and arrows. In the time of one incense stick, they shot down more than 10 birds. When they stayed in the city at night, they burned the bird feathers, cut out the internal organs, and cooked a pot with millet. There would be meat porridge tomorrow morning. When leaving Wuwei County, Swayu and Song Xian used money to fill up rice and noodle jars, a can of long-lasting pickled cabbage, a leather bag for oil and salt, and 2 boxes of bacon and chicken. They left the city only after everything was ready. Swayu thought that she had to build her own guest house in Wuwei County as soon as possible. But building a guest house in Wuwei County would take away the business of the Dunhuang guest house. So it would be more cost-effective to build a restaurant selling food. When the spring breeze blew through the 4 counties in Ishi, the snow on Hongqiling Mountain melted. The caravans from the east were crossing the river in full swing, and the caravans from the west were climbing the hillside in a mighty manner. When the 2 sides met, a winding road with no end in sight had been trampled out on the snow-capped mountains that had been frozen for a winter. Swayu left home in April of the year before last. In April of this year, she had crossed Hongqiling Mountain and crossed the river at the end of the dry season. Looking at the lush Qinling Mountains in front of her, Swayu couldn't help but think of Sui Liang's words of protection. Her experience made it difficult for her to believe that there were no ghosts and gods. Here I am again. She looked around and whispered, "Your son is no longer stupid, and he can speak. I have lived up to your trust. Sister Yu, what are you mumbling about?" Song Xian saw her looking around and couldn't help but get goosebumps on her body. Swayu laughed dryly. Nothing. Nothing. Brother, are there many people crossing the river ahead?" The merchant who came down from the mountain asked. "Many. We waited for most of the day before crossing the river." Someone from the caravan in front answered. There were camel caravans walking on both sides of the river. The clear sound of flowing water accompanied by the melodious camel bells was better than thousands of music and dance. Swayu looked at the caravan on the other side of the river. There was a familiar face, so she waved her hand to say hello. "It's shopkeeper Yu. You set out quite early," the escort on the other side of the river said. "How was the business of the guest house last winter?" "Very good. We slaughtered 36 pigs in one winter and ate them all," Swayu said. The escort shouted. And he told the escort's master, "If you enter the pass late in the future, you can stay in the guest house in the north of Dunhuang in winter. Shopkeeper Yu's guest house provides food and accommodation." "And the food is good?" Swayu smiled at the curious merchant and asked casually, "I don't know Hakka people. Is this your first time doing business outside the pass?" "Yes. We went to Sichuan before. The mountain roads in Sichuan are steep, and we intend to go outside the pass." "Shopkeeper Yu, is the outside of the pass still peaceful?" "Chaisha is not peaceful. There are Xiongnu soldiers robbing goods. The trade route from Lulan to Chiotzi is not a big problem." Swayu did not hide anything. "Then we'll take the southern route of the Tianshan Mountains." The escort told the merchant. "We're familiar with the southern route of the Tianshan Mountains." "Okay." Swayu handed over a bundle and said, "Brother, can you bring a bundle back for my child?" "Okay." The merchant agreed immediately. "The guest house in the north of Dunhuang." "Right. We'll definitely stay there when we get to Dunhuang." Swayu estimated the width of the river, tied the bundle straps tightly, and threw it with all her strength, landing on the open space on the other side. "Thank you." Swayu looked relaxed. "No problem." The merchant waved his hand. "Let's go." The two said goodbye, and Swayu and Song Xian led the caravan into the trade road in the forest. Once they entered the forest, the sound of hooves disappeared. The chirping of birds in the forest and the shaking of branches suppressed the loud hooves. The camel caravan became part of the forest. The conversation took a while, and Swayu was more than a mile away from the caravan ahead. Fortunately, the caravan ahead was willing to wait for her. She stopped at noon to have a meal, and then continued on her way after her caravan caught up. In the morning, the fog cleared and we hurried on. In the evening, the fog rose and stopped. After 8 days of traveling through the wet forest, Swayu heard the sound of thousands of horses galloping again. "Sister Song, I have to go to the ranch in the east. My father is buried there. I want to take him to Dunhuang." Sui Yu told Song Xian. I will tell the caravan ahead, and let them go first. You take people to wait for me here. I will take a few people to the ranch. Song Xian had no objection. No wonder you climbed up the tree to look over there when you passed by here 2 years ago. But you want to dig up the grave and pick up the bones now? Not when you come back? Sui Yu shook her head. The sooner you do it, the sooner you can feel at ease. The sooner you finish one thing, the more relaxed I feel. So I won't keep thinking about it. Okay. Song Xian said no more. Then we will wait for you here. Sui Yu went to say hello to the caravan ahead again. She did not hide it, and directly explained her purpose, so that people would not think too much. On the other hand, it was not a shameful thing to hide. It's not that the officials can't pass through the pasture, but you are the wife of an official, so you can give it a try. The merchant nodded. Then we will go first. This place is not far from Chang'an. You have many people with you, so nothing should happen. We will see each other in Dunhuang another day. Sui Yu said goodbye. She chose Zhang Shun, Gonda, Gon Er, and Xiao Chunhong to go with her. When she left, she carried an empty can, which was brought from Dunhuang to hold Sui Yu's remains. After Sui Yu left, Song Xian led the caravan down the main road to avoid blocking other caravans. As the camel caravan turned onto the fork in the road, a caravan came from the east. The camel bells rang for a long time before the caravan came into sight. Hey! Hua Sui-chun recognized Song Xian and the others, and he shouted, Who is that? Shopkeeper Yu? Did you take the wrong road? That road doesn't lead out of the mountain. Song Xian looked up. She didn't recognize the person. Didn't know who the other person was. She waved her hand, and then saw the other person coming down. Your shopkeeper Yu has good popularity, Song Xian said to Lu Yair. Lu Yair smiled. Shopkeeper Yu, this road can't lead out of the mountain. It should be a small path trampled by the villagers at the foot of the mountain for firewood and hunting. Hua Sui-chun rode a camel closer and said, Isn't there a road above? Why did you turn here? Our master has something to do at the ranch over there. We are waiting for her here. Qishan came over. Thank you for reminding me. Hua Sui-chun suddenly realized. He looked at the caravan above and said, Okay, I thought you took the wrong road. Are your family members traveling with you? Qishan still remembered him. Hua Sui-chun nodded. I plan to stay in your guest house. Chapter 245 in the forest. Standing in the mountains and listening to the sound of horses. The distance between the two places seemed very close, but there was no road in the mountains. Sui Yu led his servants on camels and circled in the jungle. From morning to afternoon, they were still in the mountains. Master, have we gone too far? Xiao Chunhong asked. Will we rest in this mixed forest at night? We should be there soon. The trees are getting shorter. Sui Yu picked up the horizontal branches and ducked over. Zhang Shun made a hush sound. A black rabbit squatted under a rotten tree not far away and seemed to be chewing mushrooms. He pulled the bowstring and a feather arrow flew out quickly. With a swoosh sound, the rabbit fell to the ground. It dragged the arrow and took a few steps, then fell on the root of the tree and did not move. I'll pick it up. Zhang Shun jumped off the camel and walked over quickly. Xiao Chunhong suddenly took a breath. She wanted to call Zhang Shun, but she was afraid of disturbing the snake hanging on the tree trunk. Just as she was about to draw her bow, she saw an arrow shot out from the left front. Zhang Shun was so scared that he stopped. Before he could look back to see who shot the arrow from behind him, he saw a black snake of the same color as the rottenwood twisting and falling from the tree. The arrow had pierced the snake's body. It was still struggling to raise its head and spit out its tongue. Its long tail was twisting on the dead branches and rotten leaves. The rustling sound of the branches and leaves made his scalp numb, and his hot sweat suddenly turned cold, giving him goosebumps all over his body. Kill it, Xiao Chunhong reminded loudly. Come back to your senses. Zhang Shun turned over a stick from under the dead branches and rotten leaves. From the corner of his eye, he saw a black snake with half of its body erected dragging a feather arrow to shoot over. He swung the stick and pulled it hard, and the black snake hit the tree trunk next to him and fell down again. This snake is really lucky. It's still moving, Gonda said. I'll take the knife. No need. Zhang Shun stopped him, and he strode over, stepped on the place where the snake was hit by the arrow, and poked the snake's head with the notch of the wooden stick in his hand. Sui Yu put down his bow and arrow, and put the feather arrow back into the quiver. There are many snakes in the mountains. to prevent being bitten by snakes. The caravans would wrap straw ropes around their legs and arms before entering the mountains, and wear straw hats or bamboo hats on their heads. Zhang Shun did the same, so he was not afraid of the snake's tail wrapping around his legs. The snake was killed, and the snake's tail wrapped around the leg fell off. Zhang Shun poked the snake's head with a stick and walked under the tree to pick up the fat rabbit. Master, there are a lot of mushrooms growing under this rotten wood. Do you want to pick them all? Zhang Shun asked. Those that rabbits can eat must be non-toxic. Okay. You see what kind of mushroom the rabbit is chewing, and only pick that kind. Sui Yu explained. They are all the same kind of mushrooms. No. There are also wood ears on the rotten wood. Should we pick the wood ears too? Dry them. Pick. 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 Dry them and bring them back to the cub. Sui Yu was excited. She jumped off the camel and said, I'll pick them. Gonda, Gon Air, and Xiao Chunhong all laughed. The three of them also got off the camel and planned to walk around nearby to see if there were any other good things. There were quite a few wood ears growing on the rotten wood, and the ear clusters were large and thick. After picking them all, Sui Yu's pocket was filled. Master, the sun is about to set, Zhang Shun said. Let's go. Wait. Sui Yu kicked the rotten wood and saw that it was crooked. She kicked it again, and the half-person high rotten wood stood up from the soil. She carried the rotten wood away. Xiao Chunhong and the other 4 servants looked at each other. It was getting dark quickly in the mountains. Sui Yu didn't dare to delay any longer. She led her people in the direction of Gandaji, intending to find an open space to rest for the night. The forest was not suitable for walking at night. Master, look! Is there a wooden house over there? Gon Air pointed. It was indeed a wooden house. A very simple wooden house, which should be a place for hunters in the mountains to rest overnight. There were dry firewood and bowls and chopsticks inside. The 5 masters and servants decided to spend the night in the wooden house. Gonda and Gon Air carried the rabbit and snake to find a water source. Xiao Chunhong and Sui Yu were making a fire outside the house. Zhang Shun carried an axe to chop branches. He burned the hunter's firewood tonight and had to make up for it. The fire was lit, and Gonda and Gon Air also came back. Gonda carried a jar of water, and Gon Air carried a skinned rabbit and a clean snake. Sui Yu used a bowl to scoop water to wash the mushrooms. The wild mushrooms had a strong flavor and thick mushroom crowns. She washed half and kept the other half. She stuffed the washed ones into the rabbit's stomach. She planned to dry the remaining ones with a fungus and asked the caravan to take them back to Xiaozai and Lianggu. Rabbits and snakes were skewered on branches and roasted over the fire. The 5 masters and servants were free, so they sat by the fire to rest. When I am free from slavery, I will come to the mountains inside the pass to be a hunter. Gonda suddenly had an idea. I am good at hand and foot kung fu and archery, so I will definitely not starve to death in the mountains. This mountain is really rich. There are endless trees to cut down, endless birds to catch, countless pheasants and rabbits, and many wild vegetables. Okay, when you are free from slavery, you can settle down in the mountains, and we will visit you when we pass by the mountains in the future. Sui Yu did not judge whether this kind of life is worth it. She added, we have a lot of people. You have to build more wooden houses, dig more wild vegetables and dry them for storage, and prepare more dried chickens and dried meat, so as not to fail to entertain us. Okay. Okay. Gonda nodded vigorously. I will build 10 wooden houses, and you can all come to visit. You might as well build a guest house in the mountains, Xiao Chunhong said. Yes. Zhang Shun nodded. You build a guest house, and our caravan will pass by to take care of your business. We can bring you anything you need. Gon Dabin said it casually, but under the encouragement of several people. He took it seriously. This idea made him feel itchy, and even meat tasted bland. There was no salt, and the rabbit meat was not marinated. It was a bit fishy after being roasted, and the meat was still a bit dry. However, the mushrooms stewed in the rabbit's belly were delicious, with a strong mushroom flavor and juice when you bite it. A wild rabbit, a snake, and a handful of mushrooms. The master and the 5 servants shared them and went into the wooden house to sleep, sitting on the firewood bundle and leaning against the wall to sleep all night. It was dawn. The fog in the forest dissipated, and the master and the 5 servants followed the sound again. At noon, 5 camels emerged from the forest. At the end of the jungle was a vast grassland. Sui Yu stood on the camel's back and looked around. She looked again and barely recognized the direction. It should be that direction. Let's go there, Sui said. Wait. I'll turn the fungus over. The sun is strong here. It will be almost dry in the afternoon, Xiao Chunhong said. She and Gonertong pulled a coat, on which the fungus and mushrooms were spread out to dry, as well as 5 beautiful leaves. You wait here. I'll go over and take a look, Sui said. It's been many years. I can't remember the road I walked at that time. I'll go to that high slope to take a look. Master, I'll go with you. Zhang Shun drove the camel to catch up. The camel ran up the high slope, and Sui saw a government office standing in the southeast from afar. She breathed a sigh of relief, still remembering that she had walked north for most of the day passing by a government office. She closed her eyes to recall the scene and route at that time, opened her eyes, jumped off the camel, and turned her body to determine the direction. Zhang Shun looked at her for a while, then looked away. That's over there. Sui judged the direction and said to herself, it should be not far from here. We walked for half a day and entered the mountain. Master, are the officials living over there? It seems that someone is coming, Zhang Shun said. Sui rode on the camel. As expected, someone came from the pastor's garden. She didn't have time to think about it and said, it's far away. Ignore them and let's find them first. Okay. How to find them? I don't know if the grave is still there. Find the stones. I pressed a big stone on the top of the grave. After saying that, Sui drove the camel in the direction of her memory. Zhang Shun whistled, and the 3 people waiting by the forest followed him. The 8-man team riding horses from the southeast sped up. The grassland was too large, and it was spring when the grass was growing and the warblers were flying. The grass on the ground submerged the camel's hooves and even touched the camel's knees. The stones or low bags were hidden in it, and it was difficult to find traces. Sui drove the camel around in a big circle, but still couldn't determine the exact location. Zhang Shun and Gon kicked and kicked on the ground to find it. When they saw a low bump, they used a machete to pry it a few times. Under the low bump was soft soil, and no stones were dug. Who are you? What do you do? The horse-raising official arrived. Zhang Shun and Gon stood up. Xiao Chunhong and Sui stopped the camel, and the 5 of them waited for the official to approach. Throw away the knife in your hand, and throw away the bow and arrow. The machete and bow and arrow were thrown on the ground, and the official rode closer. They peeked at the dug soil on the ground, and then looked at Sui and Xiao Chunhong, wondering why there were women. Where are you from? What do you do? A black-faced official asked. We are from Dunhuang County. A caravan to Chang'an. Sui took out the household registration that he had prepared long ago, handed it over, and continued, I am the family of Zhao Qianhu in the Dunhuang County Army. I was born a criminal slave. On the way to exile, I encountered a wolf pack when I walked here. My father was killed by wolves. We buried him here at that time. Now we want to move his grave, and I came here to find his grave. One of the officials still remembered the wolf pack attacking prisoners at night a few years ago. He looked at Sui, then reached out to take the household registration and looked at it carefully. There was no problem with his identity. Have your camels been through the customs? He asked. They went through the customs last spring and came back in August. They stayed in Dunhuang for a winter and came here in the spring. Until now, all the camels have never been sick, and we have not come into contact with sick horses and camels on the road. Sui explained. The 8 officers looked at each other, and the officer holding the household registration threw the bamboo slips to Sui, saying, hurry up. I'll give you half a day, and you must leave before dark. Thank you, brother. Sui thanked excitedly. Zhang Shun and Gonda and Gon picked up their machetes and continued to search on the grass, while Sui and Xiao Chunhong also jumped off the camel. Why did you marry 1,000 households? The black-faced officer asked with interest. Why did you become a merchant again? Did you cancel your slavery? My husband went to the battlefield to earn military merits, and he used his military merits to get rid of my slavery, Sui explained. Oh! The officer was even more surprised. He stared at Sui intently. She wore a torn straw hat, with straw wrapped around her legs and arms, and her clothes were dirty and torn by branches. From her appearance, it was difficult for him to tell that she was a peerless beauty. Sui dodged and joked. When I married him, he was still a nobody, tending crops in the fields every day. He got promoted after marrying me. His parents thought I was a blessing to him, so they forced him to use his military merits to free me from slavery. This made sense. Master, there are stones underneath. Dunhuang shouted. Sui Yu's heart trembled, and she was actually a little nervous. She walked over and said, dig it. The 5 people worked together to dig the soil at a fast speed. In less than a cup of tea, the stones under the soil were exposed, and the cracks in the stones were full of grass roots, like human hair. Zhang Shun looked at Sui Yu. Although the person below was her father, it was also digging a grave, and he was scared. We'll leave first. The official was not interested in looking at the dead bones, and said, leave after digging them up, and don't stay on the grassland. You go first. I'll stay here to guard. The official who had been silent spoke up. He was worried, and had to make sure that people had left the grassland. 6 of the 8 officials left, and the remaining 2 rode horses to patrol along the border between the forest and the grassland. The stone was pried open, and the 3 male servants worked together to lift it. Sui Yu felt something was wrong. The stone she buried at that time didn't seem to be so big. Continue to dig down, and gravel appeared below. Sui Yu was sure that she dug in the wrong place. This was not the place to bury Sui Yu. The sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly came from a distance. The 2 patrolling officials changed their faces. They hurriedly urged their horses to go over, and ran up the high slope. They just saw the post soldiers on military horses running towards the pastor's garden. And then, they heard the horn to change horses. Let those people leave quickly, one of the officials said. Another official rushed towards Sui Yu. His face changed, and he drove them away coldly. You can't stay here any longer. You leave now. What's the matter? Zhang Shun was puzzled. It's still early before dark. Stop talking nonsense. Get out now. The official raised his whip and said, if you keep talking nonsense, you won't leave. Let's go. Sui Yu immediately ordered. We'll leave now. The 5 masters and servants collected their things, rode on camels, and quickly left the pasture. The official followed them, and sent them into the woods before turning around. The postman with the urgent military report changed horses, and galloped over. And after climbing over the high slope, he went east along the river. What's going on? Is there chaos outside the pass again? The official guarding the high slope was sweating coldly. Gon Dasho watched clearly from the tree, watching the post soldiers run away. He got down from the tree and said to Sui Yu, it's the post soldiers. They should come from the west. Master, do we still need to go to the pasture? Or wait until dark? Sui Yu thought about the attitude of the 2 officials, and the hurried sound of horse hooves. She couldn't help but worry whether there was another war outside the pass. Last year, the Xiongnu soldiers harassed the chaser and looted the caravan. Will they invade this year? She was confused. Let's go. 2 officials came to patrol, and seeing that the few people had not left, they drove them away. You dug in the wrong place. The soil below doesn't look like a burial place. It seems that your father doesn't want to go with you. Don't come here again. If our leader finds you, none of you can escape. Sui Yu nodded and said, we will leave now. Thank you brothers for your tolerance today. Before dark, the 5 masters and servants moved into the small wooden house where they had lived when they first came in. They rested for one night, and found the caravan that had been waiting for 3 days in the afternoon of the next day. Have you found your father's grave? Song Xian asked. No. The old man didn't want to go with me. He probably didn't want to leave the pass. He didn't give me any instructions. Sui Yu shook his head. Ignore him for now. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Chapter 246 Choice. When the war broke out in Cheshire, the post soldiers rode over from outside the pass, and the border guards immediately received the news. When Cheshire was surrounded, the Han army garrison asked the court for help, but the court had not received the news yet, and there was no military order, so the border garrison could only keep its troops in place and secretly strengthen training. Zhao Shiping went out early and came back late these days, and he had no time to come back for lunch at noon. Sui Liang arranged for someone to send him food to the barracks. Uncle, you are in a daze. The kid ran over with his short legs. He sat next to Sui Liang and reached out from his armpit to take out the silkworm seeds wrapped in reed fluff and coarse cloth. The silkworm seeds had been covered for half a month, and little silkworms hatched every day. Sui Liang put away his legs, and he also took out a large lump of silkworm seeds wrapped in coarse cloth from his armpit. There were little silkworms squirming on the silk cloth. He ran into the house and took out the silkworm box. The uncle and nephew squatted in the open space outside the door, head against head, twisting the little silkworms and placing them on the silkworm leaves. Little silkworms are amazing. They can eat mulberry leaves right after they are born, the kid said in a childish voice. Little piglets still drink milk when they are born. Uncle, do I drink milk when I am born? Can I eat? Only milk. You were born without teeth. You started to eat egg custard after you grew teeth. Sui Liang turned his head and said. He bumped his nephew's head and said, Don't talk to silkworms. They will blow away. There were footsteps approaching. Sui Liang turned around. It was the merchant who just checked in today, holding a bundle in his hand. He stood up suddenly. The kid looked up with a confused face, and when he saw the bundle in the merchant's hand, he immediately smiled. It seems that you know what I am here for. The merchant smiled. Are you two the children of shopkeeper Yu? I am her brother, and this is her son, Sui Liang explained. The merchant handed him the bag and said, We met her on the east side of the river. She asked us to bring it back to you. She should have arrived in Chang'an by now. Sui Liang took the bag and he thanked him sincerely. Thank you, uncle. Yes, the merchant responded, but did not leave. He looked into the courtyard and asked, I heard from the escort that your brother-in-law is a captain in the army. Sui Liang nodded. He is training in the parade ground and has not come back yet. Do you have something to ask him? The merchant looked at Sui Liang. He wanted to ask the child about it, but he thought that the child might not know the news. He gave up the idea and said, Then I will come over when he comes back. Then you come in the evening. He will come back in the evening. The merchant's heart skipped a beat and he asked, Training at noon? Sui Liang nodded. His mind had drifted to the bag and he had no intention of chatting anymore. Come back in the evening. He will be back for dinner. He said again, Uncle, let's go in. Okay. Okay. Sui Liang and Shuzai didn't pick on Xiaokan anymore. They packed up their things and ran into the house impatiently. The bundle was untied, and the scattered things inside were spread all over the table. Sui Liang was a little puzzled. Why are there leaves and wood chips? Shuzai stood on a stool and lay on the table to look. He took a folded leaf and asked, Uncle, what is this? It was a heart. A heart made of leaves with good toughness. And there were words on it made with a needle. This is my name. Given to me. Sui Liang put the heart next to himself and said, I'll look for it and see if there is anything for you. I must have. Shuzai was very confident. There are 8 hearts in total, and each heart has a word on it, which are the names of Zhao Shiping, Zhao Mingguang, and Sui Liang. Uncle, you only have 2. The kid laughed. Sui Liang didn't care. He pulled out a handful of stars made of rice straw and water grass stems. The uncle and nephew were very surprised and didn't understand how it was made. My mother is really amazing. The kid was very proud. Sui Liang picked up a palm-sized piece of wood with words on it. He read it out excitedly. Brother Liang. Kid. I am now in Vangya County. I sleep by a big lake at night. There are fishermen rowing boats to sell fish. There are many water bird eggs in the grass by the lake. I picked up many water bird eggs and roasted them to eat. The kid stretched his neck and listened with relish. Seeing that his uncle stopped reading, he urged, Anything else? What do water bird eggs look like? Are they delicious? No more. Sui Liang put down the wood, found another one, and continued to read. When crossing the river, a big fish jumped out of the river, which was longer than the child's legs. The child looked at his legs and asked, Did you catch it? I don't know. Your mother didn't tell you. You can ask her when she comes back. Sui Liang put down the wood chip, picked up another one, and continued to read. I bought half a caddy of rice in Zhangya. And the child's father remembered to plant it on the riverbank to see if it can sprout and form ears. Rice. Rice. Sui Liang searched and found half a caddy of rice seeds in a handkerchief. He told the child that there was big white rice under the husk. Uncle, you are still reading. The child handed over a thin piece of wood. The child can't play in the water near the river. Just one sentence. Well, I won't go to the river, the child answered. And he handed over another one. I saw a big butterfly flying westward. I asked it to tell my family, I miss you. Both the cub and Sui Liang were stunned. After a while, the cub covered his chest and said, The big butterfly came to tell me. I miss my mother too. Yes. Yes. We received the letter from the big butterfly. Sui Liang carefully put down the wood chip, took another one, and continued to read. I saw an old woman killing fish by the river. After she left, I picked up a handful of fish scales, washed them, and dried them. I showed them to the cat official. He had never seen such big fish scales. Picking up a handful of fish scales scattered in the bundle, the cub compared them in his hands and said, they are bigger than my toes and bigger than the cat official's eyes. It's time to eat. A shui came over and called, are you two in the house? Sui Liang looked at the wood chips that he had not finished reading. He put down the things in his hands and took only a handful of fish scales, saying, let's go. Let's eat first, and come back after dinner. A shui saw people coming out, and she ran to call her father again. A shui aunt, bring the cat official. The cub shouted loudly. The cat official is in the kitchen. The cat official was full. It lay on the wall of the kitchen yard and shook its tail. When it saw the cub and Sui Liang coming in, it meowed lazily. After repeated urging, it jumped down with its fur shaking. Cat official, look, you must have never eaten such a big fish. Sui Liang picked up the largest piece of fish scales and spread it in front of the cat official. The cat official smelled the smell and came over to sniff hard. Mother Yin brought out the dishes and said, wash your hands and eat. Has my brother-in-law's meal been delivered? Sui Liang asked. The master is back, and was called away by a merchant. Yinpa said. Zhao Shiping stood with two merchants by the river. The two merchants said a few anxious words. He nodded and said, it's not peaceful outside the pass. You can wait a few more days. If there are who merchants entering the pass, you can ask them about the situation. The two merchants thought about it, and were a little unsure whether he was asking them to leave the pass later. Can we leave the pass this year? One merchant asked unwillingly. Zhao Shiping thought for a moment and said, if you are really worried, you can take the trade route south of the desert. That is, avoid Lulan, Chiaotzi and other countries, pass through Ruiqiang, Yutian and other countries, and wait until autumn or next year when you return to the pass, and then see which route to take. Okay, we will think about it, and we won't disturb you to eat. The merchants knew what was going on, and the two of them said gratefully, thank you for your advice, Captain Zhao. Zhao Shiping waved his hand, and he didn't say much. What he said? They just need to wait a few more days and ask the Hu merchants who entered the pass to find out the situation outside the pass. Brother, let's go to eat. A shui led Lan Dioshu over, and she asked curiously, aren't you busy today? Yeah, I'm almost busy. Zhao Shiping followed the father and daughter, and the three of them walked to the kitchen together. Sui Liang and Shuzai had been waiting for them. When everyone arrived, the uncle and nephew picked up chopsticks to eat meat. Dad, my mom brought us something back. The kid shouted happily. There are many words. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Liang and learned that Sui Yu had written many words on the wood. He planned to go over and take a look after dinner. Sister Cui said that when she had time, she would string the fish scales together with needle and thread and make a necklace for the cat official to wear. Sui Liang said. Zhao Shiping nodded and said, it's feasible. The cats in Dunhuang have never seen such a big fish scale. The cat official can wear a fish scale necklace and marry more cat wives. Others laughed. After dinner, Zhao Shiping went back to the house with Sui Liang and Shuzai. Shui also wanted to join in the fun, but Uncle Lan Yo pulled her away. Seeing this, Huan Yo and De Zhuang didn't go over. Zhao Shiping didn't know as many words as Sui Liang. He could only recognize half of the words on a piece of wood. It was boring to read, so he asked Sui Liang to read it again. After repeating what he did in the morning, Shuzai sorted out the remaining wood chips. Sui Liang took the wood chips in one hand and took the water handed by his brother-in-law in the other hand to moisten his throat. While climbing the snowy mountain, I saw a stone that looks like a piglet. I'm giving it to you, little cub. I shot a snow rabbit today. The meat is so tender, not fishy at all. The soup is also delicious. It's a pity that you can't eat it. Wuwei County is plowing the land to plant wheat. Is your family busy with spring planting? Ariai is always dishonest? This Liang brother can't. Sui Liang choked and looked at his brother-in-law. Zhao Shiping raised his eyebrows. He shook the pig-shaped stone and asked, what's wrong? Keep reading. Okay. Sui Liang blushed a little. He cleared his throat and continued to read. This Liang brother can't be seen. Forget it. Even if you see it, Forget it. Tell your brother-in-law that I dreamed of him last night. Zhao Shiping snatched the wood chip. Sui Liang blushed. He hugged the cub and laughed secretly. What do you mean? The cub asked cleverly. Zhao Shiping smiled. He recognized the last line of words on the wood. Zhao Shiping. I like you and miss you. Dad? What did Mom say to you? The kid asked with a straight face. It's none of your business. Zhao Shiping put away the wood and asked. How many wood are left? The kid didn't want to pay attention to him. But seeing him glaring, he had to let go of his hand. There were only 3 left. Sui Liang took a quick look and said, Brother-in-law, there are none left for you. Well, you two can play. Zhao Shiping put down the stone and walked away with the wood. When they arrived at the parade ground, Zhao Shiping met Captain Gu. The two stood together. Captain Gu asked, Are you going to the battlefield this time? Hasn't the court issued an order yet? It's only a matter of time. We can't let Chaser be surrounded all the time. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. In the evening, Captain Chu came over. He walked to Zhao Shiping and asked, Do you have any ideas? I will arrange for you to go to the battlefield. Zhao Shiping refused. If Captain Hu did not die, this official position would not be vacated. Even if he made meritorious service on the battlefield, he would not be promoted. Instead of fighting on the battlefield to get rewards, it would be better to stay at home and raise children in the guest house. What? Don't you want to be a desperate man? Captain Chu was surprised. Yes. Your wife has been freed from slavery. If she hadn't been freed from slavery, you would have rushed to the battlefield anyway. I used to be a small soldier, and I was only responsible for obeying orders and killing on the battlefield. Now it's different. I have 1,000 soldiers under my command. Whether they are scouts or charging to attack the city, I don't have the ability to command them. Nor do I have the ability to arrange the troops and arrange what these people do. Zhao Shiping told the truth. Captain Chu understood that this was indeed a problem. In this case, one could either go to the battlefield to gain experience, but that was experience gained at the cost of human lives, or have a family background, and be guided by elders or a master, which required learning from others. Zhao Shiping did not have these two aspects. This was the shortcoming of the descendants of poor families. They fought for their future with blood and sweat. If there were no opportunities, the mountains and rivers had peaks, and the roads had ends, which could be seen at a glance. Chapter 247 Making Money. On April 19th, I entered Chang'an. Outside the city, flowers were in full bloom. Bees and butterflies were dancing. And inside the city, there were many people, but there was no noise of celebration. Sui Yu felt strange. She settled the caravan in Lingyi and asked the locals about it. She realized that the Grand Marshal was seriously ill recently. All the officials in the city looked heavy-hearted, and even the people did not dare to indulge themselves. The Grand Marshal is the younger brother of the Marquis of Guanjuan. The Marquis of Guanjuan drove away the Huns, and his younger brother is the Grand Marshal and the General. Both of them are very powerful. Song Xian sighed. Sui Yu nodded. She was busy arranging blankets. The affairs of the court were too far away from her. She sighed. But she was not as concerned as business matters. Let's take a break for 2 days. We will go to the West Market to inquire about the prices of spices and blankets. Sui Yu said. Song Xian had no objection. She took out a box of agates and wiped them one by one, saying, Are agates and jades sold to jewelers? It would be great if they could be sold directly to the wives of officials. The price would definitely be higher than selling them to shops. Sui Yu didn't respond. She squatted on the ground and worried, thinking about how to smooth out the creases on the blanket. Zhang Shun and Li Wu brought back a log from somewhere. They went to the river to clean the log, and then brought it back to hang it on the rice jar to dry. In the evening, the log was dried. Xiao Chunhong and Luya washed their feet, put on clean socks, stepped on the carpet, and pushed the log to roll on the blue and white carpet. After repeated rolling, the creases faded a lot, which was effective. The next day, Sui Yu and Song Xian took Li Wu and Zhang Shun into the city, leaving Gone Air, Qi Shan and Xiao Chunhong to sort out the carpets and blankets. After entering from Xianping Gate, Sui Yu and Song Xian headed straight for West Market. They happened to meet a group of merchants leaving, so they walked to the foot of the wall to make way for the camel caravan. Do you know her? Song Xian asked in a low voice. Sui Yu nodded, but the other party's eyes did not fluctuate when she saw her. She understood that this group of merchants did not want to deal with her more. so she did not go forward to talk. After the Hu merchant caravan left, Sui Yu and Song Xian covered their mouths and noses and continued to walk. The two of them took their servants to the silk shop to inquire about the price of silk. The silk shop was doing a booming business, and the clerks were busy. Hearing that Song Xian had an accent from another place and looking at her clothes, she knew that she was not the wife of an official. She hurriedly quoted the price and went to work. "It's actually 100 coins higher than the silk I bought last year," Song Xian muttered. "Will the price of silk be cheaper in a few days? It's spring, and the young ladies of the official family are busy making new clothes." Sui Yu felt that this was not the reason. She turned back to look at the shop for a few more times. The maids and old women who were carrying silk out of the house were mostly holding plain silk. Just now in the shop, the silk selected by the women who were making new clothes was also blue and gray. She thought that these people were probably preparing to attend the funeral of the Grand Marshal. It seemed that the Grand Marshal was really dying. "Should we go to Taiyuan County again this year?" Song Xian asked. "Why not sell the spices and blankets? Go to Taiyuan County to buy linen and silk cloth, and buy silk when we pass by Chang'an on the way back to the city?" "Okay." Sui Yu took Song Xian's hand and said, "Let's go and ask what the blanket is worth." There are 3 shops selling blankets in the West Market, 2 of which are opened by Hu merchants. Sui Yu saw a blue and white carpet in one shop. It was the same color as the carpet in her hand, and the weaving technique was also very similar. "How much is this?" she asked. 2,800 coins. "What's the purchase price?" Sui Yu asked again. The Hu-looking clerk looked her up and down, then looked at Zhang Shun and Li Wu, and asked, "Are you from the caravan?" Sui Yu nodded. "What's the size of the carpet?" "I measure it by the foot. A carpet that is 1 foot long and 1 foot wide is 300 coins. Sui Yu estimated that according to his offer, the smallest square carpet in her hand could be worth about 2,000 coins, which was a 50-50 profit. "Not bad. We won't accept those with fluff or too many creases," the clerk said again. "Okay. I'll bring the caravan to bring the blankets over in 5 or 6 days," Sui Yu said. After leaving the shop, the master and his servants went to the jewelry shop. There were a wide variety of jewelry here, including agate bracelets, gold and jade head ornaments, jade rings, glass pendants, and exquisite earrings. Sui Yu and Song Xian spent most of the day in it, and did not leave the city until dusk. The next day, Sui Yu and Song Xian took 4 servants into the city again. This time they went to the city to sell 2 wooden zithers. They went to the musical instrument store in the East Market. There were older musicians here. They set up stalls to play the pipa and huqin to earn some tips. There were also troops performing variety shows. Sui Yu and Song Xian looked at them for a few times, and someone came with a tray to ask for tips. "Let's go. Let's sell the wooden zithers first." Sui Yu pulled Song Xian away and said. The 2 wooden zithers were exchanged for a piece of cloth. "Let's see how much they can sell for." The base of the wooden zither is not a precious wood, but the leather strings are pretty good, and the sound is crisp. "If you are willing to sell it, I can give you 1,800 coins, the shopkeeper said. 1,800 coins for a wooden zither? Song Xian asked deliberately. The male shopkeeper looked at her, and was too lazy to talk. "To make it even, 2,000 coins, Sui Yu said. "I bought this from Chiotzi. You know, Chiotzi people are good at singing and dancing, and the musical instruments they make are not bad." The shopkeeper hooked the leather string again, and he stretched out his hand to touch it, and the pleasant sound of the zither flowed out. "Okay, I'll make less money," he relented. 2,000 coins filled a wooden box, and a servant carried it. Sui Yu and Song Xian walked out of the shop door empty-handed. At a glance, they saw a caravan turning to the opposite side. The two looked at each other and followed tacitly. This caravan came from the east, and the goods they carried were mainly silk. After entering the colorful silk shop, the camel caravan went straight into the backyard of a shop. Sui Yu and Song Xian went in and strolled for half an hour. When they came out, they each had 3 or 4 sets of clothes, in addition to their own. There were also clothes bought for their family members, which they asked the caravan to take back. When they got them, it was midsummer, just right to wear. Then, the two of them took their servants to the pen and iron shops. There was even a donkey rental business here, with donkeys tied in a row of fences. It seems that the business of renting livestock has existed for a long time. I thought it didn't exist, Sui Yu picked up a scattered grass stem from the ground and handed it to the donkey, saying, "The border city is still backward and closed. I thought your camel rental business was unique." Song Xian nodded. "If you hadn't come up with that idea, I wouldn't have known that camels could be rented to caravans." As soon as the voice fell, a series of hurried footsteps ran in. A middle-aged man wearing a wooden crown had a tense expression. He said to the old man feeding the donkey in the fence, "Dad, I just heard the news that the Sima died of illness." With a clang, the old man knocked over the bucket. He stood up and said, "Who told you that?" "The servants of the Grand Marshal's mansion are buying white linen and other things. The other people in the donkey rental business talked about it, and many of them went out to inquire about the news." Sui Yu and Song Xian looked at each other. The affairs of Chang'an were too far away from them, and they were even more unclear about the movements in the court. Unlike the people in the imperial city, they knew everything and could talk about it when they got together. The two of them pricked up their ears and listened carefully. After this incident, Sui Yu and Song Xian heard people talking about the Grand Marshal's affairs wherever they went, and some people cried in the street. The two immediately decided to leave the city. It was too emotional. After entering the city again, Sui Yu heard that the emperor had conferred the Grand Marshal the title of Xuanqing Ho, and the emperor and the queen had personally gone to the morning hall to pay homage. The vendors on the road slapped their thighs and exaggerated how great the Sima was and how great the emperor was. Walking into the West Market, the music in the music hall in the West Market disappeared. The business in the silk shop was quiet, and there were few people in the jewelry shop. The shop assistants were sitting by the wall catching lice. "Little brother, I'm here to deliver carpets." Sui Yu walked in and saw the shopkeeper talking to a man in blue clothes wearing white linen. She stopped and didn't go over to disturb him. A shop assistant approached the shopkeeper and whispered a few words. The shopkeeper looked at Sui Yu twice more after hearing what he said, and his face suddenly relaxed. He whispered a few words and walked out quickly, waving his hand to Sui Yu, motioning her to go out. "How many carpets do you have?" "The kind with blue and white interweaving." "Dark colors?" he asked. 10. 6-7 feet long and 6 feet wide, and 4 10 feet long and 7 feet wide. Sui Yu answered, "I want them all. Please do me a favor. The price is negotiable. Please use your camel team to help me deliver the carpets to the Sima mansion." Sui Yu nodded quickly. "No problem." The shopkeeper went in and said a few words to the manager. After a while, he came out again and asked Sui Yu to spare 10 camels for him. At the same time, the shop assistants in the shop moved the goods out one after another. "Please arrange someone to go with me," the shopkeeper said. "Can I do it?" Sui Yu asked. She pointed at Zhang Shun and said, "Or should he go with you?" The shopkeeper pointed at Zhang Shun and hurried away with the camel team and the manager. At this time, a clerk came out of the shop and said, "Female shopkeeper, please come in with me. Our shopkeeper has told us that if you plan to sell the remaining blankets, we are willing to buy them all. The price is not much different." Sui Yu and Song Xian said nothing. The two of them sold all the blankets and carpets of different sizes that they bought in Luoan. In order to store copper coins, Qishan and Gonda took camels to the East Market to buy 14 wooden boxes. When they left, the wooden boxes were full of copper coins. In the next 2 days, Sui Yu and Song Xian also sold spices and agate jade. Through the help of acquaintances, the silver and copper items they brought back from outside the Great Wall were bought by the buyers of the Grand Marshal's mansion. "Where are you going next?" the merchant asked. "Back to Dunhuang? To Taiyuan County. Maybe also to Handan County," Sui Yu replied. "What about you?" "What a coincidence. We are also going to Taiyuan County." The merchant smiled. "Traveling together?" Sui Yu readily agreed. This group of merchants came together when they came. They entered Chang'an 3 days earlier than her. Most of the goods they carried were sent to the Grand Marshal's mansion. The goods were sold very quickly, so they had free time to go to Taiyuan County. This funeral was really grand and benefited many merchants. Sui Yu heard that the white linen cloth in several cloth shops in the West Market was sold out, and the vegetables and meat in the East Market were in short supply, and the carpenters were also hired away. However, this had little to do with the foreign merchants. After the goods were sold and they rested, the caravan left Chang'an City with a lot of news. On the first night after leaving Chang'an, Sui Yu said to the servants, "The goods shipped to Chang'an this time sold for nearly 80,000 coins, plus the more than 5,000 coins sold for medicinal materials last winter. Let's calculate it as 85,000 coins. Excluding the 18,000 coins for purchasing goods. We made 67,000 coins. I will take out 20% of the profit and share it with you. Each of you can get 610 coins. When we arrive in Taiyuan County, I will share this money with you. The servants were excited and happy. After being happy, Xiao Chunhong said, Master, why don't you give us this money first? You can use it all to buy goods. Buy more cloth and silk. And we can make more money. Yes. 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 Gonda responded. There is no use for me to hold the money. Zhang Shun thought about it and said, it takes 2 years to go back and forth. It's better to buy more goods and make more money before sharing it with us. Sui Yu looked at the others and asked, what do you think? Others had no objection. The money they made was visible. So how could they have any objection? Chapter 248. It's easier to get things done with acquaintances. Song Xian came back with her servants fetching water and firewood. She coughed twice. And Sui Yu immediately stopped talking. She glanced at the servants sitting around her. And they immediately understood. We won't let it slip, Xiao Chunhong said in a low voice. Before, when they were outside the Great Wall, Sui Yu had let it slip about sharing profits with servants. And the servants of the Song family also knew about it. After that, Song Xian specifically instructed not to let her servants know how much profit the servants of the Sui family could share. Shopkeeper Yu, I'm here to give you a leg of lamb. The merchant in front came over with a leg of lamb and said, it's hot. And the meat will go bad overnight. It won't keep well. Our boss said you didn't buy lamb when you left Chang'an. So he asked me to give you a leg of lamb. Sui Yu stood up and took it. She turned around and handed the leg of lamb to Gonair, saying, I'll go thank the boss. This way. Song Xian dropped a handful of wild vegetables and quickly followed. Shopkeeper Yu. Boss Song. Please sit here. Boss Yin said. I'm cooking mutton. Let's have a bowl of mutton soup later. I'm so embarrassed to have stayed for mutton soup after receiving the lamb legs. Sui Yu smiled and sat down, asking, Uncle Yin, have you ever been to Taiyuan County? No. We don't have as many camels as you do. And we don't transport as much goods. The goods transported into the interior can be sold out in Chang'an. So we don't go anywhere else. Boss Yin grabbed a handful of walnuts, cracked the shells, and handed them to Sui Yu and Song Xian. I heard from the vendor that these are walnuts shipped from Hannan County. I don't know if they are true or not. You can try them. By the way, I heard that you are going to Hannan this time. Yes. Sui Yu nodded. She peeled walnuts with her eyes downcast, and said thoughtfully, thanks to the Sima, I have been in Chang'an for less than 10 days, and the goods have been sold out. I have extra time to go elsewhere. Taiyuan County is the land of mulberry and hemp. The prices of mulberry wine, silk cloth, linen cloth, and raw silk are good. I plan to buy a batch and ship them to Hannan County to sell. Yin Dedangjia sat up straight and asked, what is the price of silk cloth and linen cloth? Coarse cloth is 120 coins per piece. Undyed silk cloth is 430 coins per piece. And dyed silk cloth is 480 coins per piece. After receiving the mutton leg, Sui Yu chose to tell the truth. Mulberry wine is 200 coins per can. It may be cheaper to buy it now. Yin Dedangjia nodded slowly. This is more cost-effective than buying cloth in Chang'an. And it is worth their special trip. Hey, Mr. Song. We are old acquaintances. Can you let us rent more camels next year and allow us to bring them into the interior? We can transport more goods and make more money. In less than 5 years, we can buy all the rented camels. Second Mr. Yin smiled and tried to get close to him. Song Xian glanced at the meat pot and said, is there anything I can do? I won't take your lamb legs. Yes, of course. I'll personally deliver a pot of lamb to you when the lamb is cooked. Second Master Yin said loudly. He joked. Manager Yu takes raw lamb legs. And you take cooked lamb legs. We still value yours more. You offended me. Sui Yu pointed to her ear. Keep your voice down. Don't let me hear. The people around laughed. Second Master Yin waved his hand and said, I'm not afraid of you hearing or offending you. I'm just afraid of offending Master Song. Song Xian's face was slightly red. Although she was doing large-scale business and had dealings with merchants, her friendship was not deep, and she had few words. Tonight, she deliberately imitated Sui Yu to joke with the merchants in order to build a good relationship. But she was a little uncomfortable and couldn't respond at this time. I'll think about it again. Song Xian smiled and said. When we get back to Chang'an, I'll go to the donkey rental company to ask around and see how they do business. We know that the donkey rental company in Chang'an only does business with locals, not outsiders. The escort on the side spoke. Second Master Yin looked at Song Xian, stopped smiling, and said seriously, we are doing serious business. You also understand the profit of the reselling business inside and outside the pass. We have a caravan and are familiar with the road. How can we ruin the business of merchants just to steal your camels? Song Xian nodded. I understand. So I didn't refuse outright. In this way, the earliest you can return to the pass is next autumn. I'll give you an answer then. Okay? No. What I mean is that if you agree, we will buy more goods outside the pass. Otherwise, if we buy the goods back, if you don't agree to let us bring camels into the pass, we can't sell the extra goods cheaply in Dunhuang. Second Master Yin was a little anxious. The mutton pot is boiling. Let's talk after we have a full stomach. Okay? Sui Yu interrupted. Let's cut a bowl of mutton for Song first. Let her eat her full stomach before considering it. Okay. Dang Jiayin said. Bring a knife. Cut some cooked mutton first. Sui Yu felt Song Xian pulling her clothes. She turned her head and looked at her, pretending not to understand what she meant. She couldn't help share the risk, so she didn't help make a decision. 2 bowls of mutton soup were passed over. Sui Yu took 1 bowl. The meat and soup were still hot. She held it without drinking. Turned around and talked to Dang Jiayin. Where is the farthest you have gone out of the pass? Dayuan. The people of Daweizi are very rich. They farm and graze. They have no shortage of food or clothes. They want everything we transported over. Yin de Dongjia cut a piece of mutton and fed it to his mouth, saying, the climate there is also good. There are pastures and forests. The cows are fat, and the horses are strong. And the people are also tall. Have you ever seen a kind of white flower in Dayuan? It is white and fluffy like wool and reed catkins. It is more like a fruit than a flower. Its branches can grow to the height of the knees. It blooms white or pink flowers. After the flowers fade, dark green peaches are produced. When the peaches bloom, there is white fluff inside. Sui Yu described it carefully. Yin de Dongjia shook his head, but he understood it as soon as he heard it. He leaned forward and asked, can this thing be used as the velvet core of coats and mattresses? Can it keep out the cold? Sui Yu nodded. This is a good thing. The head of Yin was excited. He asked the escort sharpening the knife, brothers, you have traveled a lot. But have you seen this thing that shopkeeper you said? No. If we had seen it, we would have brought it back earlier. Maybe it could be exchanged for an official position. An escort laughed. Shopkeeper you. Where did you see this thing? Who told you that this thing grows outside the Great Wall? When I was a child, I saw a scroll of bamboo slips. I didn't understand these things at that time. I saw it and put it aside. Sui Yu took a sip. Sheep soup? Said, I remembered it later. But I haven't found any relevant records. Then ask around to see if other caravans have encountered it. The head of Yin took another bite of mutton and said, to the west of Dayuan and Kongju is a very high and long mountain. On the other side of the mountain is the Parthian Empire. There are few caravans going there. But there are some. If you encounter it, I will ask for you. Thank you. It's a small matter. The head of Yin looked at Song Xian and said, head of Song, the mutton is no longer hot. You can eat it. Song Xian came back to her senses. She hardened her heart and said, okay. I will also do the camel rental business in the interior of the country in the future. Boss Yin smiled. I thank Boss Song on behalf of everyone. Song Xian didn't say anything. She raised the bowl and took a big sip of soup. After a bowl of mutton soup and a flatbread, Sui Yu and Song Xian returned to their own caravan. Lying in the tent, Sui Yu said, at first, you can do business with large caravans, or only rent camels to caravans that have been traveling for more than 5 years. That's what I think. Song Xian nodded. In the future, I will be much more popular than you when traveling abroad. If you want to rent a camel, you have to come to me to curry favor. Sui Yu laughed twice and said, I will count on you in the future. And I hope Boss Song will not despise it. Okay. Okay. Song Xian covered her mouth and laughed. A night passed, and it was still dark, and the 2 caravans continued on their way. 7 days later, they entered the territory of Taiyuan County. Several fast horses appeared on the official road ahead. 1 or 2 miles away, there were 3 carriages behind them. escorted by soldiers in armor. It was obvious that they were of high status. The two caravans in front and behind hurriedly gave way. There were crops in the fields that could not be stepped on. Sui Yu ordered the servants to drive the camels back and retreat to the side road to make way. After the three carriages passed, they avoided the camel caravan on the side road and then walked on the main road. There were too many camels, and the side road was too narrow. So some camels still stepped into the crops and damaged the soybean seedlings. Sui Yu asked the servants to go down and help the crooked bean seedlings. Those that could be helped could be helped, but those that were broken could not be helped. She arranged for people to put some copper coins under the bean seedlings as compensation. This delay made it late again. It was late at night when they arrived at the village where they stayed the year before. It was not convenient to enter the village to disturb them at this time. So the group spent the night in the wild again. Awakened by the sound of roosters in the morning, Sui Yu suddenly remembered what she'd promised to bring to a child when she left the year before last. Xiao Chunhong, did you go with me when we went to ask for silkworms the year before last? Sui Yu asked. What did I promise to bring to the child at that time? Xiao Chunhong thought for a while and said, Master, you said you would give him a wolfskin hat when you come again. And if you hunt a wild wolf, you would give him a wolfskin coat and wolf meat. The wolfskin hat was gone. But Sui Yu had a wolfskin mattress, which was sewn with 2 wolfskins. Before entering the village, she took apart the wolfskin mattress and planned to give a wolfskin to the child's mother to make him a coat and hat. It was still early, and there was no child picking mulberry leaves under the mulberry tree. Sui Yu asked Gonda and Gon Air to lead the team to find someone to rent a house. She and Song Xian took 2 servants to find the family along the way in their memory. Whose relatives are you? The woman sweeping the silkworm feces in the yard asked. I don't see you. Did you come to the wrong village? We are from the caravan and came here last year, Sui Yu said. Oh, I remember. If you say you are from the caravan, I will remember. It's the first time I see a woman making money by doing business. The woman shook the dustpan and said, You are late. A caravan came half a month ago and bought the raw silk and silk cloth in the village. What price did you buy it for? Sui Yu asked. It's still the price of previous years, the woman said vaguely. You can go to the other village to ask. Sui Yu agreed and turned to ask Xiao Chunhong, What is the surname of the child's father? It should be Qi. When they arrived at the door of Qi Sheng's house, a child ran out with chickens. He saw 4 unfamiliar faces outside the door and asked, Who are you looking for? It should be you. Are your parents home? Sui Yu asked with a smile. I came to your house last year to ask for 10 silkworms and 4 mulberry seedlings. Do you remember? Is it you? It's me. It's me. Have the silkworms and mulberry trees survived? Yes, they are. My children like them very much. They asked me to bring you a wolf skin to make a coat. Sui Yu walked in and saw the child's parents coming out. She smiled and said, Brother and sister-in-law, we meet again. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, Sui Yu forcefully pushed the wolf's skin over. Qi Sheng and his wife wanted to keep her at home for dinner, and asked their son to drive back the chickens that had been driven out. You came late this year. A caravan came from the east, and bought all the silk cloth woven in several nearby villages. You should go to other villages to have a look, Qi Sheng said. What price did you buy it for? Sui Yu asked. Undyed silk is 400 coins per piece, and dyed silk is 450 coins per piece, which is cheaper than the price you bought last year. Qi Sheng glanced at the wolf's skin and said, My father-in-law lives in the mountains, and the silk should not be sold yet. How about I take you there again? Sui Yu nodded and agreed. I'm going to trouble you again. It's okay. It's a good opportunity to take my wife and children back to her parents' home. By the way, do you still want to buy mulberry wine and linen? The mulberry wine in the village has not been sold yet, Qi Sheng asked. Yes. Chapter 249, A Family in the Mountains. Qi Sheng's wife, Li, covered a big rooster with a bamboo basket. A series of loud crowing sounds rang out in the yard. The other chickens that were eating food were frightened and flapped their wings to fly over the low wall and escape from the yard. Sorry to bother you, sister-in-law. I'm sorry for your expense. Sui Yu blushed. Farmers' poultry were precious, except for slaughtering one during festivals. Her family would not eat it at other times. Just like when she lived in the military settlement a few years ago. Every chicken she raised was useful. They would not be slaughtered unless it was absolutely necessary. Li smiled and shook her head. Even if she killed another chicken, It would not be as valuable as the wolf's skin. It was not a waste. Her family made money. Dad? Mom? I'm going to pick mulberry leaves. The child walked out with the basket. He looked at Suiyu and asked outside the door, Do you want to see my mulberry tree? The mulberries are not red yet. There's nothing to see. Qisheng took over and said to Suiyu, You came all the way here. Sit down and rest. I'll go to the village to ask you about mulberry wine. What's the price of mulberry wine this year? Suiyu asked. Silk cloth is cheaper. The price of mulberry wine is cheaper too. Right? 170 or 80 coins a can. Things are cheaper at this time than in summer. Qisheng answered. He explained, at this time, every household has a lot of cloth and wine in their hands. And too much stuff can't be sold at a high price. Suiyu suddenly realized that she had thought that the caravan that came to the village to buy silk cloth was good at lowering the price, which caused the price of silk cloth to drop by 30 coins. By the way, how much cloth and wine do you plan to buy? Qisheng asked. We want a large quantity. And there are more than one caravan coming this time. Suiyu stood up and said, Let's go back and ask. We should be able to eat the cloth and wine in your village. Okay. Go back and discuss it. Qisheng sent them out and told them, Come over for lunch at noon. The chicken is ready. I'll ask Erlang to go and call them. Suiyu agreed. The four of them left. And Qisheng's neighbors gathered around, asking if the caravan still wanted to buy mulberry wine and linen. Suiyu and Song Xian were walking on the road, and they met people from the village. Someone recognized them and asked what the price of mulberry wine and linen was this year. Where did you come from? An old man asked. Chang'an. Zhang Shun answered for them. Is the cloth price in Chang'an very expensive? Zhang Shun shook his head. We didn't buy or sell cloth in Chang'an, so we don't know the price of cloth. You don't have to fool me. I know that the cloth price in Chang'an is definitely not cheap. But do the masters and ladies living in the imperial city wear coarse cloth like us peasants? The old man followed Zhang Shun and asked, Tell me, what's new in Chang'an? Have you seen the palace? What does the palace look like? How can we see the palace? There is one new thing. The Grand Marshal passed away. Just a dozen days ago. There were so many people worshipping him. The emperor and the empress went out of the palace to worship him. Zhang Shun said. For the rural people? Except for the emperor. All other people in the court are called officials. They don't know what the Grand Marshal and the Little Marshal are. The old man asked what the Grand Marshal was, and Zhang Shun couldn't tell him. Fortunately, when he arrived at the rented house, he made a few lies and got away on the pretext of being busy. Manager Yu is back? How is it? The head of the family, Yan, stood under the mulberry tree in the yard and said, I asked a few families nearby. A caravan came half a month ago and bought all the silk cloth and raw silk in the village. Should we go east again? Go to other villages to have a look. Suiyu told him the itinerary she and Qisheng had agreed on. After we come down from the mountain, we will go to other villages. The head of the family, Yan, didn't say anything at the time. In the afternoon, Suiyu and Song Xian came back from having dinner at Qisheng's house. He found Suiyu and said goodbye. We discussed it and decided to go to other villages to look for it instead of wasting time in this village. It's already May now. If we want to get out of the border in early August, we have to leave Chang'an in another month. Time is still a bit tight, and we can't delay any longer. The head of Yan explained. We plan to leave soon and not go with you. Which direction are you going to go? We will go in the opposite direction from you to avoid walking the same place and encountering the current situation again. Suiyu asked. The head of Yan had already asked the villagers. The town is in the east. It takes 2 days to get to the city by following the official road. He thought that the caravan that came from the east half a month ago took the official road. Maybe the villages along the road have been raided. So he planned to go north and ask while walking. Then we will go south after that. Suiyu said. Okay. The head of Yan had no objection. He looked at Song Xian and said, Have you changed your mind, Mr. Song? About renting camels. If you don't change your mind, I will buy more goods and bring them to Dunhuang. I haven't changed my mind. Song Xian smiled and said, I still have the integrity of a businessman. If you keep changing your mind, who will do business with me? Okay. Then it's settled. The head of Yan family bowed to the 2 female heads and said, Farewell. See you next year. Have a safe trip. Suiyu said. Have a safe trip. The head of Yen family stroked his goat beard with a smile, and shouted to the tribesmen sleeping in the house. Don't sleep. Get up quickly. We're leaving now. Sui Yu walked into the house quickly, and she called Song Xian. And the two of them went into the house, and took out the fashionable silk clothes they'd bought in Chang'an City, as well as dried mushrooms and fungus, chopped rotten wood, and wood chips with words on them. They filled a box with these things, and asked the Yin family caravan to help take them to Dunhuang. After the Yin family caravan left, Sui Yu and Song Xian drove the male servants out to release the camels. After closing the door, the two of them and the female servants boiled hot water for half a day, washed their hair and bathed them, washed them from head to toe, and changed into clean clothes from inside to outside. They were busy until dark. After a night of rest, Sui Yu and Song Xian took half of the servants and camels and followed Qi Sheng's family of 3 to the mountain to purchase silk, raw silk, coarse cloth and mulberry wine. The flowers in May have faded, and the peach trees planted by farmers have hung small peaches as big as the belly of a finger. Like mulberry fruits, all green and sour. Many wild flowers on the roadside have also withered. Bees buzzed in the warm sun, stood on the petals that were about to wither, and soon flew away. Do farmers in the mountains also grow crops? Song Xian asked. There is little cropping. There is little land in the mountains that can be used to grow crops, Li replied. My mother's family lives in a valley. After paying taxes on the crops they grow, the surplus is only enough for the family to eat. Fortunately, there is a lot of wild hemp in the mountains. As long as there is open land, the wild hemp can survive after being sown. The women in the family can save some money every year by weaving cloth. Later, the government allowed people to grow mulberry trees and raise silkworms. With the income from raw silk and silk cloth, life became better. Women have to work hard. Weaving is hard on the waist and eyes, Sui Yu said. Li's eyes became hot. She smiled bitterly and said, My grandmother lost her sight when she got old. It's like she was blind. I guess I will be half blind when I get old. I can't even count the number of chickens when I feed them. Mother, when I grow up, I will go to business and sell goods. Then you won't have to weave cloth anymore, the child said happily while riding on the camel's back. Li's bitter smile disappeared. Her squinting eyes sparkled and wrinkles appeared at the corners of her eyes. She nodded and said, Then I will weave more cloth. When my son grows up, I will buy you a few more camels. Sister Yu, how much did you buy your camel for? 2,000 coins each. Li's smile froze. She forced a smile and said, It's quite expensive. If you don't plan to go far, you can use mules or cows to transport goods from your village to Chang'an. Sui Yu provided her with other methods. We have to go far, cross mountains and rivers, and can't use carts, so we can only use camels to carry goods. How far is Chang'an from here? How many days did you walk? Qi Sheng asked. 8 days. Camels run faster, Sui Yu replied. If there were not so many mountains and many turns, it would probably be faster. Yes, there are many mountains here. The camels entered the mountains, and Qi Sheng and his wife stopped chatting. They rode camels in front to lead the way. The mountain road was difficult to walk. When encountering steep places, people had to get off and walk. If the branches of the trees were too lush, the servants had to clear the way with machetes in front, walking from early morning to afternoon. After climbing over a mountain, Sui Yu and his party followed Qi Sheng and his wife to a valley surrounded by 3 mountains, where peach blossoms were in full bloom. 2 female shopkeepers. Have a bowl of honey water to sweeten your mouth. Li's sister-in-law brought 2 bowls of honey water and said, The honey from our own bees is very sweet. Sui Yu barely understood. She took a big sip from the bowl and said, It's really sweet. The woman smiled. I came here once last year, and I remember that your family didn't seem to have a beehive at that time. Did you start beekeeping last year? Sui Yu asked. In another half a month, the peach blossoms will wither, and when the peach blossoms wither, the bees will fly away, and my father will carry the beehives to the mountains. You came late the year before last, so you didn't see the beehives, Li explained. Can we go out and take a look? Sui Yu asked. Yes. Yes. Just don't get too close. Li's sister-in-law led them out and said, You have so many animals. Can they plow the land? Li asked again in Mandarin. Not as good as cows at plowing the land, Song Xian replied, approaching the beehive under the peach tree. The buzzing sound came into her ears. Sui Yu squatted down and watched the bees fly in and out of the beehive. She could see the honey nest inside through the gap. Do you sell honey? She tilted her head and asked. Do all the families in your village raise bees? Qisheng followed and heard this. And asked. Do you buy a lot? Yes. I want to buy more. It's a rare trip. Sui Yu said. There are not many families raising bees here. There are more people living on another hill. They don't grow mulberry trees or crops. They make a living by raising bees. Li said. If you still don't think our honey is enough, I'll let my husband take you to another hill. Okay. Chapter 250. A deal worth 100,000 yuan. Sui Yu and Song Xian had their first meal in the mountains at Li's mother's house. The servants borrowed a fire, dug a pit in the open space outside the door, and boiled water, intending to stir a pot of oil tea to fill their stomachs and have a good meal in the evening. Erlang smelled the fragrance. He avoided his parents, took the bowl, and sat down next to Xiao Chunhong. Your meal smells so good. Can I have a taste? He asked in a low voice. Xiao Chunhong scooped a spoonful for him and said, This is fried flour and lard mixed together. Haven't you eaten it? Erlang shook his head. Go back and ask your mother to make it for you. Put the flour in a pottery pot and fry it until it changes color and put it in a jar. Whenever you are hungry, scoop a spoonful and boil it with boiling water and you can eat it. Zhang Shun deliberately asked. Saying, you are the only child in your family? The family conditions are not bad. And you can eat white flour every meal. Erlang nodded. Your name is Erlang? Am I right? I thought you had an older brother. Xiao Chunhong muttered. I see. Your father has an older brother? You have a cousin? So you are called Erlang? No. My brother died when he was 5 years old. He is Dunhuang and I am Erlang. Erlang looked around and saw that his parents did not come out. He whispered, Don't ask my parents. My parents cry when they think of my brother. Okay. Okay. Xiao Chunhong agreed. I will tell our master quietly later, and don't let her ask. Erlang nodded. He stood up and left with the bowl. Zhang Shun watched him go into the house and said, This kid came here to eat oil tea. But he really told us something. Right? Then he is quite filial. Afraid that his parents will be sad again. Gonda took over. Sui Yu and Song Xian came out of the house, and saw Xiao Chunhong waving. They walked over and heard her mutter a few times. They nodded in unison. Sister Yu, what price do you plan to pay for the honey? Li came over and asked. Sui Yu had never bought honey, nor had she seen a stall selling honey, so she didn't know how to quote. Sister-in-law, although we have only met twice, you should be able to see that we are not those kind of profiteers. We don't bargain, and you don't have to shout false prices. If the price is right, I will buy it all, so that your father and brother don't have to carry honey down the mountain to set up a stall to sell it. For an honest man, this is really embarrassing, Sui Yu said. These words touched Li's heart. Her father carried honey down the mountain to sell every year, but he couldn't bear to sell it. He went to her house every year and asked his son-in-law to carry honey jars and sell them along the village. In order to sell a few jars of honey, her husband would wear out a pair of shoes. We sell it at the foot of the mountain. A bowl of honey costs 10 coins. That's the black pottery bowl you ate in today. That bowl of honey can hold 4 caddies. Western Han Dynasty gene. Selling honey to you saves us trouble and effort. So we sell it at a lower price. How about 2 coins per caddy of honey? Li asked. It was cheaper than Sui Yu had imagined. She estimated it to be 5 coins per caddy. She was glad she didn't offer a generous price. Okay. Sui Yu nodded. Then let's weigh the honey first. Sister Song. Do you want it? And my share? Song Xian smiled. Forget it. You can buy as much honey as you want. I won't get involved. I'll take people out to see if there are any other rare things. Okay. Take more people with you so that you don't get lost, Sui Yu said vaguely, intending to let her take more people with her, so that she wouldn't go too far and be careful. Li went into the house to negotiate the price with her father and brother. After a while, Li's father, his 2 sons, and Qisheng came out with the honey jars. They went back and forth 4 times and carried out 3.5 jars of honey in total. Sell it to me with the jars. 1 coin for each jar. The extra money is the hard-earned money of the 2 elder brothers, who went down the mountain to buy pottery jars. Sui Yu said. Qisheng repeated it in the local dialect to his father-in-law and 2 brothers-in-law. The 3 of them smiled with satisfaction. Li's father said something to his son-in-law again. My father said that a jar weighs 20 kilograms. He weighed it when he bought it back to fill it with honey. Qixing said to Sui Yu. Sui Yu knew it well. She had sold pottery jars before and could estimate the approximate weight by looking at the size. After opening the lid, the sweet fragrance of the honey jar came out. The jar was black, and the color of the honey looked dark as well. Sui Yu used chopsticks to stir a lump of honey and pulled it out. In the sunlight, the honey was amber in color, mixed with honeycomb fragments and young bees. This is the larvae of the bees that have not hatched yet. They are not poisonous and can be eaten, Qixing explained. No pests crawled in. Sui Yu pondered for a moment and said, "It's okay. I know." Gonda and Gone Air brought the scale bar and the weight. The two first wrapped the honey jar with hemp rope, then hung it up with the scale hook. The two worked together to lift the scale bar and used the copper lump to weigh the weight. 192 caddies, Western Han Dynasty caddies. Sui Yu counted. "Uncle Li, come and take a look." Qixing sighed and said, "I'll come and see." Sui Yu took the wooden board and the burned wooden stick handed by Xiao Chunhong. She wrote a number on the wooden board and watched Gonda and Gone Air weigh the second jar. "This jar is 190 caddies." Qixing reported the weight. The third jar was also 192 jin. And the fourth jar was only half a jar, which was 106 jin. Total is 680 jin. Minus the weight of the 4 jars is 600 jin. 1 jin 2 qian. Total 1,200 qian. Sui Yu quoted. Qixing frowned and thought. He repeatedly pointed at each jar and muttered how many jin it was to his father-in-law, adding and subtracting, thinking for a long time before he said relaxedly, "Yes, it is 1,200 qian. My father said that the money for the jars is not required." Sui Yu laughed. "When you make big money, you don't care about small money." "Okay, I'll take advantage. Brother Qi, ask your uncles to move out the silk and linen and the mulberry wine. I will pay for them together. First pay for the honey. We will be confused if there are too many things. We are stupid and can't carry much things. Sister Yu, don't be surprised. It's not that I don't trust you," Li said apologetically. "It's okay. It's okay." Sui Yu asked Qixing to move a box of money over. A string of copper coins has 1,000 copper coins, which is 10 coins. Sui Yu led Xiao Chunhong and Li to count out 120 strings of copper coins. The three of them counted once each, and the people of the Li family counted twice more and weighed the weight with a scale. Only when they were sure that there was no problem did they happily move the money into the house. The neighbor next door came over and saw Li holding a piece of silk cloth. She walked over and asked, "Xiao Lian, how much is your silk cloth?" 400 coins apiece. And the dyed one is 450 coins apiece. It's cheaper than the price last year. The neighbor was a little dissatisfied. She looked at Sui Yu and muttered, "She also went up the mountain to collect silk cloth last year? The price was not this high at that time. Wait for more than 2 months. By then, the silk cloth in other people's hands will be sold out, and the price of silk cloth may rise again," Li said. The neighbor said nothing. It would be autumn in 2 or 3 months. The weather would be cooler. Who would wear silk cloth? It was so cold. For pieces of undyed silk cloth cost 1,600 coins. And 2 pieces of white linen cloth cost 220 coins, totaling 1,820 coins. Sui Yu and his servants counted the copper coins again. After paying for the silk and linen, they also gave him 4 jars of mulberry wine, 170 coins each, for a total of 680 coins. "It's incredible. Your family's annual income is quite a lot," Sui Yu calculated and said. "More than 3,000 yuan a year. The vendors in the city can't compare to you. I'm jealous. When I get old, I'll move here to live." Qixing didn't believe it. "You don't think highly of this. You think too highly of me." Sui Yu smiled. "I started out as a vendor selling buns. I was busy from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. But I didn't make more than 2,000 yuan a year. A stall can only have 2 or 3 people. My father-in-law's family has 6 people, not including the children. And they only earn more than 3,000 yuan. And they haven't paid the silkworm tax yet." Qixing shook his head and said, "As we have a small family, my wife can only weave 2 pieces of silk cloth a year. After I finish my work in the field, I can only weave half a piece of cloth more." Sui Yu's interest faded, and he sighed, "As long as you want to make money, it's not easy to do anything." "That's true." Qixing nodded. "No more. I'll take you to ask somewhere else? Go to my house. I still have silk cloth and mulberry wine. The neighbor standing nearby said, I'll sell my house too, so that I won't feel itchy when I see you collecting money. Xiao Chunhong. Lu Ye. Xiao Shi. San Chao. For servants, carried 2 boxes of money together, and the others stayed where they were to guard the camels, money boxes and commercial goods. The neighbors had a large family, and they wove 5 rolls of silk and 3 rolls of linen, as well as 7 jars of mulberry wine, for a total of 3,520 coins. These 2 families were considered the big families in the mountains, while the other 15 families had few people. Sui Yu bought a total of 26 rolls of silk and 7 rolls of linen from these 15 families, of which 10 rolls of silk and 3 rolls of linen were dyed with mulberry fruits, for a total of 11,700 coins. These 15 families brewed less mulberry wine and did not sell it. So Sui Yu only bought 11 jars of mulberry wine in the mountains. It took a day and a half to do all this. And then Sui Yu left most of the people in the valley to guard the camel team and the goods. She took Xiao Chunhong, Lu Ye, Xiao Shi, San Chao, Gonda and Gon Air, as well as 2 servants of the Song family. The 9 masters and servants rode camels with Qi Sheng and his uncle to another mountain to buy more honey. There were 2 beekeepers on the mountain. These 2 families raised a lot of bees, and all the beehives outside the wooden house were placed. When Sui Yu and her group passed by, one of the families was carrying beehives to another hill. Fortunately, she brought a gong when she went up the mountain, which was originally used to prevent wild animals. At this time, she used the gong to shake the beekeeper on the other hill back. The 2 families collected 27 jars of honey in total, which was 9,180 coins in total. Similarly, the 2 beekeepers did not collect the money for her jars. Sister Yu, they asked you if you will come again next year? Qi Sheng asked. They also want to sell all the honey to you, and don't want to carry it down the mountain to sell it piecemeal. Not next year, but the year after next, Sui Yu said. Tell them that if I can keep it, I will come back in the autumn of the year after next to collect honey, and I will buy as much as I can. Qi Sheng conveyed on her behalf that the 2 families did not agree to keep it for her, but kept asking her to come again in the future. A man wearing animal leather boots on a hot day took out a can of something and stuffed it into Lu Ye's hand. He chatted with Qi Sheng, who looked embarrassed. Sui Yu guessed something, and Lu Ye also understood. She put down the can with a red face, waved her hand, and hid behind Gonda. The man wearing animal leather boots looked disappointed. He looked at Xiaoxi and San Chao again, seeing that the 2 girls were also hiding. He looked angry, snorted and went back with the can. On the way back, they passed by a small lake. Xiao Chunhong squatted by the lake to wash her face. She looked left and right, ran to Sui Yu and asked, Master, am I ugly? Sui Yu looked at her in surprise and said, No, I'm not ugly. Xiao Chunhong glanced at Lu Ye and the others, and whispered, Am I uglier than them? Why did that man just avoid me? I'm not saying that I mean that. I just think it's strange. You are too smart. Your eyes are rolling around, and you can tell at a glance that you are not a quiet person. He can't control you, so naturally he doesn't dare to make plans with you. Sui Yu said. Oh! Xiao Chunhong was satisfied. No wonder. After dark, they spent a night on the hillside. When they returned to the valley, it was almost noon. They rested in the valley for another night. The next day, the group went down the mountain and left. After returning to Qijiao village, Sui Yu did not interfere with the business in the village. Song Xian bought all of them, including 41 jars of mulberry wine and 79 pieces of linen, 50 of which were dyed. Although they did not buy silk cloth, the harvest was not small. After bidding farewell to Qi Sheng's family, Sui Yu and Song Xian led the caravan back to the official road. They walked east along the official road and entered the town 2 days later. After asking the people in the town, they went out of the city and headed south. It was said that there were several villages with many mulberry trees. The news was correct. Sui Yu and Song Xian went to 7 villages and bought a total of 73,000 coins of silk cloth and linen, as well as 50 jars of mulberry wine. Sister Song, I think we can rush back tomorrow. Sell these things in Chang'an and come back again. Think about it. Even if the funeral of the great Sima has passed, there are still the first 7 days, the second 7 days, the third 7 days, etc. We can take the opportunity to make another fortune. Sui Yu suddenly had an idea. Song Xian clapped her hands and smiled. I have the same idea. Then let's go tomorrow. We can go back and burn some incense for Decima Yao Yao.